Hey guys, Sean here. Welcome to the F1 Word and to day 2 of pre-season testing from Bahrain, although I'm in my office at home, so I'm not quite in Bahrain, but they're in Bahrain. You know what I mean. Hope you're all well today. Thank you again yesterday for joining me throughout the day if you were here. We've got another 9 hours of my beautiful voice today, and I will be joined this morning by Tomo, and then this afternoon, or mid-morning, by Dyllan, and then this afternoon by Jonty, who will join me and Dyllan, as I said yesterday. Bit of action this morning, although, as you'd expect this time of the morning, a bit of a slow start for the teams. But we've got some laps on the board, which I'll go through in just a second. Just going to make sure my things are right here. So I'll give you a quick rundown first of all, make sure we are good. So Kevin Magnussen is the surprise leader so far today. Not that we can read too much into testing times on a 1:33.710. That was on the medium tyres. Must remember to have my tyre thing open. Still not found a reliable source. I was listening to comms this morning, actually, and apparently they've not got a great source for it either, so we'll have to try and keep an eye on TV. Carlos Sainz, second place, 1:35.5 on the medium tyre. Fernando Alonso, third place. Surprise second place yesterday, of course, 1:35.943 medium for him. Lewis Hamilton, 1:37.070 on the mediums. Esteban Ocon, a 1:38.344 also on the mediums. Sergio Perez, who is in for Verstappen this morning. They've changed their mind at Red Bull, so Verstappen will get some twilight hours on track, which makes a lot more sense, to be honest. Yuki Tsunoda, 1:43.615 on the mediums. Perez, if I didn't say the time, 39.466. And in terms of lappage, 8 laps for Magnussen, 8 for Sainz, 8 for Alonso, 11 for Hamilton, 7 for Ocon, 3 for Perez. 9 for Tsunoda, 4 for Zhou, but they're all reconnaissance laps. Norris as well, 5, and Sargent 6, but he's been on the softs, but they are reconnaissance laps, like I say. Apologies if the voice is a bit gravelly this morning. I was late up. It was always going to happen on one of the days. But let's get the housekeeping out of the way as well. Please do subscribe if you are new to the channel. Thank you for joining us. Lots to come this season. Do drop a like as well. I don't know if we'll beat yesterday's 1,200 or 1,400, I think it was in the end, likes, so we'll give it a go. We'll see how we go. You can also support the stream. I have put a goal on screen, as a few people suggested yesterday. If we hit it, fantastic. If we don't, it's fine. It's just there to help me do some upgrading and get some stuff back that I had to get rid of over the winter. You can do so through Super Chats on YouTube. You can also do it through Streamlabs, and if you prefer the chance to give 100% of your contribution, you can do it through PayPal as well. Links in the description. And thank you to those of you as well, by the way, who went over to GP Box via my link and bought a few bits yesterday. I earned a bit of commission from that, so do go check them out. Some great stuff over there, and on my page I've put some stuff that I plan to buy at some point in the future, and some stuff I've already got, so definitely go and check that one out. How are we all doing this morning? That's all the boring stuff out of the way. I say boring. You want to know your times, don't you? Want about boring stuff? Of course you do. What have we got going on in track at the moment? So Sainz is out there, Ocon's out there, and that is it at the moment. Like I say, not a quiet start as such, because we have got, Hamilton on 11 laps, for example, so they've been getting a few laps in, but it's not been chaotic, and we didn't have that early red flag like we did yesterday, thanks to Drugovich. Just to confirm as well, Fernando Alonso is in the car all day today. So we've got Magnussen, Sainz, Alonso, Hamilton, Ocon, Perez, Tsunoda, Norris, Zhou, and Sargent this morning. And then this afternoon, it is Verstappen, Leclerc, Russell, Hülkenberg, De Vries, Gasly, and Piastri. So 17 of the 19 runners today. I'm not... It makes a lot more sense to have Perez in the car this morning than Verstappen, because obviously yesterday Verstappen got to do all day, but it looked like there was a lot of, I think they said this morning, performance runs that they didn't get done yesterday, because that's what they probably would have done this morning with him, but it's better to do that in the twilight hours anyway. It's a bit more relevant to the track, isn't it? Because that's when we're running next weekend, so makes sense. And Alonso in the car all day, with respect to Drugovich, also makes a lot more sense than having Drugovich in there if we still don't know what is happening with Lance Stroll. Lots of rumours flying around about Lance Stroll this morning, which we won't get into again. We covered it yesterday. There's still those doing the round. I've seen some more bizarre conspiracy theories. All good fun, of course. But we shall find out hopefully soon from Aston Martin. But the vibe, if you want to call it a vibe, seems to be that there's a good possibility he won't make the first race next weekend. Do you love how I hedged my bets there with good possibility? You know me, you know me. Thank you very much to Sad Mariners fan, who is not from Grimsby, as we found out yesterday. Thank you very much for your super chat. Says, here's to another great day of testing rambles. Probably won't be staying that long as it's 1:30 a.m. in Texas, but always fun to stay and chat while I can. Thank you so much, mate. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your support. 1:30 a.m. Goodness me, I went to bed last night. I fell straight to sleep for the first time in years. There you go. Yeah, I don't really know what to say so far this morning. It's been relatively quiet. We've got Carlos Sainz out on track. We can have a look at what he's up to out there and see if he's doing much. I mean, he's lapping is what he's doing. He's just coming up now to the final corner. It's a yellow sector, so we're not seeing much pushing. He's on the, looks like the C3 tyre out there. Perez just heading out now. A bit of a twitch out the final corner. We saw quite a lot of, towards the end of yesterday's session, a lot of drivers lighting up those rear wheels, didn't we? Which was quite fun. Watching that one, that was quite a lot of fun. But yeah, bit of twitching there from Carlos Sainz. He comes into pits, he'll be back in the garage without doubt. So yes, Ocon out there as well at the moment. Perez just heading out too. So there we go. What are you saying in chat? Yes, Perez meme face. How good will K-Mag do in a championship? This year, probably not very well. If you put him in a car capable of winning the championship, then could do very well. I like K-Mag. I think a lot of people like K-Mag, and I think he's one of those drivers that, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Not doesn't get a lot of love, because I do feel like he does get a lot of love. I think a lot of people like K-Mag, a lot of people rate him, but he doesn't often get mentioned when you talk about really strong drivers, if that makes sense. No, I didn't think so. There's a few like that, though. We talked about it yesterday a little bit, didn't we? Will the Red Bull Ford partnership be a key topic today? We can try and cover it CBP1. We can try. If not, then we'll definitely try and get to it tomorrow. I think we need to talk about Red Bull. We did a lot of talk about the midfield yesterday, didn't we? So we could do with some top-end talk. The trouble is, I find, and I'm sure a lot of you agree, in season, it's really the big teams that get covered the most everywhere. So it's kind of nice to sort of sit here and talk about the midfield and the back end of the grid a little bit for a few hours, because they don't tend to get the coverage through the season, which is kind of understandable. You know, a lot of people are here for the championship fight. So you want to be hearing about Red Bull and Mercedes and Ferrari and whatever, but we don't hear as much about Alfa Romeo, for example, who we also didn't talk about yesterday. So you don't hear a lot about here, but you get what I mean. Underrated/forgotten, says Jonathan. Yeah, I like that. That's a good point, yeah. I think a lot more hate him, says Tom. I don't know. That's not the impression I got. We might be talking to different people, but the impression I got was that a lot of people, if anything, they're indifferent to K-Mag, if that makes sense. So I like him. I think he's a good driver. I think he's quick. I've made a video on it before. He used to frustrate the life out of me. You know, quick guy, really good driver. And then he'd do something really daft and it would just wind me up. But he's ironed a lot of that out. He's not the same driver he was when I made that video 4 years ago or whatever it was. Now he's come on a long way. So Bottas and Alpha, says Trans9. So I think we might cover that today. I'm sure we'll talk about Alpha at some point. Speaking of Alpha, will Porsche get the Sauber seat next year? We'll try. I'll tell you what, we'll do a big Alpha. We'll try an Alpha segment today at some point as well. We'll try and get through them. Possibly later this morning, possibly this afternoon, but Porsche is an interesting one. We've got Flovis on the Red Bull. Right-hand side as we look at it on the air intake of the side pod. Right down the side on the suspension. Left side for Perez. What we're watching here, this is going to be a lock-up, isn't it, into turn 10? It'll be a lock-up. It's not a lock-up, he's just run wide. Or it might have been a lock-up on the right front, but it'd be a bit weird if it was. But there, he's round it, he's fine. Yeah, lots of Flovers again this morning, which is what you'd expect in testing. Good to see Checo out there. I thought we weren't going to see him. He's on the prototype, by the way. I thought we weren't going to see him until this afternoon. I was like, oh, that's not fair. We need to see some Checo. I'll tell you what I will do as well. Just seeing as I've mentioned the prototype, for anybody who is unsure of the tyre situation, who wasn't with us yesterday, there's been quite a lot of talk about whether or not they're numbered correctly, but I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme of things, does it? So you've got the C0, which is available to everybody. That is last year's C1, but is now called the C0 and is the hardest compound. That is white lettering, no brackets. The white C1 is a new compound, which is obviously harder than the C2, but softer than the C0. That has got white brackets and white lettering. The yellow C2 has got yellow lettering and no brackets. C3 is with brackets, so we would call them the mediums. So that's the hards and the mediums. The prototype is also medium tyre C3, and that prototype is to benchmark products from the Turkey backup factory against the standard set of tyres. The red C4 has red markings but no brackets. C5 has brackets. And then, of course, we've got the intermediates and the wets. And we call them brackets, but I can't think of any other word to call them, really. So I guess brackets is the way to go with that one. So that is your tyre situation this morning and all week and whatnot. And it's 35 sets of the slicks for anybody who wants to know just how many they're going to be using today. Lots. Well, not today, all week. I think it is all week. Just double check. Yes, 35 for the week. 35 for a week. What are people arguing about? Nothing. It's fine. So yes, that poll from Aldas, by the way, yesterday, which we did in the morning, just to let you know. I'll just go to his Twitter. I checked it this morning. For those who are interested and don't follow him on Twitter, I know how we like a result. We like to make sure we've covered off the bases before we get going today properly. Who's coming out on top in equal cars? Albon won by 54%. Ocon 48. I think that's a lot. 48. 46, sorry. I think a lot of people thought that was going to be a lot more swayed towards Albon. So there you go. Just for you guys. And yes, we did do tyre talk. Nice and early for a morning tyre talk. Why not? That thingy isn't updating, is it? Which is really annoying. The live timing's working much better today as well, by the way. So that is that's good. Bear with me a second. We're having a few issues here with things. I'll be as quick as I can to sort this one out. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do this daily, aren't I? Which is going to be really annoying. We'll put it at that. Why not? 02 25. Don't you love it? You just hear so much coming from me. Apologies for this. There's always something that has to play up for me. It's kind of the rules. There we go. Make sure we get that one on as well from this morning. Hello from Down Under, says Sam. Good afternoon, evening, where you are. Hope you're well. Thank you for joining us. Annette's here this morning as well. Probably here all day. Did you figure out a way to tell which tyre each fastest lap was set on, says Mike? No, I was just saying at the start, actually, even the live commentary, so Will Buxton and co have been saying that their official timing and the information they have doesn't actually say it's this specific compound. It just says hard, medium or soft. And as they've pointed out, when you've got 2 hards, effectively 3 mediums with the prototype and 2 softs, it's not really very helpful. But there's nothing on the live timing or anything that's been changed. They were supposed to, according to their key, there should be a purple line under the set of tyres they use to set their fastest lap, but it's not there. So whether that's something they're not bringing in for testing, I don't know, and we'll have for qualifying and races, we'll see. But there isn't anything concrete, so we'll have to go off what we see on Twitter, what we watch on TV, and try and make the best of it. But I will try my best to just sort of at least be able to say they were on a medium tyre or a hard tyre. So there's not much I can do about that, so I do apologise. For what it's worth, from my side, I am trying to, but we'll see. There might be a blog somewhere that I can find. I'll keep looking through the day. People share stuff on Twitter all the time, and it might be over there. But at the minute, we've got Perez coming around the final corner on a prototype tyre. Kevin Magnussen is out there on a medium tyre, which I think when we saw him was the C3. So that's where we're at the moment. So the tyres used so far, mostly mediums, actually, if I have a look at the allocations. Yeah, everybody on mediums except Perez on the prototype and Sargent on the soft. So, do the race have them? Do you know, I checked everybody but the race yesterday. Do you know how annoying that is? Of all the sites to forget. I tried everybody. I will go and have a look and see if they've still got them this morning. Thank you so much. They have. Oh, the legends. Thank you so much to JM. You are my star of the day. So there we go. I've found a list now of the tyres they're using. So I will read them off to you when we go through each, at least on the hour. I might not do hour and half hour tomorrow. Today, sorry, because yesterday it felt like I was just reading through the times all day, which I know that's kind of what you're here for, but we're also here to talk and not really panic too much about that. So they are on screen, and I'll go through in depth every hour, and every now and again we'll nip through and we see laps getting quicker. On the subject of laps getting quicker, Perez on the prototype tyre has just gone purple in the first sector, so he's looking to knock Magnussen off the top spot early on. Thank you, Mike. I agree. I think every hour is very reasonable, given how long it is. It's a bit. I mean, it takes me about 5 minutes to get through each one, so it's just me running down times all the time. But we'll if I need to, I'll run through stuff as things change. So Perez, a little bit twitchy through the final corner over that curb. It does tend to be a bit like that in that final corner. Over the line he goes, but doesn't go fastest. Purple first sector, purple second sector, and ends up 0.04 of a second down on Kevin Magnussen. So I don't know if he backed off there. I just put my headphones in. I should have been there for that one, really. See what goes on, or hear what goes on rather than see. I can see what goes on. But yeah, Perez gone second fastest now. That was on the prototype tyre, which is, again, just to benchmark things against Turkey Factory. It was, wide on that final corner is what cost him time there. Kind of over the curb, well over the curb. We'll see it off board now. You can watch in the UK, by the way, on Sky Sports F1 and wherever you are in the world. If you've got F1 TV, you can watch it there as well. And I'm sure there are some more imaginative ways for you to be able to follow testing live. But obviously, I can't show the footage because copyright law exists. And honestly, FOM have got a habit of claiming things even when you do nothing wrong. So they like to have their moments to their bots. They're not real people. They'll claim they are, but they're not. But here we go. Logan Sargent we're watching now. He's in the car all day today. It does say day one. Thank you. I've just been warned it says day one on the top of the stream. So let me just change that overlay. I'm being a bit dumb today. Also, if I make a random noise, are you ready for some information you really don't need? If you hear a random noise, it's just because this morning I had a bit of a headache, so I took a paracetamol. It wouldn't go down, it ended up dissolving in my mouth, and it just... it's not pleasant, so there you go. Things you didn't need to know, but I've told you anyway. So that would be day 2 as well for this afternoon. So there we go, that's updated. So we are on day 2, not day 1. We've not travelled back in time. Any good streaming sites? I don't know any... Honestly, I don't know, because I obviously have Sky Sports F1, I don't tend to go looking for them, so that's not for me. Don't share links, but if anybody wants to say, oh, if you go and check out this person, they might have something for you, then feel free. Don't share links, because I don't want to get into any bother. Thank God Lando is going out now. McLaren needs some laps. That's very true, Annette. He's not had a bad morning so far as Lando. Bit better than yesterday. They had their issues, McLaren, as we know. I'll read the press release in a bit, see if they've got a press release. Done 6 laps so far. Yesterday, it was yesterday afternoon he was in, wasn't he? He'd done 6 laps, and then he was in the garage for a little while. So if he gets past that, then he's having a better start to his session than he did yesterday. That's the most important thing for Lando. It's, you're going to get a lot of this morning, definitely, as I try and gather my thoughts. Is he going to come through and do any kind of purple time? No, it's looks like a C2 tyre with no brackets out there at the moment for Lando. So personal best in the first sector, which it will be because he's not actually set a fast time or a time in general, actually. His have all been reconnaissance laps. Zhou up there in 6th place, 1:36.206. He's out on track. Magnussen, current leader as well. He's out on track, 33.760. Logan Sargent on the soft tyre still, or a soft tyre is out there as well. Anybody been watching Drive to Survive this morning or watching it with the streams in the background? Let me know. I will watch it probably at some point. I mean, honestly, I finished season 4 in January. I watched the final episode. I'd watched all the episodes across about 3 or 4 days last year after testing, and then I forgot. I didn't get around to the last episode. I was like, oh, I suppose we ought to see when Drive to Survive's back, and then there's this episode there, the final episode of season 4 without the red bar. I was like, I never watched that. So I finally finished it in January. So it might take me a year to watch it, but I will watch it at some point. Hey talk, good morning. No spoilers, don't do any spoilers. We don't want to know who won the championship, please. We don't want to know who won the championship. Keep it stum. It's a big secret. I'm hoping, I said this yesterday, I'm hoping they've toned down the over dramatizing, whatever phrase you want to use for it, because I know that's kind of what they're trying to bring in, a new audience, aren't they? I'm not the target audience. They're trying to bring people in, but the reality is again, 2021 didn't need to be beefed up anymore. It was an incredible season. So, and maybe they'll need to for 2022. I don't know, but I think there's enough to talk about there with things going on behind the scenes and on track. So it's, yeah, I have my bugbears with it, but I get why people love it. I do, but I also can understand why some people might not. Ultimately, yes, I can't wait to see the fake beef Bottas and Zhou this year. Yeah, they apparently they hate each other. That's a joke. They don't really hate each other. There's Perez passing Lando Norris, doing a yellow first sector. Yes, that is exact. I'm not going to read it, but that is exactly the term I need to be using, CPV. That is the perfect phrase for it. I'll say sensationalized. I won't use the other word. But to be honest, Annette, it's gone downhill since around the middle of season 2. from my appearance, it started going downhill. I love the first season especially. It was just the right balance for me, and I was able to get a few friends into F1 with realistic expectations, says Repeat. Interesting. So I started this, I say interesting, it's interesting to me. I started this channel back in 2017 because none of my family and very few of my friends had any interest in Formula One whatsoever. And so I started the channel so I could talk to people like you, fellow F1 fans, and we could just waffle away together for 9 hours at a time during testing. That's why I started the channel. Since Drive to Survive has come out, I now have family who watch Formula One, which is sort of insulting because it's like you think you'd want to be interested in a thing that I'm making a job, thanks, Mum, and all that. But it's nice that people are now... so, for example, my sister-in-law and her girlfriend are now big F1 fans, and they're watching all the races because they watched Drive to Survive. I think it was would have been season 4. So they've only been watching since, Bahrain last year, but they love it. They're buying the merch. They went to the Silverstone Experience the other week or the other month. They're doing all these things around F1. And for all the grief that Drive to Survive fans get, which I think is ridiculous, they're the ones going out and spending their money on Formula One, and they're the ones engaging with the sport. And that's only going to grow the sport and bring more sponsors to F1, which sustains the sport over a longer period of time, which means people like me who maybe aren't as interested in, for example, Drive to Survive, people like me get to continue to enjoy F1 for the next however many decades. Do you know what I mean? So I think there's a lot of positive in there. For the Drive to Survive side of things. So it is nice to have family now actually bothering to watch it. It's good. It's a good thing. My sister still doesn't get it in the slightest. It's so I sent a message. It's just like, too much information, man. Too much information. Yeah, so my sister's like, it's just driving around in circles. How can you enjoy that? It's like, well, because I do. How dare you? I don't think I educate the newbies, Eru. If anything, as somebody said yesterday, I talk a load of rubbish. So, which, as I said, I think he says some rubbish actually, which is a massive upgrade for me. So I'm really taking that as a compliment. Maybe it'll be different because Max is in the new one. Yes, he's in this one, isn't he? He said he's hoping that things aren't taken out of context and whatever. Hopefully. Magnussen, Perez, Sainz, by the way, and a Norris is out on track, and Yuki Tsunoda is out there as well. I think Sargent's the only one at that time. He is indeed Logan Sargent. So, thank you, Annette. Thank you. And they are here tonight. No. I may be misinterpreting your message, Felix, but no. Actually, they are. They're coming for tea. So, yes, they are here tonight to talk F1. So, there you go. To be fair to you, you're talking more rubbish than rubbish. More rubber than rubbish. Red Raven. You were nearly blocked there, mate. I wasn't having that one. Good morning. Hope you're all right. I thought you were giving me grief. I was like, I'm not having that. I do talk a lot of rubber and a lot of rubbish. It's true. And utter nonsense, just generally. Why not? I'll bring Tomo in just a moment. We're going to run through the times again on the hour. I know I said I'd only do it on the hour, and it is the hour. It's been half an hour since I did it, but we'll go for it anyway. Magnussen is still top of those timesheets on a 1:33.710. That was set on the medium tyre. In fact, I'll tell you, do you know what? Let's go to the race. Let's do it. That was actually set on the C3 tyre. Perez is second on a 133.751. That was on the prototype tyre. Everyone loves a prototype tyre. Esteban Ocon, third place on a 135.327. That was set on the C2. Carlos Sainz, 135.547 on the C3. Yes, 35.547. Yes, I read that wrong. Fernando Alonso, 135.823 on the C3. Norris, 136.019 on the C2. Zhou Guanyu, 36.206. I need to be quick, Science is going fast. 136.206 on the C3. Hamilton, 137.070 on the C3. Tsunoda, 143.615 on the C3. I think Carlos Sainz is about to go comfortably faster unless he decides to back off in the final corner because he's feeling cheeky. He looks to be on the C3. Difficult to tell from the onboard, actually, because it looks like there are brackets on there. But the offboards are, definitely got brackets on there. So on the C3, does he lift off at all? No, he doesn't. Over the line. Good. 132.6. We're quicker than yesterday, aren't we, already? I think. I might be completely wrong. Let's face it. Chances are I am completely wrong. Let me just have a double check of that. I think we could. We are 0.2 quicker than we were yesterday already. So they're ramping up. That's good news. Carlos Sainz fastest then on a 130. Nothing's updating. The official time, so what we got, 133.253 on the medium C3 tyre. Right, let's, I'm hoping this is all working this morning. We had some issues yesterday trying to get people in, but let's hop into streaming and say a very good morning and welcome to the channel to the man, the myth, the legend. Morning, Tomo.
Is that me you're talking about, mate? A man, a myth, and a legend. That's quite the introduction, buddy. How you been, man?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm not bad, thank you. I know it's been like a year since we spoke.
We have that kind of relationship. It's long distance, you know. We try and make it work.
Been a year since we spoke. I'm not going to ask you to wrap up your entire year and how it's been. That might be a little bit excessive this morning. But yeah, how have you been? Are you enjoying testing for what you can enjoy? Cars on track? Always a good thing?
Yeah, you know what? It's one of them that I think we were spoiled in 2020 and 2021, weren't we? And then 22 was kind of, relative to them seasons, it wasn't great, but I think relative to F1 generally, it was pretty good. But I think expectations obviously reset this year, going into something where there's a lot of anticipation. A lot of hype around Aston Martin at the moment. Alpine, how affected are Red Bull actually going to be by all this ATR, damage that they've taken? I'm just excited, man. I'm excited. Like, I've seen clips popping up on socials of kind of odd races from 2020 and 2021, which were just absolute bangers, and like we didn't really get too many of them last year. So, I'm excited. I'm confident, Sean. I'm confident that these regs are going to do their job, and this cost cap's going to do its job. Fingers crossed, mate.
So that's that jinx then. That's the season ruined. You can blame Tomo for that one straight away. In theory, this year should be closer than last year because these regulations, the whole point of the scaling wind tunnel time and all of that, the CFD time, it should result in everything closing up a little bit. But yesterday, a word being used a lot on socials is the word ominous to describe Red Bull's lappage, as I keep calling it, as well as the lap times, not that we can read too much into it, and the reliability and how good the car looked and how confident. I watched the testing wrap on Sky last night, how confident Verstappen actually appears. He seemed... I can't, we're going back a year, but I don't recall him being this confident last year. So there's a few people now going, well, that's it then. Red Bull domination confirmed. But as they've pointed out this morning, go back to 2021 and people thought Red Bull were walking away with it, and they didn't, did they? In the end, it was a hell of a fight.
That's the thing. I do get why people... when you look at Max, when you look at Red Bull, the package that they have, that combination, because, it's all well and good having a great car. If you don't have a driver that can extract it, pointless. And it's the same vice versa. It's like you look at that Red Bull package, how they were just able to be so consistent last season. It's easy to look at, what was it, 15 race wins, and it's easy to just write it off as, oh, best car. But it's difficult to, like, when you're at the top, to be consistent, to get that car across the line. First two races of the year, DNFs, we thought, oh, hang on, Ferrari got a shot here. It changes all very quickly, and I just think that Max is just driving on another level. He's improving all the time. I think his raw speed's been in there since he first jumped into the sport. To be honest, I just think it's the decision making, the consistency. We saw everything come together last year, and they certainly pounced on the opportunities that Ferrari gave them by being incompetent. Let's be honest. And
That's
yeah,
fair.
it's hard. It's hard to look past that package, isn't it? This year, it really is.
Yeah, but then you sort of get a reminder in testing, and maybe this is a line that'll come back to bite me on the backside, but you get a reminder that it's testing when you see Fernando Alonso go second and is a few hundredths off the Red Bull, and you think, well, that sums up testing quite nicely, because I'm not expecting Alonso to be a title contender. Would I love Alonso to be a title contender? I think throw Aston Martin into that top three as well, and you've of Mercedes, Ferrari, and Red Bull, and you've got a hell of a season. But it's unlikely they're going to make that jump. But you never know, I guess, with Alonso behind the wheel. But that just a little, like I say, reminder that we can't read too much into what happens in testing. But Red Bull definitely had a very, very strong start to yesterday, and I think it's not a surprise because they were very dominant in the back end of last season in particular, weren't they? Like you say, 15 race wins over the course of the season. Was there any Singapore and Brazil they failed to win after the summer break? So it was...
Checo won Singapore as well, didn't he? So
yeah, of course, yeah. So still Red Bull win. I was thinking Verstappen. So only Brazil they didn't win. So it's not a great surprise that they've come into this season, pre-season testing at least, and they look like the early favourites. But I'm just hoping that Ferrari, I love the way you were perfect with your wording there, but Ferrarying, let's put it that way. If they can sort that out, they've got a new chief strategist has come in as well, so hopefully that'll help them. I think Fred Vasseur is going to be no nonsense. I don't think we're going to have the no blame culture that Binotto had. I think Fred Vasseur will be very much in the back somewhere if something goes wrong, saying, right, why have you done this? What's going on? Get out. I don't think he'll take any nonsense. So that could be good for Ferrari, having somebody who is who's sort of come from the outside of the team and has come in to take charge, rather than somebody who's been promoted through the ranks.
Look, I think there's cautious optimism to be had around the fact that they got, 9 pole positions with Charles, 2 more than Max. So there is a quick car there. It's just, Red Bull made all the other stuff look easy. Mercedes for years made all the other stuff look easy. All the operational stuff that is actually so important, that the unglamorous stuff, the stuff that you don't see on the telly, the stuff that isn't showy but is essential to success in this sport. And I think with Fred, with all these changes, it's that kind of stuff that you can't necessarily completely change the performance of the car on a whim, right? Yeah, sure, you can bring a big upgrade, and it can make a difference, especially at new start of a new set of regulations. But operational stuff, you like to think that human decision making that's made on a whim, which is what strategy is. You would like to think that stuff can be consolidated and improved much quicker than fundamentally having a slow car, which Ferrari don't have. They have a quick car.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with Mike in chat. Says the concept of no blame is all well and good, but it doesn't mean ignore any issues, which is what it... I'm sure it wasn't that. I'm sure Binotto was trying to deal with things behind the scenes, but you wouldn't... I'm going back in time again, I know, but you a lot of the people at Ferrari who were making the mistakes last year wouldn't have got away with that under a Jean Todt, for example. There's no way. So I think...
Well, again, I think it can be different what a manager, a leader, chooses to put out into the put out into the world versus what actually happens behind the scenes. And I like to think that Tia wasn't being quite as naive, I guess, as he was coming across externally by what he was saying, by being, oh, no blame culture, blah blah blah. I like to think that, but I just don't think that achieved anything positive, because it just came across as just this denial, and I don't know why that would motivate the team anymore. Like, I think there's a good balance to be had where you acknowledge. I think this is where Toto's really good, acknowledging your miscomings, doing it in a way that isn't kind of counteractive to the performance and the goals of the team. You know.
Yeah, he doesn't jump. He doesn't come out in the media, does he, Toto, and start, I guess, for the want of a better term, start slagging his team off. But he will also say, look, we didn't do well here. We need to sort this out. We will be working on this when we get back to the factory. Very much like last year with the car not being where they wanted it to be. He praised the team for the work they were doing, but was clear that they needed to fix these problems. So I like that approach. The one thing I will give Mattia Binotto credit for, I don't know how much he was involved, but he did do a good job of finally dragging Ferrari into the 21st century with things like social media and fan engagement and things like that. I mean, you compare the famous comparison that people put around is that tweet where they're saying what we've tweeted is a factual events, or a factual description of factual events, or something like that. And now they're all like raw seek and all this business. So they've come a long way. So
yeah. But that factual offence, that was a banger. That was a banger. Come on.
It was perfect. Well, technically, yeah, you are being completely truthful, but at the same time, come on.
I don't think they intended it to come across as hilarious as it did. You know what I mean?
Fernando Alonso getting in Lewis Hamilton's way there through turn 12. Penalty incoming. There will be no penalties in testing. Not really in his way. Just nice to see some overtaking for what it's worth. Fernando Alonso clearly on a slow lap and Hamilton on a quicker lap. But hey, it's an overtake. We've had a long winter, Tomo. Any overtake counts at this time. I'm having it. It could be the only overtake we see all season.
Also, they're not enforcing track limits, are they?
Not in testing, no.
So do you reckon Fernando's quick lap, he might have just cut a couple of corners? Because, we know Fernando's, got that. We remember Sochi a couple of years ago when he was bending the rules a little bit to go in his favour. So why not? Just make up a new layout for Bahrain. There's enough layouts as there is.
He did it in Abu Dhabi before he retired, in air quotes, didn't he? Everyone was sort of like, the race was over, and then he was on his final lap, and then you look at the timing screens going, oh my God, Fernando's gone 2.5 seconds quicker in the first sector. Where's this been for all these years? And then it turns out he cut about 4 corners on his final lap. He was like, I can't be bothered anymore. I'm done. Yeah.
Oh, Fernando, don't never change.
I was thinking about Fernando yesterday after the session, and kind of, I mean, he's in his 40s now, and Aston Martin have been talking a lot about wanting to win world championships, and I keep trying to sort of work out, I think we discussed it yesterday briefly as well, trying to work out how soon Aston Martin need to be competing for championships for Alonso to win one, or to try and win one, because he's not going to be around many more years. And I sort of came to the conclusion that whilst Fernando will want to get that third world championship and he will love the ambition at Aston Martin, there's got to be a point, sort of a part of his head that's sort of saying, it may not happen for me, but I can give them my knowledge, my experience, my pace to help them, so that whoever comes in to replace me may get a chance in a few years' time. I don't know if Fernando thinks like that, but I don't think he's... this could come across as potentially a hot take, I don't know, but I don't think he's as toxic as he's made out to be, and he's certainly now not anywhere near as toxic as he allegedly used to be. He's a lot more chill, is the word I'm going to go with.
I'd agree with that for sure. I think Fernando of the past was definitely would definitely rub me up the wrong way a few times, and I think since he's returned, I've really kind of enjoyed this version of Fernando. Well, I just think as well, like, I feel like a lot of his frustration was, and I get it, when you place your frustration at the team, when, obviously the McLaren Honda thing didn't go particularly well, Ferrari, that was a bit of a mess for him.
Alpine last year a little bit,
I get it. Yeah, but at the end of the day as well, it's like, I don't know. I just think the way that a driver... It's a team sport, right? And the driver is the biggest cog in the machine, but it's still... you can't just have that one cog and achieve greatness and success. And it's like... it's how you manage that relationship, and I think there are, you know, I get it, drivers get frustrated, but there is more to it than just the driver, and I think, you know, to be successful, and again, we always kind of write this off as, oh, the driver just gets a good car, blah blah blah. But it's like, no, like everyone has to work together and be put in the right direction. You only have to have the tiniest thing go wrong, and that's your race over.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everything has to be so structured and well put together. And Fernando has been very unlucky throughout his career, and not, you know, possibly had the cars to fight. His raw talent is absolutely unquestionable. You know, we saw it as soon as he jumped into the sport back when he was in the Minardi early doors. Like, he knows what he's doing. He's had a career for as long as he's had, for a reason. And yeah, look, everyone's different. You know, some people their ability is going to start falling off, you know, in their mid to late 30s, and Fernando still seems to be it. You know, it's difficult to be like, is he at his prime? Because Fernando's prime was like sky high. He was the man who knocked Schumacher off the top. You know, let's not let's not play that down. You know what I mean? Like, that was huge, because Schumacher was like, and I get, you know, Bridgestone tires, blah blah blah. I get that. I get there's context to it, but like, no, that was one hell of a prime. Fernando's driving at really good levels at the moment. I think we need to see that Aston Martin fighting at the front to really know, you know, can he actually go toe to toe with a Verstappen, with a Hamilton, with a Russell, with a Leclerc? You know, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, and kind of on topic, but to wander off a little bit, this is why I think Mika Hakkinen is quite an underrated world champion, because people forget that, you know, he beat the legend Michael Schumacher in 1998. Yes, McLaren had a great car, but, you know, it was still, he still beat Michael Schumacher. He was in the fight in 2000. We saw some phenomenal racing between those two. So I kind of feel like he's a driver that doesn't get a lot of, you know, people talk about great world champions. They rightly talk about your Sennas and your Prosts and your Schumachers, but I never really see Mika Hakkinen get mentioned among some of the best. And he beat one of the greatest of all time to a championship and was in the fight in 2000.
Yeah, I mean Hakkinen was where he was my first kind of driver that I really kind of followed and enjoyed when I was a kid. And I guess, yeah, looking back now on Hakkinen's career, yeah, he definitely had those there were those seasons where he really did excel. Obviously there was you know, you can definitely argue there was a degree of luck involved from his point of view with was it with Michael's injuries? Was that in 99?
99, yeah, when Irvine nearly shot us all with the world championship.
Yeah, look, and I think that there's always going to be context. There's always going to be things out of your, like, look, I say this about last season. You know, it will be remembered as this dominant Max Verstappen season, and I think that early Ferrari pressure, which could have and maybe should have been more sustained throughout the season, will be forgotten. You know, because you'll see the 15 wins and the massive points gap, and it will be considered just like a Sebastian Vettel, you know, 2013 season, for example. But there is more nuance to it for sure, and I guess it's with Hakkinen. You know, he didn't achieve that success continuously throughout his career. And when you're talking about the greatest, yeah, the way I see it, you know, over the collective of their career, were they consistently extracting everything from their machinery and taking every opportunity that they could, you know.
Yeah, I'm just looking at chat. So just some Cassandra says, when will Mika come back from his sabbatical? Any day now. And CBP says, does that mean Villeneuve is underrated too? It's 97's a really interesting season because so much happened there that seemed to. This could be Schumacher bias speaking, I'll be honest, but it does feel like 97. A lot of things happened that swung things Villeneuve's way, but then equally you could argue some things it kept swinging back and forth through the season. But I don't think Villeneuve gets the respect as a world champion either all the time. I think people, he's only won championship, got lucky, came into the fastest car in 96, nearly did it, couldn't even beat Damon Hill, and you think, well, Yeah, but he is a world champion, and he did have to beat Michael Schumacher. Again, he had the nerve to try and pass him in Jerez. He shouldn't have done. But yeah, he still won a world championship. We've got to give him that respect. But I'd be lying if I said I was the world's biggest Jacques Villeneuve fan.
Look, I think that's the thing. It's like, you win a world championship, and you can win what Prost won one of his championships by half a point to Lauda. So history remembers who wins the championship, and as time goes on, it gets much more difficult to look at the binary detail, the nuance behind a result, right? All you can do as a driver is extract the best performances you can. If your car breaks, if someone crashes into you, there's so much out of your control. That's what sport is, and it's not all about you. You can do everything right from your point of view. You can drive an incredible season, or you can drive a not so incredible season and have luck fall more in your way. Whether it's a good car, whether it's your title rivals getting taken out or having technical issues, blah blah blah. There's so much that comes into it, and when these championships are sometimes dictated by half a point, but that's sport. That's the beauty of sport, and that's why we like talking about it, because there's no right or wrong answer, because there's always more detail that's being overlooked. Always.
Yeah. Just bring it back to testing for a second. On a testing stream, how dare I? We've got Zhou, Ocon, Sargent, and Tsunoda out on track at the moment. Alonso is currently second. He's gone up to second place, 33.278. I really wish they'd put the tyres on this live timing properly, but anyway. Alonso did that on the C3. Apparently, Sainz is still fast. We covered that one. Zhou up to fifth, Ocon sixth, Sargent seventh, Tsunoda out there. Who's done the most laps so far? It is Tsunoda, to be fair. He's bottom of the timesheets, but he's pumping the laps in on the C3 tyre. So good stuff from Yuki. All about laps in testing, really. I keep saying we can't read too much into the times. Although it is always fun after each day of testing to go looking at the articles and people, like I say, about the ominous Red Bull, and it's like we've had one day, one fastest lap time, and lots of laps. It's a little bit early to be talking about who's looking like the favourites, but I think, like I said earlier, based on the end of last season, I think Red Bull probably do go in as the favourites. They are the champions, so they do it. I'm so interested to see how much this penalty is going to affect them later in the year. Christian Horner, I was watching The Notebook last night, had said to Ted that he's, as long as they are efficient with and selective with what they put in the wind tunnel, they can. And then he's not saying that they will be fine, but he's sort of implying, whichever you want to use, whichever's correct. It's too early to remember. He's sort of almost making out like they should be okay if they do these things. A lot of ifs in there, of course there are. If they're not efficient and selective, then it'll all go wrong. But I think if they start the season strong, get lots and lots of points on the board, it might not really matter in the end. But I'm really fascinated by that. But I don't think we'll see the full impact on that until probably around the summer break time, if we see anything at all. That's what people are looking out for, aren't they, this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of them that it's in Christian and Red Bull's best interest to either play it up or just kind of speak very neutrally on the whole reduction of aerodynamic. You've got that fantastic foundation there with that car from last year. And it's not just about how much wind tunnel time you have, it's how efficiently you can use it. And clearly, I know they, don't have the most up-to-date wind tunnel in the world, but it's, as long as you understand the wind tunnel, that's what kind of my understanding of it anyway. Like, it's how you understand it, how you can optimize and make the most of it. And whereas compared to the smaller teams down the bottom of the grid that can't necessarily get the same efficiency out, and I guess with that extra 7% taken off as well, that is likely to, I guess, make the team even more kind of diligent when it comes to, right, we need to actually make the most of every single run here. And when you've got Newey at the helm, steering the ship, I mean, the man's a genius for a reason. So, it's not looking, again, when you've got a driver like Max at the helm as well, who clearly understands this package, has been at this team for a very long time, understands the people, the personnel, all of that stuff that again gets taken for granted. You've got Gasly moving over to Alpine for this year. He's got a whole new set of people and a new engine and all this stuff that to adjust to. Max doesn't have to adjust to any of that. He can just walk into this year. Have they explained why they have been the only team to run one driver all day yesterday, and then obviously Checo's all day today? By the way,
it's Checo all day now. I thought Checo was just the morning.
Have they changed that? Because I know Max was all day yesterday, wasn't he? And then I thought Checo was all day today.
Well, yesterday morning it was that Max was all day, and then he was going to do this morning. Then Checo was doing this afternoon, and then it was all day Checo on Saturday. And I know it's changed a couple of times, but I think it was about they didn't do performance runs yesterday, and I think they want to run Max on performance runs in more representative conditions to what we're going to see in quali and that next week with the twilight time. So I think they've just swapped them over, and then Checo will get that obviously on Saturday. So that's apparently what's happened, but it could change again by tomorrow. You know what these teams are like? They like to confuse us.
Well, you know what I found interesting as well? It's like Red Bull, obviously, they didn't let any images of their car leak, which was quite impressive in terms of the actual car. And, now we're here, they're being kind of really diligent with all this if that is the case, they're trying to be strategic and other than just automating the whole morning afternoon sessions. They're trying to overthink that as well, but I guess that is it's not just about getting to the top, because Red Bull have now got to the top after a generation of Mercedes dominating. Red Bull have now got to the top, and I'm sure Christian is like, he's not going to be naive enough to just be like, we're at the top now, we can kind of take our foot off. Like, that's not how you stay at the top. It's overthinking it. It's like in these little bits that just might give you those little tiny gains. That's what's going to keep you there.
It's all about the mind games as well, isn't it? It's all about, if you come out saying, well, we should be all right, but you never know with the penalty. And, we're quite happy with the car. And, look, it's all a big secret. And then the car comes out and you're like, there's some nice bits on it, but it's just an evolution of last year. And then all of a sudden they go out and they're a second and a half a lap quicker than everybody else. You go, oh, God. I'm not saying they will do that next week, but on the subject of quick laps, Sainz is going to better his lap unless he backs off in the final sector. I think he's still on the C3s, although Verstappen, it says that Verstappen has the fastest overall time at a 32.8, but that's a lie because Sainz has done a 32.6 already today, so that's not true. It's day one, sorry. Read, Sean. The words are there. It is a tenth and a half quicker for Sainz. 132.4. 132.4 from Carlos Sainz. I tell you what, they've got new live timing, haven't they, on the website? And it does not automatically update. It used to be sort of a couple of seconds ahead of the live feed. Now it takes a few seconds, and it's really annoying. It used to be so good. I've
just got my Sky Go opened up, and it's definitely on a delay.
It's about a minute, I think. So I will ruin it all for you. Well, that's it. You'll get spoilers everywhere. It's terrible.
Spoilers.
Thank you very much to Mick for your super chat. Says, I think Hakkinen is underrated because he had to wait until the end of his career to have a winning car. Always love these yearly chats for pre-season. Cheers. Thank you very much, Mick. Thank you for your support. Massively appreciated. Good point, actually. Yeah, he didn't win a race until, not for the lack of effort, but he didn't win a race until the end of 97. Jerez, did he? And that's because of Villeneuve collapsing towards the end of the race with damage and conspiracy theories would say letting the McLarens go. But he had chances in 97, not helped by I think it was the Nürburgring 1997 when he looked like he was on for a win, and then the two McLarens retired within seconds of each other with engine issues, and it just felt like Mika was never going to get that win, and then it came in 97. And I'm sure it might have been a different year. I'm sure it was, but in his press conference, either after that race or before the 98 season, he was quoted as saying it's just the one victory, nothing else, and then goes on and wins 2 back-to-back world championships. That's the mind games in F1. I love it. But that 1998 McLaren is, in my opinion, one of the best looking cars we've ever had. Adrian Newey, you've talked genius, beautiful car, and that's coming from a Schumacher fan who was rooting for Schumacher all year in 98. So lovely car. Although I do it is biased because it's the era I grew up with, but I do feel like the cars in the late 90s were very nice cars. That is definitely biased.
They were beautiful. Well, it's funny actually. I don't know how often. So like a couple of weeks ago, I went to Williams, and in their museum they've got obviously some of the old, FW14B and like early 90s cars, and then obviously early 2000s and kind of all the generations from kind of the 70s. And it's funny the variation in car size. So you're saying like the late 90s, early 2000 cars were actually like really small. They're noticeably smaller.
Oh God, yeah.
Like a lot smaller than the current generation cars. But then you go to the early 90s, those cars were huge. I mean, they're not as long as these current cars, but in terms of width, they're not actually that far off. They were massive back then. It's surprising because you think, F1 cars only now are massive, but actually no, like they were pretty big. Like back in the early 90s, like an FW14B, like if you see that in the flesh, like it's a big boy.
I need to start writing these phrases down. I'm having them.
I'm not the person to steal phrases off, for sure. There must be someone better, surely, mate. Come on.
I think it's the length of the cars now, though, isn't it? They're just so enormous, and we won't get into Monaco. We did it loads yesterday, but that's part of the reason why Monaco is so meh. Most of the time. Not that I will say, not that it always used to be an overtaking fest. It's never been an overtaking fest in the years I've been watching. But there was certainly more chance or more opportunities to at least try a move into that hairpin, for example. Whereas now the cars are so wide and so long, it's just But they can't make. I mean, Jonty was saying yesterday, you can't make them smaller at the moment because of all the technology in there. It needs to be a certain size, but also you've got all the crash structures and all of that now, haven't you? So they've got to be that size, but I kind of wish they were just a little bit smaller because.
Well, I know it's been in the with that F1 exhibition with Grosjean's Haas from the accident, and let's be real, if these cars weren't as big as they are, and as structurally advanced as they are, then he's not surviving that crash. So I think that says all that needs to be said. There's things that we can do, like Monaco. I don't know what you think. Like mandate a two-stop, I think is quite a simple way to make that race a little bit more interesting, because then it puts a little bit more pressure on the on the pit wall, on the strategy team. And I think I like that we've got a good variety of tracks. There's classics like Silverstone, like Spa. You've got something like Bahrain, which is a little bit different. The conditions, you go to Mexico, it's kind of at altitude, and Sao Paulo is very unique. And then Monaco's got its own nuances, and yes, it's not wheel to wheel great necessarily, but then maybe that is a race where teams may be more prepared to risk on a strategy point of view, teams lower down the field. And it makes that more of a strategy race than a wheel-to-wheel race,
Yeah. No. I think you could almost, and I know this is never going to happen, and I understand why it won't happen. So be kind, chat. I'm just making a point. You could almost do with a Monaco specific couple of sets of tyres that fall apart after 15, 20 laps, couldn't you? I know it'll never happen, but you could almost do something like that just so that you are
C6 tyre.
Yeah, but the only trouble is then you just have teams driving really slowly to conserve them and make those tyres that should fall apart after 15 laps last 35 because they can drive as slow. Look at Danny Rick. We talked about yesterday. Danny Rick winning with all the issues he had a few years ago. The car was slow, but people couldn't pass him. They'll find, and someone like Checo, he'd probably make a set of tyres that are supposed to lap 2 laps last a week. He's so good with his tyres. I've got a question for you, actually. Aldas told me to ask you it. We were talking about Gasly and Ocon yesterday, and he put a poll up, and he wants to know if you put them in equal cars, who comes out on top out of Albon and Ocon. I suspect I know what you're going to say.
Albon and Ocon.
Equal cars, everything level.
I've got a lot of love for both of them. Okay, obviously Alex is my number one, but Ocon's in my top three. Mate, that's difficult because I think they've both had strong teammates. high caliber teammates at different stages of their career. Obviously, Alex's high caliber teammate was Max Verstappen. Yeah, he had Daniel Kvyat when he started as well. And Ocon's had Alonso, Perez. Like, he's had some really good teammates. Now Gasly, I think, is really strong as well. Ooh. Oh man, that's tough.
See, I struggled.
Yeah, no, I what we've seen, it's difficult because even when you look back at kind of junior careers, I think Ocon had a more impressive, at least towards the, winning Formula 3 that same year that Max finished third um, before he got the jump up. Oh man, because and again, like wheel to wheel, I think probably back, I would back Alex just. Obviously take that with a pinch of salt because I am who I am.
Well,
I think Alex has demonstrated, you look at his season 2019 and that move that he put on Vettel at Interlagos, I will never forget that. That was honestly like, I think that is what took me from a fan of his to like, yeah, he's my driver. Because then the heartbreak that came in subsequent years, just reinforced that support.
A couple of people making a point now that is Albon too nice? Would Ocon just be too not too aggressive, but would he be more aggressive? And if he needed to make that move on his teammate, is he more likely to stick it up the inside, or is the Albon, which is kind of my read, I think the Albon niceness, if you want to call it that, is something that we see on social media and in front of the cameras and interviews. But I can imagine as soon as that helmet's on, all his team are gone, the lights come on, I can imagine if he needs to be, he'll be just as aggressive as anybody else. We didn't necessarily always see it in the Red Bull, but I still think he's I still think he's aggressive enough if he needs to be. He's a racing driver. He's in F1 for a reason, isn't he? He's not fluked his way there.
I can't think of, looking at on-track battles that he has had where he's just, I'll just let you through. Like, he's been aggressive. He's gone for moves, whether it was, against Lewis when he got punted off at Austria, or whatever. Like, okay, yeah, the race be too hard. Yeah, obviously classic quote, which will follow him for the rest of his career, because that's how the internet works. But I think it's like, yeah, I wouldn't say on track. These drivers, they're a variety of characters, right? All of them. Kimi is totally different to Daniel Ricciardo. Like, there's no one personality type that works and can win it in Formula One. I think, yeah, it is obviously important how you conduct yourself and how you carry yourself in the team and get personnel working and wanting you to succeed. Like, even that season, obviously, that I tried to forget from a Albon point of view in 2020 when he was really struggling. The team felt like the team was behind him, like fully. I think the personnel wanted him to succeed, and he wasn't able to deliver those results. But when he did get those couple of podiums, they were chuffed for him, and I feel like he commanded that, respect from people, the team around him. And I think that's that's probably part of the reason why he did keep that seat over Gasly in 2020, because reports suggest that Gasly wasn't exactly he was fried his toys at the pram a little bit in the situation, and Alex conducted himself differently and in a nicer way, you could say, but also that isn't always a bad thing, I guess.
No, it's not. You don't. Look, I'm gonna have to use I can't think of another. You don't have to be an arsehole. You don't have to be that kind of person, do you? But there's every driver needs to have a level of aggression, I think, if they're going to be successful. It's why I get quite like Ocon last year. People were quite angry about his driving, but some of it was over the line. But I'd much rather see a driver doing that and then rein it in than somebody sort of turn up on a Sunday and go, "Hi everyone, I'm just going to drive around quietly in the midfield and do nothing." And you want to see that from drivers, the aggression and the. I feel like they want it a little bit more. I know it maybe isn't. No, that's too simplistic, but that's how it feels. Sort of looking in, you want to see again, maybe not quite so aggressive with your teammate, and some of the things could have been, not as aggressive as he was. But I don't see any issue with, putting the squeeze on people. Not to the extent that Lance Stroll did on Sebastian Vettel almost in Brazil, for example. That's a bit excessive. But yeah, I want to see aggressive drivers. I also want to see more drivers just come out after testing and racing and just tell us what they really think. I know in these PR days it's never going to happen, but I don't want robotic. It's one of the reasons Seb got a lot of flack, didn't he, the other year, because he stormed out of a driver meeting apparently, and I was like, and I upset people because I was like, I would rather see that. I'd rather see that passion, as unprofessional as people might think it is. I'd rather see that passion and frustration from a driver than them coming out and going, yeah, car feels good. Well, we won't know till we get to the races, or oh yeah, driver meeting was great, or yes sir, no sir. I'd just rather have a bit of passion and aggression and fight from drivers. We're not going to get the James Hunt days back again, are we? With the media, that's not going to happen.
Well,
Kimmy,
the thing is, right? Well, yeah, true. Look, I think we as fans, and I think regardless of whether you're, a newer fan or a more old school fan, like I think we all enjoy seeing the humanity from these drivers, right? Because that's what makes it sport. Because these are machines going around a track. We can't even see their faces because they're hidden by helmets. Like there has to be that. I think it's really important that the sport embraces that side of it, showcasing the humanity of these drivers. And whether it's nice social content or doing interviews like with Charles Leclerc at the moment, having a little chat, like you're getting insights into the human being. But you've got to take the rough with the smooth, right? That's the humanity is going to come across in like nice, cutesy, woo content for social media. Love it, right? But also it's going to come across in frustration and like storming out of driver meetings and making mistakes and not conducting yourself in a way that you'd necessarily be proud of after the fact. But that's part of humanity, especially when you're fighting at the top of one of the most competitive sports and most expensive sports in the world.
I think that's a better word than passion and aggression. Yeah, definitely. That's sort of the human side of them. We want to see more of that, don't we? It's frustrating sometimes when maybe, I don't know, I'm not great with body language, but sometimes you can look at an interview and you can see that a driver wants to say something different to what they're actually saying, and it's like, oh, go on, just say it, just once, just whoever's got that recorder next to you, just accidentally switch it off, and then just call whoever you want to call a-hole, just do it. Why not? You've got to think of sponsors though, haven't you, nowadays as well? You can't be I say that, I mean, on Dutch TV, is it Ziggo? They're swearing all over the place, aren't they? That's not an issue for them, so I don't know, but I can imagine sponsors don't want you to be saying too much out of line. It's the world we live in these days.
Of course, yeah, look, of course there's a line, right? But I think as well, like, let's not let this sport, be this super, like, where all of a sudden it's like there's so many years we haven't really got an insight into these drivers. Now we do. It's like, let's let them be who they are. I think this is like this whole conversation around drivers being able to, speak on issues and the FIA kind of necessarily clamping down on it, but trying to take more control in that. And it's like, no, I think we should allow people to, especially the drivers, should allow them to carry themselves in the way they want to, and then react appropriately and accordingly. And it's very easy to look. I understand to a degree the counter argument. It's very easy to get behind, whether it's Sebastian supporting, bees or whatever a driver wants to talk on. There are obviously more controversial topics that drivers touch on, and then that's, I think, where the FIA kind of, goes its pants and is a bit like, oh god, we don't want to take a position, but then they end up actually taking a position. It's like
it's usually a bad position. It's usually so down the middle, it makes no sense.
That's what I mean. But I'm not like, if you want to monetize and profit off of the drivers' characters and personalities, which is all Drive to Survive has really helped with that and showcasing that, then you kind of have to, it has to go both ways as far as I'm concerned. You can't just pick and choose how you allow these drivers to be be human, because that's to me, I think, just exerting too much control, and then it just ends up getting muddy, because like you say, like they end up actually taking more of a position by saying yes and no to things than if they just kind of were more hands off.
Yeah,
My opinion, anyway.
It's like the FIA and their We Racers One rubbish. Not that I'm against everything they're trying to stand for, equality and all, absolutely. But
they're claiming to stand for.
Yeah, it's just such a crap. I made the point when they first came out. Was it 2020 when they brought out We Racers One and they had their driver message, and it just felt like the FIA said, right, drivers, here's some buzzwords. Can you say them, please? And then at the end of it, they sort of go, it starts here. And then it ends and you go, what starts here? You've not told us anything. You've just thrown We Racers One, 5 words out at us, and you've not actually done anything. And it's like, so I don't want to see drivers being told, you can't say this, but you have to say what we want you to say on our We Racers One thing, because that's not right. And like F1 for me, on a Sunday, and it's something I've always said on this channel, is a safe space. I go there to escape. I know the world is a horrible place. I know there's a lot of stuff out there we probably, people say I have a responsibility to talk about, but I like F1 being a safe space. It's what I want to do with the channel, but we should not be gagging drivers. If the drivers don't agree and they want to stand there and they want to make their case and they want to support something and raise awareness, 100% support that. The FIA should not be saying to people, you can and can't say this. It's one, it's not going to go down well, and number two, these drivers are rich enough to be able to pay any fine they throw at them anyway, so they could just do it. And I hope that if the I know it's been clarified and it's been cleared up, but I was kind of hoping, even if they were strict on it, everyone just came out with a t-shirt on for Bahrain testing that was something they were supporting, and then with the middle finger effectively to the FIA. We shouldn't be gagging people, but I sort of understand when people are like, but I like F1 and I go to get away from things. I get it, but it is also a huge platform, and it's an opportunity for drivers to show their support. But we'll not get too political. I know F1 is massively political generally.
That's what I mean. It's inherently, it always has been. Like, and it's not just F1. It's just like global sport. Like you can say the same about the Premier League, or like any sport with an international presence. Unfortunately, that's the reality.
Yeah,
it is going to be somewhat. But like, why are we racing in certain parts of the world? You know, it's like, of course it is, and you know, you can either accept that or you can be in denial about that. And I guess, you know, however you want to consume the sport is up to you. But like, I just think that is the reality of the sport, and it's kind of like, there's no way around that, unfortunately. Like, that is just top tier sport now, is inherently political.
Yeah, and people are entitled to should be entitled to show their support for whatever they believe in. I would never ever say that, take people's right away to do that. It's weird. And also, just by the way, just while we're last thing on this topic, I watched the Stefano Domenicali thing, and he was saying that the interview on Sky, he was saying that if they don't like the way a country is going with human rights, they'll pull the race. I'd just like to call that BS, because whatever race they try and pull, they'll just offer them a little bit more money, maybe stick a zero on the end, and all of a sudden they'll want to stay there. So don't believe all that nonsense. I'm sorry. I'm an old man. I'm getting sceptical. I don't believe it.
I don't envy the job of trying to manage this sport and trying to push it in a direction.
No.
And you've got a lot of money being thrown at it. And look, and also get, you know, you can make arguments. You can make good arguments about racing anywhere. You know, you can go. You know,
how far back
countries.
in history do you go?
Yeah, like exactly. And it's. I just think it's important for there to be like a conscious effort, because that's like humans. We're inherently hypocritical. We're all that. There's always going to be a degree of like, oh, you've made this argument, so what about this? And it's like, okay, but like you've just got to. I just want to see effort, like genuine effort. And if they're going to say these things, and you know, We Racers One and all this stuff, if they're going to do it, and if you don't want people to be cynical and just assume that it is just, you know, performative, then actually, you know, stuff like make things happen, you know, actually be practical rather than just, oh, we're just gonna message out. Like, you know, when Sebastian talks about things, when Lewis talks about things, they also back it up with action.
Yeah. And just I will just I'm going to take some questions in chat in a second, but I will very quickly say as well, it's a bugbear of mine, so I'm going to go for it. just because a driver stands up for one thing, it doesn't mean they then have to stand there and stand up for everything.
Oh my God, that is
It's really
annoying thing.
Why haven't you done this? Why they don't have to? They're standing up for what they believe in. They shouldn't have to then stand up for. They'd be there all day. the pre-race ceremony would never end.
For a charity local to me. What about a food bank in the other side of the country? Do you not care about those people? It's just such a ridiculous argument to make. It does my head in, mate.
It's the joys of social media. I said this yesterday to Alice. The thing is though, in the real world, away from the online world, as the cameras focus on the legend Théo Pourchaire, in the real world, people. You get some people that will say that, but most people I know, I never hear them say stuff like that. It's just that there's so much that gets said online that you sort of go, "Oh my God, this is such a big drama," and then you go in the real world and they go, "What's the big drama? What's a Formula One?" And you're like, "Oh yeah, good point." It's really just our little world we live in, isn't it? Thank you to Chevron McBean for your super chat. Says, if you could have a F1 history champions race with each driver in their prime, all in equal cars, give us your top 5. Oh, Chevron, thank you for your super chat and your support. If you could have an F1 history champions race with each driver in their prime, all in equal cars, give us your top 5. The top 5 we'd pick, or the 5 best who we think would come out on top?
I think it's top 5 we'd pick, because I think that's a more unique.
Schumacher.
Well, all of the you've got Michael, Ralph, David, Mick, all of the Schumachers, one big race. Love it.
No, just Michael Schumacher.
Just clone him. You know what? Straight away, I'd put Juan Pablo Montoya in there. I'd want to go for like elbows out racing, like Senna, Montoya, probably Verstappen. Or who else? Who else wasn't afraid to give it some? I'm trying to think what drivers.
I'm saying his name again, Schumacher. He had a few crashes.
Very true. Yeah, you know what? We'll chuck Michael in there, and then let's get it's a different generation. Say Jim Clark, but he wasn't. You couldn't really be elbows out back then. Otherwise, you quite literally had a death wish. That's quite interesting actually as well, isn't it? It's like how drivers back in the day, they would have to like, not that we have much footage from like the 50s and 60s and 70s, but like you could afford to go wheel to wheel now because the outcome is a lot more favourable if things do go wrong. You couldn't really back then. I'm just trying to think another driver that would really shine to me in terms of elbows out.
You say
Fernando,
elbows
actually.
out. Would you not want somebody who could think their way through a situation when your other 4 drivers are crashing each other out? Like an Alain Prost, for example. Not that he never crashed anyone out, of course. Let's not enter that one.
Just pick their way through the carnage.
Through the trouble.
I want just full carnage, Sean.
Chaos.
That's what I want.
That's it. How many cars finished? None. It's Tomo's race again. No finishes.
What about... Actually, Sean, you do yours. I'm just going to jump out the server and change to my Discord because I've just realised that my microphone's not picking up and I'm very echoey at the moment. So
okay.
Give me a minute. I'll be
back. Yeah, no worries. So my top 5... Schumacher has got to go in there, absolutely, somewhere. No doubt about that. Senna, of course, needs to be there as well. I would throw Hakkinen in there, just because I've just said he's underrated. It doesn't get mentioned enough, but also I think that his racecraft was superb, and I think you'd need that. I'm trying to think of a modern-day driver. I mean, Tomo said Verstappen, so I might go with Hamilton just to mix that one up a little bit as a modern day driver. And then my 5th one, I would put Jim Clark in there because many regard him as the greatest of all time. I wouldn't want quite so much carnage, is what I'm saying. I'd want some carnage, but not quite so much carnage. So Rayman says Clark, Prost, Stewart, Senna, Schumacher. Yeah, but I think Prost is a good shout. The Professor, I think that's a good shout. Gingerfest says no Kimmy, question mark.
Ooh,
I
that's a
love
good
Kimmy.
one.
I love Kimmy, but I don't.
Like 2003, 2004, Kimmy was unreal. He was ridiculous. So if you could just pluck that Kimmy, that specific Kimmy, boom, chuck him in. Love it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think now where I put Kimmy. We talk about the greats. I don't think, and I love him to bits, but I don't think Kimmy is, Schumacher,
No,
Senna
no,
level
he didn't
of
have that
driver,
consistency
no.
over his career for sure.
But you think back through his career though, and I know you could do the same for a lot of drivers, especially Alonso as well. But you look back at sort of 2003, he wasn't far off the title. 2005, there were some interesting decisions like leaving him out on his tyres at the Nürburgring. I know that if he pitted, he wouldn't have won the race, but at least he'd have picked up a podium and would have still been in the fight.
True.
But that tyre, there was quite a lot of that suspension failure rather than tyre issue. But there are a lot of moments in his career where you could say, could he and should he have won 2005? I know. If he should have won it, he would have won it. But you know what I mean? It's difficult to kind of place Kimmy. But I actually feel the same about James Hunt. And for whatever reason, I've always I kind of put Raikkonen and James Hunt in the same group together quite a lot because I never really know where to put them. And I think James Hunt was one of Kimmy's heroes. So maybe that's where it comes from. But I always felt like after Kimmy won his world championship, he still wanted to win and he still wanted to compete at the top. But he was content. He'd done what he needed to do to be champion. Yeah. And I might be completely wrong. And I think that was... there may have even been interviews saying it, but I think that was kind of the case with James Hunt as well, a little bit. He got that championship. And I think a lesser extent, Max Verstappen, in a way, reminds me of that in that he's won 2 world championships, so one more than both of those. But he's saying he doesn't want to be here into his 40s. He's not bothered about winning 6, 7, 8, 9 titles. That might all just be talk for the media or whatever, but he feels like he still wants to win championships and he's still giving it everything, as we saw yesterday and we'll see this season. But he seems quite happy that he's got the championships that he wanted now. So everything else from here is a bonus, if that makes sense. Is that the same for all drivers, do you think? Or do you think Lewis Hamilton just wants to keep winning them?
Well, the thing is with Max, right? He started, he jumped into that Toro Rosso when he was, 17? Lewis was 22 in his rookie season. That's 5 years different. So it's almost like when you look at Max's, time in F1, you have to offset his career by like 5 years because he's just started so early, so ridiculously early. And so... when you think about that, and there's all this talk of his contract till 2028, and he's got this Heineken deal, I think, till 2028 as well. There's will he stay on beyond that season? But like what? But by 2028, how old will he be? But by the end of that season, it's 20? That's 5 years time. 31? He'll be like 30, early 30s, something like that. And he will have had a 14-year F1 career, something like that. So then when you think about it like that, it's 14 years doing the same thing every year. Am I massively surprised he'd be considering doing like Le Mans? We know he loves that from the sim racing stuff. Challenging himself in motorsport outside of Formula One. Would I blame him? No, I wouldn't. I think it's easy he's only 31. Like he's still got time. Yeah, but he's done it for 14 years. Like give the man a break,
30 apparently, B. So we weren't far off. We were a year out.
There you go.
It's that, yeah. We'll come back to this in a second, actually. I'm just going to run through the times because we're about to hit 9 o'clock in the UK. We're going 2 hours. Amazingly, I don't get how these streams go so bloody quick. They just do. And these days go so quick in testing. So Carlos Sainz is still the fastest, 1:32.486. He did that on the C3 tyre and has done 23 laps. Zhou Guanyu, 1:33.170, 30 laps so far. His fastest time was on the prototype tyre, so that's not far off the C3 in terms of pace potentially. 1:33.278 for Fernando Alonso up there again. 20 laps so far. He did that on the C3. Kevin Magnussen, 26 laps, 1:33.442. That was C2. Yeah, Ocon on the C3 tyre has done a total of 27 laps and a 33.4 as his fastest time. Perez a 33.7, 24 laps so far. And that was on the prototype tyre, his fastest. Of course, we watched it, didn't we? Yeah, that was his prototype tyre. 134.5 for Hamilton, 26 laps. That was on the prototype tyre as well. Logan Sargent was on the C2 when he did his 135.1, 30 laps so far. Norris, 26 laps, 135.528. That was on the C2 tyre. And Yuki Tsunoda, 44 laps. He's done the most so far today, quite solidly, actually. 137.9 was his fastest time, and that was on the C1 tyre. Don't forget to subscribe. I'm going to do my spiel now. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new to the channel, and drop a like as well. Thank you very much for your support so far. You can also support the channel through Streamlabs, Super Chats, and PayPal. And don't forget YouTube, the robbing swines take 30% of any of your Super Chats. So if you'd like the channel to give 100% of your contribution, you can do it through PayPal, because they keep saying YouTube do all the work, to be fair, so they've got to take their cut. I understand why they take their cut. I totally understand. I just like to be facetious. So yes, thank you for your support. So thank you to Mike for your Super Chat and your support. Thank you, mate. Massively appreciated. So I've forgotten what we were saying now. Max Verstappen, weren't we?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think we should talk a little bit about testing, shouldn't we, really? Because I did have a few questions I wanted to bring up, actually.
Oh, gosh.
Seeing these cars. Well, no, so one thing I noticed, and I don't know if we're seeing it more because the Mercedes is so much exposed carbon, but what do you make of, because I feel like pre-cost cap era, the cars looked a lot more well put together up close, but you can see where they're like attaching carbon, and like, you know, we saw it last year with the little veins on the front wing end plates where you could see that teams have removed them and then glued them somewhere else. Like, what do you make of that? Because I've seen kind of contrasting, some people being like, oh, it needs to be the epitome, like the cost cap's ruining it, like, but also, I don't know, I kind of like it because it's a bit more down to earth, classic motorsport, where not everything is necessarily optimized 100%, but you're kind of making do with the resources that you have, you know?
Say that last bit again. Honest to God, I was listening and the words went in, but they just fell straight out of my brain. I have no idea what. Wow.
It's too much talk for this early in the morning.
Oh.
We get too deep. Like, look at them at the moment. Mercedes, right underneath the floor. The floor's all got, like, you can see where there's bits of carbon that have been like removed and then reattached, and it's all a bit like, not entry level, obviously, but like
Scrappy.
But like, yeah, scrappy is a great word. It's a bit more scrappy now with the cost cap, because you can't afford to just bring 15 front wings to every race that are perfectly, you know, formed. But it's like, I quite like that. I think there's a bit of charm to that, and it makes it a bit more like down to earth, I guess.
Takes it back to the old days when it was all done in sheds in the Midlands.
Exactly.
That kind of thing. No, it's a good shout. I think Jonty shared some thoughts on this yesterday, and somebody had put something on Twitter, a picture of it was the Mercedes front wing, where they sort of just, it looked like they'd been cutting stuff off and sticking it on, and it all looked really quite messy. But it could be cost cap. And it makes sense, you know. It's only testing, so if you're going to have a scrappy looking stuff like that, then you do it in testing, don't you? You just stick stuff on, and I think there's an element as well of it's harder potentially to get things from, in Mercedes case, the UK to Bahrain than it would have been to go from the UK to Barcelona. So I think that we see more of that now, possibly because of that. I remember when Williams were late for testing, everyone was like, oh my God, they're late. But I think they got there overnight in no time. I know you could easily get overnight to Bahrain, but it's not as close as Barcelona, unless my geography is completely wrong, which it could well be. Let's be honest.
No, it is definitely closer to Barcelona.
Is Bahrain not up the road? I thought it was. Up Tit Road. So I think it's... I'm like you, I quite like seeing that because... down to earth is a good phrase. It does make it feel a bit more classic F1, a bit more like somebody. You can imagine somebody in the garage with a hacksaw, sawing away at something and then sticking it on with a bit of speed tape or something like that. I know it's all far more advanced than that, but no, it's a good spot. And I think cost cap. Yeah, I think cost cap's got to play a part, hasn't it? Is what my brain is going to. It has to, because it's. shipping stuff over to Bahrain anyway is not going to be cheap. But I think, generally speaking, over the course of the last season, I feel like I saw fewer front wings at races, and there was a lot more talk about, particularly Haas, because of what was going on with one of their drivers. A lot more talk about the lack of spares and things like that. It felt like it was definitely, because I was skeptical. I thought we were still going to see all the same stuff and they cut money elsewhere, but we definitely saw fewer spares, fewer front wings, and all of that at the races last year. And that's a good thing, because it was crazy. I mean, going back again, you used to be going through a new engine, for example, every single session. So we've come a long way from that.
That's what I mean. It's just like, when you think about that, it's just that's so wasteful. And it's like, part of me, like, I'm someone, for example, like, if we're having dinner and there's any food left, I'm finishing it, because I can't stand food waste. And it's like, waste bothers me. And it's like, I like the way it is now. I prefer it. I think, teams have to be more efficient. They can't just bring, again, 15 front wings and only use 2 of them, and then just the others have to, I don't know, go up for, I mean, sure, you can raise a bit of money, charity auction them at the end of the season, whatever. But it's like, I just like that. I like anything that adds to the team, because as much as I love the drivers and they do an amazing job, and I love seeing wheel-to-wheel racing. I enjoy F1 for more than that. I enjoy the technical challenge. I enjoy, the pit stops. I enjoy the strategy stuff. Like, everything has to come together, right? And I think having these restrictions, and it's going to reward teams that aren't necessarily the big bloated teams, but the more efficient teams, like Force India, Racing Point, Aston Martin, whatever. Like, historically, anyway, that's a team that's used to working at more of a budget. And I think that's going to have its advantages versus the big bloated teams like your Ferraris, like your Mercedes, which aren't as used to having to, scrimp on the little things and make these kind of, analysis to be like, okay, is it worthwhile us doing this, or do we just do this to achieve this in the short term? Blah blah blah. Like, I'm all for that.
Apparently, some experimentation going down at Mercedes. So Albert Fabrega, definitely follow him on Twitter. He's got some great insights. Plus, he's just ace generally. Says teams are testing different ride heights and configurations to explore limits on the floor performances, which isn't a great surprise, but is nice to just give you that bit of information. So they are trying around or messing around with ride heights, and he shared a picture of Mercedes doing that now. So keep an eye out for that. Those of you who are good with your technical stuff, as you know, it's not really something I'm brilliant at, but there we go. Also, he's said, and I'm going to stress it again, it is only speculation, but there are multiple rumours in the paddock saying that Stroll will not be fit for the race in Bahrain, which, again, if the rumours yesterday are to be believed, that's not totally a surprise, and it could be several weeks before we see him back. Of course, rumours yesterday that he's broken his wrist. And I'm not great with the technical stuff, but you kind of need your hands and your wrist to drive these cars.
Pretty important.
Quite important, yeah.
The G-force that they're pulling. Because is it Fernando's in the car all day today, right? And then
Fernando
Roglic is on the sidelines. Yeah, that's it. Which I guess kind of makes sense. But I think if he isn't to make the race, then I think they've got to go with Felipe, haven't they? For that, for as many races as need be till Stroll's back, I guess. I think that's the no-brainer decision, in my opinion.
I think if you want Drugovich makes sense, and I agree, it's no-brainer. There is the thought that maybe Van Dorn would be the way to go. The only problem with that is that Van Dorn's with Formula E this weekend, so he's not going to be able to get any time in the car in testing, whereas at least Drugovich is there, has got his morning session yesterday and can get a session in tomorrow half a day, or if they need him full day, they can do. So I think it makes more sense in that regard to go with and
like Felipe's there now. Like he's getting some value from today even. He's not in the car, but he's there. He's understanding, he's speaking. I like, don't get me wrong, like Van Dorn, I think obviously with his experience, if you put them, side by side in equivalent machinery, I think Van Dorn would be quicker. But I think the context of Felipe already having driven the car, he's there today. He's going to be there now throughout. Like, I just think, and also the potential going forward of helping Felipe, getting more track time, build him up as a driver. I just his youth as F2 champion. I just don't think there's the there's enough of a pull to bring Van Dorn in. You know, I don't think there's quite enough there for it to be, you know, he's the obvious when you've got Felipe Drugovich right there, you know.
I think that's I agree. But also, let's say, again, speculation, pure speculation. Let's say Stroll has to miss Saudi Arabia as well. If Drugovich is shockingly bad in Bahrain, they can always parachute Van Dorn in for Saudi if they need to.
True.
Give Drugovich that opportunity again because he's driven the car in testing. It would seem weird, you know, if there were a few weeks, you know, you can get your other drivers in the simulator, but it's a week away, so it just makes perfect sense to do that. I agree.
I guess it kind of also depends on where their performance is, right? Because if Aston Martin, you know, go into this first race and they are, you know, I mean, I've seen a lot of mentions of Brawn on Twitter, which I was like, I'm pretty sure they're not going to do a Brawn and just come out of nowhere and be a second and a half faster than the next car. But, you know, I think if they're fighting towards the front end, or like the top end of the midfield, you know, against McLaren Alpine, that kind of territory, versus if they, you know, do find themselves qualified, like going out in Q2 with Fernando, for example, then also maybe that informs a decision as to whether to really scrutinise Felipe too much and give him multiple races potentially, or whether to just, like you say, kind of kick him by the wayside and bring Van Dorn in, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think Drugovich would fail, and I don't think, and as much as I love him, I don't think Van Dorn would come in and do an astronomically better job, because not because they're bad drivers, but because, or he's a bad driver, but because that, you know, you're throwing a driver in. You know, Hulkenberg was super sub, but Hulkenberg had a lot of recent F1 experience at that point, hadn't he, in 2020 and that, so it's a bit different. I mean, De Vries maybe, although he'd been doing a lot of FP1s and testing, so, or simulator work, so maybe not, but it's obviously wish Stroll all the best, and I want to see him on the grid in Bahrain, but I said this to Aldash yesterday, and he agreed. There's part of me that would love to see Felipe get his opportunity as the F2 champ, even if it's just for one race. So wish Stroll all the best, but also no rush.
These are why these reserve drivers are here, you know?
Yeah.
And these things happen. It happened to Albon last year, and De Vries came in, took the opportunity, and now he's in an F1 seat. You know, you can't, I mean, maybe, but I really don't think, if that opportunity hadn't come around, I don't think Nick De Vries is in an F1 seat this year. He got the opportunity, he took it. Alex is fine now, and life has gone on. And Nick De Vries is an F1 driver. So, you know, there's it's the same with any sport, to be honest. But I think with F1, because there's only 20 seats at the very top, so you can do what you can do, but you have to rely on things going outside of your control. And if opportunities present themselves, you know, and whether that's a driver, you know, getting an injury or whatever, you know, it's on whoever's there waiting in the wings to take that opportunity, make the most of it, and then see what comes.
Will Buxton in the pit lane just pointed out those massive, I think he just called them shoulder pads in my ear, on the Mercedes, the way it sort of comes around at the halo, and then they've got those massive haunches, if you want to call them that. They look absolutely enormous, such a bulky design around their engine cover and all that kind of area, which is quite, I guess, jarring when you consider their no-pod design. You've got these slinky no pods, then you've got these massive shoulder pads.
It's unique, isn't it? It doesn't quite have the, I don't know, I guess the livery, they've been able to make it look quite elegant, but doesn't Alpine have a similar kind of thing as well? They've got quite big shoulders on that Alpine, but I guess we've seen the AlphaTauri on screen now as well. That's got quite prominent shoulders. I think that's a characteristic of these cars. It's just Mercedes have really gone all in with it.
Yeah. So on testing then, what's really caught your eye so far in terms of the cars? There seems to be, so everyone's kind of looking, most teams are looking at the Red Bull style side pods. That's a mouthful. But I feel like we've seen a little bit more individual interpretation from the teams around the regulations this year. We're seeing more variation with noses and things like that, for example. Like, for example, the AlphaTauri there could just be their livery, but the nose looks very different to other cars, and it doesn't feel quite as prescribed as the regulations, or we feared the regulations were going to be. I mean, we saw that last year anyway. We saw lots of different interpretations, but I feel like teams have understanding the rules a bit better now, so they're able to go a little bit in different ways, and it's throws some interesting stuff. For example, the Alpine side pods, those, I called them dimples when I did my reaction, but they're not dimples, they're massive. It's like the Grand Canyon. They're rivaling the Grand Canyon. It's really good to see. I was worried that these regs would be a little bit too restrictive, but clearly not.
That's the thing, I suppose, with the cost cap, right? Once you select an approach, and obviously all the teams last year kind of scattergunned ideas, it was quite clear early on which concepts were working better than others. But everything links to everything, right? Your front wing links to your side pods, which links to your rear wing. Like, everything has to work in harmony. So, you know, if you've got a philosophy that is in one direction, you know, in order to completely pivot and change that direction, you have to change, like, well, Aston Martin is saying they changed 95% of the car from last year. Like, you have to change everything. So in a cost cap era, that's gonna, you know, if you're spending money changing your philosophy, you're not spending money improving the philosophy you already have. So that's where it's kind of a give or take, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to think of another example of. I think the Aston have gone quite aggressive as well, haven't they, this year?
Their side pod, they're you say the Grand Canyons, they're black holes in the back side of the Aston Martin. That would suck you right in. That's it's crazy. But you know, I think, is this Dan Fallow's first kind of, because when he joined Aston Martin, I'm thinking, is this his kind of first car from the ground up? Because he's very much seen as this the apprentice to Adrian Newey, and I think there's a lot of excitement around him, and whether he's gonna, you know, how quickly he's going to be able to bring that Red Bull understanding and philosophy, because they've got plenty of other ex Red Bull and ex Mercedes as well employees at Aston. I think that's an exciting long-term project with an owner who's extra invested, not just from a marketing point of view, but, you know, it's family, as Dominic Toretto would say.
He's desperate to win, isn't he? Is Lawrence Stroll? And I think it is Dan's first car.
I think so.
And it shows, doesn't it? Because it is so. They called it in the launch. You know, the DNA of the car is very similar. It's an evolution of last year's car. But you put them side by side, livery aside, they're not all that similar. There are a few bits that are similar and samey, but their side pods are super aggressive. Their nose is different. The front wing's different. They've really gone a different route with it, and I love that. And that's why I hope it pays off for them. Because all right, they've got the money behind them now, but they're always going to be Jordan, Force India to me. They're always going to be that team that punched above its weight for so many years. Even if they have the best car on the grid and Alonso's winning the world championship, I'll still have that little bit of love for them, because I love an underdog, and they always were to me. So I really want it to work out for them. It'd be great. And they had a good year a few years ago, didn't they, when they took inspiration from Mercedes for their car. It works out quite nicely for them. So it'll be good to see them completely design something themselves that they've come up with Dan Fallows, and be successful with it. Show they don't have to just copy cars.
Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, they just got caught on a brake duct, which compared to the entire car was a relatively, you know, that wasn't the thing. You know, when you saw that 2020 Racing Point come out, you weren't be like, oh god, look at that brake duct. That wasn't the thing that was drawing the attention, was it? It was the actual aesthetic of the car from the outside, and that was all legal in the eyes of the rules. So I agree. Any team that hasn't been at the top, you know, I'd love to see Alpine back at the top fighting. I'd love to see McLaren back at the top fighting. Like, any of these teams, because most of the personnel, as much as team names change and new owners come in, blah, 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 like, a lot of these personnel stay the same over years, you know, 20, 30 years at the same team. And they're you know, it's when you actually, you go to a factory, you walk around and you see all of these people, you just realize that it's just a bunch of people working together to make something. And it's easy. Oh, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Red Bull. You think of these brand names and you kind of forget about it's just a bunch of people working together. That's what a business is. It's just a bunch of people working towards a common goal. And when that bunch of people haven't had success for a while, or are, underdogs and a smaller group or a less experienced group or whatever, then I'm the same as you, mate. I'm always going to pull for that.
Yes. Too right. And then when they're being successful, we want them to get lost again and somebody else can have it.
Exactly.
I'll go through some super chats. Thank you to everyone for your super chats. Mick says, just try to imagine the Fangios and Ascaris in modern cars. They wouldn't fit, and I think modern drivers could not steer old cars. Do you know what, Mick? It's why the whole who's the greatest driver of all time is just such an impossible argument to have. At best, you could do driver of their generation because everything's just so different. But thank you for your support, mate, on that super chat. We've also had one from Stefan. Hey, Stefan, not seen you for a while. Thoughts on what happened? Unless you were here yesterday, I completely ignored you, of course. You could well have been. Thoughts on what happens to Ferrari if they still haven't won a championship? Surely their ongoing incompetence would start affecting their legacy. I'll come back to that in a second, mate. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you to Chopsticks. Says, missed F1 so much hype. Pint on me for Monday, Tomo. I will be missing first 2 hours on Monday. That's all you, mate. That is all you. Chopsticks also...
Is it too early for a pint?
We can have
9:20 in the morning. Yeah, why not? Sounds good.
And Chopsticks says, pint or two for you too, the F1 word. Thanks for the great streams to listen to during work meetings. Thank you so much for your super chats. I'll update the thing as well in a moment. We'll come back to that Ferrari question in a sec. I'd rather have a pint than what I did this morning.
Oh no!
I had a headache and I took some paracetamol and they wouldn't go down, so they started dissolving in my mouth and I cannot get rid of the taste.
Wait, what? What do you mean they wouldn't go down?
It just would not. I was trying. I am very good. This is going to make me sound like a junkie, but I am very good at swallowing pills. Usually, they just wouldn't go. It just dissolved.
Did you not have some water with them to?
That could have been the problem.
Or...
To be fair, yeah, I didn't.
Did you not even? How did you not think of that?
I normally don't bother. I normally just put them in and swallow. Yeah, I know.
I'm speechless.
Horrified.
You just take them raw. That's insane.
This is Tomo's first and only appearance on one of my streams because apparently I'm weird.
That is, mate. That's pretty incredible. No, I couldn't even fathom doing that. So no, good for you, man. I mean, it didn't work this time out, but
it has for the last few years. So I'll take that. It's one fail.
Oh, bless you, mate. Bless you.
Yeah. See, you think this is bad. You wait till tomorrow afternoon when I'm getting towards 27 hours of doing this. I'll be like, what's the Formula One? Who's Lewis Hamilton? I've been eating my socks all morning.
It's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong, mate. I don't know. Well, I'm standing up at the moment, actually. So I'm kind of keeping the blood flowing. I'd recommend that maybe. Because you're not on camera, so you can stand up, you can stretch,
I often do dances and pull stupid faces to keep me going. It's not at you. That's really bad.
You're just sat there flossing.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. What we're going to do, yes, Stefan, we'll have a look at testing in a second. Who's on track at the sec? Alonso, Perez, Hamilton, Sargent, and Tsunoda are out there. Tsunoda really putting the laps in this morning, 57 so far. Some gentle improvement as well as he's going round. So what tyres he on out there? Looks like the medium, A medium. So good stuff from Yuki so far today. So Stefan's super chat was thoughts on what happens to Ferrari if they still haven't won a championship. Surely their ongoing incompetence would start affecting their legacy. We did sort of touch on the strategy side of things earlier with similar words actually. And that hopefully that will be resolved with the new appointments, the new chief strategist, and Fred Vasseur is going to go in there and kick some backside. But there comes a point. I mean, when the last one was 2008 for constructors, wasn't it? 2007 for drivers. So we are getting towards the levels of, Michael Schumacher ending that drought. Those kinds of years again. We are getting towards those numbers. So there comes a point where you have to start to say, "Are Ferrari ever going to win a title again?" But I remember doing that a lot in the 90s, and they did. They went on an incredible run. So they've got to. I think this year they need to be challenging. I think they have to for the whole season. They can't just challenge for a few races, have reliability problems, and then it all is over by the summer break. They have to challenge for the full season. I don't think win it. They don't have to win it. I'd love them to, but they need to challenge. And I think not just that. I said it yesterday, but for Leclerc as well. His contract's up at the end of 24. He needs to see that the team are going to give him a car to allow him to compete. And if he wins it, then he does. If he doesn't, then you can look at why. But it's got to be. It's got to be this year. They go all the way to Abu Dhabi, or even not even right. Maybe like penultimate race, Vegas or something. At least give us a title fight. But I'm on the Ferrari hype train. I get on it every year because their car looked nice in the launch. This could be their year, an evergreen statement.
Look, I just think with Ferrari, I guess it's the case with every team because, when Schumacher won that first title of his at Ferrari, they hadn't won one in 21 years, I think, since like Jody Scheckter. And then you've got, Kimi winning it in 2007. And it's like, I guess no team has sustained. You've had Williams domination times. You've had McLaren fighting consistently at the front. You've had, Red Bull. Obviously, they're back there now, but they were with Seb and Mercedes and all that. And it's like no teams guarantee success, and it will always come to an end at some point. That's just how sport works. But I guess with Ferrari, where it is such a religion, it's such a extra level of support and importance to the Tifosi. And that increased pressure, I think, just puts more eyeballs on the situation, puts more eyeballs on the incompetence. And, we saw from last year, if you look at 2022, I would say that the peak Ferrari and the peak Red Bull were actually very similarly performing cars. I just think that Red Bull got everything else right and had that extra, Max was able to just perform that extra bit over Charles, particularly over the course of the year. But the actual peak cars that are there are very close, and there's no excuse for Ferrari to not be in a fight this year. There's just no excuse anymore. You can't, the problems there's glaringly obvious ones. I'm sure there's other problems that are behind the scenes and aren't so obvious. But there's just no excuse for them not to be fighted at the front. And you know what you say about Ferrari legacy, but again, it's like, when have they ever, outside of the Schumacher era, dominated the sport for a prolonged period of time? Apart from that Schumacher era in the early 2000s, and the sport is over 70 years old now. They haven't really. So I just think this is part of what Ferrari is. That the Ferrari clown memes existed long before Mattia Binotto took charge. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that period with Schumacher is very much the exception, isn't it? It's not. But then I suppose you could argue that Ferrari period and the Mercedes period. I know we had like 4 years of Red Bull winning titles, for example, but they didn't dominate the sport, did they? It's sort of, I'm thinking 10 and 12. I mean, Vettel won the championship winning in Abu Dhabi, and then 12 was God knows what happened in Brazil. So we don't see those big periods all that often. McLaren had a couple of years, 3 years in the late 80s, didn't they? Early 90s.
Well, you're right that, obviously that 2010 and 2012 seasons, they could have gone either way. And then if they'd have both gone in say 2010 had gone, I don't know, to Fernando. No, say 2010 had gone to Lewis and 2012 had gone to Fernando. Then that 4 year period, because all it would have taken is a couple of results to go differently for that to have happened, and then all of a sudden that period isn't considered anywhere near as dominant as 4 back-to-back world titles is considered. But again, as time goes on, we kind of forget that nuance. And Seb was the underdog in 2010. Like he wasn't leading the championship at any point until that final race. But it just gets plastered with the word dominance because he was dominant in 2011 and 13. But was he dominant for all 4 of those years? No. And I guess it's the same for Schumacher. When Schumacher was winning back-to-back titles, like Kimi was pushing him in that McLaren for at least 2 of those years. So it's kind of like, even then, it's what I say about Max. If Max wins the title this year, 3 in a row will be seen as completely dominant. Well, 2021 certainly wasn't dominant.
No.
22 wasn't as dominant as I would say, it's considered to be already because, of how quick Ferrari and Leclerc were. But it ended up being dominant, I guess. And it's like this year, do I think it'll be dominant? I think, Max is probably going to win it. Let's be honest, if we're going to hedge our bets. But do I think it'll be as dominant as last year? And even last year wasn't. It was dominant, but it kind of wasn't in a way. I don't know.
It's weird, isn't it? Last season, I think we said it towards the start. You look at it and you go, "Oh, well, that was utter domination," and the back end of the season and the points and that do make it look like total domination. But when you break down the season into little bits, actually, the first part was pretty damn special. All that stuff with Leclerc and Verstappen early on was great stuff. Ferrari were strong. They had a super quick car. Some argue the quickest car. They then had to turn their engine down because they weren't reliable, which is all part of the story. And then that was where Red Bull disappeared. But then at the same time, to flip that, there was a period where Red Bull won like 5 or 6 in a row in that early part of the season, in the first half of the year. So the pace was clearly always there, and they were capital. They weren't making the mistakes where the Ferrari were last year, Ferrariing. But I'm confident this year will be closer, and I'm not quite. I think Verstappen's a favourite, but I'm not quite confident enough to say he will win it this year. Although,
oh really?
Yeah, I just. It's the Ferrari hype thing. I get bitten by it every year, and have done for the last God knows how long or whatever. But it's they look confident as well, and I still think that. And it's so silly, but when they launched their car, having the confidence to then just roll the car straight out in front of the cameras, even if it was just for 3 or 4 laps.
Ballsy.
You think
that was ballsy.
Imagine that breaks down. That's it. They're done. They're a meme. I mean, they're a meme anyway. Half the time, they're an even bigger meme forever, aren't they? If that all goes wrong. But that was. By the way, I said it yesterday. But if we can have that more often from teams who are just mandate it now, where you have to run your car for 3 laps in the launch. That was so good to see. And like you say, ballsy is a good word. We are
even if it's on the back of a flatbed truck, like just
AA guy comes to pick you up and he's driving around the track. I was just gonna say we will have some more images shortly. We're just having a slight issue with getting them into the stream, so error is on it down there, sorting it out. So hopefully we'll get some soon, but it's okay. The conversation is enough. It should be enough. We're amazing. And you know
surely,
it.
Come on.
Thank you for your
top-tier insight.
for your super chat, Chevron again. It says, what are your goals for each channel in 2023? Thank you so much, mate, for your support. My goal, honestly, it's a very simple one, to upload more than 1 video every fortnight. Hey, that's nice and easy. Surely that can be done. I think yours, I guess yours is to take over the world. Oh, pinky in the brain.
one step at a time. No, you know what? I've found actually over my my time on YouTube is that for me, I am more interested in preserving. Basically, I'm a control freak. I want to have control over everything. I want to do all my own edits, and I want to manage everything myself, rather than expanding out. Because I could hire an editor, I could make more videos, I could grow the channel more, but I don't want. That's not what I want. I just want to keep this as my thing, that I put as much or as little time as I want to into it, and just kind of do as much as I can whilst just being on my Jack Joan. That's kind of my that's the conclusion I think I've come to. I'm 30 now, Sean, so I'm in this stage of my life where my priorities change, and that's just, I just want this to be my own little platform, do what I want with my channel when I want to do it, and make the videos I want to make, and don't have anyone to answer to, don't have I like having that creative control of what I do as well. So for me it's just more of the same, I guess, this year.
See, that's where I am at the moment. It's I upload when I upload. I get there when I get there. This is my thing. I just want to have fun with it. I want to talk about Formula One. I don't want to take myself too seriously. Frustrated with where I took the channel before, being way too newsy and too serious. And I just want to have fun with it. But I do need to upload more often. That's definitely the case. But the thing is as well, very quickly, it's what really killed me, and my mental health for that matter, for those that care, is reading way too much into numbers. You can be so obsessed with that on YouTube, and yes, they're important, of course they are, but sometimes you need to take a step back, which is what I've done, and focus on just doing what you want to do, and it'll come.
Yeah, I think for both of us, right, we started making videos talking about something that we love and are passionate, and people share that, and I think I kind of, where with my channel, I'll do like livery redesigns, I'll do like talking about the sport, I'll do profile pieces, like I do quite a variety. And yeah, I could be more focused. I could, pick pick a niche specific lane and really stick to that. But that's not what I want to do. And there is variation in my viewership. But I think if you just carry on doing what you do for long enough, then people know to expect certain content from you, certain content from me, certain content from whoever. And you've just got to stick to kind of what you enjoy, what you like doing, because then that's also going to come across, in what you're doing. If you're doing a video because you think it will bang views versus doing a video because it's a subject you're really interested in, as the primary function, primary reason for doing it anyway, that's going to come across.
Yeah, and if you don't enjoy it, your subscribers know you're not enjoying it. They're not daft. Apart from Jack, they're not daft at all. They know what they're doing. They know what they're watching, and they want to get to know you. And they can get all this other stuff from anywhere else, can't they? They can get their reviews and all of that business from the race, for example, or motorsport,
Absolutely.
or whoever. They want to hear. They don't mind you saying, here is the result, but they want to hear what you've got to say about that result. And that's the point. And they want to get to know you, and it's about you, and you build a community, which we've got here. And that's what I want. And don't take yourself too seriously. It's so easy to do that on this flipping platform and ignore, which is very apt for what's going on in chat at the minute. Ignore people. I've seen somebody say, can you ban a certain somebody for their opinions? I won't ban people in chat if their opinions are their opinions, but if they're annoying you, without sounding like I'm being your dad or something, just ignore them. If they're annoying you, just ignore them. Talk to me and somebody else. Yes, I love it.
Sometimes ignorance is bliss with this online social media world.
It's the afternoons on these streams. I don't know what happens or who wakes up the other side of the world or whatever, but for some reason, when we get to the afternoons, all the trolls come out. The mornings are generally a lot calmer.
I just really want to argue with someone on the internet.
Yeah. Oh, I've had my lunch. I've had my breakfast. I've had enough.
I'm ready.
Who can I be? Oh, Sean's live.
Stop.
Knob. It's like, morning. Good to see you again. What's going on out on track? Sites is out there. Alonso, Magnussen, Perez, Sargent, Hamilton, Norris, and Tsunoda. Great to see Norris getting a few laps on the board, although still, 33. Tsunoda's done all the laps at 65. So everybody else, well, no, say that about Norris. He's done 33. Sainz is on 31, Zhou 30, Alonso 31, Magnussen 33. So he's in the right ballpark. I think Tsunoda there, definitely the exception to the rule. Sargent as well, actually, and Perez 45 and 47 laps respectively. So lots of lappage going on, as you'd expect in testing. We're watching Alonso on board. Sorry, spoiler alert, Tomo. We're watching Alonso on board.
No, I can see him as well, to be fair.
Into turn one, he's just coming through a little bit of bumping down the straight. That's actually what I wanted to bring up today, because exactly, Max. Trolls equal channel engagement. People think, I'm going to leave a dislike and be rude, and it's like, thank you. I get paid either way. But the porpoising that people talk about yesterday in chat, people say, oh, what's it like? I think it was Jody Eggington that he was talking to. It might be somebody else. Oh, he talked to somebody, Ted had. And essentially the line was, as we said yesterday, that porpoising, these regulations were never meant to and were never going to eradicate porpoising. They were just supposed to reduce it so it wasn't as violent as we saw last year. So if you look at these cars closely enough and from the right angle, you're going to see porpoising on pretty much every single one of them, but you're not going to see drivers losing their teeth down the straights, which is what we could have, and their brain cells, bless them, like we saw last year. So, for example, Hamilton's going through he's going to pit now, I've said that. You watch. Oh, do you know? Every time, we've got Hamilton about to start. No, he's in the pits. Great, thanks, Lewis. So yeah, that's what it's about. The rules were never to, because I think with these cars, you can't completely eradicate it. But
no, it's an inherent byproduct
yeah.
of ground effect. It's been known for years in Le Mans, like even back when ground effect cars used to exist in F1. Like it's just something you have to accept. You have to live with, and yeah, just make it not so that it's destroying spines like it was last year. And they've got that oscillation. Well, I can't remember what it's called, the maximum vertical oscillation metric now. So there's going to be a bit of it, but ultimately it was only really in terms of performance. It was obviously typically it was down straights. There's been what turn is it here? The long right hander. I can't remember what number it is, but you're getting a bit of porpoising there, I think. And that's where it kind of affects you.
The long right-hander. Oh, turn 12.
Towards the end.
I think, turn 13. I think you're right. Oh, okay. So is it a 14 or 15 corner circuit?
The one that De Vries almost lost it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's sort of 12-ish.
Kind of
12-ish.
Swoops up.
There you go.
Yeah, swoops left and then right. But
expert analysis is 12-ish.
No, look, it's just like obviously people were sensitive to porpoising because it was such a it was to be expected, but I just think the teams kind of underestimated to what extent we'd get it last year, right? But
yeah,
I mean, I'm not like, the cars look fine, and Bahrain's quite a bumpy track as well, so
it's one of those we saw. It's part of them understanding the rules and the evolution of the rules, because towards the end of last year we saw very little of it compared to what we saw at the start of the season. So as they understand the cars more, then that came down anyway. So the rules just kind of support that a little bit. Quite a few cars together on track here, as you got Magnussen, Alonso, Hamilton and Norris. Or Hamilton's on a slow lap, so an out lap. It's just been through the pits by the look of it. We've got sort of three cars running fairly close together on track. As Hamilton slows down even more and takes my foot. Obviously, Hamilton has a problem with me today, because every time I come to him and say something, something else happens. So thanks, Lewis, again. But yeah, so that Mercedes looks so different to everything else in the side pods and the engine cover. It's quite jarring, but there we go. So Alonso
we will look back on this as either genius or foolish in years to come, I guess. Right? Whether Mercedes were right to keep on with this philosophy. Only time will tell.
They've said, haven't they? The option's there to change it to something. I mean, they've not used the words Red Bull style, but that style of side pods. So, it will be interesting to see what they do. And I think there'll be a lot of updates in the first part of this season. And I think somebody said yesterday, maybe Spain will be when the big ones come, but that's not really, as Hamilton misses the apex at turn 1. Disaster, that's his season over. Missing apexes like that can't be done. That's a joke for anybody who didn't get it, sarcasm. But yeah, Alonso's popped up into P2. He could have done that an hour ago, but he has recently popped up into P2. Joe up there in P3 as well. So again, don't read too much into the times. It's the laps we're looking at, and at the moment Tsunoda is topping that pretty solidly on 68 laps. His closest rival,
he's
49.
Taking it easy, isn't he?
Yeah,
taking it easy. 130, 137s, 136s, and that. Like he's taking it easy. He's having a nice little kind of Friday drive out there, Yuki. So I really hope Yuki, because he needs to beat De Vries. Did you agree? Did you agree that he needs to beat De Vries this year? Third year in that team, third year in F1. De Vries is a rookie. Yes, he's not a conventional rookie, but for him to really consolidate his position in this sport, not just necessarily AlphaTauri, but anywhere else, I think he does really need to beat Nick De Vries this year. Otherwise, I think he's likely to lose his seat.
I think that's fair. And I think what adds a little bit to that is that Franz Tost said last year, before they signed up drivers for this year, that he believes a rookie needs 3 seasons in F1 before you can really judge them. This is Yuki's third season, so clearly he's not going to get any slack at the end of this year. So I think he needs to continue to improve. And when we talked about it yesterday with De Vries, he's not, like you say, a conventional rookie, is he? He's a world champion in Formula E, so it's not like he's a 19-year-old up-and-coming hotshot. I think there is more pressure on him as a rookie than, for example, Logan Sargent. I think not pressure maybe, but Logan Sargent will get more slack than perhaps De Vries does, because De Vries is 28 and also will have Helmut Marko as a boss. So he's going to get more grief anyway. But I do think Tsunoda needs to be. I agree, needs to be beating him. Otherwise, he's gone. But then maybe it's just I'm reading something into nothing. But I can't help but get the feeling that with Honda, they're part of it all for now, but they're going to be gone now that Ford are coming in 26. I wouldn't be surprised. I've got the feeling Tsunoda will probably gone at the end of the year anyway. From AlphaTauri, which sounds dreadful because I do like Yuki. I know he had a sloppy first year. He did improve. He improved last year, closer to Gasly, generally on pace, I think. But I feel like he's probably going to be going anyway. AlphaTauri don't always stick with drivers for a long time, do they?
Yeah, I guess part of it is how does Red Bull see the future of that team as well?
Yeah, that's true.
Because what was it? Ted Kravitz was talking about this and saying that you're going to need 850, 900 million, close to $1 billion in terms of money to buy an F1 team, and it's kind of when does it get to a stage where Red Bull just see the value in selling that team off to a pre-existing team that is already in place? Look, I think Lamborghini makes a lot of sense. They're based just up the road from Faenza. Well, about an hour drive, I think it is. That would be sick. You've got an existing team there. You're not diluting from the pool. Blah blah blah. All of this stuff that the teams don't seem to like. So, I think they're going to surely that team won't stay AlphaTauri for like. I would be shocked if that team's still AlphaTauri in 2026. Let's just say that.
I think it's to do as well with the strength of the junior program, isn't it? If they've not got up and coming drivers, then what's the point in AlphaTauri for Red Bull? But I think they've got some good drivers coming through. I mean, Imo Iwasa looks pretty good.
He does look very
F2,
good.
You've got some. I mean, there's is it Arvin Limbad? I follow on Instagram. He's up and coming. A good few years away from anything to do with F1, but they've still got a lot of good talent. And then that doesn't even include your Liam Lawsons and people like that. And if you look at F2 and F3 grids, it just looks like all bloody Red Bull cars, isn't it? But
that's the thing. Does it justify having a whole, especially in this day and age of F1, and the value of a team now, how expensive it would be to, like, how much money they could get if they sold that team?
Yeah.
Just to be a funnel, and they're still calling it a sister team now instead of a junior team. So is there enough value when they could just consolidate with Red Bull, stick AlphaTauri branding, a nice sticker on the Red Bull that would get a little bit of promotion, Bosch, and it's a car fighting at the front. Mercedes have relationships with other teams, Ferrari have relationships with other teams, and kind of use them as, Haas are taking more from Ferrari than AlphaTauri is taken from Red Bull this year in terms of car, parts from a supplier. So, is that a necessity necessarily anymore? I don't think it is, to be honest.
Yeah, they're a lot more independent in that way now than they used to be, aren't they? And that's a good thing. That is a good thing. But we're quite away from the days of going from, by the way, quality drivers in the likes of Jean-Eric Vergne and Sebastian Buemi to then going to the likes of Sebastian Vettel and Max Verstappen, Daniel. We're a long way from that now, aren't we? And we're getting, Yuki's a good driver. I think Liam Lawson will be a good driver in Formula One, but there's nobody coming through that gets people excited like Verstappen, for example, and others did like Vettel. So it's a curious one, and I do wonder if with Honda looking at coming back in 2026 full time, they've never really left, have they? Let's be honest. But could they maybe look at buying AlphaTauri and running that as I mean, it's been a rumor for a while, that kind of thing. It's just whether or not they could run it from Japan or whether they need to be run it from Faenza. I don't know, but that could be an option. And then
there's a relationship
5 years, they can sell it to somebody else because that's what Honda do.
Yeah. Well, because they ran the Honda engines in the AlphaTauri before the Red Bull, didn't they? So they've got even more of a relationship, like in terms of the start anyway. And I think it was it Yamamoto who moved to Red Bull powertrains, I think, from from Honda when that kind of the whole dissolving of Honda's relationship was a thing. So yeah, I mean that would make a lot of sense if Honda wanted kind of a plug and play F1 team of their own to start, and then they could, keep Yuki, bring in Iwasa, and they'd have the Alpine but Japanese instead of French, just all Japanese lineup. That'd be vibes, because I do think, I think Yuki has demonstrated pace for sure. Like he's beaten numerous times. He outperformed Gasly last year.
Much better 22 versus 21. Much better.
Yeah, night and day. And Iwasa's showing. I mean, tail end of last season. If you just take the second half of the season into account, he was second behind Drogovic. So he had such a strong end to the year, Ayumo. So I just think it's it's exciting. But that F2 grid is stacked with talent this year. It's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out.
F2 is always good fun, isn't it?
It is. I love it. I never used to watch it, but I think when they I watched it a lot in 2018, 19, and then they played around with the format a bit and kind of sport it that Piastri year.
That was a weird season.
Yeah, but then last year I was bang into it, and this year I'm excited for it, so it's going to be good.
Yeah, I can't quite get into F3 like I can F2. But I do love my F2. I keep an eye on F3, of course I do. I'm just looking at
I'm the same.
On Yuki. Talking about today, Yuki by far the slowest today, but the laps is 68 laps, 5.2 seconds off the pace. I think a couple of seconds off the next fastest time. So it has all been about the laps for Yuki today, but that's a good one. How is Haas doing, by the way? I did not watch much yesterday. I've seen quite a few on Twitter and listening to comms and things, people a little bit concerned about how the Haas is looking. Obviously,
I was one of those people.
Were you?
I said it looked like a donkey because it just wouldn't stop. The brakes were just having an absolute shocker.
Yeah, but at the same time, you look at where K-Mag is today. 40 laps is good for the morning. Fourth on the timesheets for what it's worth. I mean, it's obviously difficult to read anyway, but I think the fear is from Haas fans that they might be back down the back. I mean, I hope not. I want to see Hülkenberg and Magnussen scoring consistent. I want to see everyone scoring consistent points this year. It's never going to happen, but I'd love to see it. But I always have concern coming to a season for Haas. I said it yesterday. They're a weird team. I can't quite work out, but I don't think I'm going to write them off just yet from what we've seen. But I agree. The car doesn't look great. I mean, we've just seen Logan Sargent have a massive lockup, and then we've seen some moments for the Williams. It doesn't look amazing, but I would say at the moment, from the limited onboards I've seen, I think the Williams looks a bit more stable than the Haas. Is that a bit? It's difficult to read in testing, I know, but that's kind of my read of it.
I think with Haas, it's always going to be, it's a team that's spread across. They've got their base in Maranello, they've got the kind of satellite base in the UK, and they've got a facility in the States as well. And it's kind of making it all work and all come together rather than being all under one roof. I think that is an inherent drawback, I guess, to their layout. And you see what Aston Martin are doing, building this brand new facility. You look at the facilities of a lot of these other teams, most of these other teams, and it's all under one roof. They might have an engine supplier deal, but that's not uncommon at all in F1. That's a very established thing. So I just this is the thing with testing. I think we learn more about who's struggling than who's going to be fighting at the top necessarily. Obviously, you can make assumptions about Red Bull and Ferrari and Mercedes based off last year, right? But I just think that, I was concerned before testing about McLaren, and from what we've seen, obviously they had a lot of issues yesterday as well. That concern has not waned. It's still very much there. Haas as well. I don't know. I am concerned, especially for McLaren, because I think Aston Martin, they're stepping in a big direction in a big way. Second half of last year, they were very much clear of that Alfa Romeo, Haas, AlphaTauri, Williams bottom four. They were clear of them comfortably, but they're not quite on McLaren Alpine levels. But again, they dropped big points with the whole Stroll incident in Austin, for example. So on pace, they were right up there last year, and with the step forward and how good they're looking this year, they could but it wouldn't surprise me if McLaren finished sixth this year. Let's just say that.
The thing, I think as well that maybe I'm wrong, but I with the back markers like your Haas and your Williams, they have less reason to, let's say, sandbag. They have less reason to do that. So I think we're more likely to see something closer to their performance than, because Red Bull aren't going to come out, take the fuel out, turn everything up to 100, are they? And then just go and post an amazing lap that's crazy speed. Because again, there's no point, and you're giving a lot away then, aren't you? They want to be cagey. Whereas when you've got a car maybe that's not as fast and maybe there's some issues with it, it's a bit unstable. You said about the Haas braking, for example. You probably want the drivers to push the limits a little bit more so you can understand what the problems are and where, what you need to resolve and where you can push. So I think you're more likely to see, you're not going to see, no team, I don't think, is going to come out and give you absolutely 100% performance, because it's testing, it's absolutely pointless, but there's more to understand in those cars at the back if there are issues. So you might see, Tsunoda's putting in the laps today. That's good to see, but we've not seen a great time from him. But that doesn't mean he's not going to crop up later and top the session, because they take the fuel out and give us everything. Assuming the AlphaTauri is one of those down the back of the grid, I'm basing that on last year. It's really fascinating watching the teams at the back, and I think you're right. I think we do learn more about them than we do Red Bull, Mercedes, Ferrari. I mean, I'm not totally convinced that what we're seeing out there from those three teams is the exact cars we're going to see, maybe even tomorrow. But for that first race, I won't be surprised to see some new bits on those cars already that they've not run, or that they've not given much runnage time to. Runnage.
And test, yeah, right.
Lappage, runnage.
That's the thing. I'm going to steal that one. That's the thing, yeah, there's such limited testing time now. I know George was complaining about it yesterday. But look, same rules for everyone. And the more restrictions, less knowledge that the teams have, I think it should, in theory, lead to a bit more unpredictability. And hopefully we get more than what Lando was the only driver outside the top three teams last year to get a podium last year. So I just think that's what I want to see, because like Williams, you look at the points and you think Williams are a mile off, but they weren't a mile off last year. Like Alex finished, P11, P12, P13, that kind of range a number of times last year. And that's the kind of position that, you get into that, and then it only takes a couple of DNFs up the front, someone scrapping, and you inherit a couple of positions. So I am hopeful that I'm hopeful that every team is going to be in the fight for points every weekend. I don't see why that can't be the case, because we weren't a mile off that last year. And I just think as things continue to develop and Williams hopefully make a step forward, AlphaTauri, etc., like we should have everyone in for a fight of points at least. Surely, please, Sean.
That would be amazing.
I just want to
believe.
That's what I want. That's what I want.
Look, again, it should be closer this year. So, again, on theory, on paper, in theory, possibly, maybe, but it should be closer this year. So that's good. But they're just looking at the Williams. They're working on something around the brakes on the front right as we look at it. So potential brake problem. I'll keep an eye on the blogs and that, and check socials in a minute, see what Williams say. But yeah, just something to bear in mind. That's why Sargent's in the garage at the moment. Something to consider, F1 word. Could Haas make Hülkenberg and Magnussen do some more insane things here, rather than where it could get expensive? Loads of runoff area. In testing in general, just let them go mad? Or do you mean in the racing next week, let Hülkenberg and Magnussen get their elbows out?
Do some more, just get it out of their systems.
If you're going to do it here. Plenty of runoff. Maybe, yeah. I mean, testing in general, I mean, get on with it. You can afford to. I know we've only got 3 days of testing, but if you want to try something, now's the time to do it. You don't want to be
100%,
messing around with things in a race. Like, we'll try this setup for the race. Like, could we not have done that in testing? More insane setups. Testing more insane setups, says Red Raven. Configurations, putting cars more on the edge. Could do. I mean, why not? Why not? Like I say, you could do it in testing. which is the place
You've
to do
got
it.
you've got to find the limits, haven't you? And I think this is where also a driver like Max really comes into his own, because he will just drive the car at 100% straight away. And it's like, the sooner if you're having to work up to that, that's going to take time to then get to that, get to the edge, and then refine the setup of the car around that. If you are a driver that can just jump in and just immediately pushes and finds that limit straight away, you're going to save time, like actual time, versus taking your time to get there. So I think that's where, again, that's another kind of, and I'm sure there's plenty of other drivers who are like that as well, but like that's something that I see particularly as a strength for Max, for sure.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find and see if anything on the Williams. There's nothing at the moment. Yeah, Max is very good at that. Whereas I was going to try to give an answer that's bad of it, but I couldn't tell you who's really horrific at it. That would require some insight, and I'm not very good with that. So
yeah, that's the thing. That's not something we probably can see as fans,
No.
right? But I think that's obviously known amongst the teams which drivers are gonna push straight away and which drivers are gonna take their time a bit more. But we just I've heard enough testimony from people who've worked with Max to believe that that's true. He just goes full send straight away.
I've always said, like, I'll give my opinion on things and I'll say what I think, but I've always said that if an expert or somebody who works in a team comes out and says something that contradicts me, please take their word over mine, because they know what they're talking about. If I say that looks like it's doing that and then Adrian Newey says, no, please believe Adrian Newey and not me. For goodness sake.
Also, I know I'm on a bit of a delay relative to... Lewis has just been like drifting his car through like an entire lap.
He did that yesterday as well, just lighting up the rears and just maybe having fun. But I mean, the reason, won't it?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's allowed to have fun. I'm not sure if the team will be too happy with him bullering another set of C3s or whatever, but...
Yeah, I think it was yesterday, and Ocon did it as well. So if anybody in chat has any idea why they were doing it, if there is a specific reason, or they were just having a bit of fun, then I'm going to be honest, I kind of hope it was that they just wanted to have some fun, that they had a long winter and they were so pleased to be back in the cars, they thought, screw it, let's have a laugh. But I'm sure there's a really technical reason for it. I'm going to go through the times in a second. It's 10 o'clock, Tomo. Are you stopping on for a bit, or do you need to fly off?
I can give you another half hour.
Yeah. You are
Does that
more
sound
than
good?
welcome to stay. Yeah, that's great.
Do you want me for another half hour?
If you want to do all day today and all day tomorrow, and then I'll go and have a lie down, that'd be even better. But yeah, no.
Hi guys, Tomo here.
Welcome to, what's this channel called again? Oh yeah, that one. I'll run through the times then, and then we'll talk a bit about testing, and then take a question or two from chat, and then I'll let you run away. Carlos Seitz, fastest 32.486. He did that. So let's get the page open. On the C3 tyre, 40 laps so far for him. Fernando Alonso, Mr. P2, is still P2, 132.969. That was done on the C3 tyre and 35 laps. Zhou Guanyu has done 30 laps, 133.170. That was done on the prototype tyre. Kevin Magnussen, 33.442, 43 laps so far. His fastest time was set on a set of C2s. Ocon did his fastest time on the C3 tyre. That was a 133.490, 33 laps in total so far. Sergio Perez, 133.751, 62 laps on the board. So it's the Red Bull teams really pumping the laps in again today. That fastest time, by the way, was set on the prototype. Logan Sargent, 134.084, 50 laps so far. He did his fastest time on the prototype as well. Lewis Hamilton, 134.094, 49 laps so far today. That was on, his fastest time was on the C3 tyre. Norris did his fastest time on the C2. That was a 35.522. He has so far done 43 laps. And Yuki Tsunoda, currently leading the lappage, 68 for him, and his fastest time of 137.687 was set on the C3 tyres. So there we go. The prototype tyre, to answer Dr. Superfry, is a medium tyre. It's a version of the C3, I believe, and it is essentially just a benchmark the product or the tyres coming from the Turkey factory versus their normal standard factory, where they usually, I assume in Italy somewhere. That again, insight. There you go. So yeah, that's what that is. It won't be used this season, as far as, well, it will be if it's produced in Turkey, but to check it's all working okay, basically, and they've not got a massive variation between the two. And on track at the moment, where's my driver tracker? If it loads, there we go. We've got Norris, Perez, Alonso, and Magnussen. I really need to invest in a new boom arm that is low profile, because I'm sick of having to duck all over the place to see the timing screen on my top monitor, because it's driving me crazy, because it's right in my face and it's annoying. Anyway.
What one do you have?
I've got the PSA 1, the classic.
Okay, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's a hanging one is the phrase I'm going to use, but you can get is it the road one that's low profile?
Yeah, I've got a road one.
That's the one I want.
Kind of sits on my desk, attaches to my desk, and then boom. Yeah, it's pretty easy. It's a bit squeaky, but
yeah.
There's another one actually that I think looks prettier, but I can't remember who makes it. I think it might be Elgato, but there's options now. There's more options than there used to be anyway for stuff like this.
Max Flashheart says, Sean, you need more monitors. If there's one thing I don't need, it's more monitors. I've got 5 and a TV.
Oh my god, man! I've got 2, and I was like, "Well, that's enough for me."
Why is my PC not running properly? Why is it all so slow?
Why is my electricity bill in the thousands every month?
Yeah. I really only use them for testing, because I've got like live timing, stream, Discord, the other live timing, chat, YouTube Studio. Oh god. So as you know, Tomo, there's a lot to keep an eye on when you're streaming.
Absolutely.
Something will probably go wrong in a moment now I've said that one.
That was just that. I wanted to ask you actually about Alfa Romeo. Obviously, they won't be Alfa Romeo next year, so it'll be interesting to see if they just run as Sauber or if Audi start to, enforce their branding on that team from 2024. But I don't know. I'm from what we've seen, like tail end of last year was poor. Like they scored the second fewest points in the second half of last season. They scored fewer points than Williams, which is pretty mad to think about considering how well they started the year. Yeah. But you got to think that project is a long-term thing. Seidel, I love Andreas Seidel. I think he's amazing. But it's like, is it still too soon to get excited about that team, I guess? Because there's no guarantee that Audi coming in is actually going to change anything. I mean, we had, Toyota for years never achieved what they set out to. Honda, when they had their team, until they got rid of it, and then all of a sudden Braun took it to success. It's like there's no guarantee in F1 at all, even if it's a big manufacturer name like Audi. Yeah,
I've seen a lot of hype around it, and I think you're right to kind of put that caution out there. It doesn't mean it's going to work just because it's an Audi. They're definitely in transition, aren't they? It feels, and I think my punt right now is that Andreas Seidel's gone over there. He's setting everything up for the Audi gig, and I think he'll be somewhere around the team principal role in 2026. I think that's where they're going, but it definitely feels like they're in transition. But I'm excited for it. And in some ways, it's a shame to see the Alpha name potentially falling away from the grid completely. And, we've had some very nice liveries from them for what it's worth. So it will be a shame to see them go. But I think Audi's an exciting project, and I can totally get behind the hype and why we're having drivers, your Norrises and co starting to be linked to potentially going there in the future if things don't work out where they are. But the whole Sauber team, talking about underdogs earlier, they fascinate me, and it's amazing that they just keep being able to race. When you think about where they were a few years ago, but they always seem to go through these little phases of struggling for money and things are tough, and then in comes a BMW, or in this case an Audi. So I think the hype's fair, but you've got to be very, very careful to get too excited about it, because I mean, the BMW thing kind of worked, didn't it? They won a race and they were sort of title contenders, outsiders, or Kubica was, but that didn't really come to much in the end. They didn't do what they wanted to do. I was trying to think of what I'm trying to say with regards to this season. for them.
Yeah, because it's like I think Bottas and Joe are, but Valtteri's got I think he's got a contract till the end of next year. Actually, I think it was a 3-year deal, or maybe a 2-year with an option for a third. And I think Joe's kind of overperformed based on relatively low expectations, though, from last year. Look, second half of last year, I think he was pretty close to Valtteri by the end of the season. Not quicker, but close. And it's just like, yeah, obviously taking a punt. Bottas and Joe, obviously, Bottas 10-time race winner, time at Mercedes. He's a high-profile driver, but in terms of getting one of those like young star drivers, like I wonder if they were thinking, whether they were sniffing around an Oscar Piastri, maybe, I don't know. And we don't know how, was that when Valtteri signed for that team, was that Audi deal already, was that part of the pull to get him in, like, oh, we're going to be coming Audi soon, so come to us instead of going to Williams, for example. It's like that you can see why that would be appealing to him.
Yeah. I think Bottas's eyes are definitely on Audi. I think he wants to stay. And do you know what? If he keeps doing what he's doing, there's no reason not to have Bottas there. For this season, Joe has got to step it up. You can let him off last year, rookie season, learning. Tough teammate in Bottas. You've got to be fair with that one. But he needs to step it up this year. I think you're right. The expectations last year were, you say low, I think they're on the floor. I think people thought he was going to be absolutely horrendous, rivaling the Mazepins that we've had in the sport and things like that. But I don't think he was that bad. There was improvement. I think back end of the year, he was closer, or it felt like, looking at sort of the qualifying results.
He was definitely closer.
Definitely closer.
He averaged like a 10.5
yeah.
behind Bottas in the second half of the season, which I think was really impressive. And also, like that again, that team scored fewer points than Williams in the second half of the season, including Bottas. So it's like when the car had performance, Joe was still cutting his teeth, and he was like, if Franz Tost is going to say it takes 3 seasons for a rookie to really show their worth, then the first half of their first season, only exceptional talent drivers, jump in and make an impression that early doors. And I think that's definitely where most of that points disparity comes from. Don't get me wrong, Valtteri did a great job, but I think that gap between the two of them, I think, is inflated beyond where the actual differential in their pace is, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. So what's the, I guess it's kind of the wider question, really, isn't it? But what's the goal? What's the goal for Alfa this year? Is it just to sort of, I guess, obviously build on what they did last year and hopefully, because you were right, they had an amazing start to last season. I mean, in the F1 Manager game, they're just so OP, it's ridiculous. Or they were at launch. But, they were so good in the real world as well, which is where it matters, obviously. And it did fall away as the season went on. So I guess, start strong again, but sustain that pace and that challenge through the season. I think they're another team that should meet the cost cap this year, which is a good thing with the extra investment they've got from sponsors. So and Audi as well, obviously. So hopefully they'll be able to do that, to sustain it over the year. Obviously, individually, Joe improved, Bottas keep doing what he's doing, but we've got to remember as well that there has been a big change at the top with Andreas Seidel coming in, but also Aluni Bravi taking on team principal responsibilities. Why F1 can't just be nice and simple with things like this, I don't know, but team principal responsibilities. So that might have an impact, but yeah, I'd say that's a fair goal, isn't it? Sustain a challenge for 8th, 7th, around there.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because they know Audi are coming in, they've already purchased a 25% stake in that team. They're like, what is the necessity? This is what I'd argue, right? Compared to most other teams, right? Alfa Romeo, do they really need to achieve, do they really need to move up to the top of the midfield in these next kind of few years before 2026? Or do they just consolidate massively, just do enough to get by and just hover around not being last, but then just put everything into 2026 when they know Audi are coming in? Do what basically Haas did in 2021, but don't just write off one season, but write off like 3, just to like give every chance that 2026 is going to deliver when Audi, which is probably when Audi are going to chuck their branding on that car, it's going to be a works Audi team, and just put everything, all of your eggs into that basket, you know?
Yeah, it's do you want to go and be... I mean, it's really... Because it sounds stupid. Of course they want to be competitive, but is the priority to, like you say, chase a place in the midfield, or is it about laying those foundations so that when Audi come in, they are more competitive than they would have been as Sauber, for example? But I think we're all in agreement in terms of Audi branding that next year they're just going to be like Sauber Ferrari. I can't see how Audi or Ferrari would ever accept Audi Sauber Ferrari. I can't see that ever happening. Although I keep going back to it. I know it was for reasons, selling the team and entry forms and all that, but they were once upon a time BMW Sauber Ferrari. So, you know, stranger things have happened.
True.
But I can't see that. And that's possibly why it's the 25% stake now, and then reportedly half the team in 26. You know, we'll invest in you now. We'll help you lay those foundations, but we will put our name all over your car and your team in... I kind of hope, by the way, 26, it is just Audi or Sauber, because the amount of times when I've discussed this with people that I've said Saudi or Alba is absolutely ridiculous. I am not having that. So it needs to stop. That's a warning. End of. So yeah, I think it will just be Sauber next year, won't it? Which is fine, because I talk about underdogs, teams punching above their weight. You know, that's an iconic name. So much for the sport.
Yeah, it is. It is. Especially if they are going to fully consolidate. Like, if we're not anticipating it, that team is going to achieve anything higher than kind of where they are at the moment, sixth tops. Audi probably aren't going to necessarily be that interested in putting their name to the team until 2026, when they feel like they will have a package to really fight at the top. Which, yeah, look, man, like the more teams that are going to be fighting towards the sharp end, the more competitive the sport, the better. Yes, I know there are compelling narratives around domination and having 2 drivers fight, and that's what made 2021 so emotive, I think, because it was like a boxing match. It was kind of build up in that way. But having a broad, I mean, you look back at some of the greatest seasons in the history of the sport, you know, 2012, you know, 2010, they were just how competitive they were throughout, and especially at the end as well. And it's like, those are the ones that really, you know, they're just as memorable when you've got multiple drivers fighting. I think from someone who follows, I've got my favourite, sure, but like I still loved the sport and watched it intently in 2021 when my favourite driver wasn't in it. You know, that didn't really affect the my preparedness to watch the sport. And I just want to see a scrap at the front. That's just it. I just want to see a scrap, because all 20 of these drivers want to win a championship, and it's like, let's give 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 of them an opportunity to actually fight for one. You know?
No, I yeah. I love what you said. My favorite driver, so you know. I think it's the 2 teams, isn't it, and 2 drivers going for a title, or multiple teams, that just adds something to it. But in terms of today on Alpha, by the way, Zhou, third, 30 laps, 1:33.1. Hamilton's just was doing green sectors, and I assume has improved, but hasn't jumped up the timesheet. So just to let you know, shall I take a few comments and questions from chat before you go, Tomo? Why not?
Let's do it.
Let's see what these legends are saying. CPB, could you see Max going to Audi? We could do them quick fire if you like. It might be there could be a few, but yeah, Max to Audi. I mean, he's at Red Bull till, I keep saying 28, but it could be 26.
Yeah, 28. Under 28.
So it'd be
no, I can't see him going to Audi.
As of now, based on what he's saying, I think you're more likely to see Max get to 28 and retire than go to Audi. But if Red Bull, you know, you assume that Red Bull will always be somewhere near the front. And I think if they're always somewhere near the front, they're a safe bet, aren't they, for Max? But at the same time, would he want to change? Could he get to that point and go, do you know what? If not in another series, do I want to go and race somewhere else? Do I want to give, I don't know, Ferrari a go, for example, or something like that? Because I don't know. He seems quite content, doesn't he, Max, where he is? So.
Yeah, I can't see him being motivated to try and achieve success in another F1 team. I think he'd be more interested in going to Le Mans or just doing another discipline entirely.
Red Raven says nothing useful here. Just keep chatting away. I've seen there are some opinions in chat and some things going on, but if we could try and keep it light, that'd be appreciated. Do you think Audi need to time their investment in Sauber to avoid cost cap limitations? Says Phil Jones. I don't think so, because the cost cap is the cost cap whenever you invest, isn't it? So that limitation will always be there, if that makes sense, unless I'm misunderstanding the question. Let me know, Phil. But I think if your cost cap is whatever it is, so it doesn't matter when they.
Well, do we know how much Audi are spending to purchase Sauber or like take over that team? Do we know?
The rumor is that the team, because Williams went a lot cheaper, and that's why we've got this talk about the what's it called, anti-dilution fund going up at the next Concord agreement. It's reportedly the team around 600 million, which is about what it would cost to buy Mbappe probably from PSG. So you could buy a Formula One team from that. So it's about 600 million for the team. So you'd be looking at, half of that is obviously 300 million, isn't it? So it's big investment.
But I guess you would have to purchase the team and then pay the anti-dilution fee, right? So that's would be money on top, right?
I think if you buy an existing team, you avoid the anti-dilution fee.
You're right.
It's Andretti that have got to pay billions by the sounds of it if F1 teams have their way.
Well, I guess it's a balance, right? Do you start a new team, swallow all the? Obviously, they're building their new facility in Indiana, and whether they'd want to long-term run an F1 team out of that, maybe. So you got to build that. You got to put all those upfront costs yourself, and then you pay the anti-dilution fee, or you spend close to $1 billion to buy a pre-existing team, and then you don't pay the anti-dilution fee, and you have it all set up, and you don't. So it kind of ends up working. I don't know. I'm not going to crunch the numbers too much, but kind of similar total price, maybe you could argue.
Is it D-Day El Cano or Del Cano? Just saying, did Perez have reliability issues? I hope not. 73 laps and reliability issues would be quite worrying for everybody.
Impressive.
So 73 laps. So no, he's been fine. But the anti-dilution thing. I might get into that later or tomorrow with somebody, but it's. I understand it. I said it in a video I did a while ago. I understand that the teams want to protect themselves. I totally get that, but at the same time, come on.
Yeah, teams are always going to work in their best interest, and you've got to expect them to work in their best interest. So then it's a decision: do you give them that control and that say? And that's where it kind of falls short, I think.
I think we've got somebody in the chat who's watching on a bit of a delay because they're throwing up some questions and opinions on something we talked about a while ago. So I won't just jump into that at the moment. If you want a quick fire one, while I just look for another one, Mac, I think it was Max, wanted to know if pancakes are. Oh, no, it's Jack. Are pancakes cap or crap?
Oh, it depends on the type of pancake, right? Because I love like a crepe, a thin crepe, lovely. But like thick pancakes, no.
There are people coming in now going, what the hell? Have you been to Centre Parks, random?
I have.
The Pancake House?
Yes. Been there.
I'm not a fan.
Same. Agreed.
Love pancakes, but not the Pancake House. And no. Some of them were basically glorified omelettes.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Literally. I could not agree more, Sean. I could not agree more. I've literally been to that exact. I visited the Elvedon one I went to, and it was massive cap.
I've been to the one at Sherwood a couple of times, but if you had Centre Parks and pancakes on your bingo card, congratulations. You can cross that one off. Still to come: cheese, waffles, pot noodles, and Robot Wars. We might even talk about testing at some point.
I saw Razor once. You remember Razor Robot was?
Yes, he went to my school. He wasn't educated at my school. They bloody hell. They brought him to the school to show.
No, when I was at uni, they brought Razor to the uni for us to like look at. It was sick. It was so cool.
Sat in a classroom, got Chaos 2 to my right, Razor to my left. It's a kill a lot teaching. Oh no, let's not giggle, Sean. Andretti offer just doesn't look serious at all. They will be 5 seconds behind everyone with their current entry plan. Do we really need that? Says Ref. I think Andretti, if you're taking a gamble on a new team, Andretti is about as safe a gamble as you could take. Doesn't mean they'd be successful, of course it doesn't. But I think they've got the money. They got the backing with GM using the Cadillac name. I think they'd be good. But again, teams are always going to put themselves first. What have changed the tyres this... Oh, sorry. Go on, Tomo.
No, I was just saying, if Andretti are going to be 5 seconds back, then like, what about Haas when they joined? They didn't even finish. They finished ahead of Renault in their first season, and then they were like 5th or 6th, I think, constructors in their second season.
Really nicely, and then just collapsed.
Sure, they kind of bought bits from Marussia, but Marussia were back markers. So in terms of they weren't buying bits of a successful team; they were buying bits of a complete off the tail end team. So if Haas can do it, and they were just an independent team with obviously they had the Ferrari relationship, sure, but like. I don't see why Andretti can't in a cost cap era as well. Like that only goes in their favour.
Yeah. I sometimes say I say it a lot, but I say it because I don't know if I need to add something, so I kind of just make sure I've been listening. But usually, I mean, it's not much to add. I don't want to just repeat what you've just said. So before you go, then Tomo, I'm doing this for everybody, so I'm going to do it for you as well, and then I'm going to embarrass everybody when they're way off. Come Saturday, the checkered flag tomorrow, end of testing. Who will have the fastest time and what will that time be? So Aldas went with Leclerc on a 1:30.5. Dyllan went with Alonso on a 1:30.2. Verstappen went with Verstappen on a 1:30 flat, with apparently for some reason Hamilton setting the purple sector 1 and sector 2 times. You don't have to go that far. But who have you got? The driver and the time you're going for?
I
know it's all guesswork.
I'm gonna say I've just got to say Max, haven't I? Max Verstappen, 1:30.3. Lock it in.
Oh, you're going just slightly slower than Dyllan. That's it. You're all around the same area though, which is interesting. Notice I've not committed to anything yet.
You're just waiting to get as much
times have come in.
Exactly. As many references as possible, and then bosh.
It's so hard to tell, so hard to predict, and I think looking at where we are time-wise, I mean, we're quicker than we were yesterday already, and we're well quicker than we were last year. So I mean, obviously that's part of the rules. Again, evolving, and the cars are always going to get quicker, but that time. That could easily come down by a couple of seconds, couldn't it? It's once we start. Cause I think do you think we'll get some low fuel headline grabbing runs from some teams on Saturday? We tend to see quicker times, don't we, towards the end of that final session?
Well, didn't Haas do that last year because they were running late, weren't they?
K-Mag topped it, didn't he? And we all went mad.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like you just do that for the who is it? I remember watching. It was a team back in like the 80s that ran like hardly any fuel in the car just to fight at the front for the sponsors, and then they had to retire the car before the end of the race, and they just did it to get. I think it was like maybe a Tyrrell or one of those types of teams from like in the 80s, I think. And it's kind of like equivalent to that. Just kind of take everything off and just be like, oh my God, Joe Guan Yu's P1, Alfa Romeo have turned it all around. And then come the first race of the season, they're last. But it's like...
they don't even start. They don't even bother. It's a good tactic if you want to grab sponsors, isn't it, I suppose? But then sponsors are probably going to get a lot more information about as well with the old Tinterweb these days. So maybe they wouldn't get away with it quite as much because Craig Scarborough were there going, well, they weren't running an engine. and somehow went, "Oh, if they weren't running an engine, then you definitely sponsor them because that's an incredible car." But you know what I mean. Shut up, Sean. I'm going to let you go before I said you as crazy as I am.
No, mate, it's pleasure. Pleasure.
Yeah, it's been great talking to you, and thank you so much for helping me out over the last 2.5 hours. It does keep me sane. It keeps me going. And just generally good to talk to you again. Hopefully, we won't leave it a year before we talk to each other again in some capacity. But I'll let you go, mate, and thank you so much for joining me. And I'll hopefully talk to you soon. Enjoy the rest of testing or whatever you've got planned for the rest of the week.
Yes. No, thank you for having me. Thank you, everyone in the chat, everyone watching, and I will. We'll make this a regular, much more regular than once a year thing. Okay?
Yes,
I promise.
Awesome.
Promise. We'll do it.
I'll hold you to
it. Right, mate. All the best.
Warning.
All the best.
And you, mate.
Right. Ciao, everyone.
Bye.
Adios. I am out of here. Goodbye.
There we go. Thank you to Tomo for joining us this morning. Dyllan will be with me in around about half an hour's time. I have messaged just to check that's okay. And Jonty will then join us this afternoon as things stand. So I'll be on my own for the next half an hour. We'll go through the times on the hour, then bring in somebody else. So I'll do some questions as well. Thank you to Max for your Mike. I'm reading your question. Thank you, Mike, for your super chat again. It says Max with a 130.9, less than 0.2 to Ferrari. Thank you so much, mate, for your support. And thank you to everyone for your super chats. Where are we up to? So I set a goal. If we hit it, great. If we don't, then no worries. But we're at 20% of that now, and that is for some setup upgrades and buying some of the stuff back that I had to get rid of over the winter for one reason or another. So you can support the channel through YouTube Super Chats. You can do it as well through Streamlabs, and you can do it through PayPal if you'd like the channel to keep 100% of your contribution. And I suppose I really ought to check PayPal and see if I've had any, and I have indeed. A couple from Jack. Thank you very much, Jack. Says, show Bloomy's phallic Ferrari or we riot. Thank you very much, mate, for your support on PayPal there. Still waiting for the other $2,500 or whatever it is, but I'm sure you'll drop that last thing tomorrow for me. You're very kind like that. We love you loads. I'll try. I need to because of the unique way that Twitter works with saving images now from DMs. I will need to do that probably after the session today and get them in the stream for tomorrow. So I'll tell you, that could be a final day testing treat. The phallic Ferrari. Can we call it the cursed Ferrari rather than phallic? I think that's that's what we'll go for. We'll go for that. So thank you for your support there. Let's see we'll take a few questions and your comments as well, and then we'll bring in Dyllan a little bit later on. So I'd much rather have Panthera, says Del. Hey Del, were you here yesterday? I don't know. I might have missed you yesterday, Del, but it's good to see you back for the new season. Yeah, so I'm just checking message, make sure Dyllan's okay. Thank you, Dyllan. I'm confused. Andretti is not a no-name organisation, and with General Motors backing them up, says Red Raven. I think that's just on the point I was saying about it being a bit of a safer bet. Nothing's a safe bet in Formula One. You can't guarantee that you bring in, Andretti come in and they will be fine and everything will be great. But when you're, if you're taking a bet and you're taking a gamble, then Andretti's about as safe as you're going to get with the name and the history and the backing and the money. It's all there, isn't it? I think they're ready-made, if you like. As Perez gets out the car with 41 minutes to go, so perhaps some work going on, but he's done pretty well. Bless him, 76 laps so far today. Sonoda as well, now on 76 laps. So busy day for the Red Bull teams there. What about Leclerc to Audi? Says CBP. Obviously, it's going to just all determine on where contracts fall, isn't it? But it goes back to what we said earlier. If Ferrari can't give him a car to compete for the title, then he's going to look somewhere else. And could he stay at Ferrari for a couple more years and then look at Audi? I mean, that's possible, isn't it? For some reason, Norris to Audi, teaming up with Seidel again, feels more likely to me than Leclerc or Verstappen heading there. Of course, they may look elsewhere. That's where are we? We're 2023. That's 2026. Who knows who's going to impress in the next 3 years? Obviously, you'd expect your usual suspects to be up there, being brilliant, but you don't, Sainz could have 3 phenomenal years, couldn't he? He could. You never know. He could blow Leclerc out the water. I don't think he will, but you never know. So then suddenly he's a hot prospect for Audi. Do Audi want to bring in a German driver? Are they going to look at a Mick Schumacher, for example? So it's a fascinating few years coming up around Alfa Romeo, Sauber, and the whole Audi story. So I'm looking forward to watching that unfold, and I think maybe we'll see some surprises in there as well. But I tell you what, let's do it. Let's do a poll. We'll answer this in the chat. A Leclerc to Audi ? Yes or no? Can you see it happening is the question, really, but it's just easier for me to just put it there and tell you what the question is. So Leclerc to Audi, yes or no? Obviously not tomorrow. We're talking about well into the future, but it's always good to throw a poll in every now and again. I still maintain the 2026 Audi lineup will be Vettel Schumacher, says Max. The Schumacher thing wouldn't surprise me. The Vettel thing would. If I'm looking... I'm just listening to Crofty. He's just talking about McLaren, sorry. It's okay, no, they're speculating about times, which is totally pointless in testing, really. But what was I saying? Yes, the Vettel Schumacher thing. So I think if I'm in Sauber's position, if Bottas continues doing what Bottas can do, I see no reason to get rid of him. You've got the experience. I mean, if he might decide to give it up Formula One at the end of 25. So we'll see. But I think if Bottas is still around and still doing a job at the team, with his experience of the team by that point and his F1 experience and his race winning experience, I don't see why you'd throw him out for another driver. So I could see like a Bottas being joined by a Norris or a Schumacher or somebody like that. You get what I'm saying. If there comes out some young, great driver, it will be Bottas and that guy. Exactly, Marco. My wild prediction for the year is Vettel to make a Nürburgring 24-hour debut. I like that. I'm still not convinced we've seen the last of Sebastian Vettel. I did a big emotional farewell to him that barely anybody watched at the end of last season, winter things. But so if you have seen it, thank you. But I did something on him there. But I still think there's an element of, will he come back? Did he go a little bit too soon? Will he get, I know he's going to do a lot away from being at home, but will he get to a point where he goes, I'm a bit bored now, I want to go racing again? I know, did he do the Race of Champions this year? Let me know in chat. I can't remember if he did the Race of Champions this year. I seem to recall, I know Schumacher did, but I feel like he was involved somewhere with the Race of Championships. Race of Champions. Gabe says, Bottas is an asset for sure. Yes, he did. Thank you very much. So he still wants to be involved in something, doesn't he? I'll come back to that a little bit later. I'll see if anybody else has got a question. You always come with good questions, you do, CPB, but we'll see what anybody else is saying. A lot of love for Tomo. Again, thank you very much. It was a good chat. Really enjoyed that. It's always nice as well to have people on that I've not had on before, because you get a whole new opinion, don't you, and a bit more insight from there. Always good to do. I will give you a heads up as well. I might this afternoon, given the issues we had yesterday, switch the chat to subscriber only. Not because I don't want people talking, but because it just keeps some people away from being the weirdos that they are. Let's put it that way. Apparently, nobody thinks Danny Rick will have a seat in the next few years. I find this interesting, says Space. Danny Rick's stock, I'm sure you'll agree, Space, definitely dropped last year, didn't it? The last couple of years with the problems he had, whether, whatever those reasons for them were, whether it was a drop-off in him or whether it was the car or a combination of the two and other factors, his stock definitely dropped. But I don't think he's absolutely 100% gone forever. I don't think... I would be amazed if when we get to silly season this year, he's not linked to somewhere. And I think he could return. I like a bit of gossip and I like the rumour mill, you know what I'm like, but I don't necessarily, as much as I enjoy it, buy into this Perez is now under massive pressure because Ricciardo is there, because we're not talking about Ricciardo from a few years ago at Red Bull. Even at Renault, I think he was solid at Renault. So we're not talking about that Ricciardo. So if I'm Red Bull, I'm still keeping Perez at the moment rather than going for Ricciardo. That, like I said, that stock has dropped. He may be. It's the phrase form, temporary, class, permanent, all of that. I think maybe he'll be back. And he'll have a point to prove as well, which is quite exciting. But a lot of people have decided that he's done, no way back, it's all over, and he's a load of rubbish. But I don't know. I think we could see him back. He'll be linked. He will be linked somewhere this summer. 100%. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Alfa will look at him. For example, if Zhou doesn't stack up this year, but then they've got Porsche they might want to put in that car. You know, if Alonso suddenly goes, I'm done with this, I don't think he will, but decides to retire, there could be a seat there. We could have a big shake-up of the driver market. I think Hamilton's staying at Mercedes, but he hasn't signed his contract yet. He might go, actually, do you know, I think I fancy a break. I'm off. Just, again, speculation. I don't think he will. He'll stay. But that then shuffles the driver market again, and suddenly there are seats opening up. So it'll be an interesting driver market, and we'll see in the summer. But, again, I don't think Daniel is totally done with Formula One. And I don't think the teams are done with him. Sean has hit peak testing. Which bit? Have you just got here, Jonathan? I hit peak testing earlier this morning when we got onto some really random stuff. Yeah. Daniel Ricciardo just needs a car that suits him and he's able to test Red Bull's 2022 car. If it does suit him, I won't be surprised to see him back. I mean, don't forget as well, actually, as unlikely as it might seem, he's part of Red Bull, but Red Bull do have 4 seats. So whilst Perez may not be under pressure, if De Vries has a shocker or Tsunoda sticking it in the wall every session, they've got an option there if they need to parachute somebody in with experience to get things back on track. Again, I'd be surprised to see Danny Rick in an AlphaTauri at any point this year, but it's just bear that in mind. There are 4 seats. It's not just a 2-seat situation down at Red Bull. So fascinating stuff. I do love the driver market. I know some people really bloody hate it, really hate speculation, really hate gossip, but it's part of Formula One for me. In terms of on-track action, Sainz is out there, Alonso's out there, Zhou is out there as well. Alonso is out on the mediums. We've got Zhou on the prototype tyre. And apparently Sainz is out there. There we go, yeah. He's on the medium tyre. So what stints? Yeah, so Sainz is on a 14-lap stint. Has just come in the pit, so he'll probably either box completely or just drive through the pit lane. So he's just done a 14-lap stint on the mediums. Alonso currently on a 1-lap stint, but has done 6 in total on that tyre. So I'm not sure what program he's running there. And it's a similar story for Zhou actually. 2 on this prototype tyre stint, but then 10 laps in total on it. So some late morning session stuff going on, just over half an hour to go. Can we see the tyre graphic on the bottom left, says Max. I did put the Pirelli one in, but it's the wrong size for one, so it doesn't quite work. But also, the text is really small on it, and I don't think it's going to stand out very well. So it's in some ways, it's easier if I sort of say... Well, unless... It depends on my tyre graphic, actually. If you mean the Pirelli one that gives you the explanation, it's a bit small, so it's easier for me to just sort of answer that question when it crops up. You'll get sick of hearing it, like you'll get sick of my voice by the end of tomorrow, but if you're not already. But yeah, it's quite small, if that makes sense. It's the prototype tyre, Andreas, is a medium. It's a version of the C3 manufactured in Turkey. So Zhou does pit. I thought he might. So he's into the pits. Magnussen's now out there as well, by the way, on the hard tyre. A hard tyre. There you go. I mean, I'll run through the times in a few minutes, sort of 15 minutes time, and we'll go through it and tyres and all of that as well. Please tell us what you make of the front wings, says Andrew DRS Williamson. In what way? I mean, in terms of their looks, I like they're a lot more simple than they used to be. The Ferrari ones are interesting. They've managed to get some... they're not deflectors, are they? I can't remember what they call them now. On their front wing, that's going to annoy me now. Deflectors. I'm going to call them deflectors for now. That were initially sort of outlawed by the FIA last year, but then those rules were changed, which now allows their interpretation to be used, if that makes sense. So the FIA didn't like the Mercedes interpretation of them, is how I understand that, and then the rules have changed for it. But the Ferrari one, because I had a few people saying that the Ferrari looks exactly the same as last year. The Ferrari does not look exactly the same as last year, and I'm an idiot with these things, so if I can spot it, then goodness me. But the front wing is very different. Certainly towards the end, it tapers away a little bit, doesn't it? A lot more than it did last year. See, do you know, I ended up there completely by accident, Andrew. The bits of carbon in the slots. See, there you go. I ended up there somehow by accident. So I think the big question marks at the moment are over the Ferrari S duct rather than the front wing, but there was some talk after testing about whether that's legal, but it is completely legal. So I wouldn't be... I'm fully expecting, if we haven't seen it already, for Mercedes to return to a new version or a new variation of what they ran towards the end of last season in a practice session. So that's I'm fully expecting that one. Fully expecting it. Nothing up with the Williams. In fact, Logan Sargent has just gone second. Or has he been second for a while? He's out on the soft, which will be why that is. But Sargent is second at the moment, 5 tenths off the fastest time, 32.968 on the soft tyre. So I'll just double check that is a soft tyre. Yeah, the C5. So it isn't not just a soft tyre; it's the softest tyre. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. Iron Blood. Hi, Sean. Hope you are well. Thanks for a great stream again, as always. I'm tired and just woken up. NHS pandemic finished at 3 a.m. What have I missed? Thank you very much, Iron Blood, for your support. What was I going to say? I was just going to say, random. I always wanted to be a paramedic, you know, randomly, just to let you know. But hard work. I worked as a care assistant for quite a while, and that was hard enough work. So I can imagine you've had a busy night and a tough one. So thank you for your support, and thank you for coming to the streams. Always appreciate it. So what have you missed? What have you missed? So a lot of laps is again going to be the story of today, particularly for Yuki Tsunoda and Sergio Perez, 77 and 76 laps respectively. We've not seen any red flags or any major incidents. This is where somebody sticks it in the wall. We are about to see Logan Sargent on again the C5 tyre post or is that the C4 no brackets? Logan Sargent does improve, now just a couple of tenths off the fastest time on a 32.666. I'm sure that's a C5. Because it doesn't look like there's brackets on there. I'll double check with the graphic I've got in a moment. But yeah, so good lap there from... Or the C4, sorry, not C5. I'll check in a second. So really not anything dramatic. Sainz topping the timesheets at the moment. We've seen quite a lot of laps from Williams and much. I tell you what, a good headline for you. McLaren better than yesterday in terms of their lappage as well. So that's a good sign. But I think typical testing today. People putting their laps out there, getting some times on the board, a few tweaks. Mercedes have been playing with their ride height to sort of test out where they are, for setups and things like that. So yeah, it's been an interesting one, but nothing, unless someone in chat disagrees, of course, but nothing thrilling. Nothing to get us all super excited. Although we did have 4 cars on track in a very short space of track, basically, together at one point. Best job you've ever had? This. Sitting here talking to you lot. Definitely. Away from this, though, I did like being a chef. Probably that one. Especially when you get to work in a bar and you can drink beer as well. That was a good one. I like that one. Yeah, it's C5 tyre for one of his things, but it's that looked like a 4, but it must be the 5. He's unlikely to go quicker on a 4, isn't he, than the 5. Just didn't see the brackets. Yuki Tsunoda looks like he's pushing a bit more on this lap as he comes up to the final corner. See what he's like through there. We've seen quite a few cars out on those curbs, actually. A little bit twitchy, trying to get it through there, but looks good. DRS open and Sonoda 35.708. So a little bit quicker. It's a personal best. A couple of tenths off Norris, but he's still very much about the laps, isn't he? So I'm just trying to think of his big headline. Hamilton going out on track, by the way. Do you think the Mercedes is sandbagging, says Real Jojo? Everyone's sandbagging to a point. If whatever sandbagging is, that we're not seeing fully representative times. But the line from Mercedes really is that they fixed the excessive porpoising, the bouncing. They've also got a car that they are happier with. It's the issues they had last year have been resolved, and they're pretty happy with it. So I think. In fact, Toto Wolff apparently just telling Sky the porpoising has gone. Which, again, I take Toto's word over mine, definitely. But I think the general feeling is that you're never going to get it gone completely. It'll always be part of it. But I guess it could just mean the insanely ridiculous porpoising we saw has gone. Keep an eye on that Mercedes now. I'll be looking for any kind of bouncing now. Definitely. Let's close this poll, actually. That's what I'll do first. So Leclerc to Audi was the question. Yes or no? A little bit closer than I thought, actually. 69% nice said no, and 30% said yes, and 1% has disappeared. So yeah, I thought that would be a little bit of a bigger gap to no there. So good few people think it could happen. So there you go. That's that poll sorted. Thank you to LA Thorn the Martian. Thank you very much for your super chat and your support there. It says, random question. What are your thoughts on the Mark 7 Golfs? Looking to pick one up with a DSG. By the way, my craziest job was being a M1A1 Abrams tank. I can't even say that. Abrams tank driver in the army from 2010 to 2013. Awesome stuff. Big twitch there from Lewis Hamilton, by the way. Coming on to the start of this. He has been lighting up his rear wheels a lot, hasn't he? That is quite a crazy job. I like that. I've not seen the Mark 7 Golf. I'm going to Google it while we're here. I do like a Golf. A GTI. It's one of those cars I'd love to own, but can't really ever afford to buy. I'll stick with my rubbish little Astra for now. Honestly, I can't really have an opinion on it because I've not really seen enough about it. But looking at Golfs in general, the whole GTI thing, if you can go for it, I'd go for it because that'd be a car I'd love to own. So that'd be the one I'd go for. That's the best one. That's the best I could give you, mate. But thank you for your super chat. Really, really appreciate that one. I'll do times in just a second. Yeah, I agree, Andrew. The older, the better for a Golf. There's a few, actually. A Golf GTI. Some of the Honda Civics, not all of them, because some of them look ridiculous. And there is a little bit of me, the child inside, who would still kind of like to own an Impreza. Is it WRX? It'll never happen. I saw one for sale once when I was younger, had a bit more money. Still living at home with parents, looked at insurance, and the insurance was £495 a month at 17 years old. I was like, that's going to be a few years away. So, maybe even go as far as say full rally livery as well. That I do like an Evo as well. I'm not going to lie about that. But yeah, a bit cheesy, and here I am talking about these lovely cars, and I've got a Vauxhall Astra Sport Hatch 09 plate, would you believe? Hey, if it ain't broke, and it is broke, so that's a rubbish statement, but yes, I they're the cars, I think. And if we're talking, I've always been a fan of is it the Ferrari Enzo as well? For some reason, I don't know why. It's not all that good looking a car, to be honest, but I wouldn't mind owning a Ferrari or the 458. You've got me on cars now. Well done. Who's done that? Thank you for that. No, yes, there's a lot of cars I wouldn't mind, but they're all too expensive, so I'll have to go with something more realistic. Stick with my Astra, why not? I got the 98 Civic EK, says Jonathan. Very nice. Yeah, Focus RS. I do like a Focus RS. I'd probably go as far as saying orange as well, just to be that guy, so you just never miss me. Do you think Aston Martin and Alonso are a top 3 car now, says Anthony? Little bit too soon to tell. Obviously, we're in testing. They're looking good. Yesterday, we were quite sceptical when they said that they were looking to jump the midfield was the goal. Or they thought they could jump the midfield, I think was the quote. But we were a little bit sceptical yesterday. And although, again, we have to take it all with a grit, a load of salt, I'm more confident they could achieve that this year based on what we've seen so far. But also the noises from the team. Everyone seems quite positive and upbeat there. So I think they're in the fight for top 4. I still think, your Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes top 3 is going to be a bit too out of reach for your Astons, your Alpines, and your McLarens as well. But we'll live in dreamland because it's testing. Never say never. You never know in F1. When you're watching Drive to Survive, it says, is it Sachin? I always get your name wrong, but I'm going to call you Sachin. There you go. You know who you are. Probably, I might watch some of it Sunday, but probably not until Monday because obviously, we're building up the season. Got a lot on this weekend after testing and a busy Sunday. So I might sit back Monday afternoon and watch a few episodes, but it won't be till then. So no spoilers. Don't tell me who won the championship. Don't want to know. So yeah, probably Sunday. Have you watched it already? Has anybody watched Drive to Survive? Has anyone binged it? Has anyone binged it already? It's 11 o'clock in the morning. Might be a bit of an ask. It is a bit of an ask. Yeah, I can't show the footage unfortunately. Is it Jessa or Jessar? I can't show the footage, otherwise I get taken down instantly from FOM. I'd love to be able to, but I'd need a lot of money to do it. So, and I don't want to lose the channel. FOM are awkward enough to deal with sometimes with just a few images and a bit of timing. So it'd be one hell of a fight. So just me. Some images from testing, and I'll give you updates, all the timing on the hour, and let you know if anything dramatic happens on track. I'm not going to sit here and commentate over testing, because essentially the testing commentary would be, here's a car going much slower than we know it can. When dramatic things happen, I shout them out, but generally they're just doing laps. So sorry, I'd love to be able to. That's why I try and avoid calling them watch-alongs. For these, I think that causes, it's a good word, watch along, but it causes a lot more confusion when it comes to these things. But yeah, if you can, if you're able to, in a position to, the Sky Sports F1 in the UK and F1 TV as well. If not, definitely keep an eye on social media. I think there'll be some stuff on YouTube as well later, cars on track and things. But I sort of, whilst it maybe wouldn't be good for me doing these streams, I do kind of think testing could be something that's streamed, if not fully, then at least in part by F1 on YouTube. I know they want to protect their partners. I know they've got deals with Sky, but I think for testing, that they could stream it. They could, but money. But then, I don't know how it works for businesses with ad revenue on YouTube. I assume it's pretty much the same. I don't know, but they make money off that as well. And thank you again for another super chat from LA Throwing the Martian. Appreciate that one, mate. Thank you for your support. So it's been lucky enough to drive 2 Ferraris, an 87 328 GTS QV, and a 94 348 TS 09 DB9 as well. Thanks for the advice, by the way, on the Mark 7 GTI. You are more than welcome. It's not advice, it's just me living my dream through you. If that's okay, just gonna live my dream. Oh, I ain't got a GTI, but at least Throwing the Martian has, or Thorn the Martian, sorry, has got that. That's all that matters. So there you go. How many people watch testing? I don't know, Paul. I think more than we think, or more than I thought. I mean, yesterday, obviously not the same as watching it there, but I mean, if I'm pulling in, yesterday a couple of thousand people consistently in the afternoon, then I'd like to think that even with F1 TV and Sky being behind a paywall, that we're well up in the hundreds of thousands. Maybe, I think UK, the numbers on Sky are generally in the hundreds of thousands, aren't they? Maybe million or so, but worldwide, quite a few. it's a reminder as well as how far F1's come. Bernie Eccleston used to lock testing away, screens up in garages. The media were only allowed to cover so much. I'm not sure if photographers were allowed there or whether they were limited on what they could do. There were so many restrictions. So Liberty have really opened it up, and it is kind of baffling that we enjoy it so much because it is just cars driving more slowly than they can constantly around the track. But then I think we're starved of it, aren't we, after the winter? We want to see more F1, definitely. Let's run through the times, and then I'll bring Dyllan in. I've just looked at it. I don't know how long you've been sat there, Dyllan, in Discord. Sorry, mate. I'd have brought you in sooner. I didn't see you. Didn't see you sat there. I've just had a look, but I'll come to you in a second, mate. But we'll run through the times for now. A little bit of an update as to what's been going on. So, Carlos Sainz, a 1:32.486 is the fastest of the day and the fastest of testing so far. Max was a 32.6, wasn't he? So that would be the fastest so far. He set that time on the C3 medium tyre and has done 65 laps so far. Just under 15 minutes left to go in the session. 1:32.549 for Logan Sargent. That was done on the C4, that second run. I thought it looked like a no brackets. A C4 for Logan Sargent in P2. Soft tyre, 69 laps. It's 63 laps for Fernando Alonso. He's on track. Sainz has just gone out as well, or has been out for a while, actually. I missed that. 63 laps for Alonso, 1:32.969, and that was set on the C3 tyre. Zhou Guanyu, he's on track at the moment, 1:33.170, 38 laps thus far, and that was done on the prototype tyre, of course, that fast time. Kevin Magnussen's fastest time was a 1:33.442 and was set on the C2, and he's currently on 63 laps for the morning. Esteban Ocon, 1:33.490, 45 laps so far. His fastest time was set on the medium C3. Yellow flag on the timing screen. I assume we're having another VSC test. Yes, we are. Sergio Perez, 1:33.751, 76 laps on the board. That was set on the prototype tyre, that fastest time. Lewis Hamilton's fastest time, 1:33.954. That was on the C3. He has done so far 68 laps, 62 laps for Lando Norris, 1:35.522. 62 laps on the C2 tyre, that one. Yuki Tsunoda brings up the back end of the times, 1:35.708. He's done 85 laps, Yuki, for the morning session, and his fastest time was set on the C3 tyres. Again, that's the 35.708. 85 laps, bloody hell, Tsunoda. That's a solid morning, isn't it, for Yuki out there. And on track at the moment with a virtual safety car, just a virtual safety car test, are Carlos Sainz, Logan Sargent, Fernando Alonso, Zhou Guanyu, Kevin Magnussen, Esteban Ocon, and Lewis Hamilton. And as I do that, I realise it would have been quicker to say the only drivers aren't on track are Perez, Norris, and Tsunoda. But hey, we are here. Don't forget to subscribe if you are new to the channel. We've got loads of new subs yesterday, so thank you very much for your support. Loads of content to come this season. Also, please do drop a like. We're at 314, 900 of you, 950 odd of you watching, so please do drop a like if you haven't already. And don't forget, you can support the streams through Streamlabs, PayPal, and Super Chat here on YouTube, and every penny goes back into the channel. And as the best way to word it is setup upgrades. That's what we're aiming for, including probably a new boom arm, because I'm sick of ducking around trying to see that monitor up there. But anyway, if you want to help towards that target, then you are very welcome to. And if you can't, don't worry. I'm not going to lock you away behind a paywall. I'm not like that. We're not going to do that one. So let's bring in, if everything works okay, let's say a very good morning. He's a little bit earlier than yesterday, and he's here with me all the way through to 4:30, so I appreciate that. That's a lot of my voice, mate, so I appreciate it. Good afternoon, Dyllan. Welcome back, mate. Good to have you with me.
You just said morning and then changed to afternoon after
I'm
hedging
my bets. I'm hedging my bets, okay? I don't know what time it is. I'm hedging my bets.
3 minutes past 11. It's still the morning, but I guess it depends where you are.
Yeah,
how you doing?
That'll do. I'm taking that excuse. I was doing it for everybody worldwide. Good evening, Dyllan. Good to see you here. I hope you had a good night. Yeah, I'm good. Another day of... Oh, we have got a red flag. It could be a red flag test, so I will pop the red flag on screen, but I don't think we've got any stoppages. No, everyone's still moving. So apparently we have got a red flag. It could just be a timing test, but I will keep an eye on it, make sure nothing's going on. They are still going round, so I'm not sure, but I'll leave it on red for now. It's just a test. Yeah, it's been an interesting morning in terms of, again, the amount of lappage we've seen.
So
but
no, they're
nothing.
on fire.
Yeah, but apart from this red flag test and the VSC test, nothing massively dramatic. How's it been for you? What have you been keeping an eye on? What's caught your eye today?
Mercedes has looked a handful. A lot of wriggling at the wheels from Lewis on the steering wheel. I know Sky had an interview with Toto not too long ago, and they obviously said like the porpoising isn't really a problem, but the balance is all over the place, and like the setup of the car isn't getting the tires in like the right temperature and stuff like that in this heat. So that's interesting to kind of keep an eye on that and see how that evolves over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I think, as we keep saying, the porpoising is definitely nowhere near what it was last year. So I think everyone's kind of on top of that. But it is good to see Mercedes, because that was one of the things plaguing them last year, wasn't it? So if they've got that under control, they're happy with the car, that's only going to be good for us as fans of racing, because it could bring Mercedes into the mix. If you look at the back end of last year, they made progress. They were up there, weren't they, challenging at some races for, I mean, they're a way off come the end, but Mexico, they were in the mix a bit, weren't they? And the US, Lewis wasn't a million miles away from the win there, and Brazil, they got the win. So if they
were like ahead of Ferrari towards the end, you know, Mexico, Brazil, Australia, America, you know, they was the next best team. And it, you know, obviously Lewis almost won America, but that was also down to Red Bull messing up Max's pit stop. But where were Ferrari? They were nowhere in those races. Mercedes were definitely a lot more competitive. So if they can take that, if they've got a car that doesn't have porpoising, that's a good base to work from to then add performance in the car rather than fixing issues. So hopefully they'll be pretty competitive.
Yeah, hopefully. Just to confirm, by the red flag, nothing's happened. It's just a test. Make sure it's always part of testing. I'm just wondering if that's why the sessions have been extended by about 15 minutes. So they can test things like this and they're not losing any normal testing time. Possibly,
yeah.
It's just I don't know if that's true, but it's a thought.
Because last year they were only 4 hours, right? So if someone was on a race run and then they throw a red flag at or a safety car, it completely ruins that program. So they've extended it 50 minutes, so they still get the 4 hours.
Although I'm not sure how much the team. I don't know if the teams are told beforehand that at this time we're going to test the virtual safety car and the red flags and all this, and maybe they can work their program around it. But
they might not be told what they have coming, but they know something will happen in the last 15 minutes. But if they know a red flag or a virtual safety car is going to come, they can preemptively warn the drivers, which in a race scenario, they're not going to know that. So
no, we are green, by the way. They're going again for the final 8 minutes of the session. It looks like K-Mag first out. Thank you very much to Mike for your super chat. Says, good evening, Dylan and Sean. Good night, even. Any time of day is fine. Good evening to you. I saw Curious say something. Mercedes seem to struggle with putting the power down. They do seem much better on the straights and mid-corner. As I say, they were spinning up those wheels yesterday, Lewis wasn't he, in the afternoon. So maybe there's something in that. It's a good point. We'll keep an eye. Hopefully we'll get some nice onboards and slow-mos as the day goes on. We possibly won't. We shall see. Thank you very much, by the way, to Andreas for your PayPal contribution. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Says, I am not into YouTube live chat comment stuff, but I love your channel. I especially enjoy to take a long walk after the races while listening to your streams. That's from Andreas. Thank you very much, Andreas. I really appreciate that. It's nice to hear from you if you're not a regular in chat. So that's good. No, I'm glad you enjoy the content. It's nice that some of you do. Even if I don't always totally get it. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that one. I'll add that to the do you know you stream, Dylan, right? I hate using the word donation because I'm not a charity. I absolutely hate it. I know that's not, it's not. I always say contribution or support because I feel like if I say donation, people think I'm going to be giving it to a charity, and it's like you're supporting me. You're not. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's such a weird thing that they have on Streamlabs and that. You'd also think it would update automatically, but apparently not today.
Did you actually? I was going to mention this to you yesterday, but I completely forgot. You had stream issues last year, right? Where your PC was crashing or something like that. Did you get upgrades between that year and this year? Or did things just fix themselves? You did? Okay.
Jonty came to visit in It was Monaco Grand Prix and Indy 500 weekend. We did the stream together in my office, which was weird, but great fun because we could actually bounce off each other and see each other's rolling
Facial
eyes
expressions.
and smirks and all that business. But he came and we did some big upgrades. I can't remember what they were, but it was a lot.
You did get some like processor and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, we got the only thing we've not done is the motherboard. So we've basically maxed out. I'll see if I find the list. We've basically maxed out what we can do with this motherboard, so it's relatively future proofed. I did pop a post somewhere about it. I'll see if I find it and I can tell you then, can't I?
Did they all standard stats on the grid yesterday, by the way? I missed that.
No, this is the first time we've seen them, so it's today. So I'll keep an eye on this for the starts as well, but I'll just read these to you, Dyllan, because this will interest you and some others. So we've maxed out the current motherboard, and we've gone to a Ryzen 9 5900X RTX 3060 Ti, upgraded the cooling as well, and some monitors. So
you have exactly the same processor as I've got, and I've got the 3080 instead of the 3060 Ti.
That's where it's the absolute best we could do.
Ryzen with the extra cores and threads you've got, like Intel have got some good ones now, but when Ryzen 9 and they were like everyone was talking about, they were like the ones that you wanted.
Yeah,
and they're really good.
They've just done their start. The amber light started flashing, so I don't know if they're going around again to do another start and they're just testing the start process with the extra formation lap. Nobody appears, they're all going slow and nobody appears to be overtaking. Carlos Sainz is having a look at Norris, so he's going to consider it, but he's not gone through. So I think this could be a proper start formation lap test, which is quite cool.
Were they, when they did the Amster, was it like an aborted start? Like they was going to do lights out and then away we go sort of thing, rather than just person in first going and then second and...
Say that again. Sorry.
When they did the amber starts, though, was that like an aborted start? Were they planning on doing it as if it was the start of a race and then they all go at the same time? Or was it going to be just going individually?
It looks at the moment, like I've got comms in my ear and I listen to it just in case, but it looks like they are doing like a proper aborted start sequence and test. So they're going around now. They're not overtaking. They're all following each other, weaving and all of that business. So I think they are just doing a proper aborted start formation lap test. So they might line up on the grid again and we might get a proper start.
I would like one, but I don't know if it's like well, in case one person doesn't get away and then there's it just avoids a potential crash. But I would like to see one.
Yes, Phoenix, it has got enough memory. I'm not sure I've got enough memory, but the PC has definitely got enough memory. I can't remember what we went to in the end. I'm sure we're at... It might only be 32.
I think I've only got 32, but I would probably assume 32 or 64.
I think I'm trying to think back, but I think our thought was that 64 would be great, but it might be a bit overkill for what I needed, and the priority, in terms of the money side of things, the priority was to get that graphics card and things like that done. So it wasn't cheap, as I'm sure you can imagine. No. But I think 32 is enough for what I do. But it could even be that the motherboard will only do 32. It's old.
If it's got so some motherboards, like most motherboards these days, have 4 slots. So if you have 8GB RAM sticks, which is the usual, 4 of those in gives you 32. If you want to go 64, typically you'd need to upgrade each slot to 16 gigabytes, which are more expensive anyway.
Let's see what this start is. I'm not going to commentate over it, but we've got K-Mag on pole from Logan Sargent. If that is the grid tomorrow, next Sunday, my God, have we had a good season already on the cards already. So, on come the lights.
Oh, they are actually doing it.
Anthony Davis is doing that cheesy commentary he did yesterday. It's the lights out and Logan Sargent's gone nowhere. Norris has gone nowhere. The Alpine's gone nowhere. Zhou's gone nowhere. Sargent's now moving. Hamilton's gone.
Ferrari had to slam on the brake because
they've already run into the back of each other.
Yeah,
Zhou's
Ferrari
stuck
almost
and
hit.
Ocon's stuck.
The Ferrari almost hit. Sainz almost hit Norris. He had to slam on the brakes.
That was very nearly a very expensive start light test.
Yes, it was. I want to hear this commentary of it happening.
You've got to show a replay of that. That was bizarre. So Sargent didn't go anywhere. Norris didn't go anywhere. Now they're doing the red flag again. So I don't know what. Here we go. Let's have a look. So Sainz does his starts and then has to avoid Norris and then stops because he don't want to hit him. Sargent and Norris haven't gone anywhere. Then Norris does move and so does Sargent. That's
Maybe they weren't expecting an actual proper start.
How close was Hamilton?
So they didn't get the
Hamilton,
revs up or something.
Yeah, Hamilton had to swerve to avoid, then had to wait for the Ferrari. So, I mean, look, better that this happens now than next Sunday.
Can we have team radio, please, in practice? Come on, I'd love to hear how the drivers' team radios now.
To be fair, watching the onboards and the replay back, that looks more dramatic from the start light camera than it actually does online on the onboards. Yeah. The drivers were quick to react there. But that was a great start. Welcome to Formula One. I'm kind of
curious if they didn't know it was going to be a proper start. So they was expecting it to be like one-on-one. So like Sargent and Norris didn't get the RPMs up or something like that. So they just didn't go.
That's quite funny. Because there was no incident, that's quite funny. I mean, the easiest start Magnus is going to have all year, by the way. Just disappeared into turn one. We're going to see I was hoping to see all the onboards there, but red flag, so I assume they're stopping that one then, do that, and then the session's over anyway, so that is it for the morning sessions. Sorry, I got too involved in watching that rather than talking. That is the, Haas domination incoming, absolutely. That is the end of the morning session then. The afternoon session starts at 12:15, so an hour from now, 12:15 UK time. So if you are disappearing for some lunch or a break from my beautiful tones, then I'll see you again hopefully in about an hour. I'm here with Dyllan all the way till 4:30, so we're not going anywhere, although I might have to nip for a quick break for 2 minutes. Again, use your imagination. So I might have to leave you in a minute, Dyllan, but timing wise, just before you go, Science fastest for the morning, 32.486. Sargent second, 32.549. Alonso third, 32.969. Zhou fourth, 133.170. Magnussen 133.442 in fifth place. Ocon is sixth, 133.490. Perez 133.751. Hamilton 133.954. Norris 35.522. Tsunoda 135.708. And it is Tsunoda with the most laps of the morning session, 85 in total, followed by Sergio Perez, Logan Sargent, Lewis Hamilton, and then Carlos Sainz, all doing over 70 there. So good stuff. They're your times. Good stuff. I'm staying here. We're going to stay here for the day. We're going to do this. We can do it, I promise.
I just rewatched the replay back on that because they wanted Norris's on board, and he thought it was just one of the old starts where, at the end of some sessions where it's one goes, then the other goes. He hadn't been told that it was going to be a race start. And apparently they're doing it again, I think, this afternoon. I think Crofty said. So race control probably say, tell your drivers it's an actual start.
Yeah, that's good to know. That is good to know. So that solves that issue, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Can I leave you with chat for 2 minutes, Dyllan? Just answer a question or two while I just nip to the bathroom.
Yep, that's absolutely fine.
I'll be as quick as I can, mate.
I mean, everyone's sandbagging at some point. We never really know what pace people have in the cars. Like, there's no way that Williams are 600ths off Ferrari. You're not going to get them lining up in the front row next week. So you always pray and hope that everybody's going to be a lot closer. And, you want Williams to be up there. You want Haas to be up there. You just never know. I think if I actually compare... Let me go get up the testing times last year. Because I know we're only on day 2. But these times will drop significantly tomorrow. On day 3 last year for testing, we had a fastest lap time of 1:31.7, and that was from Max. So that would be another 7/10 quicker than what we've gone right now. But the cars yesterday were already significantly quicker than they were last year, so we should exceed that time as well. So we never know the true pace of what people are going. What happened to the W14? It looks slower. I think they just go through different procedures and stuff. They'll run different fuel runs. I think the commentary today, Sky was saying it looked like they were potentially looking at tyres after they've done a fast lap. So let's say you've done a quick lap and then a cool down lap, and then you go into a race run so they can kind of see the conditions of the tyres. But the Mercedes definitely did look a bit of a handful. Lewis was fighting at the steering wheel quite a lot. but there is no porpoising, which is the main focus I think they've been focusing on. Hopefully, they can keep it under control, keep it stable, and then we can have all 3 teams fighting for, race wins and stuff like that. What was the pole time for last year? Let me have a look. The pole time last year was a 1:30.5 last year. A 1:30.5, so 2 seconds quicker than what we've had right now in this session. So significantly quicker. So to a point, everybody's sandbagging because the cars aren't going to be 2 seconds slower. They have been predicted to be quicker than last year as well.
It'd be interesting to know, wouldn't it, how many times we've said sandbagging on these streams?
Yeah. You think after so many years of everyone coming back to watching them that everyone would just, sandbagging always happens, but then even we talk about it, how they sandbagging, even we know everybody is because no one's showing their actual true pace. We've
got a lot of new fans as well, haven't we, that sort of come in and keep updating them. That's I was going to come back singing a bit of Bon Jovi because we are halfway there for testing, and then I thought, nah, I won't do it. We are halfway through testing, which means we're halfway through the testing streams. As I say, I'm live with Dyllan now all the way through to 4:30. Jonty hopefully will be joining us this afternoon. And then I've got Will in the morning. And then, guess what? It's Dyllan and Jonty again tomorrow. I love it when we just get... I think us 3 are good together. We're good together, man.
I'm surprised you're not sick of me already.
Mate, again, I said it yesterday. It's me that gets sick of. It's not you lot. I talk and then I do it. I did it yesterday a couple of times with Aldous where I'm talking and then... I don't know if anybody else has ever done this.
I feel sorry for your mods. Your mods are in the chat they're having to put up with,
And I just sort of, I sit there and I'm just like, I'm talking and I'm making this point, and then my brain suddenly goes, what are you saying? And then this point suddenly spirals out of complete control and I somehow end up on garlic or something like that. I'm just like, how did we get here? My points aren't always made. You can't
expect to talk about F1 for the entire 9 hours, Sometimes it's nice to chat about something else.
Oh, yeah, but not when you're in the middle of another point. Not when you're kind of like, this is why I think Nico Rosberg was so good at garlic. What?
Speaking about that, by the way, you mentioned about your mic. I don't know if it's possible or not, but if your arm gets in the way, I had the issue. I went for the Elgato low profile one. Okay. A bit expensive, but it's quite low, so I have it go under my monitor and then the microphone, so it doesn't actually cover any of the screens. Good recommendation if it's possible.
The Elgato one was the one I got my eye on. It's about 90 quid, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. They've got 2. They've got like the standard boom arm, and then they've got a low profile one, which kind of just goes very flat, so it kind of doesn't come up and over monitors or anything like that. It's great.
I don't give you cookies, Annette, but I do think about giving you cookies as I sit here eating pastry. I mean, not raw pastry, it's food, but yeah, I think about cookies for you all the time. So I'll tell you what then, because we've got just under an hour now till the session starts again. Let's just do a nice big Q&A. Obviously, we will come to you. I'm trying to choke on something, sorry. We will come to you throughout the day for comments and questions and throughout the afternoon, as we always do. And like we did yesterday, we'll do a nice big Q&A towards the end of the session as well this afternoon. But we'll do a few now because it's nice and quiet. Sky are showing, in case you've not seen it, Sebastian Vettel and Johnny Herbert going around in a vintage, I think it's an Aston Martin, isn't it? Poor car. Spoiler alert, Johnny loses his hat. So, yeah.
I wonder how many times they've shown this on Sky over the last 12 months.
Hundreds, millions.
Do they still show the one of Bottas in a hot tub with someone?
No, but it's the Lewis Hamilton interview we see all the time. The Johnny Herbert, Sebastian Vettel thing all the time. It's why, unless I'm watching a session, I don't generally bother with Sky Sports F1, because if I don't catch the program they're showing, I'll catch it at some point by accident in between sessions.
How many billions did they pay a year, or like for this? Because they're like the main broadcaster of just Formula One worldwide, right? They're like the main one. That's why they get exclusive rights to extra things for drivers and stuff.
I'm not sure what the new deal is. I don't know if it's multi-billions, but I think it is over $1 billion now.
So they should be able to, instead of showing all of these all the time, just put replays of previous races on all the time.
Well, when we did testing streams, I think they did it last year, but they definitely did it the year before. They do the first session, and then they show extended highlights of a classic race in between, and it was like we used to watch them as like a watch along type thing, which was always
nice
great fun.
It? How
so
nice
good.
was it through lockdown and stuff when they had like classic races or something, and they put them on YouTube so anyone could watch them. You didn't need like a subscription or anything. You could just go on YouTube and just watch the entire race. Those were great.
As a content creator whose F1 channel revolves largely around F1 happening, it wasn't the best. I know there's a lot of history, but this channel is very much focused on, reactions, previews, news, opinions on the latest stuff going on in gossip.
Yeah,
so it's kind of a
that's
little
true.
bit like, I'm very grateful for Danny Rick, Carlos Sainz, Ferrari and McLaren shuffling their drivers around. That was very much appreciated. So thank you guys for that one. Really appreciate it. We'll block the bots. Are they testing the one car in all the sessions, says Clarence? Yes, every team gets one car. So that's why we'll see, for example, this afternoon we've got Verstappen, Leclerc, Russell, Hülkenberg, De Vries, Gasly and Piastri replacing their teammates. So it's one car per team, but you can run both your drivers, I think, or I assume, at any point during the day. So if Sergio Perez had got halfway through the morning session and went, I'm done, Verstappen could have got in at that point, but then you've got to switch the seats and setups and all that around. So not as simple as that. But you get them put. Yes, it's one car per team. It's a short answer to that question. Who's faster, Bon Jovi or Max? I'd say Max, but I'd rather watch Bon Jovi perform some of their songs than Max. Oh, I'm sure Max is a lovely singer.
Bon Jovi could be halfway there, and Max will still beat him.
One car or one car? It's one car. Well, no, they can. I suppose they have multiple cars. Phoenix. If they want to, I think obviously cost cap constraints. They'll need to be careful with that. But it's like engines. They could, in theory, they can run as many power units as they want. But that's going to get pricey. Did I miss anything in the last hour or so, says Gingerfest? Welcome back, Gingerfest. No. We had an interesting practice start, which didn't really work because some of the drivers were told it was a real start and others were told it was a one at a time start, like a practice start we see in practice sessions, basically. But it was a proper start, and we had Hamilton, Sainz and Magnussen got away, and the others just sat on the grid waiting for their turn. It nearly got quite messy, but that was quite dramatic. And some tests of the red flags and the virtual safety cars, or the virtual safety car, is what we've seen so far. So nothing majorly dramatic. I'm just trying to think of anything on track we saw. I mean, big lockup for Sargent on his way to turn 10. He went wide there. Saw Norris wide at turn 12, I think it is. It will be turn 12, yeah. Twitchy cars. We've seen Lewis Hamilton lighting up the rear wheels a couple of times as well. So sort of a bit like yesterday, really. A bit like yesterday. I've just realised.
This is what testing's for. Push the limits. Find out what's the best you can go. There'll be a lot of people locking up. There'll be a lot of people oversteer and stuff like that because they're just pushing the limits to see how far they can go. And once they know what's the limit, they can then hone in on that balance from there as well, can't they?
See, I'm learning. There's a few people in chat, by the way, that don't like Bon Jovi.
Really?
I know. Yeah, so we're going to do Q&A. I'll move on from Bon Jovi. How much do you miss Latifi on a scale of 10 to 10, says Matt. 0. No, 10. Of course it's 10. We miss him. Of course we do.
But we would have had a lot more red flags if he was still on the grid. So.
Harsh.
I mean, Stroll's not on the grid and Latifi's not on the grid. We've only had 2 red flags. One of them was at the start of yesterday, and the other one was a simulated one today, and that's it. That's all we've had. Coincidence? I think not.
Sean, do you own any F1 merch? Says Big Man Pat. I do. I own a few bits. So I've got a list of world champions in a photo. Or a framed picture. I've got a picture my sister drew of a Red Bull, which is awesome. I've got another list of world champions as a picture. I've got a signed photo of Jules Bianchi, a signed cap, a Marussia cap signed by Max Chilton and Jules Bianchi. Leclerc cap, I've got a picture from Tom Griffiths, who did Schumacher and Mick Schumacher. Can you tell I'm looking around my room, by the way? Apologies.
I can actually. I can see the audio going not like still here, absolutely fine, but I can see that you're just moving.
I'm
around
definitely
a little
moving.
bit.
I've got a lot of hats. I've got a couple of Hamilton hats, a couple of Leclerc hats, a couple of Verstappen hats, lots of Vettel hats. A big, is it a 1/18 scale Mercedes? I think it's the 2018. I've got a slightly smaller Ferrari from 2015, even though it's not the best looking car in the world. Senna helmet as well, of course. The mini Senna. Is it a 1-2? The model ones you can buy, the helmets. The Senna one and the Stoffel Van Dorn one, of course, as well. And yeah, there's pictures behind me as well of drivers and stuff like that. YouTube play button is up there, not F1 related as such, and then some F1 manager stuff that they sent me as well. So and that's just some of it. I can't fit it all in my room. I've got loads in the garage as well. So there you go.
Which play button do you have, by the way? Because I can't remember when you got to 100k. Do you have the more modern one?
It's the more
or do you
modern
have the
one,
older style one?
Yeah, it's the more modern one. Yeah. Probably the only one I'm ever going to get. But hey, it's amazing. It's still amazing to me. I don't have the Shumi Bear. No. The Shumi. No, I don't. I need to get one of those ready, don't I? That would have been pretty cool. Does anyone know who will be in the Aston Martin this afternoon? Yes, it will be Fernando Alonso. We're still waiting for news on tomorrow, and we're still waiting for news on Lance Stroll. The general rumour in the paddock is that he won't be in Bahrain for the race. I forgot what race we're at next week. He won't be in the car next week in Bahrain for the race. So if that is the case, again, still only a rumour, then we are looking at, I would assume, Drugovich or Van Dorn. Or a Vettel surprise for Bahrain next week, seeing as he's on the TV right now. I'm not single, Annette. How dare you? I should
that be a punch in the face, though, if they do bring Vettel back? Because I feel for Van Dorn, because it was like, oh, you're the reserve driver, and then they're like, yeah, Hulkenberg, do you want to race for us? And it's like, well, you have a reserve driver right there, and you got Hulkenberg.
Hulkenberg?
Last year, wasn't it last year or a couple of years ago?
No, it was last year, yeah.
Yeah. They had a reserve driver and instead decided to opt for Hulk.
I'm not going to start saying this is what could be wrong with Lance Stroll, because that's up to them to tell us. But that is the general rumour, is that he won't be in the car next week. Which
if
again,
it is a wrist,
it's a great.
It's going to be quite tough on the wrist. It's a lot.
And it'll be great for a Drugovich or a Van Dorn or whoever to get that opportunity. But it will be a shame as well that Stroll can't do that one. Stop reading other people's conversations, Sean. Stop it. If Stroll doesn't start in Bahrain, is this the most talented grid we've ever had? Oh, leave him alone. Oh, bless him.
He has his moments. Like, sometimes he's incredible. Like, was it last year when he went over to the far right side at the start of a race when it was wet and went past, like, 5 people? Like, that. Like, he has his moments where he's incredible. And then there's other moments where he's just blind and doesn't look at his mirrors and just, like, crashes into someone. He's either, like, 10 or a 1. Like, there's no in between.
The thing, right, so Lance Stroll, we've had this conversation, me and Jonty, a number of times about how good he is on cold tyres, which obviously is going to help him in the wet. The thing is, though, he often tops the most positions gained, or he's near the top of the most positions gained on the first lap award.
That's because he's bad at qualifying.
Exactly.
So far back.
People kind of talk about that as like a big accolade. Like, oh, Lance Stroll is amazing on the first lap. And it's like, yeah, because he's out of position. If he was better on a Saturday, obvious, I know, starts higher up, he's going to make up less places. It's not necessarily that he's amazing at the start, it's that he is further back than his car perhaps should be.
I think he still gets a lot of starts. Like, even if it was
you were around
a Williams, if it's just a straight line off a start, pure pace just on that, you're not going to get past like 5, 6, 7 cars. But he can place his car in good spots at the start of a race to get a few overtakes.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Even if you've got a substantially faster car than those around you at the start, you've still got to put your car in the right position and not lose a front wing, and you've still got to. So it's not a bad. I'm not saying that he's bad at them. It's just that he's there because it just frustrate me. Can't get his Saturdays. Although his Saturdays I feel were better last year, But my line on Stroll has been pretty much since I started this channel, he needs to get better at Saturdays.
What do you reckon qualifying will be then? Between like no mechanical issues or anything like that? So like when both of them don't have any issues in qualifying, what do you reckon the head-to-head's going to be between Alonso and Stroll?
We've got 23 races, haven't we? So
Stroll's getting out of this one. So he's like, you can't 23 and owe me because I'm not doing the first race.
So assuming he does every one, 19-4.
I was going to say 19-20, something like that. Yeah.
Painless says 23-0. That, I mean, you're probably not wrong, but yeah, I'd say 19-4.
Alonso's praying. He's feeling better, so we can get the 23-0.
Yeah. Apparently, apparently the rumour is he's broken both of his wrists. I didn't catch that one, so again, I'm going to keep saying the word because I don't want to get myself in trouble. The rumour is so that is, thank you, Curious. That's not going to be a 1 or 2 week fix, is it? If it's one of them, it isn't. So 2 of them, then physio and all sorts after that.
Did he just fall off his bike, or did he get like, hit or something? They've not said.
No, and a lot of people are quite mad over on the socials that they're not being told anything, but with the greatest of respect, the last people that should be told of anybody's condition is us. Same with it's the same with, and I really don't want to get into this, so I'm not going to say any more, because it'll just set me off, but it's kind of like the Michael Schumacher situation. I need to know as a fan, or I want to know as a fan, that he is alive and that he's comfortable with his family. I don't need to know the ins and outs of his conditions. It is nothing to do with me. Whether he's in the public eye or not, or whether he's my hero or not, I just need to know that he's still with us, he's with his family, and he's as comfortable as he can be. I don't need to know the specifics. That's for his family. Not the same as falling off your bike and breaking a wrist or two, but you get my point. It's stuff like that. I don't see why we have to be quite so nosy. As my dad would say. I know curiosity, and if you're a fan of somebody, you want to know they're okay, but there's some stuff we don't need to know. I want to just roll on from that because it will wind me up, because he's my man, is Michael Schumacher. So Oscar's in the evening session. Yes, he is that racing guy. In fact, I'll tell you who's in the evening session, or the afternoon. It is evening there, isn't it, really? But afternoon session for us here in the UK. So Verstappen will replace Perez. Leclerc will replace Sainz. Russell will replace Hamilton. Hulkenberg is coming in for K-Mag. De Vries will take Tsunoda's place. Can he beat 85 laps? Gasly will be in for Ocon. Is it Alpine now, Sean? And McLaren will have Piastri running instead of Norris. The only teams not swapping out are Williams, not Sargent. Williams, who've got Logan Sargent in all day. Aston Martin, who have got Alonso in all day. And Alfa Romeo, who have got Zhou in all day. So we'll see 17 of the 20 drivers today. We saw 19 yesterday. So
we've already had 746 laps.
We've had a lot of laps.
This morning.
Yeah,
yesterday was 1,275 in total.
Yesterday, I'll tell you in a second, actually, Dylan, I've got the numbers there for you, mate. Yesterday was
it that? I don't know if I updated the final numbers, but I have a spreadsheet where I was just doing it.
I've got Eru doing all that for me.
Legend.
So where is that stat? I had it. I bloody well saved it as well. I bet I can't find it. So your total laps completed on day one in Bahrain compared to previous years. So yesterday, day one, we had 1,276. 2022, we had 1,104. 2021, 1,030. So yesterday was the most laps since 2020, when we had 1,358 on day one. And just for a bigger comparison, so a reminder, yesterday, day one, 1,276. 2015, there were only 607. Now, part of that, McLaren. I would argue, there's the McLaren, but part of that is also because back then we didn't just have the 3 days. So your day one running or whatever wasn't as critical as it is now. If you've got 3 days versus, I don't know what it was in 2015, but like 8 days or more, then obviously it matters to get your laps in now. So it's a nice stat to look at, but there are reasons behind it. You've got to be careful with stats sometimes. You can really skew things with them if you word them properly, which kind of sucks, but also I kind of like unpicking stats like that in some ways. Someone said something to me the other day. and obviously this is YouTube, so I need to cover my backside. I'm not slagging him off or hating on him, but one of the lines that goes around is that Lewis Hamilton has only ever lost to 3 of his teammates. But then somebody pointed out that's a great stat, but that does mean he's also lost to 50% of his teammates. So that's just an example of how you can skew a stat to make it sound substantially better than perhaps it is, if that makes sense. So, but also I think for the Lewis Hamilton one, by the way, you're better off working out or doing the stat of how many seasons he's lost to a teammate rather than how many of his teammates, because I don't think it's that many. It looks more impressive that way, definitely, for him. So not that beating your teammate half the time is a bad thing or a good thing. It's literally 50-50, isn't it? So
you have to look at like
season.
Situations as well.
Oh
don't
god,
you?
yeah,
as
god,
well. You know, there's so many factors that come into a season. You know, whether or not Lewis was doing things last year, you know, testing more of the car because he started his season off poorly, finished it a lot stronger. Whether you look at that, you've also got things like reliability, and there's so many factors to look at. And depending on where a car is in a certain position, can factor how you drive as well.
Yeah, I mean, a championship is decided over a full season, but also when you look at when a teammate beats another teammate, it's not, like you say, it's not just about, oh, they were quicker, because maybe they weren't. It could be that, their engine blew up 10. Like Fernando last year, Ocon did a great job, and he should be proud of beating Alonso, whatever the reason. You know, you can still say on your CV, if you don't want to put the caveats in, you don't have to, but you can still say on your CV, hey, look, I beat Fernando Alonso that season. However, when you look at the season as a whole, there are reasons for that. So you have to take that into account. It's not just as black and white as, Pierre Gasly beat Yuki Tsunoda last season. Yeah, but what are the reasons? Yeah. And it was because Gasly was generally quicker.
I feel like with Bottas and Zhou as well, like the points difference between them, I think is more extreme than it should have been. When Alfa Romeo was very competitive at the start of the season, Zhou's car was breaking down every race. When it wasn't breaking down, they weren't as competitive, so he wasn't getting points. So I feel like that points gap should have been... Obviously, I know Zhou's a rookie anyway, and I think Bottas would have beaten him. But I feel like Zhou was very unlucky at the start of the season when his car kept breaking down, when they was more competitive and would have been picking up more frequent points as well. Things like that. There's so many factors to kind of like weigh into different head-to-head races and stuff.
Yeah, and this is exactly the point I was making, but I probably didn't make it very well. So I'm going to give you Dr. Kazabubu's breakdown of it. It's much more... It makes more sense than perhaps I may have made it sound, but he said you have to account for the seasons, not the teammates. He had Rosberg for 4 seasons, lost 1. That's 75% to 25%. That's exactly what I was saying about taking into account the seasons and all of that. It's not necessarily, is it? It's not about... Like I said, if you go through... I'm using Hamilton's example. There are other examples as well, but it was the first one I could think of looking at the timesheets. But if you look at Lewis Hamilton's whole career and all the years in F1, which seasons did he lose? And then you work that out in percentages, and as they've said there, it's a very different story. My point is, to get back to it, just on one basic stat that I talked about on Lights Out, I stretched it into a 10-minute conversation, but it's...
We've got to fill the hour, right?
Exactly. But it's about looking at stats, but then remembering that sometimes those stats can be skewed. So look behind what's going on there. And I just saw one. I've got to read it. From Muttley, who says, "Don't you lot try to get nuanced and reasonable here. That's against the rules of F1 fandom." It's so true. It is so true. So yeah, just to let's move on from that. Let's move on. You get my point. And if you don't, then I'm not going to keep trying, because I'm literally just going to make it worse, because you know what I like. You know what I'm like. Who's leaving F1 first? Alonso or Hamilton? From Big Man Pat. Do you know, I'm just going probably Hamilton. I think Alonso's here till he's 92, at least.
What if they both leave at the same season?
Oh, God, could you imagine?
Okay, I just want to go back to last year, but I think everybody will agree with me here. Was so upset that at Abu Dhabi, for Vettel's final race, the 2 people, everyone was like, they're going to do donuts on the grid. Alonso and Hamilton, their cars broke down and they couldn't join him. I was so upset with that. I felt so bad. I was like, out of every driver on the grid, those are the 2 people you want with Vettel. Like when Alonso retired, you had Vettel and Hamilton doing donuts. Those are like some of the biggest names we've had in like this generation of F1, and their cars broke down. We were so upset with that. Sorry.
No, it's all right. It's not your fault, unless you've got a moped in your room.
No,
which
I don't.
Is a bit random.
Just right next to a window.
He's just sat there with his moped revving it on stream. No, I think Yeah. If I'm honestly, I think I would rather, because of their careers, because they've been so long, and because they've both achieved so much, I would rather they retired in separate seasons so we can give each of them a separate send-off that they deserve, rather than having the two of them doing donuts in Abu Dhabi to say goodbye. I'd rather, if they are going to retire close to each other, I'd rather one did it 1 year and one. It's not. I know there's no way Alonso and Hamilton will sit down together going, well, if I go in 2025, will you go in 26? That's never going to happen. But
so when they could
both go for years yet. 26, yeah.
26. So I think Lewis's contract, I think he's going to have him up until the end of 25.
It'll be 2 or 3, yeah. 2 or 3 years.
So I think the end of 25, and then from then he'll decide depending on where he thinks Mercedes are going to be. If he leaves and Alonso's still in and Aston Martin are competitive, I reckon Alonso's going to try and get in that Mercedes.
Based on what we've seen from Hamilton, though, would we get to 25 and he'd look at where the sport's going, and would that intrigue, that curiosity, make him want to go into that new era and give it a go? So could he still do a couple of years on top of that? My point I was going to make is that they could go for years yet. I mean, Fernando is still clearly quick enough and clearly fit enough, and Lewis Hamilton is clearly quick enough and clearly fit enough. So there's no reason why they can't keep going. Alonso's 41 and he's in considerably better shape than I am at 36. So there you go. He could, I don't care. The only, whilst it's great to see young drivers getting opportunities coming through the ranks, the only measure should be the stopwatch. Doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter, whether you are male, female. It doesn't matter. Whoever you are, all that matters is the stopwatch. And if you are fast enough, you are good enough. End of. So I don't care.
Unfortunately, that isn't entirely the case these days. It's like,
I know it's not, but it should be. It should.
I know it should be. It's so frustrating. But hopefully, with the budget cap being like solidly in place now, and then all the teams have budgets, if they can get some decent sponsors, which helps them to get to that budget, they don't need paid drivers, which means they can just go off the stopwatch. So that would be nice to see more of that again.
I've got to say, Dyllan, considering we're going to do a big Q&A, we're shockingly bad at reading. I'm reading the questions, and then you make a point, and then I answer it, and then I make a point. You're like, yeah, I want to say, oh yeah, that's a good point. So I'm going to go to chat. I'll pick some quick fire ones out. We can also discuss some of them that need discussing as well. Do you know what tyres everyone used? Because I can't find any stats showing any. Do you know what, William? Just for you, I will go through them for you. And for everyone else listening, of course, yes, I do. I found one today. I can't remember who told me that this morning, but whoever you are, if you're still listening, thank you so much. You've really helped me out. So, Carlos Sainz did his fastest time on the C3. That was a 1:32.486. Sargent's fastest time, that's a medium tyre, by the way. Sargent's fastest time was on the softest C5 compound. That was a 1:32.549. Fernando Alonso's time of a 1:32.969 was done on a C3 medium. Zhou for Alpha, he did a 1:33.170. That was on the prototype tyre, which is a version of the C3 manufactured in Turkey, in a Turkey factory. So it's probably pretty much the same as the C3, not much in there. Magnussen's fastest time was on the the medium C2. They've moved them around. So that was a 1:33.442. Ocon was on the medium C3, 1:33.490. Perez, 1:33.751. That was again on the prototype tyre. Hamilton's 1:33.954 was done on the C3 medium. Lando Norris, 1:35.522 was on the C2 medium tyre, and Yuki Tsunoda 1:37.687, and again that was on the C3 medium tyre. So don't forget your tyres this year are numbered C0 to C5. C0 the hardest and is last year's C1. C1 is the next hard, but it's a new compound, and your absolute softest is the C5. So there we go. I'll remember to go through those when we do the times on the hour. I won't do the times on the hour during the break because there's no point, but I will do them just as the session starts, and then I'll do them again on the hour, every hour-ish, give or take a couple of minutes. So yes, how long's left? Good question. We're just waiting now. We are 15... 25 minutes away. Oh my God, Sean, 25 minutes away from the afternoon session. So the morning session is done, and then we've got 4 hours and 15 minutes of the afternoon session to enjoy or endure, whichever one you want to go with this afternoon. So I better just update that. So it'll be 4 hours and...
I reckon we'll get some low fuel laps from Max, because he's not going to be in the car tomorrow, so he's not going to be able to get those final day fast laps in. So I reckon he's going to do, especially those that are only going to be in today as their last day. We might get some of the fast paced runs today.
As I understand it, that's why Max is in this afternoon. It's just because they're going to do his performance runs, and they wanted to do it on a track that's closer to what we're going to see next week in quali. So that does get me excited that we might see not the outright pace. It would be nice to see some on
day two. You know?
Yeah, we're not going to see outright pace, but a bit more pace. And it'd be good to see if some others could do it too. GRT Chaos Rising says, I know this is stupid, but humour me. 3-car teams with the third car either for a young, inexperienced driver or a female driver. What do we think? Asking chat as well. So you've got a team with 3 cars. And a third car has got to be a young... So is it our team? I'll tell you what, we'll do our team. The 3 drivers we would pick from current F1, but one of them has to be a young reserve or inexperienced driver. Ooh, that's a good one. So I've always said
it. Would you class inexperienced as someone that's not done a full season in F1, or would, if they've done one, like there was a rookie last year, does that still count?
Let's say they can't have done more than 3 races.
So you've got to pick 3 drivers, and one of them's got to be that
less than 3 races, yeah, or a complete rookie. So I've always said, okay, that I am a great believer in a number 1 driver and a number 2 driver, and what Ferrari did during the Schumacher days, building around one driver, having a number 2 there to support them. I think that's a potentially. And could and should be a good recipe for success. It doesn't always work out, of course, but that's what I would go with. So I would also want to look to the future. I have mad respect for Lewis Hamilton. He's an absolutely incredible racing driver. However, he is coming towards the end of his career. So I would probably, because let's face it, we're probably picking one of those, or maybe Alonso, aren't we? Hamilton, Verstappen, Alonso. Because he's a bit younger, I'd probably go with Verstappen as my number 1 driver. Watch me just build Red Bull. Perez is number 2. No, so Verstappen is my number 1 driver, and then I'd probably be looking at somebody like. I think I would bring in Valtteri Bottas, because he wouldn't rock the boat. He's quick. He would be closer to. It'd be close enough to Max, and
he's pretty good in qualifying as well.
Yeah, he's very good.
He can be. Yeah. So if Max is ahead of him, it's not like Bottas is starting 5th, 6th, 7th, and he's not like a stopgap between Max and, he could potentially get 2nd, 3rd place, and that means that he is more of a problem for whoever Max is potentially fighting. Yes,
exactly, and he's not going to cause you as much trouble as some others. Like people might say, bring in this young driver. They could. You don't know how explosive that could get. So at least Bottas, he'll push him, and there could be incidents, but it's not going to be as dramatic. And then my reserve or my third reserve, is it third driver in my third car would probably be. God, this is tough. This is very tough.
This has got to be your person that's done 3 races or less.
3 races, yeah. As a young driver, I'd be tempted by Porsche. I do like him a lot. I think he's got bags of potential. But there's some good talent in the F2 field again this year, and there's some good reserve positions. Drugovich, for example, he's reigning Formula 2 champion, so should I give him the seat? But
could I say Piastri? Because technically he's not done any races yet, so we don't.
I'm not going to let you have that.
Oh, but he's not done any races yet, so that's why I was like, could I go for Piastri? Because we don't actually know what he's like in an F1 car yet.
So I'll go Verstappen. I'll go Bottas. I'll go Porsche as a sensible team. However, if you want me to go crazy, then Verstappen and Hamilton as my 2 drivers, and then I erase everyone's memories of Fernando Alonso, and then I make him my third driver. That's my impossible logic team based on the rules I just made up. So what are you thinking, Dyllan? You don't have to go with a 1 and 2 driver. You can have two big superstar
I was
drivers.
thinking either Verstappen, Bottas, or Hamilton, Norris, or someone like that. I think I was kind of, even though Norris wouldn't be more of a number 2, I think they have enough respect. I don't know. But if I was going to go for a third driver as well, I don't know how unreliable this would be now, but I would want to give Callum Ilott a shot because I feel like he was very unlucky not to get a seat in F1 a few years ago, like just at the wrong time, but he did very well in Formula 2. I haven't been following Formula 2 a lot, so I don't know all of the names, but I know recently it's not been something like, where Leclerc's beat the field by 100 points or George has beat the field by 100 points. There's not been a lot of that, whereas was Callum Ilott quite close to that?
My problem with Callum Ilott is, and I do like him, is he had a good season and then kind of just, I don't know, it felt...
Did he drop off towards the end of the season?
Felt like towards the end of his F2 season, his last one, that he'd had a bit of a brain fart. I can't think of any way to... And some of the decisions he made were quite weird, and I think that cost him big. It kind of... I like him, and I think he is quick, but it kind of...
I wonder if there was potentially things going on behind the scenes. He knew he wasn't going to get a seat, so that could have messed with his driving. Or potentially, it's like, I don't want to win F2 now because that means that I can't race here next year. And people, I find that so weird that if you win F2, you can't race in F2. If you don't get a seat in F1, you should be allowed to defend your title in F2. I personally feel.
Yeah, but then you create another bottleneck, don't you? That's the trouble. By not moving drivers on.
Why is an F1 team not wanting to take on an F2 driver? You know what I mean? Like, why would you take 6th through 7th? Yeah, that's it's money, all comes down to money, which is the issue.
The risks that come with a rookie. For example, Mercedes. It's an argument that we have many a time. Mercedes, when Bottas had might have been the back end of 2018, something like that, where he really dropped off, really poor. Last sort of stint of the season, and people talk about replacing him, and then the question marks around why Toto Wolff wasn't willing to give, for example, an Esteban Ocon a chance, and why they wouldn't promote youth. But the problem is, for someone like Mercedes, in that point, they weren't dominating, but they were winning championship after championship. And yes, we had some good fights in there, but it was ultimately domination, and they championship after championship. And they've got more to lose by bringing in a rookie. Whereas when Leclerc was putting that Ferrari or Verstappen in the Red Bull, they had less to lose, so it was worth that risk.
Yeah. So
if you've got a team like Mercedes who are reluctant to do that, as an example, Mercedes, it instantly shuts off a seat there, and then you've got other teams that maybe need to take a pay driver, so that shuts off some seats there. And
I would love it
sponsors.
If Formula One created their own 11th team that was purely there for the winner of F2 and maybe second place if they don't get a position. They do one season in F1, and then if other teams are happy with their performance, they can pick them up.
Oh, yeah,
it would be nice.
I know Phoenix. Phoenix is just saying in chat that the bottleneck is already there. That's why I said you're creating another one, because you've got the bottleneck we already have. But then if you start to clog up Formula 2 by allowing drivers to stay on after they've won the title, you then end up with another bottleneck further down, which then leads to another. And you're just going to start to slow that talent through. There is definitely, you're right, there's a bottleneck at the top of F2, but you've got that bottleneck will fall down if you keep allowing. I mean, imagine Nick de Vries kept winning F2 titles, and he's still there now. You're taking that seat away from somebody.
100%. But then it's like, if he won it twice in a row or something like that, you're like, why is an F1 team not snatching this guy up straight away?
Yeah,
but
that's
you know
true
what helps
as well.
the bottleneck? If I don't know, Andretti joined or someone like that, and F1 teams don't have a say in it, I think they shouldn't have a say at all in that. I know it affects the prize money. I put this in your chat earlier on when he was talking about it. But when they sign up to F1, they pay that money to go to other teams. But they also are aware that any other teams that want to join are doing the same thing as them. So when they join Formula One, they're aware of this condition. They shouldn't then be allowed to turn around and go, no, I don't like that, when they did the same thing years ago. I feel like they should have no say in it. If it's a problem they want to leave, that's on them. But they shouldn't have any say whether another team joins or not, because they're getting money from it, from the team that's joining.
I'm having a look for another question. Sorry, I'm listening to you, mate. I'm just trying to fight. We've got
That's okay.
A few more minutes now, 15 minutes till the session starts. So, see if anybody else put their picks in there. I think I saw some people. Annette agrees with with Callum Ilott. I mean, he wasn't miles off Lewis Hamilton, Silvio, was Bottas. So we're not kidding at all. Go back and watch what he did against Hamilton. And contrary to what a lot of people in my chat seem to think today, Lewis Hamilton is not a trash driver. So that wasn't aimed at you, that one, mate, Silvio. That was aimed at others who are trying to have arguments with people about how crap Verstappen is versus how crap Hamilton is, when in reality they're both two phenomenally
drivers.
Exceptional drivers, yes. And people need to drop their biases and learn to look at things objectively.
With Max and Lewis, it's like if you like Max, a lot of people are like, they instantly hate Lewis and vice versa. It's like, why can't you just like both drivers and just
have to like
incredible drivers? You
don't
even like them. Yeah.
You don't have to like them. If you are a Verstappen fan and you don't like Lewis Hamilton, that's absolutely fine. But don't deny that he's a phenomenal driver, because you're just kidding yourself. I've got no problem with you. I don't necessarily understand why you don't like somebody you don't know, but each to their own. But you've got to respect people and give them the credit they deserve when they achieve things. I mean, some
people say Lewis is lucky to just be in a competitive car, but they don't think to question maybe it's his feedback and expertise that's
quote
helped
Aldas, the best drivers always end up in the best teams and the best cars. So,
but it's like that his feedback and everything like that pushes a car to be developed in a direction which makes it very good. That is potentially, I think like Mercedes, Schumacher helped a lot towards the development of the Mercedes becoming good, but I'm sure Lewison has also put them in the right direction. I'm sure this year, if they're a lot better, that's down to George and Lewis being like, this is wrong, this needs changing in this direction. If they get more competitive, that's down to their feedback.
I was just going to give you a good example. Like, I don't dislike Fernando Alonso. I've always been clear on that. My issue was that I was, and still am, a Schumacher fan, and he beat him in 05 comfortably and in 06 as well. So there was a rivalry there. So I don't dislike him, but I'm not a super Alonso fan. However, if I did dislike him, I would still be able to say, what a freaking talent. And that's the difference. You don't have to, you don't have to like me, but you can enjoy chatting along with the community in chat. It'd be nice if you liked me, but you don't have to. It's not a problem. I mean, I didn't mean for that to sound. I didn't mean for that to sound quite as desperate as it was. Please love me, but you take my point. So, do you think Alonso can work out how to drive two cars at once if Stroll can't drive? Says Annette. It's a great shout. It's a very. In fact, you know what? I think you've got an excellent point there, Annette. If he could master cloning, I mean, two Alonsos. Good lord.
That would be drama, though, at the same time. They'd be, like, knocking each other.
It'd be great fun. I'd love that one. That's a conversation that you're having. Let's skip over that one. Bottas does have a great haircut. Love the helmet. It's absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much. What a flipping talent you are, Sean. I am an amazing talent at talking crap for stupid amounts of time. I'm ignoring that. Let's be honest, Verstappen and Hamilton are both crap. Neither can drive compared to the other one. And the goat, that's a joke from Jack.
It's just the car. It's just the car. Put anyone in that car and they will win the championship.
Yeah, it's called respect. Exactly, Kevin. That's it. And I'm looking for a question, but we've got lots of people. I do want to talk about new teams coming in this afternoon because I think there's a lot of stuff in there that needs to be...
We also need to talk about Red Bull powertrains this afternoon as well.
Yeah, Ford. We said we'd do that, didn't we, as well? So we'll do that one as well. I'm not going to bash Roy Nissany today. We had our say on Roy Nissany yesterday. I think... Thank you, Curious. I appreciate that one. Could Vettel get into the Aston for Bahrain, says Siggy? Do you know, actually... as Drugovic would be great, Van Dorn would be epic. There would be something about Vettel and Alonso in that. The only thing is he's not going to have driven testing, which is why Tomo said it this morning, and I completely agree that, with the race being next week, Drugovic is in Bahrain now. He's driven the car already. They can get him in tomorrow. It just makes sense to put Drugovic in the car if they need to replace Stroll, which it's sounding more and more like they are going to need to based on the rumours. So it would make sense to put Drugovic in there because he's driven. Like, for example, Van Dorn is an option, as we said this morning, but he's not in Bahrain right now, and he's with Formula E this weekend, so he's not going to get in that car, which means the first time he'd drive it would be in practice next week. whereas at least Drugovich will be able to do the practice, and he's got at least half a day. I would assume they put him in for, if not all of tomorrow, a good, maybe a longer second half of the day or something like that. Maybe a long afternoon.
I don't think Alonso will let him have tomorrow. I reckon Alonso was like put me in all day today. Yeah, that's what I think they probably do.
Yeah, my point is they could, if they wanted to, put Sargent in all day tomorrow because Alonso would have done a day and a half. So,
yeah.
But that just makes sense to me. As much as my little romantic brain would love for Vettel to come back for a couple of races at the start of the season to replace Stroll and give us that, not an answer to the question of Alonso versus Vettel in the same car, but it'd be great to see those two working together. I'd love that, but realistically, Drugovich. And don't forget as well, as I said this morning, just for anyone who wasn't here, if Drugovich then gets in the car next week and is absolutely horrendous, which I don't think he will be, but if he is, then you could also put Van Dorn in for Jeddah if you needed to, or find somebody else if it was a longer term thing. So don't forget as well, though, in terms of any potential speculative recovery for Lance Stroll, we've got the 3 races in to kick the season off, but then we have got a month off for spring break, as we're calling it this year, or I'm calling it this year. Woohoo! So spring break, he's got a good period there where he could be good and back for Baku. But do you know, in many ways, dream case scenario is Aston put out a statement today saying Stroll's absolutely fine and he'll be racing next week, but we'll see what happens. I'd love to see Van Dorn given another try, says Kevin. You are not alone on that one. Siggy says, working together. I don't know about that. They've come a long way. They've aged. They're both like fine wine, Vettel and Alonso. I'd imagine there's always been respect there, but I'd imagine they'd be better working together now than they would have been in, say, 2012 or something like that one. Was Alonso...
Lewis and Seb was the last couple of years, and then compare them to, was it 2017 in Baku? Like, that was obviously like not a good time for them. And look how much more they've grown and respected each other since then.
Yeah. A different Dyllan says Alonso on the mediums. He was on the C3s for his fastest time. When did Van Dorn last have seat time in an F1 car? Says Eva. Do you know? That is an excellent question. Has he done anything since? He might have done some Mercedes demo runs or something like that.
Season testing or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen him in a Formula One car since he left. Because he's been part of Mercedes for a while, hasn't he? He's only just recently moved on to Aston. So if anyone's got the answer to that, please do let me know. That's a very good question. So that could be taken into account as well. But then he's reigning FE world champion, isn't he? So, and he's probably not going to be winning the championship this year based on the little bit of FE I've seen so far. Not looking good for DS to Cheetah. They're not to Cheetah anymore. What are they? Oh, Jonty told me yesterday.
Van Dorn drove for the Mercedes end of season testing in 2020. And I think that was the last time he was in the car.
That would make sense. So there you go. DS Penske, thank you. I keep going DS to Cheetah. There'll always be DS to Cheetah for me. Like Envision Virgin Racing. That'll always be a thing. I'm not talking about Batman and Superman. Oh my God. Could Schumacher fill in for Stroll? Oh, that's from Cannon. It's a fair point. He's a Mercedes reserve. So with the ties that Aston have to Mercedes, they could go chase Schumacher. The only thing that I would argue is, what's the point in having Drugovich and Van Dorn as your reserves if you then go and take Mercedes reserve? But then some could argue, why have Wehrlein and whoever else in your academy and then go and sign Bottas? So it's yeah. That's an argument for F1 word that didn't exist back in 2016, isn't it? There you go. But yeah, Schumacher could, but I think if you've got reserve drivers, then use them. And just on reserve drivers, I believe McLaren are sharing Aston Martin's reserves this year. I think that was announced recently. So there you go. Yeah, very true. Depends how much Merck was willing to pay them. That's true. FD30, if Mercedes say, here's some money, will you take Schumacher for 2 or 3 races? Then Aston Martin might go, do you know, I quite like money. We'll have that. You never know.
Would Aston Martin not pay Merck, though? because they want an experienced
No,
driver.
because Mercedes might want to put Schumacher in to give him some track time. So Mercedes might say, "We'll buy that seat for X amount of races." And
I was thinking it more Aston Martin, like we want a driver that's driven recently, and then they go to Mercedes and be like, "Can we have Mick?" But I can kind of see it from the other way. Yeah.
Just a quick question for all the mods that are here, and for anybody else who's going to be here all afternoon, was here all day. When we get into the afternoon session and if things pick up like they did yesterday, do you want me to pop it in subscriber only mode? Of course, that doesn't stop people that want to cause trouble subscribing and then chatting, but it might discourage some of them. It's so sad that you have to do that, really, isn't it? But I can't. It's not fair on. I can deal with it because I can just give people grief if I need to, but it's not fair on the mods to have to take it. So let me know. Give Drugovich seat time now when they have some time to breathe, and keep Schumacher with more experience for absolute emergencies when there is no time to prepare. I'm going to read that again, Red Raven, because that did not go into my head. So give Drugovich seat time now when they have some time to breathe, and keep Schumacher with more experience for absolute emergencies when there is no time to prepare. There we go. It went into my brain. Thank you. Makes some sense. Yeah, I don't like slow mode, to be honest. It just stops people. I'd rather people be able to answer me, not immediately, but with as least delay as possible, because I'm trying to be interactive as I can, but I just can't be bothered with some people. I see Mix at Williams next year, says CPB. We'll see how Sargent gets on, unless somebody picks up Albon. That's another good point, but we'll see how Sargent gets on. I think he's had a good start in testing with his laps and things like that, and we've seen a couple of errors, a bit of locking up. But I've not seen anything major from him in testing so far as an incident, so hopefully he'll be good. Like McLaren, okay, says yes, more. Some people have subscribed for 5 minutes on Like McLaren, and that's a great feature. Their launch stream was way more civilized. Dyllan again says, how quicker are the 2023 cars compared to 2022? I can tell you that, Dyllan, actually, because I have some information somewhere from last year, because I don't know what it's like for you, Dyllan. My folders and everything on my PC are such a mess.
Mine are
I
actually
can never
quite
find anything
organized. But if I was going to find that, I don't have folders for F1 stuff, so I just search on Google.
So day 2 last year, so that's the day we're on this year, or today, Kevin Magnussen set the fastest time of the day with a 1:33.207. Carlos Sainz today already has set a 1:32.486. So we are already getting on for a second, more than a second. No, oh, my brain! I tell you,
1.3,
just less than a second. I think.
What was it? 1:33.7.
1:33.2 versus 1:32.4. So yeah, we're getting on for a second quicker already. And then yesterday, the fastest time from last year for day 1 was a 33.9, and then the fastest time yesterday. So remember, 33.9 was a 32.8, so we're 1.1 seconds quicker there. So we are already at least about a second quicker than we were in testing. So it's looking good. It is looking good. We've had over 1,000 laps as well in total. Is that in total or today? That must be today.
665 today, I think.
So that's, yeah. Well, so that's, what was it yesterday? It's 1,200 yesterday, wasn't it? So we're up to nearly 2,000, sorry. Laps in total, 1,000, 2,000 nearly. So there you go. All good. Please do drop a like, by the way. 417 likes, 1,000 of you here, just over. And please do subscribe if you're new. Lots of content to come this coming season. I'll run through the time super quickly because we are about to start the afternoon session in about 3 minutes time. So Sainz currently has the fastest time, a 32.486, 68 laps this morning, 70 laps this morning, and that's the C3 tyre for his fastest. I'll just tyres, we'll do laps later. So C3 tyres for Sainz. Sargent's fastest time, a 1:32.5, was on the soft C5. Alonso 1:32.9, his was on the C3. The fastest time for Zhou was a 33.1, that was on the prototype. Magnussen a 33.4, that was on the C2 medium. Ocon a 1:33.4, that was on the C3 medium. Perez did his fastest time on the prototype of 1:33.751, 1 minute 33.954 for Lewis Hamilton. That was a C3 tyre. C2 tyre for Lando Norris and a 135.522. Tsunoda a 137.687. That was on the C3 medium. And your lap count for the day so far: Carlos Sainz 70, Sargent 74, Alonso 64. 43 for Zhou, 67 for Magnussen, 49 for Ocon, 76 for Checo, 72 for Hamilton, 65 for Norris, and the winner in terms of laps for the morning, Yuki Tsunoda, 85 laps in total. Busy morning for Yuki, which is good. Good to see. Just have a look. Do you think any of the main drivers will drop out of a race due to COVID this year, allowing for some spicy sub-swaps? It obviously could happen, but I'm not sure on a wider point what the rules are, because they've dropped a lot of the restrictions or all of the COVID restrictions now in Formula One, so there's no more vaccine requirement for the paddock, and masks and all that are going to be gone, unless of course the country demands it. That would obviously change things, but that's all gone now. So I don't know what the rules are around drivers. I don't know if it's a case of if they feel they're well enough to drive, they can drive, or whether that instantly rules them out anymore. So unfortunately, I would have to go and look up on that one. But I'm just thinking about any, not necessarily COVID, but if we had any reason to swap drivers out, any spicy swaps we might see, or subs.
Well, Hulkenberg's back on the grid, so
it can't be him. It can't be him. But maybe, like I say, maybe Vettel could come back for a race if they needed him. But in terms of reserves, Schumacher up alongside a Hamilton or a Russell for a race weekend or something like that would be quite cool. See how he gets on. We have gone green, by the way. I'm just going to have to do a timing, so I need to make sure I get this right now, Dyllan, because I will make such a fool of myself if I'm not careful. You know what I'm like, mate. It'll all go wrong. It's the whole multitasking thing. It's a cliche, but it's also very, very true when it comes to me. So there's also a very specific point where you have to hit the button on what. Do you use SNAS? I still use SNAS.
It's SNAS.
It's such an old piece of software, but it's you can do a timer on your screen. It's just all there, so you can set a timer. It's just easy.
Oh, I think I have used that before. Yeah.
It's old.
I don't even know how many modern programs there are these days for, like, some people just put a timer on like a Google and they'll just screen capture it and crop it as well.
There's so many better ways to do it, but I'm so stuck in my way.
But I feel like yours is probably one of the best ways to do it. It looks clean and it's just something in the background you don't need to worry about. You don't need to screen capture. You just copy like a URL or something, right? I think. And you're good.
Yeah. We are green, just to let you know. Again, just to remind you, Joe is the only one out on track at the moment. He's heading out now, so I don't use Bandicam. No, not that bad. That's going back a bit, isn't it?
Fraps, remember Fraps?
Welcome back, by the way. If you've been away for lunch and you're coming back, welcome back for the afternoon. All the usual YouTuber spiel. I've been through that already, but like, subscribe, support the channel as well. Links in the description. If you fancy some F1 goodies, there's a link as well, an affiliate link down to GP Box with some wicked stuff over there. There's a poster on there of world champions and stats that I really want. That's like a massive one, so I can use it like wallpaper almost, that I'd love to have on the wall. So go and check them out as well. Supporting the channel, always appreciated. At £109 of that target, so it's looking good. It's looking good.
I did look at the COVID situation as well.
Okay.
So they don't do testing, they don't do testing on site anymore. However, if anyone does have COVID symptoms or confirmed to have COVID, they're not allowed in the paddock.
Oh, okay. So they're still stopping people.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they're not doing on-site testing and the masks and everything like that. But yeah, if someone has had symptoms or they've been confirmed to have COVID, they can't race, they can't be in the paddock or anything like that. I'm assuming until they get a negative test.
There you go. There'll come a point where it'll never get mentioned again, other than in our minds where we go, can you remember that year when the world stopped?
It is crazy. Like, even thinking back now, I remember when it first happened, going to the shop, I would have to, like, I didn't want to go outside, and I would walk to the shop. I wouldn't see a single car or person outside, and then it was a very weird atmosphere, everyone keeping distance, and it just felt very weird. It felt a little bit like an apocalypse, like a zombie apocalypse, and you just didn't want to be near anybody. It was weird.
It's kind of funny as well. We'll come off COVID in a second. Don't worry. I know you're all sick of it over the last few years, but it is also quite funny going back and watch. If you're catching like old panel shows on like Dave or something, and it's like you can easily tell the COVID times versus the normal times, can't you?
Yeah.
With the massive distancing, the perspex screens, and all of that. You're like, God, what a world. Anyway. I'm just waiting for Hacker to come back from his 21-year sabbatical. Says, yeah, exactly. Any day now he's due back. Sorry, Whisper. A new website to shop at. My husband will hate me. I'm so sorry. It's some really good stuff, and a lot of it's on GP Box. A lot of it's from independent, or most of it, I think, is from independent creators and artists and things. So there's some really good stuff over there that you might not find elsewhere. So it's worth a look, even if you don't buy anything. I like to browse things like that all the time. I'm always searching for F1 merch. I always go through the F1 Authentics page and drool over what I am never going to be able to afford. Little bits of bodywork in carbon, in whatever it's called. I forgot what it's called now. Tables made out of tires and replica steering wheels. And oh God, would love it. But I can't. Like literally thousands for some of it. It's crazy. Anyone else find it weird? DeResta has raced in F1 more recently than Button and Rosberg. He filled in for was it Massa in Hungary? Didn't he a few years ago?
For Williams, wasn't it? Yeah, I think he was the reserve test driver at the time still, wasn't he?
Was he commentating that weekend as well up to that point? And then
he was
kind of roped in,
and then he obviously was like, yes, in a bit, Sky. I'm getting in an F1 car. I think they had Ant Davison then, because I don't think Martin was at that race either, so it was going to be Crofty and Paul. Or Karun, one of them. Someone filled in and he was out on track. And personally, I don't actually think he did too bad. Like, he was pretty much on the pace in qualifying. Building up to it. He was only a few tenths off, I think. Who was his teammate that year? Was it Stroll? Or was it Bottas?
I can't remember. Honestly, it's...
I think it might have been Stroll, but he was only a few tenths off.
When you consider the amount of time he would have had to prepare for that,
wasn't his first session qualifying? Was it qualifying or was it practice 3? He didn't get the whole 3 practices, right? I don't think. He might have got practice 3 just before qualifying, maybe.
I can't remember. I know Nico Hulkenberg went pretty much straight in, didn't he? I'm going to have to move that live. Sorry, I'm just trying to sort the live timing out because it's now a bigger screen, but I'm going to have to move it, which is... Oh, God, I've moved the wrong thing. Oh, God. It's a nightmare. What's going on? I just want to move it down a bit. Sorry, so it's a bit more central. I'm just being weird. I know. I'm being really pedantic with it. There you go. Because we've got more drivers now, so I need to... Studio mode is a pain sometimes on this bloody thing.
Yeah, it was just qualifying in the race, so we didn't do any practice sessions.
By the way, if that's irritating anyone with OCD, don't worry, it's driving me crazy as well. The timing towers, I've got it now, but the table's set up for 20 drivers, and we've only got 17, so I've got to have a little grey box behind it all, so yeah. Although, having said that, sorry, nobody cares, Sean. I'll be really pedantic with this. Nobody cares, but I could just do that, which would look better, I think. There we go. It really doesn't matter. I'm sorry. He was 0.7 seconds off Stroll in quali, says Vasek. I can't remember, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, I think that's what I saw on the stats and that. I'm gonna go. I don't know if I'm gonna go look and see what the qualifying times were, because I thought he wasn't too far off in Q1, so maybe that might have been Lance's time if he got into Q2 or something. I'm gonna look.
We're watching at the moment Max Verstappen with some Flovis. On his Red Bull. He's out there for the afternoon. Just if you are rejoining, just a reminder, we've graded them out today so you can see them a bit better. But in the car this afternoon, Sargent doing all day, Alonso doing all day, and Zhou doing all day. And then Verstappen is in for Perez, Leclerc is in for Sainz, Russell's in for Hamilton, Hulkenberg is in for Magnussen, De Vries is in for Tsunoda, Gasly is in for Ocon, and Piastri is in for Norris. So there you go. That's your afternoon lineup. And your full day times and everything on there. And just to confirm, grayed out names for drivers that were in the car this morning. The whiter names are the ones that are in this afternoon or have been in all day or will be in all day. So there we go. So yeah, Verstappen's out there at the minute. We've got Zhou out there as well. steady start as we saw yesterday with this extra 15 minutes. So I'm just wondering if the extra 15 minutes is necessary, but there you go. That is Formula One for you. The Flovis is on the back left corner as we look at it from the rear, but right as we look from the front, obviously. So Verstappen's left.
Mercedes had some Flovis on earlier on, I noticed. They had some like Flovis on the front of the car, but it wasn't like that neon yellow colour that we usually see. So I think they was trying to hide it more from the cameras. I think it was a weird coloured fluid that they had on the front wing that was going back or something.
Williams were doing orange paint yesterday, Flovis, which was interesting.
Yeah. It looked like
a mess.
It reminded me a little bit of like the McLaren. Like, was it last year or a few years ago when they had like the blue and the orange, and it was like very significant. It reminded me of that.
So Verstappen's on a double cooldown lap here, or at least a double slow lap. He's not coming to the pits. He's very slow out there. So I don't know really what I'm looking forward to Flovis. If anybody is spotting it on Sky now, they're doing a slow-mo, but that's not a close enough of a shot really to spot too much. But so much detail around these floors.
Which tyre is that one?
Has it
looks like just white. It looks like
no
it's got
markings.
like,
It's prototype, so
it's got like a white text just
yes,
once
prototype.
or something.
Yeah, it's a prototype. Yeah. So I just look at the screen, make sure we got it. Back from a meeting. Have I missed anything? Says JM. Nothing at all, mate. Nothing at all. We've got Verstappen out there at the minute. Zhou Guanyu as well. Verstappen on the prototype. Zhou's on the medium. And they're just sort of doing a few steady laps to kick off the session. So nothing at the moment. Nothing much. I'm just going to go and have a look, actually, very, very quickly, whilst we are waiting for things to wind up a little bit. Don't know why that flashed, but it did. Let's have a look at where we are. So let's have a run through the team's social media, see if we've got anything to update you on. I would assume we'd have seen if there was anything major. It's not been the most dramatic of days, like I say, so just check and see what they are saying. So Red Bull, nothing really to say at the moment, so that's all going well for them. I'd imagine we won't hear much from Red Bull, Ferrari and the likes anyway. 70 laps this morning for Carlos Sainz, of course, the Ferrari, talking about that one. Fernando Alonso is out of the car at the moment, walking into the paddock area, the pit lane towards the pit wall with his awesome new yellow helmet on. I'm really pleased he's come back to that one. Nothing on Mercedes at the moment. We'll try Alpine. Again, this is kind of pointless in some ways because the teams are not going to come out and say, oh my God, we've got so many problems you wouldn't believe it. But it's always good to just check that I've not missed anything major, and I'll just run through in championship order. It's just the easiest way, or last year's championship order. A lot of talk about Drive to Survive, as you'd expect. I would play that audio, but it's going to come over the mic and then I'll get into trouble, so I can't do that. Oscar Piastri just giving thoughts on his day. I really want to know what Aston Martin are saying and see if there's anything to update us on. It doesn't look like it.
We just had them talk. I forgot his name. He was just talking about like the bodywork of the Mercedes that they have out there. It's so thin compared to everybody else. It's like 2 feet wide, and that's both sides of it. It's so tiny compared to the others.
But then compare it to the massive shoulder pads we were calling them this morning on the engine cover.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, there's nothing really on socials anywhere, so I think everything's running relatively smoothly. I think there were some issues I was listening to yesterday with the Haas yesterday, where they had some throttle issues, but nothing. They got out in the end, so it wasn't anything too dramatic. I thought Perez would do the whole day today, says Monir. No, so again, as I understand it, the idea is to get Verstappen the performance runs in somewhat representative sessions. So last year, for example, sorry, not last year, next week in qualifying, it's evening in Bahrain for quali. So I think the idea is to get Verstappen on those performance runs now that they couldn't have done yesterday. If that makes any sense at all. No worries, Jonty. If you're listening, mate, I've seen that in the Discord. Yeah, so that's why. So Perez is in all day tomorrow. So I assume he will do his performance runs tomorrow afternoon. Max is doing them today, is kind of the way to say that. It would be cool to see Ricciardo fill in at Red Bull for Max or Perez, says Define Existence. We went Divine Existence for that one. thoughts on Haas's new pit wall stand? It's tiny, isn't it? But I read somewhere that they've saved $250,000.
Yeah, that's what they said earlier.
By having
a year they can save.
Sort of a skeleton pit wall. So
that's apparently just on transport alone as well. That's
it's crazy. I mean, is that just for testing that they're running out? Are they running it for the whole season?
That's $250,000 for the whole season, just on transport alone, which they can then put into the car.
It's a good idea if they put it into the car and don't just put one update on it and then turn attention to next year.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's when you look at there's like 3 seats, isn't there? So when you look at it in that way, it's like it's absolutely tiny. But it's about being efficient when you're a smaller team, isn't it? So it's
I know this
thinking.
morning. I don't know if you heard it or you mentioned it earlier on, but they spoke about, someone asked how much weight is there on a full painted car, and they said, I think it was AlphaTauri they was asking, and they said last year if it was like a fully painted AlphaTauri car, it's like 6 kilograms in paint. So you can understand why they're going to carbon, because if they can knock 4 kilograms off of that, that's a lot of time.
Every little bit of weight makes such a difference. It's why
6 kilograms. I didn't think it'd be 6 kilograms. I was like maybe a kilogram or 2. I didn't think 6.
It's like Jeremy Clarkson makes a joke on Top Gear, doesn't he? That every single bit of weight matters, and then Jenson Button turns up with a beard. I know it's only he's joking around with that, but yeah. But the bird's eye view of the Merc is remarkable. It is so much thinner than the other cars. Like I say, Space. It's the juxtaposition, if you like, of the really slim car and then this really these fat shoulders on the back of the engine coming. Like, what on earth? It really is quite surprising. So, we saw the Haas pit wall. We just said that one. It was, look, it's the right. If you've got yourself some nice new sponsors, you've saved yourself $250,000. It's a great idea. Put it in the car. I'd rather see tiny pit walls and some nice new development on the car. That'd be amazing. We'd much rather see that than 18 people on a pit wall, which is an exaggeration. What is your take on McLaren? It says Williams, Snowden. So testing-wise, better day today. Yesterday they had their issues, didn't they? And I can't remember the lappage yesterday, but they were a little bit. Dyllan's going to tell me.
92 they got yesterday. They got 92 yesterday.
And Norris is already on 65 today.
Haas,
yeah,
with 108. So yeah, they were quite a way off. Comparing it, they got 92 yesterday. Max got 157. It was like big difference, but definitely a lot better today.
Yeah, so they've obviously resolved, or at least found a fix for whatever the issue was. Yesterday they were having with the brakes. So that is good to see. It's sort of again on a wider point, and if you were here yesterday, you'll have heard me say this one. So, but I'll repeat it for William as well. But it's this year I'm not quite sure where they are going to be. There's a lot of focus on this new wind tunnel that's coming into operation next year, later this year. Sorry, so is the focus on that. So I think they're looking. I've put them in a fight with Alpine and Aston Martin for 4th. But I think they could well end up being the tail end of that battle, if that makes sense. They could end up down in 6th place. But I think they could be, I guess, just sticking to testing now. I think for day 2, they've got to be much happier than they were yesterday, given the issues. And it'll be interesting to see what they can do with Piastri. I'm confident in saying they're probably, assuming no issues, going to go past what they did yesterday. So that's the good stuff. It's just lap times. I want to sit here, and I'd love to sit here and talk about lap times and who's where and all that, but it's so difficult to read because we don't know the programs they're on. But I don't think a 35.5 and 65 laps is a bad morning, based on my experience of watching testing. Yeah, exactly.
So they needed to get all in the standard checks of make sure everything's fine before they could start doing more of their program. So when they started out slow, they then couldn't do as much of the program. So they got a lot of laps in today. Hopefully they can do a bit more today, do a couple of low fuel runs, and then we're actually like, they probably do seem a little bit closer to, rather than being at the tail end of the midfield, maybe they're right in there,
Just watching on board with Piastri here. Just didn't realise we're on board with this, so I might just quickly do this because Flove is
spray
all
on the halo.
over that halo.
Yeah. Like, is that could go on his on his helmet.
It's all over, isn't it, on that front side of the car? It's all down sort of the right-hand side and across the halo. So, and on the side pods and the mirrors, the bigger mirrors, which are obviously bigger, but they're not as in your face as I thought they were going to be looking at them. But it's quite a tidy car, that McLaren, actually, looking at it there. I'm still not sold on the livery, but you ain't going to miss it. It's a McLaren, isn't it? It really is. So they're going to show, for some reason, they've gone to a split screen now and come off board, and they're showing us shots of last year's car, which, I mean, I saw last year's car. They're doing side by side. Fair enough. Yeah, you can definitely see the differences in their side pod design. It definitely tapers down, if you want to call it that, a lot more towards the rear. It's much more Red Bull style. It looks a much tighter and tidier car than it did last year. Having put them side by side, actually, I do very much like that McLaren. I know they had the Red Bull pod concept towards the end of last year, but they've gone a bit further with it this year. So we're watching some bouncing, I think. DRS Open. It is quite bumpy around Bahrain in places, so some of that stuff. There's still definitely porpoising going on, but I'm not going to keep banging about porpoising because there's no point. We know it's still going to be a thing. It's just not going to be the horrendous mess it was last year. I am trying to get these images in my stream, but it's not letting me download the file, which is really annoying. So bear with me on that one. Sainz shouldn't be in a legendary team, in my opinion.
I think Sainz, he was a bit inconsistent.
That's not my opinion, by the way. I completely disagree with that.
No, that was a comment, yeah. I think he was a bit inconsistent last year. I think he did better towards the end of the season. But also, I think at the start of the season, he had so many things go wrong for him. I know we beached it a few times, but I think it was in Australia. Something went wrong in qualifying with his steering wheel, I think. So he started a lot lower down. So he's tried to make up for those places and then beached it. I think in Imola, he got hit by somebody and then beached it. That wasn't his fault. That was unlucky. So I think he's had mistakes and then tried to over-perform on the car, and that's caused him more mistakes. But I think he definitely started improving more towards the end of the year. And I've always thought he was good. He was very close to Verstappen in the Toro Rosso. And then he went to McLaren and he was close to Lando. We know how good Lando is. So I think, he's not... I don't think he's better than Leclerc, but I think he's better than what he showed last year.
Yeah, Sainz was the one for me. When McLaren decided, when Ferrari decided Vettel was going to go, Sainz for me was the pick, 100%. And I think he's done, he was unlucky last year with some of his reliability. There were moments, obviously, not all reliability, performance wasn't always there, but I agree, he's much better than he showed at times last year, and he deserves to be in that car. If he didn't deserve to be in that car, it's Ferrari, they wouldn't have him in that car.
People were judging him a lot, like in Spain when he went off the track, and like, oh, he's lost control and stuff. And then Verstappen did the exact same thing, but people didn't criticize Verstappen as much when he did the exact same thing as Sainz,
He's a good driver, is Sainz. He's a good driver. I think the use of ballast as a positive setup parameter has been understated. Teams have gone to great effort to reduce weight so they can add it again where it'll aid handling characteristics. That's from Space. That's what I was... I don't know if you're here for that. I was saying that yesterday because people were questioning why, if the Alpine is now underweight, why have they shaved the paint off? But the teams will always want their car to be underweight because it's better, as you're saying, it's better for them to be able to put that weight back in ballast where they want it and where they need it for balance and setup and all of that and handling characteristics, like you say. So that's why, even if their car is at the weight limit or below it, they're going to want to take a little bit more off so that they can decide where they want their ballast. It's fascinating. It's part of the fascination of Formula One, isn't it? The things they do that, they take weight off, but then they put it back on, but specifically where they want it and where they need it, track to track. So it's that's why they do that. So
they've just shown the Ferrari side by side as well.
It's a beautiful car, full stop, that Ferrari.
Yeah,
they nailed it for the regulations in terms of the looks of the car, and the performance until they had to turn things down because it kept blowing itself up.
I'm glad that they got rid of that green.
Yeah, that was weird. And just mission win now, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Absolutely space. It has some interesting compromises, definitely. I actually think Carlos is still developing and getting better. He might surprise this season, says Kevin. Yeah, I've said my bit on Sainz, but I agree. Who else is saying, well, I would like to see Dyllan in an F1 car one day, says Michael. I think he'll get his chance. I think we'll see him. We might see him some FP1s this season. Or he will do, won't he? He's got to do 2 this season. Because Gasly and Ocon wouldn't qualify for the inexperienced rookie young driver thing that they have to do. So we'll see him a couple of times in FP1. He is very much now the young driver that Alpine are backing, with Piastri going to McLaren. But I've said this, I think I did this in a video or a stream earlier in the winter. So if anyone knows the answer, let me know. Who was the last Renault rookie that Renault/Alpine put in their main team? Who was it? Because I'm struggling to remember. And people, again, going back to what I said earlier, people were talking about, how back in the day, a few years ago, how Toto Wolff and Mercedes never gave their youngsters a chance in the main team until they promoted Russell.
Was it
you
Palmer?
could say the same. It could be Palmer, but
because who they had after that? They had Palmer and Magnussen. Magnussen had already been in. Hulk had already been in. Felipe Nasr is the only one I was thinking of, but he was Sauber, wasn't he? Not Renault.
I want to say D'Ambrosio was something to do with him, but I don't think he was, and it's not the one I'm thinking of as somebody else. I've got him in my head now, but yeah, Palmer. Grosjean was 2009.
Are we classing it as just Renault, like modern, or when they were like still Lotus and stuff?
No, the Endstone team. So yeah, so Palmer's a shout, but they didn't with Piastri. Obviously, they haven't with Dyllan yet. They might do. They did do Grosjean in 09.
Wasn't he?
Yeah. I think it looks like Palmer. A lot of people saying Palmer.
I thought initially Palmer, because Palmer was what, like 2017, 16? Something like that, right?
I don't think he was that young when he debuted.
He only did like 2 or 3 seasons, right?
Yeah, Verstappen's youngest driver at 17. Palmer was much older than that, I'm sure he was, when he debuted.
No, I mean 2016, 2017.
Oh, sorry,
I thought you said the most recent driver. Are you on about the youngest driver?
No, the last time Renault, as owning that team in whatever guise they were in, have promoted a youngster, one of their young drivers, to their team. Because Zhou used to be a Renault Academy driver.
Oh, you're about the Academy.
Yeah.
Oh, got ya. I'm just reading this.
Because Zhou's at Alpha, and he was a Renault Academy driver. Piastri's at McLaren. He was a Renault Academy driver. Alpine now, of course, Alpine Academy driver. Yeah, they don't seem quite so confident in their youngsters, unless, of course, their senior driver decides to leave, and then they decide, we do want you, but that driver's already signed for somebody else. What a mess that was. Yeah, we will stick. We'll see. Somebody will come up with it. If not, then we'll crack on with it.
I found it interesting with Grosjean. I only found this out a few years ago, that he was in F2, and then he went to F1, and then went back to F2, and then back to F1 again. I think he did a little stint in F1 and then went back to F2 again or something.
Mate, my brain is not having it. What's happening out on track? What time are we? 20-1. So we'll go through times again in a little bit. So it is Sainz currently fastest still. We've got Verstappen out there on track. Zhou is on track as well. And we've also got Hülkenberg. We're on board with Nico Hülkenberg, Pierre Gasly and George Russell out there as well. So let's see what Hülkenberg's doing on this split screen. Coming through turn 10, not too bad through there. Tomo said this car looks like a bit of a donkey. They were struggling to get it stopped yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see what the onboard is like. I do like that Haas livery. It's surprisingly nice. He's all right through 11. Picking up the speed
did like
again
the
into
black
12.
and gold Haas, but we don't want rich energy back.
No,
they like the black and gold.
I like the idea of the black and gold one, but they didn't do it well. Bit twitchy, sorry, into 13. And then on to the backs, well, not the back straight, onto the straight towards turn 14 and 15, which is 2 corners. That what we call the final corner is officially 2 corners. So
wait, is it? That's
14,
2 corners?
Yep, officially. 14 and 15.
It's sort of a bit like Austria, isn't it, where it kind of sweeps round?
Over the line. Where's he gone? 11th for Nico Hülkenberg. 35.196. Gasly's about to come through as well and set his one and only time so far of the session. He's done a 1:36.118 for Pierre Gasly. That looks like it's on the C3. I'll let him turn in and we'll see.
C2.
Oh, no, it's C2.
Name?
Sorry, it's C2. Because he's not got the markings on there. Verstappen looks like he's pushing a little bit. In fact, he's purple in the first sector. So I think, Dyllan, I'm going to watch this one through with Verstappen. See what he does here on the approach through 9 into 10. Nicely turned in there. No locking up. No lighting up the rears on the exit.
At the top straight away.
Determined to, isn't he? On the way to turn 11. Swings it in nicely. And then he's going to go into that fast right-hander, which is turn 12, which I was speculating about this morning. Looking... It does, that Red Bull does look very tidy, doesn't it, through there?
It does.
It has its
He's
little
half
twitches,
a second up. He's half a second up already.
I just wait for somebody to chat in a minute to go, times don't matter. We know times don't matter. We're trying to enjoy it as best we can. So into 14 here. And 15. He's got a shot. It depends what he does here. Does he back off at all? He's crafty. It's did he do it? It's a 31.863. By far the fastest time of testing so far. We're now considerably quicker than we were last year, a couple of seconds. So 131.863. First sector 29.233. Second sector 39.518 and a 23.112 in the final sector. Purple, and green. So there you go. And that isn't everything cranked up. So we've got some quick cars here. Is the takeaway from that lap. Not that we can read into times, but in terms of where we are versus last year, we've got some quick cars. So not a great surprise they're quicker. But that is good stuff from Max there. Top of the timesheets, which we'll update, of course, in due course. I want to check a couple of things. That was definitely on the C3 as well, so it's not even the softest tyre. So we've still got time to come from that Red Bull in testing spec. Let's call it that, testing spec, rather than times don't matter. Testing spec.
What time did he get again? 131.
131.863.
That would have qualified him in 8th place last year. Yeah. So he still would have got top 10, and we're in testing where they're still not going full beams. These cars are going to be so rapid compared to last year.
It's quite exciting that they're just getting quicker and quicker and quicker. But it won't be long until F1 tries to slow them down.
I guess what tyres are they using at this race next week? Is it the C2, 3, and 4?
Yeah, they're usually about the middle of the range for Bahrain. Yeah. That
was the C2, right? So that would be an actual tyre that we run next week. So I was like, is he on the C1? So it's even quicker than what you'd be allowed. But I think it was the... Was it the prototype? Oh no, was it the prototype, or is it just not showing us because it says in pit?
On Verstappen.
Oh, that was a C3. Oh,
yeah,
so
C3, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, okay. So just changing the tyre compound would instantly put you
a bit quicker.
Make you quicker as well.
I don't want to specify what the gap is, but just checking. So Bahrain is Bahrain is 1-2-3, which is surprising actually. But so Bahrain is, that's right for Bahrain, 1-2-3. Saudi Arabia is 2-3-4. And Australia is 2-3-4.
So that would be the quickest tyre then for the.
Yes, that is that'll be the soft. Oh, for goodness sake, that'll be the soft next. It's a medium now. It'll be the soft next week.
See,
makes it easier to understand.
It's a little bit. It's easier to understand when you're in the weekend and it's like soft, medium, hard. And you just forget about the compound, but trying to explain it in testing when you've got all the tyres, it's more confusing. You're like, I'd just rather say hyper soft, super.
Ooh, Hulkenberg wide through 11, up on the curb there, a bit twitchy from that Haas. Compared to the Red Bull that was going through there, that's quite the difference. So not good there for Hulkenberg, but he should be okay. What do we make of that Max Verstappen lap then? Let's see what chat are saying. Probably not a lot other than Sean, calm down, it's only testing. Honey Bunny says Max is a different breed for sure. Nikita Mazepin is here. Hey Nikita. Says damn, not the real one, I'm sure. Leclerc is super fast, but it's not enough. It's just not enough in the brutal mental sport. He has to be like Vettel, overtaking, master, and aggressive There'll be some people that argue with you over the Vettel thing, True Beast, and overtaking. I think he was a better overtaker than he gets credit for, but
I think Leclerc's sometimes too aggressive. And sometimes he needs to be a little bit more patient, like Emma last year, you know, when he like kind of like ruined it and stuff. Sometimes just be a little bit more patient and be less aggressive. It's picking the right moment.
I am paying attention to your chat. I'm just, we're getting a few onboards at the minute, so I'm sort of trying to keep an eye on them. Tell you what the cars are, well, with my eyes, looking like. But De Vries is on a green lap here, but has he set a time yet? He has, so this is quicker than he's gone before. Looks to be on the C3, I believe, out there, or the C2. I don't know.
It looks like it's got some gaps in it, so it's not a solid line.
C2 then, yeah. I'm looking at a different angle and being weird. Into 14 and 15. What's De Vries going to do? I keep trying to emphasise the V in Vries because I've realised I sound like I'm saying De Vries, which is like the freeze, which I think is a cool name. Over the line, 3.3 off the pace, 35.259 puts De Vries up into 12th place. Leclerc over the line next. It'll tell me on the timing in a bit. It'll just take a little bit of time to update, but it'll tell me. That's looks like the 2 on Leclerc is going for a lap into turn 1 and 2. We're not on board with him, but he's out there. See what he's going to do. Yeah. I don't know.
Sargent's come out on the C5. Is he either out on the C5 now or that time was on the C5? I'm not sure.
Who?
Sargent. Is that the tire he's on now, or is that what his time was on?
Sargent did his fastest time on the C5.
Okay.
C4, sorry. I think that's wrong on their thing. I think he did do...
I wasn't sure if that was displaying what he's coming out on, or that was what his time was on.
It was the C5. Sorry, the reference I have is updated now, so it is C5, not C4 for his fastest time. So that was... It did say C4 earlier, but it's gone to C5 now. 2 Dutch drivers... says Lonely. I'll tend to do, yeah. 2 Dutch drivers, yes, De Vries and Verstappen. It's good. Zandvoort's going to be rocking this year. I mean, it rocks anyway, but it's going to be rocking. I'd love to go there while it's on the calendar and while we've got 2 Dutch drivers. That'd be amazing. What an atmosphere. I mean, if you've been to
track as well with so many bank corners. There's so many lines to take around. Is it turn 4? So many different lines at the start of the race to take, and I find that really exciting.
Sean, do you still play F1 Manager? I did over the winter. I've not for a little while now though, just because I've been getting ready for this season and all this. But I've played it. It's that kind of game. The management. So I like my open world RPG type stuff, but I really love my management games and stuff like that, and even strategy stuff. So I've definitely been playing it. So to put like my favourite sport and a management game together, it's a good stuff. And again, I said it like 100 times, but the first management game for F1 that I've played since Grand Prix Manager 2. I'd never played Motorsport Manager really, so yeah. Is Mercedes still on long runs, or do they just not have the pace this year again? It's testing again. Don't read too much into it. We don't know what programs they're all on. In terms of stints and runs at the moment, Hamilton, his total run on that last tyre was 11 laps, and Russell's currently on a 3-lap stint. So difficult to say. Do you know what, Jack? If you're going to start on Fallout 76, I'll remove your moderator position. Fallout 76 was garbage at launch. It's not now. It's a much better game. It's not great, but it's much
Elder
better than it was.
Scrolls is what we're waiting for. Elder Scrolls 6.
Or another Skyrim release.
We'll probably get another 5 of those before they release Elder Scrolls 6. Yo, we brought it out for the PlayStation 6 and the PlayStation 7.
Oh, and actually, I just to add to the 76 thing, I've said this to Dan as well. If you've not played Fallout 76 since launch, your opinion on it is irrelevant. Because you've not played it since they actually made it a half-decent game. I also am fully aware that half-decent from crap is still relatively poor. I'm aware of that one. But yeah, let's have another Skyrim. Why not? Lots of Skyrim. Why not? Just keep them coming. Keep them coming, Bethesda. Are you expecting much from the Las Vegas Grand Prix? Asks William. Well, it's going to be a spectacle, isn't it? It'll be amazing to see the cars down the strip. I'm quite intrigued by the track as well. I think it's going to be a little bit better than some are potentially expecting. But that said, it is another street track. It's going to be tough to overtake on. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Vegas, but I if I'm being honest, I think more because I want to see the spectacle than the racing, which is in some ways a shame because Formula One should always be about the racing, but it's like Singapore. We've had some really good races. We don't always get a great race, and it is tough to overtake there, but the backdrop is stunning. So I'm looking forward to seeing Vegas, F1 cars all together, nice and cheesy. I want lots of cheese that weekend as well. Not the food, just really, really cliche. And I'd imagine the socials are well primed for it as well. I can just only imagine what the F1 socials are going to be like that week.
Singapore was so unique because it was a night race. So everyone, even if the race wasn't necessarily good, because it was the only night race, you was really excited for that and seeing the cars out on track at night with all the lights. But obviously there's more and more night races now, so it makes that race less unique. And Vegas, being Vegas, is probably trying to bring in another unique aspect with it being Vegas. And they'll probably just go shebang for everything.
I saw a question I wanted to read. It's just got out of my head. Where's it gone? It's disappeared from the screen. Oh, they've deleted it. Did you delete it? Could have been. Somebody wanted to know. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Aidan wants to know opinions on Alpine. So we'll look at the testing situation for the old Alpine. In terms of the season, I've put them in a fight with Aston Martin and McLaren for fourth. I think that's going to be a fun scrap. They're targeting third. I'm not convinced. But hey, we'll see what happens. In terms of testing, Ocon, really good laps this morning. 49. No, not on the level of Yuki laps, but still some good laps at 49. And Gazzy's doing 8 at the moment. They've looked, again, times, blah, blah, testing, caveats, all of that, but they are a lot further down the timing screens yesterday than I expected to see them. But they seem to be doing all right. I'm just going to go check their socials and make sure there's nothing I missed that... I don't want to say everything's been going swimming and then find out like the gearbox fell out yesterday or something like that and I've forgotten. It is very much something I would do. But I don't always get press releases. So, solid session for Esteban in the afternoon yesterday. Work completed on characterising the aerodynamic package and understanding the mechanical balance on the car. So, that's what yesterday was done. Okay. Yeah, but they're just, testing, isn't it? So, that's where they're at. I'm quietly optimistic that Alpine will be in the mix for fourth. I could see them on the podium. Not every weekend, not consistently. But I can see them on the podium a couple of times in 23. But we're not talking necessarily on raw pace. We're talking about any mechanical issues ahead of them, crazy races, late safety cars, red flags, that kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? I don't think Alpine, if everyone finishes the race with no issue, I don't see Alpine challenging for podiums. But I could see a cheeky podium if things sort of go wrong for those ahead of them or whatever. Yeah, I like Alpine as a team. I do. I like Gasly a lot. I like Ocon a lot. It's nice to see a French lineup there as well. But in terms of it's really difficult to say in testing. The laps are good, though. And that is what is mattering there, really, more than anything. 1,144 watching. Where are those likes, people? Says Whisper. Yes, please do drop a like. We're not going to break yesterday's record. But yeah, let's try and get that as high as possible. At 487, 1,100 watching. Please do drop a like. Massively appreciate it. I'll go through the times in a couple of minutes as well. Phoenix says the stream keeps buffering for them. Is it for anybody else? There's nothing... Everything's running nice on and smooth on my end. So I can't comment on everybody else. But for me, everything seems okay. But let me know if there are any issues on that front, I assume.
It's a shame that Alpine get Gasly and Ocon, so they have a French team with a full French lineup the year that the French Grand Prix is not on the calendar. That's just rotten luck, isn't it? Because they go all out with that.
Sod's law. That would I agree. That would have been an incredible weekend.
Maybe they would have stayed on the calendar
if
if they changed the layout and actually made the track more interesting, but, you know.
They're just showing us a sort of comparison of the RB18 versus the RB19. And, I mean, the changes are obvious, but they are more... Subtle's probably the wrong word, but I'll use subtle because it's the only word I can think of, but they are more subtle than, say, some of the changes we've seen on the McLaren versus testing last year. Or Ferrari's Ferrari as well, maybe. But, yeah, just interesting they're side-by-sides. That's a level of law of diminishing returns. There's only so fast and only so much you can do with a car. Only so fast it'll go and so much you can do. Twitchy for Piastri through 11 there. He's not on a personal best or anything, so it's not a particularly hot lap. In fact, he's nearly 5 seconds down, but he's out there on his C2 tyres, popping the laps in. What's he done so far? Actually, that feels like a good time to go through the times, actually. So, evolution, not revolution. Says click that. Do you know that's my favourite saying of launch season and testing? Evolution, not revolution. Apart from last year when it was revolution, wasn't it, very much? But you know what I mean. Piastri, so... we were talking about him. What's he done? 12 laps. So far today, morning and afternoon session, with 3.5 hours still to go. Max Verstappen is currently the fastest with a 1:31.863. He set that one on the C3 tyre as well and has so far completed 9 laps. Carlos Sainz a 1:32.486. He's done 70 laps, or did 70 laps this morning and completed his fastest time on the C3 tyre. Logan Sargent out on track at the moment, 1:32.549, has completed 82 laps in total, and his fastest lap so far was set on the soft C5, the softest compound available. Fernando Alonso, 1:32.969, 68 laps on the board in total so far today, and his fastest time was set on the C3. Zhou's fastest time was on the prototype tyre, and that was a 1:33.170, 59 laps. He is in the car this afternoon, as, by the way, is Fernando Alonso, so they're doing all day. Kevin Magnussen, 1:33.442, 67 laps in total. For Magnussen, his fastest time was set on the C2 tyre. Esteban Ocon, his fastest time on the C3 tyre was a 1:33.490. He did 49 laps. Sergio Perez, a 1:33.751. 76 laps in total. His fastest time was set on the prototype tyre. Lewis Hamilton's fastest time was a C3 for his fastest time, which was a 1:33.954. 72 laps for him this morning. Charles Leclerc has so far done 9 laps. His fastest time is a 34.272. And that was set on the C3 tyre. Hulkenberg also on the C3 tyre for his fastest time. It's a 1:35.196, 7 laps thus far. Nick De Vries, 15 laps, 1:35.259, and that was on the C3 tyre. Make sure I was going quicker. Lando Norris, 1:35.522, 65 laps. His fastest time this morning was on the C2. The C3 was used by Tsunoda for his quickest, which was a 1:37.687, 85 laps this morning for him. Pierre Gasly, 1:36.118 is his fastest time so far. That was on the C3 tyre. 1:35.924 for Pierre Gasly, 8 laps, and that was on the C3 tyre. Oscar Piastri, 36.394, 13 laps so far, his fastest on the C3. And Russell was also on the C3 for his quickest time, which is a 1:38.495, 6 laps, and he is bottom of the timings at the moment. If you want to watch it in the UK, you can watch it on Sky Sports F1. Obviously, I can't show the footage for copyright reasons. That, you know, the law exists, and also if in your country, if it's available, you can watch on F1 TV. If you are new to the channel, please do subscribe. Great to have you here. It will be great to have you along for the ride for the rest of the season. Please do drop a like as well. That would be massively appreciated. Really helps with the algorithm. We're at 530 at the moment. And if you would like to support the streams and help towards that goal at the top of the screen, then you can do so through Super Chat, through Streamlabs. And if you prefer the stream to keep 100% of your contribution or your support, then you can do so through Streamlabs, PayPal. That's in the description. I'll get there in the end. That's in the description. And you can also check out gpbox.com via the link down below if you want some fancy artwork or some stuff, some merch, some F1 goodies for your setup or for your living room, or if you want to wind up your other half by covering your bedroom in F1 merch, then absolutely go for it. It's something I plan to do at some point. I will come to your thank you for your super chat again, Mike says it's testing time. It is indeed. Thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate that. I do need to update that total as well. I'll just round it up as the easiest way to do it rather than working out what is going where. So that would be not that much. There we go. That's all in. There we go. Conversing things. I'm not very good at it, but yeah, there we go. What's I'll tell you, I don't know if I've asked you this question, Dyllan. If I have, please do tell me that I've already asked you. But what's jumped out at you so far in testing today, or over the 2 days? What's really caught your eye? We'll do a bit of testing talk, and then we'll go back to random stuff.
Well, from this morning, it caught my eye the degradation. Degradation.
Tough word.
On the Alfa Romeo, they'd only done a few laps, and I don't know if it was just pickup or not, but that definitely wasn't looking too good at the start. So I don't know if that could just be setup not correct, pickup or what, but that, or the heat even as well. But I know that didn't look too great. Ferrari, apparently their degradation has been pretty poor as well. And I think they was talking about, that's sort of like last year were, very quick on the straights, but then during the race, they dropped off because the tires got worn out more and stuff like that. So I think that's something definitely to keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, fair point. I think it's kind of difficult, isn't it, to pick out specific things because, again, you got to be careful what you're looking at. But yeah, I think a few people are. I don't know what I was going to say. That words today are not happening. Morning for me, Sean. So I'll say afternoon then, Ryan. Says, do you think the McLaren drivers can get their first Grand Prix victories this year, or do you think McLaren might struggle compared to the competition? I think they're going to... I think that, as I said earlier, obviously you've just got up, so I'm not saying you weren't listening, but you've just got up. But we were saying earlier that I've kind of put McLaren, Aston, Alpine in that fight for fourth. I think they're going to be towards the back end of that. I'm more excited about McLaren going forward from next year than this year. But I'd love to see Norris get that win that got. I mean, depending on your biases, either he threw away or got taken away by the weather. Or poor decision making. I would say he threw it. Inexperience.
Wasn't a lot of communication with the team as well. Yeah, and I think if roles were reversed and Hamilton was in first place, I think Hamilton was staying out as well.
It's part of learning, isn't it? It's part of the learning process. But I think if Norris has got if that happened to Norris now, let's pretend that never happened in Russia and he wasn't in contention for the win. But if that kind of scenario happened now, with the years of experience he's now got in F1, he pits.
Yeah. I feel like it's difficult depending on the situation and the communication with the team as well. Like, let's say Hamilton and Norris were reversed and Lewis was in first place. If the team had done communication similar to him, like, do you want to pit or not? Imagine how stupid he would have looked if he would have pitted. The rain didn't instantly get as bad as that, and then he's just pit himself out of the lead. It's always so much more difficult doing a decision when you're in first place, because the person in second place, if they pit and they get it wrong, they're still in second place. If they pit and they get it right, they win the race. So it's always more difficult in those conditions, being the lead driver, which I think puts more pressure on it as well.
Yeah, you're first to find all of those puddles, aren't you? And those damp bits on track, and there's nothing to...
Yeah.
Yeah.
The person behind you can sit a bit further back. They can see the conditions, where you brake and stuff, and kind of change on that. And it's also yours to lose. The person behind doesn't potentially, they can risk something, but if it goes wrong, they're still in the position they were in the first place.
I was going to say it's quiet out on track, but that would be an understatement. Nick De Vries is the only driver on track because Sargent is now in his pit box and being wheeled back into the garage. So it all gone very quiet. So De Vries is out there on a 12-lap stint at the moment, actually, on his tyres, which are a medium. So what's the timing tower say? I don't know if that's the fastest time or whether that's the tyre they've got on now, but it says C3, so that'll be about right. So, yeah, De Vries on a decent stint, 12 laps. Max Verstappen has just gone out on track now. So we've got 2 cars out there. 2 Dutchmen, 2 Red Bull style cars, brand cars, company cars, whatever you want to call them. I say that'd be one hell of a company car, wouldn't it? One of those ones heading to the office, mate, in a Red Bull. Yeah. So yeah, Max on an outlap. So we'll keep an eye on see if anything happens there. But yeah, I think it feels really quiet this afternoon.
I think they was working on Max's car at the start. They might have been changing the springs at the front or something. You know what changes to the ride height. So potentially it's quiet because a lot of cars have still had a lot of tweaks being changed to them from the brake. So they're just taking a bit longer to kind of change the setups potentially.
Verstappen letting De Vries go there. They're both going through turn 10. That awkward little corner. Alex Alba's in the commentary box right now. Well, Sean, we did see Verstappen drive to work at Red Bull in one. Yes, we did, didn't we? Yeah. Do you know what? I do like it that Red Bull do some of that. They do their road or their race across America. They did at one point. There's some great B-roll I've got of them doing a pit stop on the beach and then it kicking up all the sand as he buries the throttle. You wouldn't want to be the rear jackman at that point. Straight in your face. Yeah, that's one thing Red Bull do get bang on, as well as the car on track is their B-roll. They're pretty damn good with it. So, have you watched Drive to Survive yet, Dylan, or have you been fully focused on testing?
I have not seen Drive to Survive yet. I would say I would watch it tonight, but I passed out. I had some food, did a little bit of stuff around the house, and then I passed out at like 10 o'clock yesterday. So I probably might watch an episode or two, but I'm not going to be watching all of it.
I finished.
But it will
streaming.
be watched by the end of the weekend, that's for sure.
I finished streaming, had some dinner, and then I had to bath the puppy, which... Have you ever tried to use a hairdryer on a puppy?
I have. They hate it. They either try and bite it, or they hate it and run away. Those are the 2 outcomes I've had before. He
kind of goes to sniff it, and then gets a face full of air, and then I get the foul look, and he sort of shakes it. Oh, it's hell. And brush him. He doesn't like being brushed either. I have never known a dog not like to be brushed.
What breed of dog is he?
Cockapoo.
Oh,
I'll send you a picture. This is all got.
Yo, who needs to talk about Formula One, guys? Let's just talk about dogs.
We'll talk about Formula One because Verstappen's just gone purple. I'll send you a picture later, mate. Yeah.
I've seen cockapoos. They're so cute.
He's black and white, and he's a straight hair, a bit more straight hair. So he's not your normal gingery.
I still want to see.
Verstappen purple in the middle sector as well. Nearly a 10th up on his own time. Wide on the exit of turn 12. Hurtling towards the final couple of corners now. Into 14 and 15. I'll call them one corner. They're not really. I'm going to listen to see if he lifts.
Is it the same tyre again? Is this the C3 again?
It looks like the C3, yeah.
So hard to see from certain angles with the light on the inside. He has
gone quicker again. It's a 31.650 from Verstappen. That's another couple of tenths shaved off that one.
What times were we saying? Were we predicting 31.2 or 30.2? Like I said 0.2. I can't remember if it was 31.2 or 30.2.
Which one? The pole time?
For the fastest lap of the 3 days.
Last year.
No. Like, you know when you've asked us our questions, who do we think is going to get the fastest?
Sorry.
Yeah, I can't remember what time I predicted. I can't remember if it was 31.2 or 30.2.
30.2.
Okay, that's fine. I was going to say, if I said 31.2, can I change it? But okay, that's fine.
I think you're right. I think you're all right. I think you've all gone around the same time. I think it will be mid-30s by the look of it.
Yeah, I think so.
With day 2, Verstappen's on a 31.6.
And that's not even on a C5.
Yeah, exactly. That's on the that's on the C3 medium, which is next week's soft.
I'm kind of curious if the C5 would be too soft because it's quite a high degradation track, right? So I wonder if by the end of the lap the tire's just gone. So I wonder if maybe the C2 might be over 1 lap pace, pushing constantly. C2 might be the best one potentially. I don't know.
Hulkenberg's out there as well now, so we're getting a bit of action. Fernando Alonso and Pierre Gasly are on track, but De Vries is pitted. He's had enough. He's had enough for now. So that last stint for De Vries was a 15-lap stint, 21 laps in total. So that's a really solid stint actually for.
Was that C3 as well?
It looked like C3 on board. Yes, Whisper. There's something I want to get for him to cover his ears and his head while I'm doing that. So I'm gonna invest in one of those. It's a good idea. It's a very good idea. Till he gets used to it, probably. He'll probably fine when he's a bit older. He'll understand it. But yeah. Apparently the puppy can hear me and he's getting a bit narky downstairs. I've just been messaged and told. Oh well, I'll see him in a bit. Hulkenberg over the line, still 12th place, 9 laps in total. Fernando Alonso, is he gearing up for a lap? Looks like the C3 on that one as well. It looks like he's gearing up for a lap. Nice exit from that corner, Fernando. Let's see what he does.
Good traction at the corner as well.
Aston's a good-looking car, although the nose, I don't know, it just looks like somebody's punched him in the face and broken the car nose, but it's not. Ignore me. Through turn 1 and turn 2. Flick through turn 3, and that'll be DRS open. No DRS on the Aston Martin. So this isn't a give it everything run, which isn't a great surprise. What's he going to do in this first sector? It's a 20. It's not a 20 anything. It's a 30 points. Why is that not updating? I'll look at the TV. 30 point something. Really helpful.
It was 1 point slow. 1
yeah,
point slower.
A lot slower.
Than
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, live timing is really struggling. Thank you very much to Bill Asher for your very generous super chat. Thank you so much, mate. Yeah. I just want to double check, but that's Bill who made the prediction that got us all nervous last year about Mercedes passing Ferrari, wasn't it? We all laughed at you at the time, but there was a point last season when we thought you had us. We thought you got it right. So I'm so excited to have Formula One and F1 word back. Let's go Red Bull. Thank you so much, Bill. That's really generous of you. Looking forward to seeing you around this season in race reactions and all that. We've got loads to come this year, so good to see you again. And looking forward to your bold prediction in the middle of the season. You nearly had us, honestly. We kept coming back to it all year. I think Bill might be right, you know. So what would that take that to? There we go. Roughly. Mercedes are doing long runs and setup tweaks currently, says that racing guy. Yeah, don't... if you are tuning in and you're a Mercedes fan or McLaren fan or anything like that, don't worry too much about the times and things like that. They're working on so many different programs, and they're going to be. We're going to see a lot of different lap times and numbers of. So that's why I'm trying now when I go through the tires and that to let you know what the stints are, because then we can kind of work out what programs everyone is on. Good afternoon, Jonty. Hello, mate.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are we?
Good afternoon.
Did I miss much?
I mean, some cars went round quite slowly. Did
you see the end of the first of the morning?
I have caught a clip of the practice.
Yeah.
Abortion start. Like, what are you doing? They already had red flag practice and testing sessions in place. They didn't need to create one by accident.
I think they did an aborted start to do a formation lap, and then it was planned to be like a test official start, but some of the engineers didn't inform the other drivers, so that's why they didn't go when the lights went out.
Can you imagine if we'd had cars ploughing into the back of the others during testing?
Sainz had to slam on the brakes, otherwise he would have hit Norris, and then Lewis had to stop for Sainz. It's like, yeah, that could have been expensive. But apparently they're doing that again in this afternoon session. They're just going to make sure the drivers know that they go when the lights go out.
But I have noticed we've had one car going quick. 31.6. Halfway through day 2. That's a statement, that is.
It's considerably
that's not
quicker
just,
than last year.
Yeah, that's not just a quick low fuel run, see how we're doing. That's a... Come on, let's see what I've got. I'm sure that's a bit of gamesmanship. Going the opposite way to sandbagging.
as soon as Max came out, he did like a quick lap. That's faster than his previous lap that he's already done. So he's done 2 laps quicker than Sainz. I think the other one was a 1:31.8. And he did that like as soon as he came out. It's like, yep, I just want to go straight to the top of the timesheets. Thank you very much.
Well, last year's pole time was a 1:30.5, and the fastest lap of the race was a 34.5. I know those cars got quicker last year as they evolved, but that is, yeah, that's that. You know, we're not going to read too much into it because who knows? Ferrari could come out in an hour or tomorrow and put in a 29.1, and we'll all get very excited about that. But you're right. It's a big statement time versus what we've seen over the last day and a half, getting on for 2 days now. I think Jaws in chat has caught Jonty because his bold prediction is that all teams will score a podium this year. He's caught a bit of Jonty there with the bold predictions.
Oh my god, am I infecting people with my optimism?
Did you do a testing bingo, by the way? I don't know if you did one or not.
Did I do a testing
No.
bingo card?
Yeah.
I think no. But I don't think anybody had. What did me and Tomo get on this morning? Pancakes, Centre Parks, and me going to school with Robot Wars robots.
Ooh, which one?
Well, he was saying that Razor he'd seen Razor, and I said that Razor went to my school, meaning that they bought Razor to show off, but it made it sound like I went to school with Razor. So that's right. That's why I know nothing.
I've just got images in my head now of sort of huge psychotic robot in the corner of the classroom with a dunce hat on because it's been naughty.
What, me?
No, the robot.
I know. Let's have what you got in the questions while we're watching. What we're watching a minute, not Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, personal best in the first sector. Is that Pierre Gasly out there? It is as well. Cannot get used to seeing Gasly in an Alpine, by the way. Through there, I do like the green numbers of George Russell just because they stand out on that car. He's going to come through now. Turn 12. It's not. It is a personal best middle sector. He's well down on Verstappen, but obviously on a very different program to what others are running today. George Russell
finish around where Lewis is, I think.
They're not. We've not. I mean, if we have seen Mercedes do an all-out lap, then good lord, they're in trouble. That's a big twitch and wide out that final corner. But I don't think we have just yet. So Russell, Dyllan. 34.1 goes up to 11th place and is a 10th slower, 2 tenths slower than Hamilton. Well done, mate. That is a great prediction.
See, without that twitch, he would have gained a 10th. You know?
Yeah, would have been right there. I think Gasly's just pitted as well. He has indeed. So that was a good shout, Dyllan. What have you? I'll come to you then, Jonty, with a question through to Dyllan a bit ago. But what stood out for you today so far from what you've seen, apart from Verstappen's lap time, obviously?
I haven't actually seen a lot this morning, unfortunately. But the surprising one is Tsunoda. He was on it for getting those laps in this morning. When I was looking at the results, he was a machine, almost like Max was yesterday. So that was quite impressive, considering how, he's been a little bit twitchy the last couple of years, but he seems to have calmed down a lot. I know it's only testing, but he's settled right in and just got to work. That could bode well for his season coming up. Yeah,
85 laps this morning. I mean, Max did 157 all day yesterday, so it's a really good tally, isn't it? And if De Vries, who's already got 21 on the board, keeps going, then it's good stuff
as well.
It's good stuff from AlphaTauri, and they're going to hop up that leaderboard of laps completed, which is again one of the most important things about testing. It's been I keep saying it, but I feel like it's been, even for testing, quite a quiet day. It's been very much a day of teams getting on with their programs. We've not had any major drama. Had a couple of red flags as they were testing the systems and that weird start situation, but we've seen a few people wide locking up and things like that. We've not seen anybody spin it round. We've not seen, was it last year, like we saw with Latifi's rear brakes exploding through turn 12. We've not seen anything like that. So still plenty of time for drama to come. But I guess in some ways this is something we're going to see a lot in testing going forward. Yes, things are still going to go wrong for people, but because we've only got these 3 days, teams are going to have to maximize it. So we're not going to see them turn the engines up because they don't want to risk a blow up and losing half a day. We're going to see lap after lap after lap because that's what they need to do, don't they? I went through a stat earlier that we had 1,200 laps on day one yesterday, but 600 laps on day one of testing in 2015. But that's because back then they had 8+ days, didn't they, for testing, whereas now they've only got the 3, so it's all about lappage, as I keep saying. So yeah, it's been a quiet one, but still entertaining to chat to everyone about it and to keep an eye on what's going out on track and look at some very beautiful F1 cars that I've missed so much over the winter. Pre-season hype is almost over, actually, because we're only a week away from the season. Leclerc, by the way, is out there at the moment, 2.5 tenths down in the first sector, but is still picking up the pace, personal best. Have you taken any breaks, says Jordan? I have not. I had a wee about an hour and a half ago. I'm here 9 hours all day, every day for testing, and then my guests drop in. I would never ask anyone to do a full 9 hours with me because, number one, it's a lot, and number two, that's a lot of Sean. It's a lot of Sean.
It is nice to
Rude.
see. It's nice to see with especially like the Ferrari engines, like reliability seems to be good. Like none of the Ferrari cars or anyone have like broken down or had engine issues and stuff like that. So it does seem like they have got reliability more under control. Well, I hope anyway. So they can turn the engine up, but there's been like no engine issues for any of the teams, which is nice.
Wide from Leclerc at the exit of turn 12 there. I'll see what he does in a second. I was just going to say, yeah, in terms of reliability, it's only really Dragic's electrical issues and then that little problem, a big problem that cost Lando Norris the issues with his, I think it was brake cooling. I'm going to check their press release in a minute. Leclerc moves up to 4th place, by the way. Second off the pace, 132.7, I believe that is. It's not, live timing is not great from F1 on their website this week so far. So, yeah, I'm going to check that McLaren thing. See what they've said.
See, I really am surprised we haven't seen a single car facing the wrong way yet. There's not even a half spin.
No, we've had a couple of slides, haven't we? We're in like the final corner and lockups into turn 10, but that's about it.
I mean, I've never known this in testing before. There's always at least someone pointing the wrong way, causing a red flag. It's odd. I mean, is everyone being a little bit more careful because they've got such limited testing this year?
That's my read of it, I think, yeah. Just, that's that. There's a few people in wide, but I can imagine T-Boss saying, just leave a little bit on the table. You don't need to go risking it. I'm not seeing... team wanted to reinforce the bodywork in some places in order to prevent a failure. These are preventative measures, but we thought they were useful to make so we could run safely and reliably for the remainder of the day. Positive data was yesterday on McLaren, so nothing specific in there of what the issue was. There were some short delays caused by the team wanting to reinforce the bodywork in some places in order to prevent a failure. Doesn't that sound a bit like obviously different issues, but a bit like last year when they were saying in testing that they had the brake issues they had, and then they were like, oh, we're going to try and find a temporary fix for the first couple of races. Obviously, again, I'm not saying that's the same issue. I'm just flashing back to last year and thinking about the weird stuff going on with their brakes and things. So, yeah.
Luckily, Norris didn't have any issues this morning,
Weird.
So hopefully they can just get the program up and running now for the rest of the weekend, and then they're back on, or back to where they want to be.
What are you saying in chat? I just saw something and it's gone. What does it tell you pace-wise? Space says plenty up their sleeve. 128.29. Do we think we're going to get that low in terms of times?
I don't think in testing, but I think you could probably get like a 129 or a high 128 for qualifying pole or something like that.
Yeah, 28 seems a bit low. I think mid to low 30s is definitely possible, but if you're going into low 30s, then all it takes is one person to take all the fuel out, doesn't it? And a set of the softest tyres, and they might do like a 29.9 or something. Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll see tomorrow, but I think you've got to say, let's say Verstappen, all fuel out if they decide to do that, C5 tyre, you've got to be looking at knocking a second off that 31 at least. I'm quite surprised we've seen that time at this stage, to be honest. Yeah, in quali maybe, yeah, Space, I'm with you. Yeah, in quali maybe, which would be quite a bit quicker than last year, a couple of seconds. So, is this just going to be the trend for McLaren now? Mechanical issues that handicap them for the first 3 races? Yeah, it's a yearly tradition. They're going to do it every year now, Max. Hopefully not. McLaren are one of those teams. Just because, history, it would be great to see them back at the front. I'd love to see Williams up there, as unrealistic as that might seem right now. But I hope we don't get this every year. But it doesn't sound like it was a major issue this time, was, I guess, my point. So, towards the end of last season, he was matching Magnussen. That's that racing guy on Schumacher, I believe he's having a conversation about. I said it in my end of season roundup videos. Mick Schumacher, back end of last season, if you look at the results, points and all of that, he actually had done a better job than Magnussen in terms of their race head-to-head. So he'd finished ahead of Magnussen more times than Magnussen had finished ahead of him, and he scored more points in the second half of the year. So I think the damage was done for Mick early on in the season last year, and I think the decision was not taken, but I think in the heads of senior people at Haas, I think the decision was effectively made that they weren't happy and they wanted to go with somebody else. I'm not saying it's a conspiracy. I'm just saying if you've got a driver that's having the crashes that he had in like Saudi Arabia, for example, you're not instantly going to go, he'll be fine. You're going to be a bit annoyed. But yeah, they decided what they decided. I'm not against Haas again because I've said what I said yesterday.
I think Magnussen could have probably picked up more points if he wasn't so aggressive at the start of races. Like, how many broken front wings did he get from like bumping into Lewis and other people and stuff, which just completely then ruined his race. Great qualifying, and then within like 4 corners, he's then at the back, and then that's it, no points anymore.
Second car says, I'm convinced that as soon as Audi hits the grid, Norris is heading there. Mick Schumacher only got the drive for his surname, says Matt, who didn't watch any of his junior career. That racing guy said, oh no, sorry, I'll come off that one. We've already discussed that. Yeah. We'll not get on to Schumacher. We talked about him yesterday. So, Mick Schumacher had a very good junior career, so he did deserve it, absolutely, to be in Formula. Oh, he earned the chance to be in Formula One.
It's nice to see him still involved with an F1 team.
Yeah,
and he's not just gone somewhere else.
It's a good place to be.
Definitely.
Try this to Mario Isola, talk about tyres, but don't think there's anything.
Well, just out of curiosity, I went to look at last year's Bahrain times. And Max's current fastest, that 31.6, would put him 7th on last year's grid.
He's climbing that grid. He'll be on pole by the end of this. Session.
Knowing the differences we have between testing and the first race in times, I mean, that shows there is a big jump from last year.
It's just in terms of because of development, the lap times. Is that what you're saying, Jonty? Or that you said?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, just the amount quicker they are. I mean, you've got to think how good it must have been for them to develop over winter when they've got an entire year's worth of data. You know, they can really get a good picture across all of the corners or on all of the tracks and really find out exactly where they need things. It must be glorious for the designers.
Piastri just got out on track. Sorry, I thought something. I thought I just seen a red flag on the screen, but it's not. I've got my thing scrolled down too far. I thought something had happened. Sorry. Who is out there anyway? Leclerc, Alonso, Zhou, Russell, De Vries, and Piastri. Again, I'll go through the times every hour. It was a bit excessive doing it every half an hour yesterday. George Russell coming through the final corner on a set of C1s by the look of it, which is his second hardest tyre. Second hardest. Do you think Mick would have benefited from an experienced teammate instead of hand grenade Nikita Mazepin?
Yeah. In that first year, it would have really been a lot more useful to him.
He did have Magnussen in year 2, though, but then he did improve in year 2, didn't he? But then so did the car. I think we said it a few times, Jonty, actually. It's very difficult to kind of work out where Schumacher specifically was, because his benchmark was Mazepin and they were both in a dreadful car. And then last year was his first time in a half-decent car, and he had a tough teammate in Kevin Magnussen. It was really difficult to read where he was.
So much for not talking about him.
I know, but he's a name that keeps cropping. Norris as well keeps cropping up a lot. We'll talk a bit about McLaren probably tomorrow. I think we did Alpha this morning. We did Red Bull this morning. We've discussed Ferrari on and off. We've discussed Aston Martin quite a lot, actually, to be fair. We've discussed Alpine on and off. So we'll probably do a bit of Alpha Tauri tomorrow. Although I feel like we talked about them as well, didn't we? Because of the De Vries Sonoda situation. We'll definitely do some stuff on McLaren tomorrow, and probably a bit more on everybody else. Then probably Williams need a bit of airtime as well. You're all right, Space. It's fine. It's me. I chose to read it. I could have ignored it, but I didn't. How do you think? Well, there you go. How do you think Sargent is doing so far? I thought it was a Schumacher. I was like, don't start, Phil Pot. How do you think Sargent is doing so far? I think he's doing all right. He's up in third, 32.5. Some good laps, 85. Not quite as busy as Yuki was this morning, but still, really good total this morning. He's currently out there on 19 laps currently on these tyres on a 1-lap stint, so he's sort of been in and out a little bit. So he's back in the pits at the moment. But I think he's doing all right. It's difficult to read. You're going to hear that a lot, and you're probably sick of hearing it. But it's difficult to read based on what we've seen in testing. But I think Logan Sargent, generally he's a fascinating driver for me, because he kind of was this up-and-coming driver that everyone's expected to do well. Then he went quiet for a couple of years, and then he suddenly was back in everyone's minds again in F2 last year with some great performances, and Williams kind of picking him up with and wanting to bring him in the car. So, but I think he's done well in testing. The most important thing is kind of a bit like his practice sessions last year that he did. He needs to just keep getting the laps in. It's all experience at this stage, and the more he does, the more prepared he will be, obviously, for the season. But I'm, quietly impressed with him. But again, if he's third place on the grid in Bahrain, I will eat my sock. Oh, God, it's going to rain, isn't it? It's going to shock rain in Bahrain, and he'll be P3 because he did his lap in the dry weather or something like that. But, he won't be up there. But I think, the big gauge is going to be...
Red Bull are going to be.
The big gauge will be what it's like against Albon, I think. Albon versus Sargent. What is it actually?
He's definitely getting a lot of laps in, though, which is good.
Yeah.
85 laps in, it's really good experience for him. He's not had any car issues, so that's going to give him some confidence going into the first race as well, which is nice.
What would you say for Sargent, Jonty, then? Do you think it's... I say where he is, Albon versus Sargent is interesting, but is it more for Logan in his first year? Do we look at how much closer he is or further away he is to Albon versus where Latifi was, if you know what I mean? Is that what we're looking at for this year? Is he closer than Latifi was, basically?
Usually that's what you would look at for obvious reasons. It's a straight one-to-one comparison. The teammate's the same, so measuring that gap is going to give you a fair estimation. But given what we saw of Nicholas across his years, I think the key thing for Sargent is to keep his nose clean. Not worry about trying to, go for any tiny little gap that might get him a point or something. He needs to make sure that he's not throwing it off the track every other day. Just keep it solid, keep it steady, and where other people might make mistakes, he's just there to pick up the 11th, the 12th, whatever, which will be more likely to help Williams in a countback situation come the end of the season. He really needs to be not costing them money. And whilst I know Latifi was bringing the money in himself, he did cost Williams a lot of money.
And that's their money which they can't use to upgrade the car, and instead of
exactly
replacement parts, especially with the budget.
consistency as well. It's a word used a lot, isn't it? But that's important for him. Don't be consistently crap, but you know what I mean.
I just hope Williams will be more competitive, so they aren't just like trundling around at the back, and it will be, he can race a couple of cars, so you can see not only do you want him to not smash the car up, but you also want to see what it's like in wheel-to-wheel racing as well. That would be nice to see, even if it's not every race and not constantly, but if he's got a couple of cars behind him, see how he is defending or see how he is trying to overtake, and it'd just be nice to see that as well.
Just watching the onboard with Hulkenberg there, the Haas doesn't look like the easiest car to drive, but he has just popped it up into 7th place on the C4 tyre. So it's a decent lap from Hulkenberg on a soft compound, the second softest compound. But yeah, Haas does look like a handful to drive. So it could be if Williams take a step forward this year, and they weren't far off last year. Come the end of the year, in particular to teams like Haas, AlphaTauri, and that. So if they take a step forward, and that Haas, for example, is a handful to drive, they could be looking good, Williams, to not finish last. And I know I'm basing this off the last few years rather than anything we've seen in testing, but I do get the feeling that we are looking. I think AlphaTauri will take a good step forward. I think Alpha will be solid. Aston will make a step forward. So I think we are looking at Haas versus Williams for 9th and 10th is my read at the moment and my gut. So it's all going to be about who takes the biggest step forward, really. And Haas last year, they fell away so much versus where they were at the start of the season. It was so important that K-Mag got those points on the board when he did. You could argue they were quite fortunate in some ways to be 8th, but they got the points on the board. They did the job when they had to. As I don't know if that was the red arrows, but a load of jets just flew over my house. Thanks for that, guys.
I feel with Haas, if Ferrari have found 30 horsepower to put in the engine, just the engine alone, regardless of like what improves the mid and aerodynamics, that's going to be a huge factor to them to try and keep them up ahead of Williams.
Who of those three starts the season under the most pressure? Tsunoda, Gasly, or Zhou?
I think Tsunoda.
Oh, there you go.
That's who I think, yeah.
Yeah. I think
especially with De Vries coming in as a rookie, Zhou I think did relatively well last year. Gasly has shown he's got pace, but I feel that he will do a good job in that car, so I think he's going to be like quietly confident that he's going to do a good job, whereas with Tsunoda, he's only in is this his 3rd year now? Whereas yes. Gasly has a lot more, he's had a lot more time to prove what he can do, and he has proved that in the AlphaTauri. Whereas Tsunoda has always, he's been second to Gasly each year, with De Vries coming in, who's never raced in F1 apart from the one race at Williams. It's a case of if he's getting beaten by Tsunoda, that's terrible for Tsunoda. And I've already heard, I think it was mentioned today, Franz Tost said after end of season testing, the feedback that De Vries was giving at the end of the season, being very vocal about what's good, what's not good, and the fact that he's giving that, they've made a lot of changes over winter testing. De Vries has already drove a lot of the other cars last year as well, so has feedback from all of those cars. If Franz Tost is very impressed with that, is Tsunoda not giving that same vocal feedback that he is? And that's something that Tsunoda's missing as well.
I think on Franz Tost as well, it's a line I'll always keep coming back to now for this year, so get used to it. He also said last year, before they signed up Tsunoda for another year, that he believes young drivers need 3 seasons in F1 to prove themselves and so that they can properly assess them as drivers in Formula One. And this is Tsunoda's 3rd year. So even without De Vries coming in, that's pressure already, because they're expecting now that he's not the finished article, of course he isn't, but he should be now at a point where they should be able to assess him, if not mid-season, at some point this year. So that's going to put the pressure on alone. Then you've got De Vries coming in. Tsunoda will be seen. I think the line is that they're not, that De Vries, I think Marco said De Vries should, in his eyes, come in and lead that team. But Tsunoda has been the driver that's been there for a couple of seasons. So in my eyes, he would be the driver I'd expect to lead that team. Whether that happens or not, we'll see. So I think the pressure's on Tsunoda. There is pressure on Gasly, but I think he will get a bit of a pass this year because it's his first season in that car. He wouldn't get the same as, say, a rookie would, but I think he'll get a bit of a pass. And Zhou, I think, did okay last season, and even if he flopped this year, I don't think he's not a driver. What's the word I'm trying to say? He's not someone I see as under pressure because I don't see him as a long time option for Alfa Romeo anyway. So under pressure, I guess, in the sense that he's going to want to try and secure a seat somewhere else, but I don't think he's under the same pressure as Tsunoda, for example, by a long shot. As who's just jumped up the timesheets? I think that's just a error updating that one. So yeah, yeah. Long story short, Tsunoda. What do you reckon, Jonty? Do you agree? Disagree?
Oh, he's definitely the one under the most pressure. I mean, Zhou is under some pressure with Pourchaire being in the picture.
Good point, actually, yeah.
But overall, I think he's pretty safe. I mean, last year, yeah, there were a few non-finishes, but as far as I can remember, hardly any of them were his fault. He was very much wrong place, wrong time on several occasions.
I said that this morning. When the Alfa Romeo was competitive at the start of the season, that's when his car kept breaking down, so he wasn't able to pick up the points. When it wasn't breaking down was towards the end when they dropped a lot further back.
Yeah, but Tsunoda, he's really got to step up. He's effectively the team leader now. Even after his short career and not glittering career. But while you've been talking about that, I've just been wondering when you mentioned that with De Vries driving so many cars last year, I'm surprised there isn't something in the regulations about that. Because you look at other team members, you know, technical directors and team principals and yada yada, how there's often talk of gardening leave and this, that, or the other.
Yeah.
You got last year, De Vries drove 3 Mercedes-powered cars.
I guess it's
and then straight into a Red Bull.
Straight, yeah.
I guess it's if the teams decide they want gardening leave or not.
Yeah.
Because I think Mercedes let James Vowles go without any gardening leave straight to Williams as well. So I guess that was up to them. Maybe they didn't expect him to get a seat at AlphaTauri, so they were fine with that. And then he's not signed anything to say he couldn't have gardening leave, so or couldn't sign it. So it's like, oh well, you know, there we go.
Yeah, and when you mentioned about, what was it? Oh, it's completely gone out of my head. You just distracted me.
Sorry.
Oh no, when you were talking about the feedback, yeah, he'll have given a hell of a lot of good feedback to AlphaTauri and Red Bull powertrains.
Yeah, he was saying things about the steering
Mercedes
wheel
cars.
and every little detail.
Yeah, exactly. That's got to be worth a fortune.
Yeah. Franz Tost said that he literally got all this information and was like, right, and the entire team are working so much harder than they have done before over the winter to do a lot of things. And that's giving me the impression that Tsunoda didn't do feedback like that. That's why he's so surprised with it, which is why I think De Vries is probably, I think, if it's not at the start of the season, partially through the season, they're going to start listening to Vries more than Tsunoda. And I do think that De Vries will, over the season, beat Tsunoda, I think. I think he'll probably out-qualify him, or he'll get more points.
Yeah, I think he will as well. Which doesn't bode well for Tsunoda. And it would be really harsh for him. But, sorry, that's a classic case of that's F1.
Thank you so much to Channel OG, DJ Naked, or Thomas, as we know him over on Discord, for your awesome contribution over on PayPal. Really appreciate that, mate. That is amazing. Thank you so much. It says, hi Sean, I got a gig this weekend, and as per tradition, 10% of my earnings head your way. So this evening and tomorrow I'm going to bother drunk people with bad music. Keep up the good work and see you around on Discord. Thank you so much, mate. obviously appreciate you keeping up that tradition. That's amazing for me and the channel. And thank you. I'm just gonna keep saying thank you. That's awesome, mate. You're an absolute legend, and not just for that, but thank you for your support over the last getting on for 7 years, 6 years. Sorry, really appreciate it, and also for your giving me grief on Discord. You keep me in line when I start to misbehave. Generally speaking, and especially picking up on things I say on stream that make no sense. What was it last year? Was it hydraulic fluid or something like that I said? Or there was something like that I got mixed up and you gave me grief for it, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much, mate. And that takes us to almost halfway of the goal we've set. So if we can hit that, or do you know what, exceed it by the end of tomorrow, will be amazing. If we can hit that by the end of tomorrow, that would be awesome. So if you do want to support the stream, you can do so through Streamlabs, Super Chats on YouTube, and PayPal as well. Jonty. I thought you were going to say something, sorry.
I was, but sorry,
gone?
half my brain's elsewhere. That's what I was going to say. Thank you, Naked.
Pneumatic
fluid. You were talking about pneumatic fluid.
Yeah, which made no sense. I meant hydraulic.
Hydraulic air.
Yeah, I needed that kick up. There was another one the other day, I think I said about Goodyear, or he said about Goodyear. Tyre pun, which I liked. Aston will finish 5th this year, says that racing guy. I think that's going to be a great fight with them, Alpine and McLaren as well thrown in there. That'll be great.
I think Aston's going to finish 4th, but Alonso's going to finish ahead of both Gasly and Ocon.
Ooh, bold. It wouldn't surprise me.
Wait, did I say Aston 4th or Alpine 4th?
You said Aston.
I meant Alpine 4th, but then Alonso's going to finish ahead of both Alpines in the drivers. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, that. I can see that happening.
And if anybody, I know it was mentioned earlier on whether or not they reckon Alpine will get a win. I think Alonso has a much higher chance of getting a race win than any other driver on the grid outside the top 3 teams. I think even if the car isn't as strong, I think just his driving skill will excel him a few tenths, get him up a few positions. He'll probably make calls on strategy, whether undercut, stay out, and things like that, and that's going to make the difference.
I think it's be great. I think, we can talk about that. I mean, we'll talk about the championship fight a lot. But for me, I know some people just like the title fight, but that best of the rest battle in the midfield is more often than not, season to season, one of the most exciting parts we see. Last year Alpine got it, but there's that battle should not have been as close as it was because their reliability was shocking, but it still made for great excitement because we just, was that car in a great position going to blow up? Could McLaren capitalize on that? It was fantastic. I think back a few years, I think we had a great battle with a little bit lower down, I think it was, with AlphaTauri or Toro Rosso, and I think there was a couple of other teams in there, and could AlphaTauri get 5th or whatever? I love that. I love looking away sometimes from the battle at the front and into that midfield and towards the back end and see what's going on, because there's always something. It's why I don't always buy into that was a boring race argument, because for me, and I may be alone, but for me, there's always something to watch. Even if it's one of those races where it's all about strategy, that's still intriguing. There are still things happening to keep an eye on. And we have dull races. I'm not saying F1 doesn't have dull races. Of course it does. But I think there's always something to look for in Formula One, except for at Paul Ricard. I'm joking. Actually, pretty decent race there last year, wasn't it? Or year before, Paul Ricard? Can't think back to last year's race.
Even if it was, I'm going to deny it.
I know. Even though I think you made a prediction a few years ago when Paul Ricard first returned that would be race of the year.
Yeah, I did. But then they ruined it.
They did.
It's so simple to make the race better there. Ditch the chicane on the Mistral and don't have DRS. That's it. Instant win.
It's I agree. I get why they put it there. thinking it's an overtaking opportunity, really, didn't they? And it's not really.
Yeah, and it's not.
Come to
Which
anything.
track is this? I zoned out for a second.
Paul
Ricard.
Ricard, France.
Oh, yeah. I feel like if they didn't have the kink, though, the straight would have been too long and it just would have been a slam dunk overtake, even without DRS. Probably with slipstream, though, right?
Yeah, but with it being like true
Yeah.
slipstream, it means they can tuck back in and catch back up because it's long enough. Same with they need to get rid of it. They need to not have DRS on the main straight at Baku. It doesn't need it. It's long enough. I mean, yes, there are a few kinks at the start, but it's still effectively straight.
Especially with these cars.
2 kilometers.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no need for DRS there, no matter how hard it is to overtake and follow.
It is exciting seeing 3 cars go wide at turn 1, like go side by side into turn 1 though, from the double slipstream and stuff.
Yeah, although it's a bit bad when it was in the F2 and someone decided to plant another one in the wall.
I am surprised they haven't done anything with that straight. You know when Verstappen's tyre blew up and he spun to the right? If he would have spun to the left, then he would have hit head on with that barrier. I'm surprised they haven't done anything to kind of like make it less of just a sudden impact and more of like a, like angle the barrier so it's a little bit safer or something. I'm surprised they haven't done anything with that.
There's a really, really long sort of... It's kind of knife-shaped, but it's all tech-prone energy absorption. It looks a lot more dangerous than it is. There's a good sort of 30 meters of energy reduction barrier before anything hard, thankfully.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Because I'm just looking at like the speeds that they go. If something does happen with a car and they hit straight into that, I was like, that's going to be a really bad accident.
Fair comment, and it's one of the reasons why many people went absolutely mental at K-Mag a few years ago. If you remember his little jink towards Gasly, right at the pit entry. It was like, if they had made contact, it would have been a crash of biblical proportions. But I think, was that the same weekend as Gasly nearly being sent it through someone's apartment window by Hartley?
Yeah, it would have been, wouldn't it? 'Cause they only had one full season together, didn't they?
Yeah, just coming to the end of Sector 2, and Hartley had slowed and pulled over on a completely blind corner. That was absolutely terrifying, and Hartley was white as a sheet afterwards and shaking.
Mm-hmm.
That was... And yet, it wasn't him that nearly got sent into orbit.
No, it was, Was he still on the racing line? Like, kind of on the edge of the racing line, like around the corner, was it?
It was the timing of it. He was literally pulling off the racing line, but it was just at the point around the blind part of the corner where sort of like the rear of his car was still there.
Yeah.
And Gasly had 0 time to react. It was frightening. How Gasly missed him, I don't know. He must be a Jedi.
Do you reckon you put that down to just Hartley's unawareness, or do you reckon it's a mix of both the race engineer not telling him how close he was?
It was the worst possible scenario of all of them all at once.
Yeah. That's right. No matter how safe Formula One is, with all the regulations and everything they do, all it takes is one thing to not correctly be either communicated or, 2 people do the wrong decision, and then it can be like really dangerous again, which is what people forget, that it's still a very dangerous sport and anything can happen at any point.
Yeah, I mean, some of the things we've seen over the years that haven't happened, but have been so close. 2005, I think, when Kimi's suspension decided to give up. Sean?
Yeah.
When it was pit and finish second, or stay out on the flat spot and win. Or maybe win. And
they went for the win. And then
they went for the win, and it just shook the suspension to pieces. You watch that, and watch how close he is to hitting the rear of Button's car at sort of maximum speed. It's literally like 2 millimeters.
Was it like they broke and then the whole suspension you couldn't turn the steering wheel or anything, and it just went
Have you not seen
forward?
this?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, no, it was, he had a flat spot in the front left.
What race was it?
2005. Nürburgring,
Germany.
Germany.
Yeah.
Or Europe. It might be Europe then, mightn't it?
And it just shook the suspension enough that all of the wishbones and steering arms just collapsed.
Was it Kimi?
Yeah, it was Kimi.
All right,
But you watch the
I'm gonna watch
replay,
it now.
you can't see.
Oh, is that where the wheels
gap.
just like it just hold on, I might have seen this clip.
Yeah,
Or shatters.
you cannot
Yeah.
see a gap between his car and Button's. It's that close. And like Button's completely oblivious to this. It was hilarious. It was in some ways hilarious, and at the same time frightening because like Button's just driving away, has no clue that he nearly got wiped out at 150.
Yeah. I think I've seen the onboard of this before.
It's a nasty one, and it's I'll go through the times in a second, and we'll come back to it. But it's a nasty one, and I remember talked about this morning that James Allen and Martin Brundle got into a quite a heated debate in commentary because Martin Brundle was like, "Yeah, but you've got to stay out and take the win," and James Allen was like, "No, but I understand that. But if he'd have pitted, yes, he'd have lost the lead, but he would still have been, let's say, third, and that's better than not scoring any points in a tight championship battle." They were quite a heated conversation about it. James Allen was bang on. Of course, these drivers and teams want to win races, but in that situation, you're in a championship fight. Surely, it's better to just take the loss, if you like, and just pick up some podium points and keep yourself in the mix, because that was so costly. A lot of issues that year were so costly for Kimi. We'll come back to it in a second. I'm just going to run through the times as we approach. We're very nearly at 2 o'clock in the afternoon UK time, just about 2.5 hours still to go in testing day 2, which means we've only got one more whole day to go. Unbelievably, these fly by. Max Verstappen remains the fastest driver on track, or was this morning? No, it was this. Shut up, Sean.
No, he's
this
on,
afternoon,
he's in this session.
131. But I think about yesterday, 131.650. 15 laps so far, and his fastest lap was set on a set of the C3 tyres. You will see a theme with these. Nico Hulkenberg is now up into second place on a 132.466. 22 laps so far, but that time was set on the softest, at least the C4. But
It's
I believe
C4,
it's
I
a
see on my
C4.
screen.
I've got wrong information here, but I just checked the TV. Carlos Sainz, 32, 486, 70 laps for him, third place. Logan Sargent, sorry, didn't mean to say that one's C3 for Carlos Sainz. Logan Sargent, fourth place, 132.549. He's out on track and in the car this afternoon, 93 laps. So he's been in all day, so he's doing well as Logan Sargent. His fastest time was set on a set of the C5s. Charles Leclerc, 132.725 is his fastest time so far. He's done 18 laps in total this afternoon. He's in for Sainz. C3 tyre, C3 for his fastest time. Fernando Alonso, 32.969, 91 laps for him so far today. His fastest time was set on a set of the C3 tyres. Zhou Guanyu, 133.170, 81 laps. Fastest time for him was on the prototype tyre. It was the C2 tyre for Magnus's fastest time of a 133.442, 67 laps for him this morning. Esteban Ocon did 49 laps this morning, 133.490, and that was set on the C3 tyre. Gasly this afternoon is right on his teammate there, 133.508, 20 laps, and his fastest time was also set on a set of C3s. No, it wasn't. It was the prototype. Oh, that's wrong as well. That's the prototype tyre for Gasly. Come on, F1 timing. George Russell, 133.654, 20 laps this afternoon. His fastest time was on the C3. It was a prototype tyre for Perez this morning that he said is 133.751 on, but completed 76 laps. Lewis Hamilton, his fastest time this morning was a 133.954. He did actually do 72 laps, so good lappage for Mercedes for those panicking about whatever they want to panic about. C3 for him. Nick De Vries was also on the C3 for his fastest lap, which was a 134.425. Piastri, though, has just jumped up into 14th place on a 143.973. I couldn't tell you what that one was on. It looks like the C3. It is the C3. Lando Norris, 16th place for him, 65 laps, 135.5 1:35.22, the C3 for him. And then it is the C2 for him, sorry. Then Yuki Tsunoda on the C3 did 85 laps this morning on a 1:35.708. We know times don't matter. Don't panic. I know some people are worrying about it, but they really don't. Although we say times don't matter, as Jonty said when he came on, that is still a statement time from Max Verstappen. Whether they matter or not, that's still considerably quicker than anything else we've seen this week. So maybe we can't read much into it, but at the same time, you've still got to acknowledge that that is a very good time for this stage of testing. If you are new to the channel, please do subscribe. Massively appreciated. As always, it'd be great to have you along for the F1 word journey this season. Looking forward to this one. It could be a good year. You can also like the stream. Would be appreciated too. Nearly 1,200 of you here. 600 likes. Let's try and get that a little bit higher. It'd be good to get sort of 800-900 would be good. So please do drop a like. And again, you can support the stream. All the links you need for that in the description down below. And also links to link trees and socials and channels for all of those who have been involved in the stream so far. We've got Jonty and Dyllan here with me now. Tomorrow morning, I've got Will from Brazil, as I call him, because he did the Brazil reaction. He's not from Brazil, but he's on in the morning with me. And then we've got Jonty and Dyllan again tomorrow afternoon to, God help him, try and help me through the final few hours of testing. 27 hours, I think it'll be for me, sat here across 3 days, which I don't care. I love it, but I will be slightly delirious by that point, if I'm not already. What was the pole and race fastest lap last year? Says Raul. Now, I did say this a little bit earlier, and I have got it here. So the pole time was a 1:30.558. So we are only about 1.1 seconds off that in testing, and that is on the same tyre, by the way, the C3. And then the fastest race lap was a 1:34.570. So that is where we're at. That's impressive. I mean, what are we? We're much quicker than the fastest race time, which shows there's a bit of fuel out that car. Not much. But a 1:30.5 is the qualifying time. We're so close now.
Cars are slightly heavier as well, I believe.
No, they're lighter, aren't they?
Tyres are 2 kilograms more, and then the power unit's half a kilogram more as well.
But the overall limit's down, though, so it might...
yeah, I think it ends up working out as like the limit's like half a kilogram more minimum weight than it was last year, I think. After they took they did allow them a little bit more, I think, last year, but something like that, I think I heard.
There was a lot of fuss last year, wasn't there, about the minimum weight, because teams were struggling to get down to it, and some of them struggled more this year, but they
extended it.
haven't.
I think they said they extended it like 3 kilograms so they could do stays and stuff. So that ended up increasing the minimum. And then they've reduced it again this year, or they've kept it the same this year, but then Pirelli tyres have got heavier, and then the power elements got higher. So I think they said working out, teams need to find like an extra half a kilogram or something like that of weight loss to get down to the minimum, I think.
I forgot to say, actually, in terms of stints, Verstappen 2 laps, Hulkenberg 5. Sargent's currently on a 10-lap stint out there. Alonso's on a 14-lap stint. Leclerc a couple of laps on this one. Zhou's on a 6-lap stint. And I missed that this morning. The last stint for Perez on a set of hard tyres was 24 laps. So that was a really good stint. I'll say stint again, just to make sure.
Was that the prototype tyre, or was that a... Do you have the tyre for that stint?
Hard tyre for that stint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a hard tyre.
You're mentioning last year's times. I'm just looking through some sort of deeper data from yesterday on the long runs. And Verstappen had a sort of a 10-11 lap run where he was solidly around 35.7, 35.8. So that bodes very well compared to last year's race fastest lap. The race fastest lap was a 35.4. He's less than half a second off that on a long run.
Yeah.
That's looking significantly quicker. Everything so far, again, only testing, big air quotes, but it's all pointing to at least 1.8 seconds quicker than last year overall.
which
is crazy.
pretty
If every
phenomenal.
team, if you've got like a team like Williams, that's like we found like a second and a half. That's good, but then you realize everyone else has also found that. You're like, oh, so it could be that cars might stay around the same way they were. They're just 2 seconds quicker now, which is crazy that they find so much pace within such. Like I know a year's a lot, but it's not a lot.
Yeah, it's why when, like, let's say Ferrari come out and say, oh, we found a second a lap, and everyone goes, oh my God, they were only a couple of tenths off Red Bull last year, they're going to dominate. And then you're like, yeah, but how much have Red Bull found? They could have found 1.2 seconds, and actually Ferrari are therefore worse off. So you have to be very careful with what teams in that tell you. They're you don't get the full picture. Just because a team says they found a second, one, doesn't mean they're telling the truth, and two, doesn't mean that everybody else has found nothing. It's like teams towards the back, you'll often hear them say they've found big time here and big time there, but then they don't go anywhere because the teams around them have found close to the same, a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. It's all part of the fun and games with F1.
If you was like mid-season and then between races, Ferrari have gone, we found a second, then you'd be like, oh.
Well, you'd be calling the FIA and find out what's going on is the first thing you'd be doing.
Oh, God. Can we have sensors on your fuel flow again?
Yeah, not again, Ferrari. We're not doing this.
You've also got diminishing returns, which is a real thing. I mean, you could have Ferrari or Mercedes or Williams or someone saying they found a second, and you wonder, well, how much have Red Bull found? Well, what if Red Bull haven't found anything because they found it all last year?
Yeah. That's what they was talking about, that, weren't they, with Mercedes, is that they might be slower now, but their concept could potentially allow them to unlock more performance over a period of time, potentially, is what I think they mentioned last year. I don't know if that is still the case or not, but yeah.
Oh, Sleeks, that's brutal. Ferrari found a second in the championship.
Oh, that's
and
it.
That's
Ferrari
just from
fans
strategy,
coming for us
right?
now.
That's not pacing the car, that's just the strategy room.
You think they were second on strategy last year?
No. They've just improved the
Dylan?
second, so it's still going to be shambolic strategy. It's just
take them longer.
It's going to be a second quicker.
I thought you meant I was going longer in the strategy room. They'll just take an extra second to make sure they've got it wrong.
No, all of their decisions across the whole year they'll get one of them right, which saves them a second.
I enjoy the sort of, I know maybe the Tifosi don't, but I enjoy the sort of meme around Ferrari strategy, but I would like to see that disappear and them have some competent strategy so we could talk about how great they are. They've got some good stuff. I mean, last year, Abu Dhabi, it's like, where has this been, Ferrari, when they bluffed Red Bull into pitting Perez and then left Leclerc out? You know, where's this been all season and for the last decade or whatever?
Planned, was it? They were probably like, well, we're stuck with it now. Like,
No,
I know they get
good.
they get a lot of attention because they're at the front, and I know other teams make bad strategies. But the one that stands out to me was it Hungary? I think Alpine pitted onto the hard tyres, McLaren pitted onto the hard tyres. There was no pace in any of those tyres, and no one expected to run it during the race. Ferrari have seen these teams pit and were very, very slow, and then thought, let's do that. You know, like, that one really stands out to me.
Verstappen,
Just watching it on TV, we don't have all the data, but just watching it on TV, but like, that was not the right decision. Why did you do that?
Verstappen managed to come through the field, overtake Leclerc, spin, fall back behind Leclerc, and still win, and still beat him comfortably.
Not only beat him, but didn't Leclerc finish like 5th or 6th in that race?
I can't remember that
strategy
results,
as well.
But yeah, I remember little
think he was
moments
second
like
and
that.
finished like 6th because they put him on the hard tyre, which wasn't working, and he got overtaken by everyone else.
Ding, ding, ding. That's my bell. Logan Sargent has gone through 100 laps for the day. I need a klaxon. If I don't do it for this year, maybe next year. A 100 lap.
I can do that. I can do that. Hold on.
I'm really nervous
It'll take
now.
a few seconds, but I'll do it.
I'm already going to put him right next
balance
to the mic and blow our ears off. That's,
No.
Yeah.
Get ready to mute him. See, Matt's beating you to it. He's gone awooga.
I mean, I could do it with a microphone.
It's okay.
See, that just makes me think of Red Dwarf.
I was actually going to try and find an actual klaxon.
If I had a slow clap, you'd be getting it right now. That was horrendous. Logan Sargent has gone through 100 laps for the day, 101 in fact now, at his P4. So well done to him. So you say that reminds you of, I think you're thinking This is not a drill. This is a drill.
There's that one, or there's another one of emergency, abandoned ship. Oh, god damn it, now the alarm's broken. Awooga, abandoned ship.
See, I heard a wooga, and I saw a wooga, and I instantly thought of gladiators.
Yeah.
Are you ready, Sean? Are you ready? You ready?
God. I feel like I've just given an obvious answer on QI.
Hey, that was just the first one I found. Okay,
it'll do.
I wonder if that goes off in the Ferrari pit garages when someone comes in the pit lane.
We've got to stop it with the Ferrari strategy bashing, even though that's
actually
the focus.
We'll stop it when they stop messing
that's
up.
That's fair.
To be fair to them, that's probably more accurate for Red Bull pit crews only at Monaco.
Oh yeah, I feel so sorry for Ricciardo. Like, it wasn't just a slight mess up. It was like, how long was he waiting there? Like 15 seconds? 10 seconds? Like, he had that win in the bag, and they lost it for him.
Although, no, there are still two. There's still one that's worse. Lewis, Germany 2019.
Oh, well, they're messing up
seconds?
all the tires and everything like that.
It's the fact they weren't even doing anything. It's like he came in, stopped, needed a front wing and tires, and they're all just like,
Yeah, they were confused which tires to go on to. I think they came out with like dry tires and then ran back in for like intermediates, and we didn't even see them put the tires on the car because they already had different tires. Yeah, Mercedes either have like good strategies or completely terrible, like Sakia, where they put the wrong tires on, and that was shambolic as well.
Yeah, people saying Bottas would like to have a word. Is that just a slow stop, or is that the
longest pit stop ever? Right, it was like 2 days.
The pit that rounded off his wheel nut. They had to get off with a grinder.
They literally took like 2 days for them to do it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know where we are anymore. With Klaxons, Red Dwarf. Who's on track? Let's bring this back round. Steady the ship, Sean. Nico Hulkenberg, Logan Sargent. I nearly said Alex Alonso, so that's his name now. Zhou Guanyu, Pierre Gasly, and Oscar Piastri out on track. I don't know where everyone is, so I'm going to check your driver tracker for those interested. Alonso it says he stopped on the start-finish straight. So I assume he's doing a practice start. He is indeed. Pierre Gasly just coming through turn 1. Piastri on approach turn 10. Sargent and Zhou relatively close together on their way to the final couple of corners. Hulkenberg not far behind, just coming through turn 12 at the moment. I haven't checked good stints at the moment for a number of drivers. Actually, Zhou mostly on lap 11. Sargent's on his 15th lap of this stint, so some race-ish runs there for them. That does mean changing the bulb.
No, I'm laughing at Phil Jones doing the whole ocean grey to military grey. That's what Mercedes have done. They've gone from really black to nearly black.
Oh, we've just watched through all of Red Dwarf, like even the new ones, the Promised Land and all that. And
if you skip Series 7, it's fine. Series 7 was a really dodgy one.
Was that?
That was the first comeback with all the really dodgy CGI rat-arsed.
Yeah. They're back in the red, where they got back on Red Dwarf, the nanobots and all that.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah,
that one was a bit iffy, but when they then went over to Dave, it was great.
A lot of fan service on Dave, but it was still good fun, wasn't it? Great sitcom. Started watching Two Pints again now for some reason. Not watched it for years, but there you go.
There was an interesting interview with McLaren where Zach Brown's been honest, where he said
quotes.
that he said, we set some goals for development which we didn't hit. We felt it was better to be honest about that. We, like everyone else, have a lot of development coming, so we're encouraged by what we see around the corner, but I think we will be going into the first race off our projected targets. Hard to know really what that means where we'll be on the grid. So they're not happy with winter testing of where they wanted to be, so it's going to be later before they get their upgrades that they want.
So either he's lying and they have a rocket ship, or, as is more likely, they could be in a spot of bother.
Yeah.
Early season at least.
Our inspirations are to get back to the front. We know that will take a little bit more time. All the technology infrastructure is either going to be pretty much completed this year.
Yeah, and as Purple Zebra says, same as last year then.
Yeah.
That's why I don't think Lando's going to stay there too long, because it's just another year. And how long is he going to wait before he's like, I can't keep just getting told another year. I want to be in a competitive car. So, I don't know.
All right, well, here's a prediction for you. At least Lando, but possibly both drivers and Zach, within the first 2 race weekends, we'll be talking about the B-spec car come Spain.
And they'll not stop talking about the wind tunnel and how important that'll be.
Mercedes apparently have a B-spec car as well in development that they'll bring in if they need it as well.
Oh, they've all if they haven't got a B-spec car, they'll always tell you they've got a B-spec car.
Yeah, like they've got another one in the works based on like Red Bull Ferrari's design, but they're seeing if this one still works. So they use some of the budget to go on that route if they need to. But
so how much is that a concern then, Jonty? I mean, you've just said and Purple Zebra, like you say, same as last year. Is that a concern? Are you concerned for McLaren, or do you think it will just be that they'll be about where they were last year, and if the Alpine keeps blowing up or the Aston keeps falling off the track, then they might be able to get in a fight for top 4, 5?
It doesn't sound good, but I'm wondering what he thought those goals were.
Yeah,
because I mean, the goals have to depend obviously on relative pace, but is that relative to what other teams are doing or to themselves?
Good point.
Mm-hmm. Like they were showing onboards of last year to this year. Well, not onboards, but like a side view of this year's car versus last year's car. And we was discussing this earlier. We saw Red Bull, we saw Ferrari, and we saw McLaren. And there was one more, was it Alpine or was it AlphaTauri? I can't remember. There was, I think, another one as well. And obviously, there's probably a lot going on under the floor and things we can't see. But visually, out of all of those cars, the McLaren was the one that looked the most different.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree.
So,
with
like
that.
you were saying, what were the goals then? Because they've made the most, from what we can physically see, they've made the most changes. So, is it things under that we can't see which they're not happy with? Or is there even more physical bodywork that there's nowhere near ready yet?
Just kind of as an extension to, like, depending on what the goals are and the data and all that and the benchmark, but also the goals in general. If they came into this season saying our goal is top 3, then they could still be exactly where they were last year, fighting 4th and 5th. It's just they've not hit their goals. But it is a concern. So I think the important thing for McLaren fans to keep an eye on then is definitely focus on that right-hand column, those laps, because if they've got issues and they need to resolve them, then the best thing they can do is just pump the laps in and try and understand this car as best they can, because they may choose not to go crazy with development this year if they are struggling. They may look at it and, like I keep banging on about this wind tunnel, but they might look at that and focus on next year. But if they can understand the car and just nail the setup and be there to pick up the pieces when teams ahead of them around them make mistakes or have issues, then they could still have a very strong season. I keep saying it. I said it most of the back end of last season. The only reason for me McLaren were consistently in that fight with Alpine was because the Alpine kept blowing up. Flip side of that, though, is that where would they have been if Ricciardo had turned up last season? So you could argue that, but I think 5th place was actually about right for McLaren last year. So they could be somewhere around there. I don't think it's a total disaster. But as you've said, Dyllan, you've got a talent and a bag of potentially Lando Norris there. How long is he going to be happy being 5th, 6th place and hearing, next year's our year, Lando, don't worry, sign a new contract, we'll get you a car for next year. It's tough. It is tough to make the jump into the top 3 and to get back to the front.
But they kind of were a few years ago, weren't they? When the year Ricciardo got his win, for a few races, they was like 4th, 5th podiums. You know, like Lando got a bunch of podiums. Obviously, I know Ferrari were like 6th in that year, so that's a place that they've jumped up. But they were so much more competitive with the front teams. You know, in Monza they were good. There was a couple of other races that were quite competitive. Lando almost won one in Russia a few years ago as well. It's like they've dropped back since then.
Yeah.
All the other teams have excelled more, and they've just not been able to keep up. And now they've gone from being clearly best of the rest to being in between the midfield.
Yeah, and I know you've just said it, but I'll reiterate the point that the only reason they hopped into the top 3 that year was because Ferrari were held
And they were very
back
close.
by
They were very far ahead of
things.
Alpine and other teams, Alfa Romeo, Aston Martin. I can't remember what they were at the time. They were very clear ahead of those, and it's like they've either dropped back or the others have caught up, and they've not kept that momentum going.
Well, are we talking about the same year? Because I don't think they were that far clear. Because didn't they only secure 3rd in the final race? Are you talking?
This feels like 2020.
Yeah,
I think it was. Yeah, I think Lando got a bunch of podiums, didn't he?
When it all went to pot at Ferrari.
But I think they would have been further ahead if there weren't crazy races. Like, most of the points and podiums they got, I don't think was necessarily down to crazy races. Like, Ocon got a win because of a crazy race, and I think that crash took out both McLaren drivers.
Yeah, they beat Racing Point by 7 points, but had Racing Point not been caught out on that brake duct, they would have lost to Racing Point.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you're right. They were not well clear of Renault. Renault had 181 points, McLaren 202, but they were decently clear, and they were well clear of Ferrari, who just, I feel
they were more consistently at the front. There was more times where they were fighting for podiums, and that's not just with Ferrari being dropped back, but they were. Yeah, I feel like they've dropped back a bit, and they're, instead of being at the very front of like the other cars outside the top 3, it's more now they're dropping back. The other teams are doing better and excelling and finding more pace, and they're not able to find it as quick.
George Russell and Sergio Perez having a chat outside Lewis Hamilton's garage in the pit lane. Sergio says, I'm having a weird pizza tonight, mate. And George says, it better not be that bloody thing you put on Instagram. That's disgusting. I never want to talk to you again. And he's slapped him on the shoulder and walked off in anger. I made every bit of that up.
Yeah, tells all the secrets of the Red Bull, and that means if you do get sacked, we'll bring you over here on the Mercedes side.
Hulkenberg, by the way, still out on track. Sargent out on track. Alonso, Zhou, and De Vries are out there. And we've reset the stints. So, Hulkenberg's on a set of tyres. He's been running for about 20 laps now on a 6-lap stint. Alonso's doing a 5-lap stint. Zhou out on some hard tyres at the moment. Just the 1 lap. So he might do a bit of a long run. We'll soon find out in a few laps, obviously. And De Vries 3-lap stint on the medium tyres. Perez watching from the pit wall now.
I just went back and on my computer's a little bit behind and listened to it. I think Perez was saying, "Are you in tomorrow?" And then they were talking about, I think, temperature and it going back and forth, and then was talking about wind. So that's what they were talking about.
And the wind, of course, comes from that pizza.
I didn't see the pizza.
I wasn't
what
far
was
off.
It? What was it?
You're best to just search Sergio Perez pizza.
No,
don't. Did you say it was on Instagram?
Don't.
I can't remember. It was years ago.
This was a couple of years ago.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant it was a recent thing.
Tuna and chips as a pizza topping.
Alone.
What the hell is that?
Ugh. No.
Second time we've talked about pizza, and now I'm hungry.
Takeaway?
Family. Well, we've got family coming over today, so we probably will end up with a takeaway.
Yo, does anybody want to... There's a donation button, guys, if you want to help fund Sean's takeaway for the evening.
That's what Sean's waistline needs. He's definitely short of pizzas. David Croft in the commentary box has just turned up in a glittery Las Vegas 23 jacket. And if that is the level of cheese we are having for Vegas 2023, bring it on.
I just don't want to see what they... Do you remember what they did at Austin like years ago when they did like the Daniel Ricciardo and they had everyone coming out? Oh, that was so bad.
I loved that. It was great.
It's embracing American culture.
It was so bad.
I want them to go. I wish they'd go full WWE with it. They all get their own entrance music.
If they're gonna do it, only do it at like that one race. Don't bring it like as a thing for every race.
Oh yeah, very much a location specific thing.
I'm actually kind of looking forward to Miami this year. I know a lot of people hated the race last year, but I feel like the track does have potential. It just got let down last year by the track surface, so there was literally one line and that was it. So I'm actually kind of like, especially after that straight when everyone kept hitting the barrier because there was like no grip. I'm actually kind of excited for it this year because they're resurfacing, aren't they? So if it's got more grip and people can take more lines, then it should hopefully be a better race.
Piastri looks like he's going to improve his time here, by the way. Wide. As long as they can afford water at Miami for their harbour, that's absolutely fine.
I don't get that. Also,
Piastri, sorry, Dylan. Piastri's coming through the final corner now. I might be wrong, but I think he's about to improve his time. Are we getting Alex Jakes, Will Buxton, and David Croft this afternoon? Good Lord. Yeah, he does. Piastri up into P8 to 133.175 on the C. It's a medium. The C medium. Looks like the 3. C3 for Piastri. So 29.7, 40.1, and 23.2 are his 3 sectors. 33.175 overall, which takes him on to 34 laps. So we'll put him up into 8th place, as I say. So good stuff from Piastri. Decent time, and again, more importantly, especially given what we just found out from Zach Brown, yeah, important laps. Let's put it that way. Important laps. Let's do a bit of a Q&A and read some of your comments in the chat before we get too bogged down in pizza again.
Q&A. Let's ask the chat Q&A. What's their favorite pizza?
Oh no, good Lord!
We'll be here all week.
I can only imagine some of the concoctions this lot will come up with. It's a terrifying thought. It's a terrifying thought. All teams are hiding their real power, says Petros. Indeed, nothing's going to be turned up. The earliest will be tomorrow afternoon, but even then, I think people will keep stuff back. First race of the season is next week, says Mechanized Chaos. It is indeed only a week to wait. So all these questions and all this, you can't read much into testing and all of this business, we will have an answer next Saturday and Sunday as well. So we've not got long to wait. In South Korea, you get sweet potatoes and sweet corn on a pizza, says Taylor. That's a disgrace.
Sweet corn is the work of the devil.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of sweet corn either.
Tasty, but
no,
it tastes horrible.
Oh, I like the taste of it, but I don't want to talk about.
I think sweet corn is one of the only things that our body doesn't digest properly.
Thank you, Dylan. I was trying to avoid that, mate, but there we go.
Yeah. It's all right.
I'm now not hungry anymore.
I took it by...
Now not hungry in the slightest. So at least you've saved me that one. So you've saved me some money on that one.
I'll take it for the team. Don't worry.
If someone made a chocolate bar that was covered in sweet corn, it would come out looking exactly the same.
Maybe it's all a placebo. Maybe sweet corn on the cob is actually a chocolate bar. We just don't know.
If you want me to mute them, just let me know. Let's move on from poo, which is basically where we're at.
Who needs Sean? Let's have the Dyllan and Jonty show, right?
Squid and kimchi with cheese. What?
I told you.
I think Italy are hating that they created pizza and they made this juicy margarita and then people have took it and ruined it.
105 laps for Alonso so far, for those asking. Zhou 98, Piastri 34, Sargent 111, and Magnussen 34 as well. Shashwat says, why is Mercedes so low? Just running different programs. They're working on all sorts of other things. Nobody, or not many, will be on the same program. So as the noises, if you're concerned, I don't know if you are, but the noises from Mercedes seem to be positive, that they've solved a lot of the problems they had last year and they're feeling good. So they're just running their programs. Don't read too much into who's where. Again, if the grid has Hulkenberg and Sargent in the top 4 next week, then I'd be absolutely amazed. So that's where
Ferrari's hired a new driver, by the way.
Have they? Why? What science are Leclerc on now? They sacked him.
No, just someone else just sat in the car at the moment. What would they be doing though? Because I know they usually have other people sit in the car for doing like practice pit stops and stuff. But like, why would he be in the car right now?
Pedals, brakes, checking stuff down the sort of brake pedal, checking their work. Oh, the driver, because that's steering. Yeah, good point.
Steering wheel functionality.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm certain some poor guy's job is to get in there, sit there, and go through every single possible switch option on the.
Hey, you know what? If I got paid 40-50 grand a year for just doing that and go to every F1 race, I wouldn't complain.
I'd do it for about 25, 30 grand a year, mate. I'd say I'd be crap at it.
Yeah, because you'd still get to go to every F1 race for free.
Exactly. Sorry, no, I'm trying to avoid these pizzas.
Are they still going on about pizza?
Exactly. Yeah. Second car says every team is just collecting data to understand the aero of the car. Com said they are just checking whatever every button does, or whether it works or something.
That's the meme back to last year, isn't it?
Yeah. Wait until tomorrow afternoon with this lot. Today will seem lame. He closed. Oh no, sorry. You talk about something else. Yeah, just make Jonty moderate one of the streamers' penance. Mercedes 8 winning anything this year, says Mark, based on testing so far. How highly do you rate Gasly, says Real Jojo? That's a good question to hop onto. I'm not going to say too much because we covered Gasly yesterday in the morning session. We possibly did in the afternoon, but I would say, Jonty, Pierre Gasly is a quality driver, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what he does in that Alpine this year. Away from Red Bull.
Very much so. Been quite a fan of Gasly's since, well, it would have been GP2 at the time, wouldn't it? And he had a very dominant GP2 winning season. And then, was it 2020 or 2021 when he was basically sixth all the time? Qualifying races, it just seemed like, oh yeah, there's Gasly in sixth again.
I think he might have been both of those years.
You know, that it was basically
pretty much once he was demoted from Red Bull, he was good in the Toro in the AlphaTauri. Last year he dropped off. I feel like the pace of the car wasn't there, but also I feel like he kind of dropped off a bit and was a bit closer to Tsunoda as well. But the year before that, yeah, he was. He also made a few mistakes last year. He kept getting into like a couple of crashes. Was it Austria? He crashed in both the. Was there a sprint in Austria? I think there was, right? I think he had some kind of like an accident in both of those.
Yeah, I think so.
So he was a little bit clumsy last year, but the previous few years, yeah, he was like always in sixth place, especially qualifying. He was smashing it.
And this is going to be the big year for him to show his quality. He's got to perform well.
Yeah.
Because
he's in a car that's capable of getting podiums potentially, should be at the front of the midfield, whereas the AlphaTauri was towards the back end of the midfield usually.
Yeah, and with lots of people have been saying for years, it's that after his treatment and what it must do to affect him mentally, he's got to get away from Red Bull, and now he has.
Yeah. Literally, as soon as he was demoted from Red Bull, he should have tried to get it into another team that wasn't AlphaTauri as soon as he possibly could, really.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that behind the scenes he probably was.
Yeah.
Like the day, probably, the Monday after Belgium, of that first race being dropped back down, he was probably getting his manager making calls, putting out feelers to try and get in somewhere else, and it's just taken some time.
I mean, as we've seen as well, like when Gasly was in for the first half of that season, he wasn't close to Max. Then Albon was in. I think Albon did quite well in the second half of that season, but still wasn't close to Max. Then the next season, he wasn't close to Max. Perez, not really close to Max. Better, but not as close. You see a similarity, like, okay, it's either the car's very much suited to Max, or Max is just a league above anybody else that's been in that car. So it gives him a bit of credit that, yeah, Gasly isn't terrible. It's not just the pressure. It's just Max is that good.
And I think that's been a common thing with Red Bull. It's just with the massive increase in popularity and online presence on social media and what have you, that people are making more of it. This isn't a new thing for Red Bull to just, you've got a year or two to prove yourself or you're out. They've been doing this.
Was it even with Gasly, though? It was half a year. It didn't even give him the full year, which I think's harsh. I think that was horrible.
And certainly going to Toro Rosso, you look at the back days of Johnny McVerne, Jerome D'Ambrosio, Alguersuari, Bourdais, the other one.
I still think it was brutal for Kvyat as well, because Kvyat got demoted, didn't he? After, what was it? He had the incident in China with the torpedo. Was it China or was it Malaysia? I can't remember. And then he had that 2 hits in Russia, and it was the one in Russia that kind of like completely like got him out. But I don't think he really did much at fault in China. I know he got called out the torpedo, but there was a gap there. He went for it.
It was the start of a race. He's thrown up the inside. It was Seb that went into Kimi.
Yeah, but I think like he called him like the torpedo, and he's like, yeah, but there's a car on the outside, and Kvyat's like, yeah, well, I didn't see the car. I didn't know there was a car there, and I'm like, I actually think that Kvyat did nothing wrong in that scenario. There was a gap. He went for it.
Maybe on like lap 5 or something, or lap 25, but not at the start of a race. Certainly not.
No.
Well,
he didn't hit Vettel. He wouldn't have been able to see Kimi on the other side of Vettel, so he's just gone for a gap. That was that.
Well, I'm still absolutely convinced that they had already decided that Max was going to be in that car.
100%.
End of story.
They just wanted to get him in there so no one else could scoop him up.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, Kvyat got the brunt of it.
Well, Seb's very vocal criticism made it seem a lot worse than it was, and it just gave them an excuse to get him in.
Yeah. But that was horrible, because I think, was it the previous season, Kvyat beat Ricciardo on points, right?
Well, bear in mind that actually, up to that point, the season where he's dropped, Kvyat, I think, had outscored Ricciardo.
Yeah.
I think until that point, he was the only one with a podium.
Yep.
I think he got a podium in China. Yeah, he got a podium in... Was it China or was it Malaysia? I know both of those turned... Like, the very start of the race, them corners are very similar, aren't they? I can't remember which one it was.
Essentially, they were looking for any excuse, and he gave them the excuse.
Yeah.
And that was it. I think Kvyat, super quick driver on his day. Of course, he had his moments and he made mistakes, but I think
shows how brutal they are. It's horrible, isn't it?
But at the same time, if you've got a talent like Max Verstappen coming through, you're probably looking for any excuse to get him in your car as well. I know that's with the benefit of a lot of hindsight, but at the time he was massively hyped up as well. So
if you're gonna do that though, you've already signed a contract with Kvyat. It's like, let him at least do the season, you know.
The contract's with Red Bull, the company, though, isn't it? The Red Bull racing side of things. So if they can move them around the seats all they like, I think at least that was the case at the time. I don't know if with them being sister team rather than junior team, I don't know if that's changed. But you're contracted to Helmut Marko basically, and he'll move you where he wants to move you. That could have changed now though. With them, because AlphaTauri are a bit more. We talked about this morning, a bit more
independent.
Yeah,
now,
they're not completely independent, but they're a bit more independent than they were. Let's say so.
Which I think is a good thing, because a lot of people will be like, "Well, Red Bull's taking up 2 teams. You know, that's an advantage for them to, you know, let's say it was Vettel who was going for the championship, and that Toro Rosso would just move straight out of the way." But then defend like crazy against the person that he's competing with, which I don't think's fair.
Ferrari could buy a team, or Mercedes could if they wanted to.
Yeah, I just feel like if you've got a team, you should have that one team, and that's it. So I'm glad that they have kind of like separated a little bit more. You know, if you do have Red Bull going for a title, I wouldn't want Toro Rosso AlphaTauri just to jump out the way for them, and then defend like crazy, because they should defend every spot equally. You know.
I'm just going to have to nip for a quick break, so I'm going to leave you. You can either continue that conversation if you like, but I'll come back to this when I come back anyway. But Ara's just asked, what car's paint job has grown on you the most so far compared to launch week? I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes, and I'll leave that one with you two, if that's okay.
Well, that's easy.
Which car that's not half carbon fiber?
That leaves you with none.
I like the Aston Martin. I think the green, even though it's not changed too much, it's not majorly different than last year, but I think the black, like with it having carbon fiber, I think it blends quite well with the green.
I think they've been quite smart with where it is as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like on the scallops out the top of the side pods, that's where the paint's been taken off, but the outside that you can see is still painted.
Yeah,
and it is a glorious green. But the one that's grown on me the most is definitely the Alpha.
I've just seen it go past. Then the red, it's so nice, especially in like this light conditions. It's more of, instead of it just being red, it's more of like a scarlet, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
really
pretty
nice.
sure it's the same red as last year. You've just got, it appears different because it's next to black instead of white.
Yeah, it just gives it that extra
I didn't like that change at first, but it's really grown on me, especially as the track gets darker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I like
And
it.
personal preference, but a big part of that and the Aston is that it's still a gloss finish.
Yeah, that's true. Is gloss more? Is gloss heavier? Like, why are more going for like a matte finish rather than gloss these days as well?
It is heavier, I think, because it means another layer or two of lacquer.
Yeah.
But I would assume that there is at least some lacquer over the matte ones, just to protect it, if nothing else.
Yeah. I do also love the Duracell that Williams do at the
Yeah,
top.
it's
I
brilliant.
think it looking like a battery is just so good. And then even on the Halo, like they've designed it to look like batteries on the side as well. So it's really good promotion for the sponsor. You know, you look at it and you're like, it's a Duracell battery. Whereas most of the time I ignore half of the sponsors. But when it is something like that, it stands out and it's really cool.
Well, the funniest thing about the battery airbox was everyone suddenly picking up on it this year. It's like, hello, they had that as early as as Miami last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, did you not notice? And we have practice start for George. I thought he pulled over and stopped for a minute then.
What time are you on your coverage? What time is it for you?
It's 47, 15, 14,
Okay.
13. Yeah.
So I've got it on my TV, which is like the live feed to Sean's, and then I've also got it on Sky Go on my computer, which is on timing with yours. So I was just like, yeah.
Yeah, mine's on Now TV on the computer, which is roughly the same as Sky Go.
Yeah, literally at the same time on that one. So we can use that feed when you're talking about it, so I know what's happening. I think they are planning on doing another start procedure at the end of this session, so they'll do, I think, like an aborted start. Everyone does like a formation lap that's out, so you don't overtake, and then I think they do the 5 red lights and then lights out as if it was like the start of a race.
Yeah. Now we've got Ant Davidson in the commentary box wearing the sparkly jacket. Is this like a baton that's being passed around between them?
Formula One have been like, yo, just get a bit of Las Vegas promotion there. You have to wear this. Because I'm assuming this coverage it's not just Sky, right? Because they're not just using Sky's presenters, they're using people.
Yeah, this is world feed.
Yeah. So they'll be like, yeah, yo, wear this, get a bit of Las Vegas promotion in.
But it does look quite weird because it shows how small Ant Davidson is. It looks like some lad wearing his dad's jacket.
I think they said this year as well that AlphaTauri have now broke a record that Ant Davidson used to have. And I think it was combined drivers, the shortest. Like, he used to have it, but
true.
I think now AlphaTauri have now taken it or something.
Yeah, but he's not the shortest. Andrea Montemini, from many years ago, was the shortest. He was like 5'1" or something.
What's Yuki? Is he like 5'3"?
I think Yuki's about 5'3", maybe 5'4". Well, no, Montemini was really small.
Yuki
and
Tsunoda heights. Oh,
going
meters.
Going back to the paint finish, obviously chat talking about potentially having a golf ball effect on the matte finish, and theoretically it should, based on purely on the theoretical principle of how that works, it should. But teams have done a lot of testing on this, and as someone was saying, Mark Priestley said, there's an unconfirmed belief. A lot of teams have tested it, and there was no difference.
Is that like the carbon fiber has loads of dimples in it to save weight, and then when you put the paint over it, it flattens it out?
It could be the finish of the carbon fiber, but I do believe that has a pretty flat finish anyway.
Yeah. Because if they could have carbon fiber that was dimpled, but still quite safe and secure, then when they put the paint over it, all it's doing is doing like a very thin coat over normal, but then it's also filling in the dimples to make it smooth, so they're kind of saving weight that way as well.
And Purple Zebra, Mythbusters did test the fully dimpled car, as in a full golf ball, and they were surprised that it was dramatically true, like shockingly effective. but matte paint is definitely not,
Yeah.
even though it should be.
Mm-hmm.
But just differences in the finish can actually work. On my previous PC build, it was an older air cooler, and at work I sandblasted the fins, and then it took my average temperatures down by 1.5 degrees.
Bloody hell.
Just because the surface area was that much bigger to dissipate the heat. I know it's not the same as aerodynamics, but there is a correlation there. I'm surprised we haven't seen teams trying things like that, because going a little bit rougher on the macro level as opposed to micro would theoretically gain a benefit. And we have seen benefits from things like adding sandpaper in sport before. If anyone's old enough, they will, and watches athletics, they'll know about the Nemeth javelin, which was literally just a normal javelin, but for about 6-7 inches behind the grip, it was coated in sandpaper.
Yeah.
And they were getting 3 or 4 meters bigger throws. It was actually banned because it was becoming dangerous as it was approaching the running track on the opposite side. You were getting javelin throws of sort of 95, 96 meters.
Yeah.
So take the cars that have got like the dramatic undercut on the side pod, if they just put a strip of sandpaper along that bottom edge, in theory it could help the air attach a lot better all the way along. But how much weight does that add? Is it legal?
Yeah.
Every concept we can come up with while sat here talking from our position, there must be 30 different regulations.
I think George is on a very heavy fuel run there. I think he's like 8 seconds slower. So they've got well, they're using like a dark blue.
Definitely not a qualifying.
No, but it's like with them having the Flovis, which is still, they're not using like a vibrant one, so I feel like they're trying to hide of where it goes sometimes. That's more visible than the one that they had on the front wing earlier today. But then they're doing like a heavy fuel run, so they're probably doing like race sims or something, aren't they?
Red Raven, specifically at you, Jonty. Yeah, I've got 10 minutes till the till I get to running through the times. Says, did Freitas step down as F1 race director, or do you know if he was the one responsible for the truck on track incident in Japan last year? I can Google who was responsible for that.
I don't know who was responsible, and I don't know if he stepped down or was just removed.
So he was
whoever
the race
it was
director.
should have been hung, drawn, and quartered, quite frankly.
Well, the F1 ceremony, apparently it was the team's fault, right?
Well,
when he was like drunk and said it was the team's.
Oh, that made me angry.
Yeah, so Freitas was the race director in Japan, so there could be an element of he may have been pushed. Or they've just decided. I still think having one is better than two, because you've got it helps to keep things consistent, doesn't it? If you're
going to have two, you have them both at every race working together.
Yeah, but even then, you're still going to get arguments over things, and it's easier if you just have one race director and then they have their team around them. You need one chief in that position, and then
I guess it just takes a bit of pressure off, so they can have like a second opinion. So they want to make sure, that would be the benefit of having two. But like you said, there will be the argument of being which way did it go.
Yeah, but the race director, you don't need a debate in that situation. The race director should be following the regulations and precedent, and you don't need a second person there saying, yeah, but it wasn't that big of an incident. That's not how it should, because that's where we're getting the inconsistency, or one of the reasons we're getting the inconsistency from it. They're currently taking photos of Crofty and Anthony Davidson in crazy Las Vegas jackets. Just to point out, the Las Vegas Grand Prix is not till November. We've not even started the season yet, and we've not even got to Bahrain for the first race. Basically, we're still in testing, and we're already hyping up Vegas on Sky and the F1.
Yeah, I reckon
feed.
I said to Jonty while he was gone, it's going to be like a promo thing, because it's like the world feed. They've been like, yeah, we're this, so get some Las Vegas promotion in.
And I'm sorry, Davison looks so silly in it. He's tiny.
He's always
something
tiny.
what
He's just too big for him.
It reminds me of something from like School of Rock. You know when they create those uniforms initially? It reminds me of that.
Charles Leclerc bobbing down the straight. He's out on track at the moment. We've also got Nico Hulkenberg out there. Logan Sargent. I'll call him Alex Alonso now for some reason. Zhou Guanyu, Nick De Vries, and George Russell on track. Stints-wise, who's doing what on what tyre? Hulkenberg is on the mediums, has done 8 laps on those in total, currently on a 1-lapper, so that'll be a few more. Logan Sargent's on an 18-lap stint on the hard tyre. I said we'd come back to him a little bit and see what he's doing, so he's on a long run. Zhou as well, actually, 18 laps on the hard tyre so far. Gunther Bloody Steiner is wearing one of those jackets now with the red sleeves, goodness sake.
Oh, no.
Leclerc is out there, no information just yet, so they're just on out. Same with Alonso on the hard tyre. De Vries just gone out as well. And Russell, 3-lap stint on the medium tyre at the moment. So,
Is he talking about race control? And chat's still going on about the officiating for F1. I just want to say, the stewarding is an issue. But I was thinking more about the actual race direction, the race control side of it. You know, responding to incidents.
Yeah.
You know, the speed of it. And I really need to get this written up for another article because I had an idea of making it simpler, faster, and safer using stream decks.
Hang on.
I mean, not to rub it in, Sean. But literally, just
we've got a red flag. Sorry, red flag. Sorry, Jonty. George Russell has stopped on track.
He stopped.
So we are.
Something's happened.
He stopped on
He's
track.
no power on the steering wheel at all. It's completely gone off.
I think he switched off. His lights were flashing at the back, so I think he switched off, and that's why that's gone. But we do have a red flag. First one of the day. First one since very first thing yesterday morning. So I will.
Where is that?
Listen out. So that's just after turn 10. That awkward turn 10. It's around the DRS area there. I just double checked the driver tracker, but that's what it looks like.
Parked on the DRS activation line.
Yes, up at turn 10. It shows the car is moving on the driver tracker. It is not moving. I can confirm that one. Although it's tracking the driver, so it might show George Russell. So they're talking. Gunther Steiner still being interviewed as this is going on, so we're getting no information from TV because I know, you know. Yeah. Let's not get into that.
Yeah.
They're just interrupting now, so we'll find out. Because it is, let's face it, the most dramatic thing that's happened today is George Russell stopping on the side of the track. So,
how long do you reckon that'll take to get back?
Not long. Well, it'll take longer in testing than it would do in a race weekend because there's never a rush for these things. But it'll not take too long, provided it's going to shift.
They'll want to get the team down there to cover it up as well before it gets lifted onto the
there's
truck
that
as
point
well,
as well.
so no
Yeah.
one can find anything.
Let's have a listen on board. If you can hear, I hope you can't hear the audio coming through on the mic. Or I'm going to get into bloody trouble, aren't I? So it comes through. So it goes quite early. Then it has issues because that's at turn 4. And then he's slow through 5, 6, 7, and 8. It doesn't, unless I'm missing, so it doesn't sound like a, what is it the phrase Martin Brundle uses, a bag of spanners or anything like that. And he's still going, so it can't be an engine going bang. Hydraulics is what Anthony Davis is saying, flashed up on a steering wheel. So
I've
that
got the
could be an
replay up
issue.
now. Failure.
Yeah, it is. And he's pulled over, yeah. He went quite a way on that, though, so it's a hydraulic issue then.
It happened exactly at the moment he was shifting down.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's not been able to change his gear because of the hydraulics, and then because he's gone so slow around that corner, it's just gone into anti-stall because he's not been able to get enough RPM right.
It looks like that.
Yeah,
Stuck in a port.
That's what Ant said. That popped up on the steering wheel. He knows more about that Mercedes than we do. So
if that's hydraulic issue, then could be a Control Alt Delete reset, but an hour and a half to go. That could be George's day over if it needs a proper big fix. I don't know. I'll say, can you Control Alt Delete that kind of thing? No.
Would they just fill up the hydraulics if they want to get some more
sensors?
session in?
It depends what the failure is. I mean, if there's a leak, they can just repair the leak, refill it, and off they go. But with it happening during the downshift, it could have caused some things to, or some cogs to argue in the box, potentially.
Not what George wanted, that's for sure.
No.
Hopefully they can get it back within like 15 minutes. They can look at it and then he can get out for like another 30 minutes or something. But even then, the last 15 minutes are going to be interrupted with virtual safety cars and stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point to remember, actually, is that even when we get to that last 10 or so minutes, we're going to potentially have practice start, virtual safety car tests, red flag tests. So we've got less than an hour and a half left, really, haven't we?
The only thing I would say is that I don't know what Mercedes' plan is for tomorrow, but if George is in the morning tomorrow, they might want to try and get the car done so George can at least get some low fuel runs in this evening to try and simulate what it'll be like next week.
It says so on the steering wheel hydraulic failure, yeah. 100%.
Yeah, I watched it all the way around the replay. It came with a hydraulic failure as he hit fifth, and then there was just enough to get to fourth, and then it stayed in fourth. And as Dyllan said, when he came around turn 10, it flashed up red again, saying anti-stall.
I think if he could have got down to a lower gear and not stuck in fourth, then he probably would have been able to get it all the way back. But because he's gone that slow around that corner, he's not been able to keep it going.
Depends as well. With it being a mechanical thing in testing, the team may have still told him to stop anyway and not risk anything. But then if he's going to lose the time anyway.
Before it even finished getting around the corner, it had flashed up red and then just went off on its own.
Well, he did get down to third and then back up to fourth. Well, maybe that was just the last of the pressure in the system.
How far away is that from the pits directly? Are the pits just on the other side of like the wall? So like not physically drive on the car, but like the mechanics get into that car to cover it up, or do they need to go all the way around?
I was wondering that. I would assume that there is entry into the back.
It's probably like a back
there.
entrance, isn't there? They can get to it quite quickly.
Well, there'll be entrance to support paddocks and things like that because obviously you've got shorter club circuits that turn off there as well. So there are ways through.
It's probably the closest place you could have stopped then, potentially, for the mechanics to get there quite quickly and get this car on the truck.
Yeah.
Well, they're still hanging about waiting, see what happens there, just to give everyone a running commentary here. So they're hanging about.
The guy tried laughing, he's just like,
Yeah, George won't be happy. Understandably. He wants the laps. He will want to do his... if they were doing performance runs, he'd want to do them as well in these conditions. If he's in the morning, he might have to do that anyway tomorrow. So it's frustrating. The mechanics are just leaving the pits now. There's a car coming to pick them up. They're just leaving their pit garage and they're having a chat about it. So there's no rush in testing. If this was a race weekend, that car would have been wheeled away and would be about to go on away again. But it's in testing. The team want to get there, as Dyllan said, cover it up, get it on the flatbed, get it back to the garage and do what they need to. So it's a slowish process
I wonder if
compared to what
Mercedes
we'd normally expect.
I wonder if Mercedes are thinking now, okay, that's our session done. Let's just take our time and give the other teams less time on the track. But at least if it is only hydraulics as well, that's something they hopefully will be able to figure out what caused it and fix it. If it was something that was more of like an MGUK or issue or something like that, that's something which might be a bit more worrying if it fails just suddenly. Because that's more expensive.
There is a truck there ready to get the tractor there or the whatever, the recovery vehicle ready to get it on something. They're just waiting for everything to turn up. So slow. This could take a little while. You can always tell in chat when somebody's not been listening all day or not been listening at all. You've not spoken about this driver, having spoken about that driver 30 times today alone. I know people are in and out all day, but if you're in and out all day, don't say we haven't talked about something when you've not been here to witness it, because we have. We have talked about everybody today in some capacity. So just double check. Yes, we have.
Comment. Hello, guys, watching from the Amazon rainforest in
Bloody
Brazil.
hell.
Go Brazilian driver Drugovic. I mean, I've got to say, the reason I bring it up is that that's a reason why I want him to get the replacement call if Stroll can't race. Because, I mean, this may just be a thing of how long I've been watching F1, but it just doesn't feel right without a Brazilian driver on the grid. So ever since I started watching, there's always been British, German, French, Japanese, and Brazilian drivers. There's been a mix. There's been the occasional drivers from various other countries, but those are the 5 stalwart nations where there's always been at least one driver. And to not have a Brazilian on the grid just doesn't feel like F1.
On that note, Aston Martin have confirmed their lineup for day 3 tomorrow of testing. Felipe Drugovich will do the morning and Fernando Alonso will do the afternoon. Now, you can read into that what you like. I'd say it's Fernando saying I ain't doing 2 full days. But also, I feel
that's them putting
that's
Drugovich
important that Drugovich gets the lap time. But at the same time, it doesn't really tell us. That's what, if you want to read too much as we can, but it's not telling us much because I feel like if Drugovich was going to be in the car next week, he'd be in all day, and then both drivers had a day and a half. So I feel like waiting for news on Lance Stroll.
I feel Alonso probably wants more time in the car, so he's probably like, let me do half a day tomorrow.
Well, yeah, but what I mean is that every single team is doing a day and a half for their drivers, so they could have put Drugovich in all day, and then he's had a day and a half, and Fernando has. So, but Alonso's in that car all season. I know what you're saying, Dyllan. I'm not being a dick.
No,
I know what you're saying.
I know.
He's in the car all season, so he's going to want all the time he can. But I'm just thinking from a testing point of view, up to speed. But we'll see. We're waiting to hear on Lance Stroll. I'm hoping we hear something soon. But we'll find out when we find out at the end of the day, won't we?
Yeah. I don't know how long if it is a broken wrist or 2 broken wrists, how long they take to recover. Because you don't want to just be okay. You want to be perfect, especially
with
you've
got a heel and you've got to then go through physio, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have very, very strong opinions on that because of obviously me being heavily versed in the safety aspect. I've seen some horrific things over the years, and some of them because of a driver having an injury and rushing back too quick and it affecting their performance enough that it causes them to have a major crash.
Well, you see when they're training how stiff they turn those things, so they need to have that much strength in their wrist. Is that going to take a month for Lance to recover? Is it going to take longer? Is it going to be less?
Exactly.
Because he said you don't want to join back, you don't want to start racing too soon, and then 1, like you said, have a dangerous crash, or 2, injury even worse, so you're out for even longer.
I mean, the one that sticks out in my head, I doubt anyone in chat will know. If you do, great, you're as old as I am. Greg Moore in IndyCar was a great driver coming up, and he broke or at least damaged his wrist and tried to push back too much, tried to push and come back too early, and had probably the second most horrific crash I've ever seen in my life because his wrist couldn't take the pressures on the car. And F1 he comes back too early for Bahrain, and then someone bumps him around turn 3. You get a repeat of Grosjean.
Even if he doesn't have a crash or anything like that, the amount of strain that'll be on his wrist just driving a normal weekend. So then add the element of a crash on top of that, it's going to be even worse. Someone taps the side of your wheel, that your steering wheel's getting straight to the side. That jolt is going to cause so much tension and on your wrists. It's not good.
And even if it's seemingly minor, what it then does is the remaining 7 to 10 days of recovery he's got to do suddenly becomes a further month.
Also, on top of that, if he doesn't come to Bahrain, the next race after that is Saudi Arabia, and we know how dangerous that race can be. So, would he want to risk joining that race as well?
I'm just going to go through the times again. So we've gone past the hour. I've got the red flag. But I want chat to do me a favour. I want to just test something on delay. Because I feel like we've got quite a big delay for some reason. I might be wrong. But with one surname in chat, just who's your favourite driver, either on the grid now or of all time? I just want to test the delay. Because I feel like it might be that some people are watching themselves on delay. But I feel like we've got a massive delay here. So
I
one surname,
my
who's your
stream,
favourite
and it was
driver?
like a second.
Yeah, it might just be that a couple of people are watching, like they've rewound a bit or they started late,
Yeah,
so
it's
it
pretty
looks like
quick.
we're okay. So that's all right. Max Verstappen, thank you everyone. I'll keep an eye on them. Getting you to
It's
work
fun
hard
to see
like
all the
that.
random names coming up now.
So Max Verstappen, fastest so far, 1:31.650, 18 laps on the board. He set his fastest time on the C3 tyre. Nico Hulkenberg set his fastest time on the C5 tyre, the softest compound, of course, a 1:32.466 and 38 laps. Carlos Sainz, 70 laps on the board. He did a 32.486 on the C3 tyre. Logan Sargent still up there in fourth place on the C5 tyre, a 1:32.549. 125 laps, goodness me. Charles Leclerc, 27 laps for him so far this afternoon, a 1:32.725. That was done on the C3 tyre. Fernando Alonso, a 1:32.969. That was also on the C3 tyre. He's done 113 laps. It's also 113 laps for Zhou, interestingly enough. He did a 1:13.170. That was also that was on a prototype tyre, sorry. Piastri was on the C3, a 1:33.175, and has so far completed 34 laps. 28 laps for Pierre Gasly, a 1:33.186. He set that time on a C3 tyre. Kevin Magnussen, 1:33.442. He's done 67 laps. Esteban Ocon, a 1:33.490. He did 49 laps, and they were on the C2 tyre for Magnussen and a C3 for Ocon. George Russell, who is currently, his car is being recovered after a hydraulic failure. He's stuck on track. We are under red flag. He had done a 1:33.738 on the C3s, and up until that, pulling over and retiring, if you like, 26 laps. I think I missed De Vries. I did indeed. 1:33.603, 46 laps for him on the C3 tyre. Sergio Perez, 1:33.751, 76 laps. He did his time this morning on the prototype tyre. Lewis Hamilton, 1:33.954, 72 laps for him so far. Oh, he did that this morning. Sorry, not so far. He's not on track. Did that this morning. That fastest time was on a C3 tyre. Lando Norris, 65 laps, 1:35.522. Yuki Tsunoda, a 1:35.708, 85 laps, and Norris was on the C2 tyre for his fastest, and Tsunoda the C3. All the usual stuff. Don't forget to subscribe if you are new. Please do drop a like. Over 700 now. Let's see if we can get a few more in the bag before we end the stream. We've got an hour and 20 minutes to go, which is, it's flown by once again. And you can also support the stream through Streamlabs, Super Chat, and PayPal if you would like to. Patreon longer term. And if you want some F1 goodies, definitely go and check out GP Box in the description. Some good stuff over there, and you support the channel as well if you buy some bits. I've put some stuff on my page that I want to buy, so have a look at them. Have a look at them. It's some good stuff. A lot of Schumacher stuff, I'll be honest. But that's not really a great surprise. George Russell's car is on the flatbed truck now. They're just getting that all finished off. So hopefully it'll be green very, very shortly. I'm sure you're all devastated that there's no running at the moment.
The car did drop down slightly and the back of it tapped the floor. So that's not good if it's caused a bit of damage.
Yeah, that'll not impress anybody, will it, down at Mercedes? They're going to be already
what
a little
happens
bit
in that
miffed.
scenario? If they like
Insurance,
mess up the car
I'd have
and it
thought.
causes damage, like does that have to come out of their budget or does the FIA fund it? Because it's not their fault that it's got damaged.
They'll lose their no claims bonus.
Ask Williams.
Yes.
Oh, with a grid and that in Baku, what?
Yeah.
And stuff? Yeah. Like that's what I mean. Like, do Williams fund that or do FIA
Well,
go,
there's
sorry,
that
we'll
one,
pay
and
for
then
all the
there's-
damage?
Can you remember, just on that subject, I know it was the drain, but can you remember when they recovered the car and then the crane drove into the gantry?
bridge.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
That's my point. Yeah.
It happens. It happens. We've all crashed a crane into a gantry on a racetrack.
I've got to
perfectly
say,
normal.
this is one thing that's bugging me these days. The big tarpaulin cover over the car. It's like the photographers, the professional photographers, and even amateurs sat in grandstands and what have you, for not extortionate amounts of money, you can get lenses where you can see the detail of the carbon fiber weave from 200 meters away. What do you think you're hiding? anything that someone
I
wants
think
to
it's
see
more
on
the
that
floor,
car, they
isn't
can
it?
see.
They're trying to cover the floor, right?
Yeah, but if you put that, if you bring that car up to the air with those on, you're still going to see the floor because it's only covering the top of the car.
Under the floor. It got lifted up a tiny little bit, and the engineers were already underneath it,
Oh,
pulling it.
they did pull it underneath.
Yeah,
Right.
they were crouching underneath it. It had only been up like
thing.
about a foot, and the engineers were literally underneath pulling it under. So when it went
That's
up
fair
higher,
enough.
it wasn't shown. Yeah.
I'll let that one off.
Sam, protecting it from possible rain. Come on.
I mean, to be fair, with Mercedes, because they have got a more of a unique concept of their car, the floor is probably something that more people are curious about than the others, right? Because most of them have kind of gone the same direction.
And going back to the drain cover, it's like we had a little. There was 3 separate incidents in a relatively short space of time, because Grosjean had one pop a tyre, sending him into the wall in Malaysia. And Button had one in Monaco, if you remember.
Yeah.
Just after Saint-Devote. And then a few years later, we had Russell's one at Baku. It was weird how they all sort of came within just a few short years.
Wasn't there another drain cover one on the run to the Nouvelle Chicane one year that... Am I misremembering that?
I thought that was a bump in the track that caught several people all at once. Like lap after lap.
Session will resume in about a minute, less than a minute now. And yeah, George Russell's out of the session at the moment with a hydraulic failure. It happened at about turn 4, didn't it, Jonty? And then he pulled over just after turn 10. So
yes,
I'm just confirming with you. You were watching it a bit more closely at that point. Also, who just said that? Lewis was just saying that the circuit did reimburse Williams for the incident there. So that was.
I'm kind of curious if things like that happen now. Like they reimburse them, but then, it's not, oh, we've spent 2 million repairing our car. Is that 2 million that's come out of their budget? Or do they get that 2 million back and just repair the car from the money they've been given?
I'm certain it would have to be balanced out.
Yeah. Because
they would have to be covered for that, because it would be completely unreasonable for them to lose that chunk of their budget. But it is a very important question now that the cost cap is in effect.
Because it's not their fault, but at the same time, if another car crashes into you, it's not your fault, but that still comes out of your budget to repair yourself because of another team. But when it's the FIA and the marshals, is that a separate instance, or are they still going to be like, we'll reimburse you the money, but that still comes out of your budget for repairs?
I wonder if there's actually anything in the financial regulations to address that, or if it's just something they'll deal with if it comes up. Because there are things like that in the regulations I have just randomly wondered about. We do know that certain tracks get different rules for how they come into how early they come into the pits, where the line is, all sorts. There's a lot of different things which are
like
track
Baku,
specific.
where you need to stay to the left and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if there's certain tracks where they have like just things in place just in case, even how impossible they are. The one that set my mind off thinking was Mexico. Is there anything in place in the event of an earthquake? It's an incredibly active area.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
How much do they get when the car falls off the podium?
I was just going to say something similar to that.
They've got the lift now, haven't they? Christ, that'd be terrible.
Not only that, but the driver's also on that, so would they get injured as well?
I'm just having a look through this list of favourite drivers to pick some names out that are a bit obscure. We've got the obvious ones, your Maxes, your Raikkonens, your Vettels, your Irvines? ?
I think it started as favourite drivers and then devolved into who can come up with the most obscure names. And there's some really, really obscure calls in there.
Lewis the Grin says Pedro Diniz. Purple Zebra says Mika, and I'm assuming Hakkinen and not either A, the pop star, or B, Salo. Or all three. It could just be every Mika. Purple Zebra could just love every Mika. There you go. Montoya's in there. I'm not surprised to see that one. Squidgy Pixel says right now probably Sargent or maybe Sargent. Professor Hitch says Jensen, baby. I don't know where that came from. A lot of people say Charles. A lot of people say Max. Russell for Jack Clark. That's not obscure. I'm just looking at Jack Chambers. Gives the correct answer, of course. Michael Schumacher. Herter, Colton Herter, so not an F1 driver, but good to see other drivers in there. Pierre says Villeneuve's. I mean, yeah, Gilles Villeneuve, what a... Oh, if only, eh? Pablo says Pedro Di Resta. We've got Alex Alonso and Pedro Di Resta. There you go. It's happening now. Max Chilton for Joshua. Peroni for Zach. Scott Speed. Jack's just naming weird names now. It has. I see what you mean now. It has completely fallen apart. Ecologic says Max. Montagny is a name I've not heard. I've definitely heard it, but not for a very long time. Alex Young says Rayman. That's a blast from the past. Esteban Tuero in that silver Minardi. That's a good shout as well. Black Emerge says Tom Cruise, of course. An obvious answer there. Space says Marzipan. And we'll take a couple more, see if we've got anybody else in there. Jos Verstappen.
No.
And I'm just a fan of F1 in general since the 80s, but a name, then it's Fernando Naronzo. Very good. Kamui. Oh, Alfie Alf, Kamui Kobayashi. Oh, so amazing that I don't know if it's officially named, but that hairpin in Japan will always be the Kobayashi hairpin for me. Will always be.
Oh, yeah. What year was it?
20.
I want to say 13.
No, it's later than 11, isn't it?
11, 12, or 13.
Somewhere in there.
Where, because of all of his early racing career there, he just had a different line to everyone and was just absolutely nailing everyone. It was amazing.
Well, the different line thing in Japan takes me back to Eddie Irvine in 97, when obviously Schumacher was going toe-to-toe with Villeneuve for the championship at the latter stages, and he'd been racing in Japan for a long time prior to, or for a while prior to F1. He does the racing in Japan, and his knowledge of the circuit allowed him to go around the outside of, I think he passed 2 cars, including his teammate, and then did Villeneuve. Not in the same spot, but he sort of used the outside when they were snaking up the hill. He used the outside of one of the corners to go around. It could have been Frentzen and Schumacher, but definitely Schumacher. And it was all part of Ferrari's big game plan. That 97 was such a... If you've not seen any kind of review of it or anything, go give it a watch, because it was such a bizarre... So much happened, and it ebbed and flowed, didn't it? So much. It amazing. Right down to that final few laps, which still pees me off even today. It's 2023, and it's 2013.
Kevin N in the chat is saying Andrea de Cesaris is a legend. Come on. Yeah, he has a nickname for a reason. He was a genuinely quick driver, but he's probably the most prominent case of at the front or in a wall.
Apparently got the floor off Max's car. I'm just reading in chat. I've missed that. It might be one I nipped off for a quick couple of minutes. They've not now. He's out on track at the moment. So, or they had the floor of his car. Checking something now. I'll check. I don't think Red Bull will tell us anything. It's kind of pointless checking on socials, really. But I'll check the blogs. It's probably the best place to go for this. Sorry that I missed that. It might have been when I nipped off for a minute, or yeah, but I mean, on track at the moment, we've got Verstappen, Hulkenberg, Sargent, Leclerc, Alonso, Piastri, and Gasly out on track. So it's a little bit busier. They've lost a couple of minutes, of course. because of that stoppage for George Russell. If you are just joining us or you've come back, George Russell stopped on track a little while ago with a hydraulic failure. So bad news. It was when the comms teams were changing from Will Bucks to XJ to David Cross. It was a while ago. I'll keep an eye out then. Thank you, Squidgy. I'll see if I spot anything else. But
I don't think it's that big a worry for Mercedes at this time. This is exactly what testing is for. I mean, the surprise so far for testing that we haven't seen more of this. I would usually expect at least 4 or 5 cars to stop, or at least have the team tell them to stop for whatever reason, and then get wheeled back to the garage.
Yeah.
You know,
There's
the
a
fact
lot
we've
worse
gone this
things
long is new.
There's
a lot of worse things that could have happened too. Like hydraulics,
Yeah.
there's a lot worse that could have happened, and we know how reliable Mercedes usually are, so they'll probably find out what it is, fix it, and we'll not see it for the rest of the season.
Alonso's improving at the moment, so keep an eye on him. Gazzy's just crossed the line, not on a particularly quick lap. I mean, none of these really are particularly quick laps. It's going to be. I'm really looking forward to qualifying next week. If again, that's what Verstappen's doing in testing. He's still doing a personal best, Alonso, 7/10 down overall. Would put him second if he can carry that on for the rest of this lap. He's coming now down to the final couple of corners, 14 and 15.
Been good in the third sector as well.
It's been surprisingly good so far, but again, we've got to be very cautious. Bahrain just comes alive when the sun goes down, doesn't it? It really, really does. Alonso does cross the line, and oh, come on, Sean, does go second place on a 1:32.4. He was nearly 8/10 off in the end, but still in the 7, so not far off. So Fernando Alonso once again up into second place and has done 116 laps already, and that was on the C3 by the look of things on there.
We might start getting a few more quick times now, especially those that are in this afternoon that aren't in tomorrow afternoon.
Hopefully.
Tomorrow afternoon we have Perez, Sainz, Hamilton, Ocon, Norris, Bottas, Alonso, Magnussen, Tsunoda, and Albon.
Yep. Well read, sir. Well read. Leclerc's got. Let's see what Leclerc does. He is on the C3s as well. Verstappen is a 29.188 in the first sector. Leclerc comes through not quick on a couple of seconds off the pace, 2.2 seconds off. So this isn't a push lap. I'd like to see Ferrari get up there a little bit. A third and fourth yesterday. So that's where we're at. But yeah, Fernando Alonso, who's winning the lappage at the minute? Logan Sargent, 129 laps at the moment, doing a cracking job out there. For 131 for Sargent, doing a cracking job for Williams. All about that mileage. It's getting late, apparently, for R. It's nearly midnight for R. Good morning to you, Squidgy, from Maryland, America, at 10:23 a.m. So that's Rain Man just getting up. Well, Rain Man's been up a while. Been here for a while. I'll never get used to time differences. I never will. Thank you very much, Pierre. I appreciate that. Thank you.
What time did Alonso do that on? Do you have it?
Yeah, C3.
What was the time he did yesterday? Was that also the C3?
The time yesterday,
yeah.
He was 4/10 quicker just then than he was for his fastest lap yesterday.
1:34. No, that's the wrong page, Sean, you donut. 1:32.866 on the C3 yesterday.
Yeah. I'm assuming a lot might just do the C3 as the fast runs as well, because that is going to be respectable potentially for data for next week, right? Because that's going to be the Q3 tire.
Just to say as well, sorry, Jonty, just let me throw this at chat quickly. We're coming into the last hour, so we will just do lots of questions now. So if you've got any questions, throw them at us. I'll let Jonty say what he wants to say, and then I'll come to you guys for questions. Would make sense.
Well, it is an interesting point, like with it being testing this week, and this time next week we will be watching FP2. You know, is there a point during this testing weekend where teams go, you know what, we've got enough data, or we've got the best data we're going to get. Let's now start working on pure setup for next week to try and get a couple of steps ahead of other teams.
It's a possibility, isn't it? It's if you had absolutely everything you needed from testing, I don't see why you wouldn't. It's the only counter to that, I suppose, is that teams are already really short, aren't they, on the time they have, so they're going to want to maximize this session. But I mean, the theory, yeah, if you've got every single thing you need, all the data you need, and everything's ready to go, then there's no reason why you couldn't or shouldn't put some focus on next week, which is a good point, actually. Yeah.
When it comes to like the C4 and the C5 tires, because Bahrain's quite a big track for degradation, they're not going to get the best data on that tire, are they? Because it's going to wear down a lot quicker as well. So there might come a point where they're like, we can only get a little bit of data on the C4 and the C5, which is why you see the majority on the C3.
On the subject of C4, Nick De Vries is going for a lap on them now, so we could see something interesting here. I think Zhou's pushing, but not maybe. He's doing a personal best at the moment, so we'll see what De Vries is doing as he comes through turn 12 and cuts the beam. Only half a second down, actually, in fairness. So again, if he carries that on to the rest of the lap and can keep it around there, he will be P2 De Vries. We'll have a Dutch 1-2.
I'm going to say P3 or P4, I'm going to say.
It's all about this final couple of corners.
I think it's going to be in between Hulk and Sainz.
Comes to the line. I think you're going to be right, yeah. No, he's second.
No,
he's
not.
P2.
Oh,
nice
never
one.
mind.
De Vries goes P2 then. Here goes Zhou. What can he do?
Are we going to see
says
some display laps at the end of the second day?
That'd be nice.
Like I said, like Verstappen isn't in the car tomorrow, so you might get even a quicker time from him. He might come out soon and just be like, you know what? I just want to go even quicker.
Yeah, it's his last session, isn't it? Yeah, so he might go and do a big performance run towards the end. On that note,
I want to get the
Verstappen's on
fastest
track.
lap of the weekend. You know, can't let Tomo not get his correct prediction.
Yeah,
I didn't
that's
even
true.
think about that when I made my prediction as well. I was like, I don't even know he's in the afternoon on the Friday, on the Saturday.
Yeah.
Luckily, Alonso is, so my prediction could still happen. The only person that's beat him so far is Max, and he's not in tomorrow. So.
I mean, like your point earlier about the C4 and the C5, you know, not really giving them much data. I think that's very relevant.
Like, they could probably do longer runs, but if you're going to try and go for, like, a complete quali run on, like, the C5, by the time you might get to, like, turn 12, the tyre's completely gone because...
Well, that's just it. I mean, not only is it C1 to C3 next week, so the C4 and C5 won't be used here, you've also got to think, like, the track surface, the track layout, the types of corners that are involved, the length of the straights, etc. There's no point running them that much because they're not going to get any data that they can apply to other tracks either, because there's going to be so much variation.
When they have the tyre allocation, are they told by Pirelli, you have 10 C5s, 10 C4s, or can they be like, we have 40 tyres, and they can pick and choose as they go? So they're like, oh, for tyre 35, I want a C3. They
used to pick, I think everything's prescribed now.
Yeah, because if it is that way, then it's like, well, we've got 10 C5 tyres, we might as well use them. Whereas if they didn't have to do that, they might choose to pick a lot more of the different ones and have little C4.
I'll see if Pirelli gave out an allocation for testing. We know there's 35 sets for testing of the slicks, but I didn't see any kind of like allocation for it.
I think that's a rule that should be back.
Will Pirelli choose the allocation or the teams choose the allocation?
Well, the teams choose. I mean, it was well in advance, but it was still a little bit of strategic variation.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it was changed for cost and energy reasons.
Oh, it's not that anymore?
It was a pandemic thing originally, wasn't it?
Yeah, pandemic, because it was difficult to get supply from Romania and...
Yeah, I liked that as well. If you was like, oh, Mercedes have brought 2 mediums, whereas Red Bull's brought 3, it's like, okay, interesting. You could have different strategy in the race because they've got an extra, you know.
Yeah, it added that extra strategic element. Whereas
kind of curious
now,
how qualifying is going to go as well this year with the new rule.
I mean, if they want to do it, if they want to stick to the prescribed, you get this many of each, then I think that's when you need to have the additional rule of you must use all three in the race. It's one or the other. I don't think using all three in the race would be fair if the teams are choosing which compounds they have ahead of time.
Yeah.
You know,
if you only bring one hard tire, then you're like, okay, well, we can't test that in practice unless we're only going to run it for a few laps in the race.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be dead. And then same with lockups and stuff like that as well. If they ruin their only soft tires due to lockups and they've still got to run it in the race, it's going to be a bad race.
Big lockup for Sargent on that. That's timing for you, Dyllan. That is big lockup for
I
Sargent.
didn't even see.
As he on the approach to turn 10 there on the C2 tyre. We've got Gasly as well coming around. I'm just going to throw a question in from chat. So words. FD30 says, is Herta still a shoe-in at AlphaTauri if he wins IndyCar this year? We'll probably not get into it today, but this could be a wider debate on the whole super license thing, couldn't it, with IndyCar and that. But I do think, I don't know how much of the Herta thing was out of necessity, how much was out of the desperation to have him there, and how much of it was, we've got 3 races in the US next year, we want an American driver. So it could be all 3. But I'm quite disappointed there wasn't a way that they could have. I mean, if you haven't got the super license points, you haven't got them. You could disagree with the system, but the system is quite clear. This is how it works. So we didn't have them, we didn't have them. But it is a shame we couldn't see
it should be updated, shouldn't it?
Herta in there at AlphaTauri, for example. But it's great for De Vries, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this year. But it's a shame. I'd like to have seen Herta in. As for whether he's a shoe-in, it's going to come down to a couple of factors. So if Tsunoda doesn't perform this year and goes, then they're going to need to obviously replace him. So they're going to have to look at your Lawsons and your Iwasas and people like that. They're junior drivers. And if they're not confident that they're ready, they're then going to have to go look elsewhere, at which point they may revisit the Herta thing. I don't know whether or not a winning the IndyCar series the IndyCar season would be enough for super license. I've not got it in front of me, but it would be good. So I wouldn't be surprised if it revisited, I guess, is my point. But it just depends on what Tsunoda does. Whether De Vries as well, they might not keep him for another year if he's not performed, and what the likes of Lawson are doing. Iwasa, could be a bit early for him, but then we've argued that about drivers before. They've got Deruvula as well. There's others on the books they could look at. It's going to come down to that. But I would like to see, not even necessarily Herta, a quality IndyCar driver coming over to Formula One, because it feels like I mean, in terms of quality, Montoya, the last one.
So you want, all right, so you want a quality IndyCar driver to come over. Can you choose one?
Yeah, Romain Grosjean. I've got to say that.
Without cheating. I've only asked that on purpose because I know you won't bloody know any.
I know enough.
You should. And that's a really valid point. Don't forget, everyone, a week on Sunday, we have 4 races to be watching.
Yeah, IndyCar's back.
There's F3, F2, F1, and IndyCar.
And Formula E this weekend.
And I highly advise people to watch IndyCar if you can. You know, if I get it if you don't like the oval races, but when they're on actual tracks or street tracks, it is absolutely sublime racing. It's fantastic.
And I will say, to answer your question, and I'm not cheating, I will tell you the ones that I genuinely know. Many of these will be linked to F1, by the way. Obviously, Romain Grosjean, not going to miss that one. Pato O'Ward, who's down at McLaren. McLaren have got Alex. Now, I'm going to say Palou, not Palau. I keep getting told off for it. Some say it's Palau, others say it's Palou. There's Callum Ilott still racing in IndyCar. Not necessarily quality, yep. I'm just naming IndyCar drivers now that I know of. Potentially an older name. Elio Castroneves? Possibly.
Yes, Elio Castroneves.
Obviously, Marcus Ericsson. I watched him with the Indy 500. By the way, can I just say how perfect was that, Jonty? You finally get to visit, and it's King Marcus Ericsson that wins the Indy 500 as we're watching it. We are so responsible for that one. Scott Dixon as well.
There's a few other names that you. There's a lot of other names that you would know as well.
Jack Harvey from
Takuma Sato.
But there's Jack Harvey as well, who's from somewhere near us in Lincolnshire originally. I can't remember where he's from, but I think, to be fair, I probably named more than you expected me to name. I couldn't name you the whole grid.
Can you? Sorry, Chad, I don't want to butt in on that. Can you check if De Vries is on a stint, or is he coming and changed his tyres? Because he's just gone even quicker again.
Nick De Vries is on a 1 lap stint and 1 lap on 2 laps. Sorry, so he's just another run on those. 32.222. Oh, nice.
Because he's just like took another 10th off, so I wasn't sure if he'd come in and changed his tyres, or that was the ones that he did the quicker lap on before.
Ah, yes, thank you, Eru. Near Sleaford. Thank you. It was somewhere beginning with S. I didn't want to say Spalding. That's my go-to when it's a place beginning with S in Lincolnshire.
Is anyone else looking at see the side of the Red Bull cockpit and just keep thinking it says rocket again?
Yes. Oh, I did that earlier. I said I thought that was all over, but now I keep doing that.
Back. I love the purple from the Infinity. I want that back.
Oh God, yeah.
Stunning.
Oh,
well, that's that. You know, I'll ask you two and chat this as well. Because it got Dre arguing with his sons. Is the Red Bull blue or purple?
I think it's blue right now.
Yeah,
it was purple with Infinity, but now it's like a dark blue.
I mean, it is blue.
Yeah, it's definitely like a dark navy blue.
Officially, it's blue. It's just. I'm guessing Dre said purple.
Yes, he did. Because he's a nut.
Just to be controversial.
I don't want to brag, but I saw him in person, and he was blue.
Definitely.
I would bring back the Infinity colour in a second because
yes, it was beautiful.
We need to stop the talk. The decision's made. Purple Zebra, who is an expert in purple, says it's blue. That's it.
Yep.
Done. No more. Don't need to worry about it. I was just going to say as well, I found for the second afternoon in a row a fellow Lincolnite or Lincolnshire fellowy yellow belly. That's what I was going to say. In Ben, who's from Boston. I lived in Boston for nearly 6 years, I think. So.
Yeah, but that's the crap Boston.
Is this not Boston in America, though?
Oh, God, no. I'm not from... Yes, that's right.
No, not you, Boston, the one in chat.
No, it's just Boston, Lincolnshire. So,
okay.
There you go. I'm in Lincoln now. Born in Grimsby, grew up in Louth, lived in Boston for 6 years, and now I'm in Lincoln because I can't stay in one place. Apparently, I'm fidgety like that.
See, I really want to go to Boston, Massachusetts, just to go roaming around TV show locations. Cheers was filmed there. Ally McBeal, Fringe.
See some of the Fallout 4 sites as well. See how well Bethesda captured some of them. Quite well, fairly. They do all right.
That's another reason why I want to go to Washington as well. How well can I navigate around Washington, D.C., having only played Fallout 3 as a reference point?
Bearing in mind most of that seems to be underground in the subway tunnels.
Who came second in F2 last year? Because I didn't know that Sargent finished third, so obviously Piastri and Sargent are the two there. Who was... Oh, Pocher was second. Okay. Wait. Why did it just say that he finished second on screen? Am I being stupid? It said Sargent finished second on screen then. Did I misread that? Did he finish fourth?
Yeah, Sargent was fourth last year. It was Drugovich, Pocher, Lawson, Sargent, Iwasa, Doohan, Daruvala, Fittipaldi, Vesti, and Hauger.
Yeah. On screen, it was saying Sargent's road to F1, and it said F2 2022, third place.
No, that's not right, is it?
No. Lawson by 1 point, so they messed that
up. Let's take some more questions then from chat. I'll go through time shortly. Black Emergency says, where do you even see the purple? Unless Dre was looking at an Infinity livery and he got a bit mixed up with it.
Yeah, the Infinity's purple. That's really nice.
So Pascal Wehrlein will never get another chance in F1. Discuss, says Kevin.
No, he won't.
No.
He won't. He's doing all right in Formula E, isn't he, to be fair? He's, I've said
He
a million times,
deserves-
F1's not the end of the world, is it, for at the end of the road for drivers?
I will say he deserves one.
Yeah,
He
he was putting in
definitely
performances
deserves
sort of like Leclerc was at Sauber, wasn't he?
Yeah, Wehrlein in the Manor was as good as Ocon had been in the Manor, doing incredible results, and then he had good results in the Sauber as well.
He was pumping in some like 7 and 8s, wasn't he, in the Sauber?
Yeah, I think it's pretty harsh that he didn't get a shot higher up, considering he was in the Mercedes driver program at the time. And instead of putting him in when Rosberg jumped ship,
They put Bottas in.
they put Bottas in.
That was weird. I know Bottas was doing good in the Williams, but you have a reserve driver right there that's already shown in a pretty mediocre car. He's able to get some really good performances, and they didn't do anything. Leclerc did the same thing in the Sauber as what Wehrlein did in the Sauber. They snatched him up straight away. And this is Ferrari, and they've never ever done that.
CPB is annoyed at me for saying that he's only doing all right, Pascal, because he's dominating Porsche. When I say all right, I'm being a bit tongue-in-cheek with it. Like Max Verstappen, he did all right last year. It's a bit tongue-in-cheek, but also, I mean, generally his time in FE, I think he's done well as Wehrlein and had a good run there. So no shade, Pascal, big fan. Neon says Merck had issues. Yes, hydraulic failure for George Russell on track gave us a very exciting red flag. Very, very exciting.
Alonso just went quicker again? Back
Who?
in second? Alonso?
No, Alonso's... Are we sure? Yeah, he is. Yeah,
I just can't see the time because I've got Pete Kravitz talking to Pat Simmons.
Four timing screens and they're all telling me different things. So I'll go to the TV, see what they're doing over there. And now we've got a replay of Sargent coming through turn 10. So Alonso back up into P2. De Vries will be livid, absolutely livid.
132.2 he got.
Is that a replay of Sargent locking up, or is it another lockup? It looks
quite a while
similar,
ago,
so
wasn't it? So I think it might be another one.
He's got some flat spots if it is, or well, he'll have a flat spot because he'll keep going back to the same spot, won't it? So I'll not do the Martin Brundle thing. Don't worry. Are you? If you go in, Pierre, see you tomorrow, mate. See you tomorrow for the last day of testing. Yeah. So Alonso has gone up into P2, 5/10 off of Verstappen, a 132.205, and that was on, I'm assuming, the C3. It was indeed the C3. 121 laps for Fernando.
I've not seen anything from Mercedes, so I don't know if they are working on it or they're kind of done for the day.
Oh, they'll definitely be working on it, but it's whether or not they can get it done in the next I would say half an hour, because obviously, as we know, we've potentially got these practice starts again, or the practice start, and then there'll be a VSC test and all that, so they'll need to crack on if they want to do anything significant, I suppose. You should experience UK stock car racing. Had a bad press for being full of chavs and bangers, but there are so many formulas like that, like what my old dad and I used to race, which is full of competitive racing. I went to I think it's that stock car racing at Skeg. Ben will know Skeg stock car racing. Did that a couple of times when I was younger.
Ben, I used to be at Hensford Hills every week.
There you go.
I'm curious as to where you race now, because the other one I used to go to on occasion was Birmingham Wheels, but I'm convinced that's been gone for a long time.
Thank you so much to Nicholas over on PayPal for your I'll update me thing in a minute, for your contribution and your support. It says, hey Sean, glad to be back to F1. Really enjoyed the streams. Keep up the good work. Also, Haas for best of the rest. What a season that would be for Haas, Nicholas. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you for your contribution over on PayPal. Of course, you can all support the streams if you want to. If you don't, that's fine. But if you do, then you could do it. All the links in the description down below. I'll update that. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you. You've done this longer than me, I think, Dyllan. Is there a way to say thank you without constantly saying thank you for the? I never feel like it's enough when somebody gives you their money. I never feel like it's enough.
I always feel bad.
I
always feel not guilty, but I'm like, you didn't need to do that. Just like hanging out in the stream is enough, but yeah. He appreciates all of the support, guys. Instead of you saying thank you, maybe we'll say thank you instead, so you don't feel as, I'll shill for you. I'll sell out for you. It's not you that's doing it, so you don't need to feel bad. Look, guys, he wants to order takeaway tonight because Farmer's coming round. Fund the takeaway.
I want my stream deck back, mate. I'm livid. No, no. It's like I say. Just to recap for anyone here earlier, the money isn't going to be wasted. It is going into setup upgrades, keeping the channel going, replacing the crap I had to sell over the winter. So yeah, it's not going to get wasted on a massive holiday or anything. As tempting as that is right now, thinking about it, I'd love a holiday to check's bank account. The end of the road. It'll be lovely. It'll be absolutely lovely. Yes, thank you so much. That's everybody for your support today. Just even if you're here, if you can't send any money or you don't want to, then just drop a like. It helps the stream and the algorithm, which ultimately all works out the same, doesn't it? So appreciate
maybe even share it on social media. That also helps as well.
Yeah, tomorrow. We're a bit late now. do it tomorrow. Do it tomorrow. Share it.
Go share his stream on your social media because that could make
I saw somebody just randomly put stuff in the chat and I just got insanely excited, thinking, oh my days, they haven't, have they? But I'd have thought that announcement would have come a bit bigger from somewhere. Damn, so annoyed. Yeah, so Drugovich and Alonso tomorrow for Aston Martin. No update from anyone else at the moment. So yeah, if you put stuff, that's it. I just instantly assume that he's back in F1 with Red Bull as replaced Verstappen, and his teammate is going to be his twin brother, Steph. I need help. Any more questions in chats? Yeah, VIP treatment. Go on, Jonty. Have you spotted a good one?
No, I was just saying. Ben Lim confirming all the places where they go banger racing or stock car racing. Skegness, Buxton, and Hensford. And yeah, Birmingham Wheels apparently got shut down for HS2, but lots of things did. Because that's a roaring success. Not.
Yeah, HS2. We're going to connect the south and the north with a nice high-speed rail line, but we're going to stop it a bit early because we can't afford it anymore. Thanks. We're hi. I'm not even north, and it's offensive.
I didn't see Mercedes tweet. This was 30 minutes ago as well, but they said, we've confirmed it was a hydraulic failure that caused George's car to stop on track. That's likely to be the end of our running for today. Back on track tomorrow.
I mean, we didn't. The confirmation's nice, but we saw that, Merc. Tell us why. Tell us what's specifically happened. I want to know everything. No, so that's it for Mercedes, do we think? Then that's what they're saying?
Yeah.
Which is, yeah.
It's a shame because that means George isn't going to get any high performance, like low fuel runs in the night because he's in the morning tomorrow.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Maybe he'll do a couple at the end of the session when it'll be a bit cooler, but it won't be optimal temperatures. But
that's all right. Black Emergency. You've just got me all giddy. Then I'm really upset, but it's fine. The last four in the timesheets look like a pecking order with realistic racing time differences for me. For those four teams only, of course. The last four on a timesheet.
I didn't realise George only did 26 laps.
Is that yeah? He's not done many because obviously that issue. Ted Kravitz, by the way, going around with Pat Simmons, I think. If my random face
he's been
knowledge
chatting to him for
out.
like 40 minutes now. We've had this split camera on for ages.
I could do, yeah. I mean, when if and when Charles Edward Cheese turns up for race reactions, we always do 500 likes. But I could in future ask people just to say thank you in the chat to people that send money this way. That's not a bad idea. Good shout. I think that was Zach that suggested that. Yes, good shout, Zachar. Sean with his back cave, 5 screens on F1, 1 watching cartoons. Only one. I got 2 watching cartoons, Kevin. Come on. You know me. What have I got on? I couldn't think of a cartoon. No, you get Scooby-Doo. That'll do. Tuned. Tuned and Scooby-Doo. But yeah, if you've got any questions, we'll answer just about anything at this point because my brain's gone. So if you can keep it F1 related, that is that's fine.
The AlphaTauri just got back
probably
out with some more
ideal.
high flow bits. I didn't think they'd be going out at this time with them.
Do you regret your decision to do qualifying reactions again this season? I didn't realise I decided that.
Breaking news.
Yeah. I've got chat dictating my content. Now I'm kind of like, oh God, I can't schedule that in. Why not? Razor or Bigger Brother, says Caleb. Razor for me. I was a Razor fanboy all the way. Don't give me that Chaos 2 nonsense. I'm not having it. What do you think of Haas only having 3 personnel on the pit wall? We talked about it a little bit earlier, actually, Timothy. Thank you for your question. We talked about it a bit earlier, and we both agree, me and Dyllan, that it looks silly, but if it's saving them $250,000 a year, plus all the sponsorship they found, that's a really good thing for Haas, because that's great. They can then invest that back in or work on the car with that. They can get some upgrades out, and if they can sustain a decent challenge for back end points for the whole season because they've got this extra money or whatever, that's really good. So I'd rather see, as funny as it looks, I'd rather see a smaller pit wall and a team be able to bring lots more updates than a massive pit wall and not a lot, if that makes sense. So I like it. I think it's a good idea, and that's
like, they still have some screens inside the garage, don't they?
Yeah.
And I think I saw another pit wall and they had 4. So it's they've got 3 obviously. Someone else had 4. But if they feel like they can still do the job that they could do, and that 250,000 can, get them a couple of extra tents in like a front wing or something like that, then worth it, right?
And there's nothing to say those people aren't just relocated.
Yeah.
They could have them at the factory, and people work remote. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the things you can do remotely now are crazy. Slight tangent, but an example of it. There's a streamer I watch who's created his own streaming software. You really should look into it, Dyllan, by the way.
What's that, sorry?
Atom TV. It's a stream software. It's unreal what you can do with it. But they tested it using Elgato key lights. Right? And the guy pushing the button on his stream deck at the exact same time as someone in America, and the one in America turned his light on quicker. Both the lights were in the room with him. One connected directly to his PC, and going through the software was faster than the button right in front of him.
Wow.
So if they can do things like that, I mean, I'm guessing even now about 30% of what happens in the pit garages of a race weekend could be done from the factory.
Yeah. And then you've not got the cost of shipping it around the world, have you? It's smart.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really smart.
It would save carbon. It would save money.
I say smart from Haas, but actually now I've just worded it like that, and you've just said about saving carbon, saving money. It also feels like it's a bit of a no-brainer if you can do it. It's not free money, but it is in some ways, isn't it? Because you just take a smaller pit wall, less stuff to ship around the world, and leave staff back at factory or whatever. So it does feel like I wonder if it's something we'll see a bit more, particularly with maybe Williams might do it, for example, or Alpha down the back a bit. Maybe we might see it. I can't see Red Bull and Mercedes. They're going to want as many people on the pit wall as possible, aren't they? Running operations, and they don't really need to be saving money in that area, really. But yeah.
What I do like about Haas as well, this was mentioned yesterday, but Jonty, you mentioned about the front wing, what Mercedes have put all those things on the side.
Yeah.
Haas have also done that in a simpler version, but Haas have also done it, and I think they're the only other team that's found the loophole. And I think Ted said he reckons all the teams will do this because it's obviously legal that teams have missed. It's nice to see that Haas have also found that that's something they can do. So they are still looking and finding bits here and there which could give them performance as well. Because no one's going to have it for next week, so is this going to give Haas an edge potentially for the first couple of races before the others catch on with it? I don't know how much performance or it's going to do, because obviously the front wing that's going to then affect the whole car, so it could add quite a significant amount if it's very effective.
And it could be a conscious decision based on what happened last year for the likes of Haas and Alfa Romeo. If they know in advance, look, we're always going to struggle on the funding side and not have the money to develop throughout the year, So let's take what money we have got and plough it into early gains.
They can
and
do what
get
Alpha
that-
did and gain all the points at
Get
the
all
start
that
of the
early
season.
lead and
Yeah.
then just try to hold on to it at the end of the year.
But hey, if they're saving 250,000, like we were saying as well, that could be a significant upgrade through the year, which could protect those points they've gained early on, or they've already dumped it into the car, and that's where they've got these extra little features from.
Thank you so much to Christopher over on PayPal. So we'll try it. Chat, say thanks to Christopher on behalf of the channel. I'll say it again. Thank you, Christopher, for your contribution there on PayPal. Says, he doesn't say that. He specifically says, was introduced to you guys through Chamber a year or so ago. Really like your F1 vids and streams. Trying out IndyCar. Been slowly getting into it. My only issue with it is I just know a lot more about F1, which makes it better to watch for me. If there was more background and detail out about it, I feel I'd get more into it. That's fair, though. I think if there's more information out there, you are going to get something more if you can read up about it or watch videos on it or whatever. I would love to do IndyCar videos, but two things stop me. First of all, I do not know enough about IndyCar. Secondly, when I try to do other motorsport on this channel, well, yeah. You can imagine the comments. But thank you so much to Christopher. Really appreciate that. Thank you to chat for saying thank you as well to Christopher.
I'm getting triggered.
Why?
Cited Canvas saying, it is disappointing to see teams give up halfway in the season and not push all the way to the end. Yep, I'm still angry with BMWs about 2008.
It's just the Haas one. I said it yesterday. It annoys me. They wrote off a whole year to focus on 22, and then halfway through it gave up on it, despite actually doing very well early on. But there you go. Put one update on. Yeah, no, there's...
That's the one that always sticks in my mind. It's like, if they hadn't given up the way they had, could comfortably have been in a shot with for the title.
Yeah. I completely understand and agree with Haas, for example, or a Williams or something like that, who are down the back of the grid writing off a season or 2/3 of a season when you've got a big rules change coming, by the way. I will say that. I think it makes sense, but I'm going to go through the ties. That's what I was going to do. Sorry, I'll go through the ties quickly. Charles Leclerc having a bit of a wobble through the first couple of corners there. Do you know, I'm going to say this as well. It might even be another Martin Brundle line, but you're having it. One of my favourite things about night races is when we get the backward facing camera right in front of the driver's face, and you could just see the eyes, the concentration that goes into every single moment of a lap. It is, I think, such a great insight, and I love it. But we'll go through the times. Max Verstappen, at the moment, is topping the timesheets. Could end up staying there, a 1:31.650. He did that time on a C3 tyre, 30 laps in total. Fernando Alonso, 1:32.205, 124 laps for him. At the moment, his fastest time came on the C3. It was a C4 tyre for Zhou, who's popped up into third place on a 1:32.214, 126 laps, 127 laps for Zhou. I don't think we're going to get to 157 that Max got yesterday, but that is still a very good tally for him. Nick de Vries, a 1:32.222, 61 laps in total. He did his fastest time on the C4 as well. Hülkenberg's fastest time was on the C5, a 1:32.466. He completed 54 laps, or has completed 54 laps so far. Carlos Sainz this morning did 70 laps. A 1:32.486 was his fastest, and that was on the C3 tyre. Logan Sargent, his fastest on the C5 tyre, 147 laps for him. He could get that total yesterday from Max Verstappen, 1:32.5 for him. Leclerc, 1:32.7, 54 laps so far. His fastest time was set on the C3. Piastri and Gasly both also set their fastest times on the C3. Piastri did a 1:33.175. Gasly a 1:33.186, and it's 61 and 52 laps respectively. 1:33.442 from Magnussen. 67 laps for him, and his fastest time was the C2. Ocon's fastest time was on the C3, a 1:33.490, 49 laps. Russell's fastest time, a 1:33.654. He did that on the C3 tyre. And if anybody is, again, just joining, he stopped on track. Red flag for that one because I'll get there in a second, because a hydraulic failure ended his session. Zhou Guanyu has just gone fastest with a 1:31.610, which again, with respect to Alfa Romeo, does put into perspective what we can read into Max Verstappen's time as good as it was this morning or this afternoon. That was, though, on a soft tyre, I will say that. So it would have been on at least a C4. It looks like the C5 actually for Zhou. So he is fastest at the moment. That does change things. But carrying on with the list, Perez 1:33.751, 76 laps. That was on the prototype tyre. Hamilton 1:33.954, 72 laps. That was on the C3 tyre. Lando Norris did 65 laps this morning, 1:35.522. He managed to do that on the C2, and then it was a C3 tyre for Tsunoda, 1:35.708 and 85 laps this morning. Yes, Zhou Guanyu is P1. I take it by the noise you made, Jonty. You were suitably impressed with that one.
Yes, indeed. I mean, that's not slow.
Do we think Max is going to allow him to stay ahead of him, though?
He's fuming now. He'll be out there.
Max is already out.
He's furious. That is on the C5, though. I will say that one. It is on the C5.
So Max is going to throw on the C1 and go even quicker, right?
I doubt it on the... Well, if he does that on the hard tyre, then that's it. Done. Just give up. Just go home. We'll come back next year. Yeah, so he's on the C5. So that is 2 compounds softer. So that's where... But we're not looking... Zhou is not winning the championship this year. We're not looking at that. We're looking at where he is respective to those he's probably fighting, like your De Vries's and that. But then he's still on a compound 2... tyre 2 steps softer than...
Oh, Zhou isn't in the total tomorrow,
De Vries,
I didn't realise that.
Yeah, De Vries was on the C4, so he's a step softer than De Vries, and the same as Hulkenberg. So, still a good lap. And look, it's still nice. For a driver like Zhou, team like Alfa Romeo, it doesn't mean anything, but if they top testing, then it looks good, doesn't it? So,
also, we get to see more of that car.
Yes. I was surprised when you said yesterday, actually, Jonty, when you said that's the livery's grown on you on the Alfa Romeo. I know not the Alfa Tauri, but on the Alfa Romeo.
Sky tweeted out a picture not too long ago of the Aston Martin, the McLaren, and then the Alfa Romeo, like with the sunset. All three of those with the light on that picture look absolutely stunning. Especially the Alfa Romeo and the Aston.
Sorry, Dyllan. That was a 3-lap stint, Raoul. According to the timing screen, so that's a quali sim, yeah.
And you've had a super chat.
I have, haven't I? I did catch that. And then thank you, Chevron McBean, for another super chat. Is that 3 or 4 today? Thank you so much, mate. It says best sounding race cars, not including F1.
Current or ever? That's a fairly wide-ranging question.
Formula One.
I have different answers.
I think Max is just about to do a quick lap, by the way.
I'll keep an eye on him. He's winding up something, isn't he?
For me,
here we go. He's going to be like 6/10 quicker than Zhou now. Oh, he's not opened his front wing.
Best sounding race car ever. Mazda 787B. By a mile. Turbocharged quad rotor. Oh my, nothing sounds like that. Nothing.
I can't think of anything. I don't know enough motorsports to pick out a noise.
And until they changed to hybrid this year, recent WRC cars, the sound was crazy, really gritty and raucous, and the way they constantly bounce off the limiter and pop and bang, it's really, really exciting and really gets the heart rate up when you see and hear that noise.
I get that. It's again, I know that Chevron said not including F1, but yeah, F1, you'll never beat the roar of a V10 for me. So what would come closest to that for someone who's more into F1 than other motorsport? Someone like me, Jonty, what comes closest to the roar of a V10 in an F1 car now if I was to go watch it? Well, Indy cars are a good noise. They're not awful, are they? They're...
I gotta say, NASCAR sound really good. Whether you like the racing or not, they do sound really, really beefy.
Whilst I'm not into many other motorsports, really, I would say that I have watched at least a race or two of a lot of motorsport series. I can honestly say I've never watched a NASCAR race. Ever. I don't know why. I feel like something's been on Channel 5 late at night before when I was a kid, but I've never watched a NASCAR race, so I couldn't tell you much about it.
And obviously, this is a very subjective thing. You know, people prefer different stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I was going to use that in a way, like, to everyone in chat and you two, I can't recommend enough just getting to some live motorsport. Don't fixate on Formula One or IndyCar or WEC or British Touring Cars or any of the bigger series. Just anything that's near to you. Personally, I'd say the smaller the better. Like if you're in the UK, there's a few places where you really want to try and get to, like Chelsea Walsh, the hill climb. If you like bikes, get to Darley-Moor or Cadwell. You know, these smaller places where it's super cheap, you know, it's really, really small amounts you're paying, and the experience is so much more than watching on TV. It's not the viewing, it's not even so much the noise, it's the smell. Tires, brakes, clutches. Oh, it's just...
Well,
it's an intoxicating smell.
See, I've been to Cadwell a lot to watch the British Superbikes, but just on the smells and that, it's not even just racing; it's other events. So, for example, when we went to Autosport just before the pandemic hit, which it still amazes me when I think back now that we were all in that room together like that. But anyway, just before the pandemic hit, when we were at Autosport and we went into the pit area, and that's where we obviously met Billy Munger, didn't we, in there, and got that awesome photo I've got on Facebook somewhere. And just being in there, and I totally know what you mean about the smells and that. Even as I'm not a massive petrol head, like you are, but I just being around the smell, it's a whole experience, isn't it? It's a sensory thing. Just to get a little bit deeper on that, it is amazing. It adds to the show.
Like if the noise is your biggest draw, and for a lot of people it is, go to a drag strip.
I was just going to say that, yeah.
In the US, they're all over the place. Germany, there's one at Hockenheim. UK, you got Santa Pod. No race car noise, just for the sheer loudness and brutality of it, will beat drag racing. I mean, that was one of the biggest things at Autosport, the fact that obviously it wasn't doing full runs, but it had a fair few revs of a full top fuel dragster inside a building.
Yeah.
The noise, my God. I did warn all of you around me because none of you had seen a dragster in real life before, saying, watch your ears. I'm like, oh, it won't be that loud. My God.
That was amazing because we were stood in like the press area, weren't we? And you've only got like a little concrete waist-high barrier down there, really, haven't you? Maybe a little bit higher than waist-high, but there's not much down there. And it just came straight at us. And you're just kind of like, I'm going to die today. But the one that really I always remember from that...
The Outlaws.
The one that I always remember from that weekend was there was some car, coming round, and then we're at this barrier, and we're all stood together, and then this car comes around and it hits the barrier. Its back end steps out and it hits into the barrier right where me and Jordan are stood, and you all step back, and we just stood there. And I can't remember what somebody said, you're braver than me, and Jordan just turned to me and he went, it's not bravery, I've just frozen in fear. And he just went, a little bit of poo's come out. And it was like, yeah, that's the only reason I stayed there was because well, that's it, I'm dead, there's no point moving, is there? Just frozen in fear.
Yeah, but honestly, Chad, do whatever you can to just get to a small event. I mean, I'd have to check how often it's open, or even if it still runs. If you're around the Midlands, go to Kerbera Sprint Course. It's a tiny little place where half the time they're just doing little tiny time trials around cones, and it's just great fun. It's race whatever you bring. Just have a go. People turn up with all sorts of mad stuff.
We'll have to do something again, Jonty. We'll go somewhere. So we get Dyllan there as well. Everybody, let's take everyone in chat. Come on. Oh, there's 1,000 people watching. Let's go somewhere. Where are we going? McDonald's? Not quite a racetrack.
Guarantee the ice cream machine's not working.
Oh, of course not. Never is.
While you guys were talking, by the way, I was just listening to some of the Sky commentary, and Alpine have had an issue with their pit stops. Every time they've come in on a pit stop, the wheels have been stuck on the wheel gun for a period of time. So that's something that they're looking at, which has been a problem every time they've done a pit stop. It's either been one of the rear wheels or both of the rear wheels, but every single time it's took a few times for the wheel to get off, or it's been stuck on the gun or something.
Yep. And even if you can't get to
alright, I've just done a stop. Sorry, they've just
race meetings.
Yeah.
They had the guy talking about it, and then you could see in the screen on the Alpine garage like 4 different times they've had a pit stop, like from the camera above, so which they've been analysing to try and see potentially what's been going wrong.
They've just done one again, and it seemed to go okay this time. So hopefully sorted that one.
That's a big issue. If that's not something they can get sorted.
Yeah.
Yeah, come in now. Let me watch.
Definitely see that was okay. So I think whatever it was, at least
there's an issue with the front left. It took an extra spin. It wasn't terrible, but it took a little bit more on the front left.
They've got the lights on the guns as well. Is this a new standard?
Could be a reg.
Would it just be because it's a night race, or is it more of like, instead of being a light to see what they're doing, it's more of like an LED sensor thing?
Are they spec the guns? Does everyone just get a set of guns now?
I have no idea. I mean, there was a lot of talk last year of ditching those guns entirely and switching to battery-powered impact drivers, which would make a hell of a lot of sense because they haven't got compressors or massive gas bottles to cart around or even source locally.
Yeah.
Is that Sergeant Dunn?
He's getting out of the car. They've not come to the car, though. So he's pulled up.
Oh, that's not outside his garage. That's further down.
Oh, I don't know, because his mechanics are there. Williams will be down there, bless him. But his mechanics are there at the car. They've got their gloves on, but the green light is on. It looks like he's been told to hop off the car. Yeah. The green light is on.
It's just usually you'd expect them to wheel him in the garage and he'd get out then, wouldn't he?
It sounds like he's been told to jump clear, yeah. So, in fact, Crofty just said it there, actually, yeah.
The LED is malfunctioned, and it's showing green when it should be red.
Yeah, because that should be on a fail-safe system.
If anything is wrong with
it, it should turn red automatically.
There is someone touching the car, though.
They've got
he's putting something on the car. He's put something on the car. It kind of looks like a fuse.
They've all got their rubbers on. Don't.
Well, that's a really dangerous concern.
Right inside my head, you are. Jonty, just Rayman. Rayman's just said in chat that Sam from F1 TV said they're not spec the wheel guns, but they mostly come from the same company, and the teams modify the impact guns. So.
Yeah, I thought that was the case. It must just be a new design from the company for this year then.
Sorry,
he's got a fluke on. He's got a fluke multimeter, so he's testing all the different parts of the car. So maybe it's a failure in an earth connection somewhere inside. So overall, the car will read as safe on the system, but there could be small bodywork panels which aren't actually earthed, which again would be a major concern. I'm not sure how the system works in that, because obviously the entire car is conductive.
Virtual safety car. They're doing their test. They're a little bit late, but they're doing their test. It's a drill, apparently. Dennis just said it's a drill for Sergeant. So they were, I guess, testing it here's what we
and
do
then
if that's
testing to
live.
make sure the device can check or turn off the
Or well,
powers
make sure
stuff.
he knows that when he's told to hop out the car and not touch it, basically that's what he knows what he needs to do.
Yeah.
And it does it properly.
I'm assuming they were testing the equipment as well to make sure that still does what it's meant to do.
Still interesting stuff to know, though.
Yeah. Oh, Alfa Romeo stopped on track. Wait, no, never mind. Lane. Sorry, I glanced over. It's a practice start from the pit lane. Never mind.
Sorry, all I can think about now is Jason the Wheeled Warriors because they've got Drill Sergeant, and unless you watched it, no one's going to get that.
No, but I know where you.
They are zooming in on the back of the Williams though, with some red lights that are kind of going up and down on the rear wing. So maybe it's not just a drill. The red lights that were kind of going up and down.
Interesting to say that actually. The lights on the steering wheel are red as well.
Yeah, it says pit N, and then a 0.
That's means. Yeah.
So that's no gear selected. Pit lane limiter on. Williams' car is a Cylon.
Yeah, it seems like it's a failure on the LED at the back. Then that's not displayed a red light.
I'll keep listening and see what's going on. Jonty, Black Emergency says one bold prediction for this year. It wouldn't be an F1 word stream without a bold Jonty prediction or a bold Jonty statement or just Jonty. Let's be honest. How nice am I?
Alfa Romeo stopped at the end as well. They've had to. It was, I think, meant to be a practice start, but the team's gone over and grabbed it again. Is that person with a flag not meant to? Are they part of the Alfa Romeo team, or is that just someone else?
No,
like
that's a marshal. Yeah.
Are they not meant to have like a helmet or protective suit on or something? I thought they changed the rule in the pit lane for people that aren't part of the pit crew teams. They have to have like certain equipment on.
So I'm just trying to come up with something completely ridiculous and crazy that might actually happen.
I'm just listening to see if Sky is saying anything. There's your red flag test.
Yeah. I don't think it's a test. We have 2 stricken cars in the pit lane. The safest thing is to just stop everyone.
Oh yeah, but it is also this is the time it's due for the test run as well.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, it's maybe it's just one of those things where everything's aligned perfectly.
If your car's going to go wrong, it goes wrong now when you can't get any simulation or anything. You might be able to get out for like another quick run at the end, which Max might want to do in the last 10 minutes before they throw in another yellow. And then hopefully a bunch of cars come out for a practice start.
We'll end up with at least 23 drivers listed on the championship table. We will have
at least 23.
Yeah, 3 replacements. Even if it's just a temporary substitution, there will be at least 3 replacements.
Is that your prediction for the whole season?
Yeah, that's my bold, crazy one.
Just listening to the Alfa Romeo at the end of the pit lane replay. You'll get it in a minute, Jonty, on your feed. But the car, he got down there doing some burnouts. He then goes into neutral, as you'd expect, to his start. Goes to rev it up in first, and it sounds rough. Anthony Davis saying it sounds like it's slipping. That Williams is definitely live because they've got the chains across the car and across the garage now. No one's allowed in there. So something's going on with that Williams. I'm going to check.
Oh yeah, that is
what's
a horrible noise on the Alfa Romeo. So as I was saying, no issues with the Ferrari engine earlier on.
That was a very strange noise.
It's like your foot was completely down on the throttle, and it was.
Yeah.
Ah.
I wonder if Ferrari are going to be worried now. It's also Zhou. It's always Zhou that has the issues.
Sound possibly chewed the clutch, or just clutch not engaging for whatever reason.
So is the Williams car still live? Because they all pushed it in.
No,
But then they put like chains around it.
I'm listening now. So Crofty's explaining that all the teams, as part of testing, have to sign off on all sorts of procedures, including what you do if you have a live car. So what Williams are doing apparently, or is how it looks, is that they are. So as was already said in chat, Sergeant's done the drill to get out of the car. Now the car's been put back into the garage following the procedures, and now what they're going to do is go through all the usual procedures so they can sign off to the FIA and say, yes, we've done that in testing. So that's what Crofty's saying. But
so was it just the whole thing was a procedure, or was something gone wrong?
No, it's all a procedure. It's all a procedure.
Oh,
It's all part of it. You're not allowed near the car when it's live in the garage and things like that. Or there are certain rules you have to follow to do that. So,
do you reckon they've chose to do that, or do you reckon it's like a random test, like the Weybridge, where they've gone, Williams, do this?
They've got to sign off on it. So Williams will have said when they do, possibly even said when they do the virtual safety car test this afternoon, and the red flag will do our live car test or whatever they want to call it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a sensible thing to do. I would imagine with all teams having to sign off on this, that it's just they will work it into their testing program, and when track use is limited, it's the most sensible time to do it.
Here's Max going to come out now and do
C3.
like half a second quicker than anyone else.
Wait, it's nice to see that being done, being taken so seriously, because there is a lot of electrical power in those cars.
Yeah.
A hell of a lot. More than enough to just kill you outright. And like I said, everything apart from the tyres pretty much is conductive.
Yeah. It'll probably be able to recharge itself as well. Well, I mean, it's very crazy technology, isn't it?
We've got 7 minutes remaining, so we are having a standing start procedure. Just to say to chat, if you've got any really big burning questions that are going to take more than 4 minutes or something, or 5 minutes to answer, if you're coming back tomorrow, save them for tomorrow. We'll do a load of them tomorrow. We've got Will in the morning, so we'll be interested to get his insight on what he's seen, and he'll answer some questions, and we'll do a load tomorrow afternoon as well. I know a few of you want us to talk about who we think would potentially replace Lewis Hamilton when he retires, but we'll do that tomorrow. We will do that tomorrow. And if there's any teams you want us to talk about, save them as well for tomorrow, and we'll do that, because we're going to watch this practice start. Hopefully they'll get it right this time.
Oh, they're doing that now?
Yes, they are. And then I assume it'll be the same as earlier. They'll do the abandoned start or aborted start, do the formation lap, then do another start. So we're not going to see any more big hot laps at the moment. So we'll watch this. Little watch along of some random race starts, and then we'll do the rundown of the order, and then we'll call it a day for day two. I can't actually believe we're almost at the end of day two. I mean, life in general just flies by, doesn't it? But certainly when we're doing these, we have got a Haas on pole by the look of it again.
Max is like, bro,
I think I might be wrong. No, we haven't. We've got an AlphaTauri on pole. A Haas and an AlphaTauri on pole, which looks, like inverted.
I thought they were only going to do the
liveries.
standing start once the time hit zero. So
No,
I thought
they
Max
do it
was
as part
gearing
of
up
the
to do
test.
like a hot lap. He
No,
was
they
like
don't do it
weaving
on
about.
Yeah, this does seem a little bit odd.
Well, I think, Jonty, it's why the sessions, the session
they've timed
is
it, haven't they? Yeah.
It's 4 hours and 15. So I think that's the last 15 minutes is for the testing, start testing, procedures, red flags, all that sort of thing.
Only a handful of people in chat will get this, but it's like the choose rule.
The choose rule?
Restarts in NASCAR. They come to a certain point on track where there's a triangle painted, and they have to choose which lane they take.
If they choose the left lane, they get some weapons for attack mode, or if they go over the right one, they get the shield. They get some extra defense.
Are they better at choosing lanes than some people are on the road at roundabouts?
Oh yeah, much better.
That's all right then, yeah. God, tell you.
Start aborted extra for formation lap.
Yeah, that's all part of the procedure. They do the whole thing. So now they go around and do a formation lap, and then they do the standing start procedure. And hopefully they've all got the memo this time, and it's not quite as funny as it was last time.
Yeah, I don't want them to be a crash, but
also just a little one. No one gets hurt, just a nudge.
I'm surprised we haven't got more cars out. how many is it? 7? Thought they would have got. I mean, like, yeah, I guess those two did the issue with Joe, and then yeah.
Excuse
Who
me.
else isn't out then? There's the Williams and Joe.
Joe, Alonso, Sainz. No, Joe, Alonso, Sargent. Yeah,
Alonso was the other one. Got you.
I still keep seeing the Alpine on track and thinking it's Alonso.
Same.
This is taking some getting used to.
I think Gasly will take some getting used to as well.
Yeah, but it suits him. It suits him. I'm going to go through this start now. A bit of excitement at the end of day 2 of testing. All very exciting when they get off the line slowly and don't race down to turn 1. And let's give us a little race. Just even the first couple of corners. I know they're not going to, but we did this last year. It was like lights out and that's it, is it? So
give us a heavy break into turn 4. Pushing the other guy wide.
Side by side, run him off the road. We don't want much, Don't stick him in the wall, but,
Max will be in first place by turn 4.
Rubbing his
mechanics get an accidental test of seeing how well they can repair a car overnight.
There you go. Max Verstappen doing some burnouts on the grid. He's taking it seriously today. Here we go then. The 5 lights are on. It's lights out and away we go in Bahrain and that's it. And the McLaren hasn't gone. It's too slow away. Leclerc hasn't. They're all going one by one. You swines. They've ruined it.
It's more dangerous doing it that way because you don't know if the one behind you isn't going to go. You either
they
all
haven't
go
got
or
the
you
memo
all
again.
take it. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, I'm bitterly disappointed. I hyped that up, and they all just did they all just went one by one. Which, I mean, the commentary have talked today about how the idea is that you do a proper start as the red flag comes out again. That'll be the end of that. But a proper start, and obviously the drivers are thinking that the rule still applies that you go one by one. So that's the end of that start. So the Alpha Tauri of Nick De Vries wins the battle to get off the line first, followed by Nico Hulkenberg, and I think Leclerc passed Piastri, so that's a penalty. So that'll put him back behind Piastri. So Piastri's third. Then I believe it would have been Gasly, wouldn't it? And then Max Verstappen eventually, who did all those burnouts, and then we didn't get a proper start.
Unfortunately, Hulkenberg was in second place, but because we didn't do at least 2 racing laps after the start, there's no points.
That's true. Yeah. No points, no podium. It's dumb.
CPB1 got it right in the chat. It's lights out and go away.
Well,
I just listened to some of the sarcasm in the commentary lights out thing that Croft did. It was funny.
Whisper just said lights out and go on now, one by one in a nice neat row. That's the commentary you need. So I'm guessing with 49 seconds to go, that is it for day 2 of tech. We have a red flag. So they've got to come into pits by the rules anyway, so they're not going to go out again because that's the end of that. So but again, as I explained to Jonty, the session for the afternoon is 4 hours and 15 minutes long, and the 15 minutes is for what is important stuff, but I'm going to call, because I can, prattling about at the end of the session. That's what I'm going to call it. It sounds more interesting than procedures. So for prattling about at the end of the session, that's why I get the extra 15 minutes.
With them prattling about like this, I'm kind of surprised they haven't done a full safety car and have people follow behind the safety car as well.
I love how you've already embraced the fact I'm calling it prattling about.
Yeah, it is. It's an extra 15 minutes just to waffle about on track,
Based on what we've seen the last couple of years, they definitely need some practice following around behind the safety car.
Yeah,
they need to practice going on the radio, whoever's in first place, going, man, the safety car needs to speed up.
Yeah, they need to practice that, yeah. Lewis needs to practice my tyres have gone and then set the fastest lap. We need to see that, make sure he's still got that.
And then his tyres are good and then pits like the very next lap.
Yeah, these tyres are fine. Box. Okay. Was it... Right, this is weird. Okay, so when I'm weird. I have stuff going on in my head all the time that makes no sense. But you've triggered something there. Was it Sebastian Vettel whose engineer, Rocky, I think it was, used to say, box, 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 talk map 1 and box. Or have I completely made that up? If you two don't know, somebody in chat, please tell me that I've not cracked and I've come up with some kind of coded radio message.
I would imagine a lot of them would say something along those descriptions, along those lines.
I'm not overly confident that chat are gonna have any idea what I mean. I just seem to hearing it a lot because obviously we had Sebastian Vettel out front a lot, didn't we, when he was winning championships? So I just used to always hear, "Oh, thank God, whisper." At least whisper. If nothing else, whisper. We're both crackers. Okay, we've both lost the plot, so at least I'm not alone on that one. But I thought, yeah, talk map 1 and box. Who was a Sebastian Vettel fan?
Well, it makes a lot of sense because you want a very low torque rating for coming off with new tyres, because if it's too high, you'll spin them up too much and cook them immediately.
I'm going to go through the times, but seeing as I just did that on Sebastian Vettel on Who's a Sebastian Vettel fan, I'm going to see how many people in chat will understand this. But who loves orange soda? Let's go through the lap times. Zhou Guanyu, fastest on day 2. That rhymes. Oh, I love Zhou. He's my favourite driver now. 1:31.610. He did a total of 133 laps and set his fastest time on the C5. Max Verstappen, second place on a 1:31.650. 47 laps. C3 tyre. I'm going to give some shout outs if people get that, by the way. In chat, Fernando Alonso 1:32.205, 130 laps for the Fernando. He did his fastest time on a C3. C4 tyre for De Vries, a 1:32.222, 74 laps for him. Nico Hulkenberg at 1:32.466, 68 laps, and did so on a C5 tyre. Carlos Sainz 1:32.486. He did 70 laps and set his fastest time on, who did I just say? Carlos Sainz set his fastest time, got 2 pages. C3 tyre for him. Logan Sargent did a 1:32.549. Also on the, or did that on the C5 tyre, and actually was only 3 laps shy of Verstappen's total from yesterday, 154 laps. Great stuff from Logan Sargent and Williams today in terms of that lappage. Charles Leclerc, 1:32.725, did 68 laps and completed his, did his fastest time on the C3. C3 tyre as well for Piastri in the McLaren, 1:33.175 and 70 C3 tyre. George Russell, 1:33.654, 26 laps. Fastest time on the C3 tyre. Sergio Perez, 1:33.751, 76 laps. Fastest time was on the prototype tyre. It was a C3 tyre for Hamilton's fastest time of 1:33.954, 72 laps. And then Lando Norris did a 1:35.522. Yuki Tsunoda did a 1:35.708. It was 65 laps for Norris, 85 for Tsunoda. And Lando Norris did his fastest time on the C2 tyre, and Yuki Tsunoda did his fastest time on the C3 tyre. I'm going to give some shout outs to anyone that got my stupid little reference, including Eru VR, Jaws, 2 Left Feet, Lauren, is it? Got it as well. Alfie got it. Annette got it. Danai got it as well. Alfie feels old. I know, right? Like 8 people have got it. You think you feel old?
People are saying Kel. Is that Keenan and Kel?
It is Keenan and Kel.
See, that's just making me feel old because that's way too recent.
So, yeah, well done to everyone who got that one. And thank you to everyone who tuned in today. If you are new to the channel, please do subscribe. We're back tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. With Will, 7:30 a.m. GMT, I should say, with Will. We're through till 4:30. I've got Jonty and Dyllan back with me again tomorrow afternoon. And based on how this afternoon's gone, I think they're dreading it because they're going to have to try and keep me sane, which is going to be hilarious. Please do drop a
pizza again.
Again, 3 days in a row. Please do drop a like as well. 800 of you still here. We've got 800 likes. So if the last few of you over 800 could get there, that would be amazing. Follow me on social media as well. Thank you for your support today, but we will be back tomorrow. But as ever, thank you for watching. I've been Sean. This has been the F1 Word, and until next time, goodbye.